Chapter 251 The Demise of Akatsuki. The strong gravitational force from the Samsara Eye acted on Dark, but it only shook Dark's body. Instead, Nagato's body was uncontrollably sucked by Dark. When Dark felt the power of the Tensei Tenjian, he had already made a judgment about this power. It was quite strong, but it could be countered with pure brute force. It must be because this pair of Samsara eyes did not belong to Nagato himself, so Nagato could not exert the true power of the Samsara eyes. According to the original work, Uchiha Obito's eyes returned, and his pupil power increased by about 4 times. If the Samsara eyes returned to Madara, it should be even better. As for Dark's Tensei Tenjian, it was purely a psychic effect, but it just looked like that. Detonating Shuriken. Konan was standing in the back and was not idle, and attacked together with Nagato. Several shurikens folded from paper shot towards Dark from all directions. If you look carefully, you can see that there is a word explosion written on those shurikens, which are obviously shurikens folded with detonating tags. Shinra Tensei. Nagato was attracted to Dark and was not shocked at all. Because he had clearly felt Dark's power when he controlled Pain's 6 paths just now. He immediately activated another pupil technique of the Samsara Eye. The powerful repulsive force instantly bounced towards Dark, as if to bounce Dark away. Dark glanced over and shrank his pupils silently. Domineering Haki. The next moment, the dark red Haki swept around like a substance, and the black and red lightning produced by the friction between the Haki and the atmosphere made a sharp sound in the air from time to time. The powerful pressure directly pressed countless detonating shurikens to the ground, causing bursts of explosions. And the Shinra Tensei released by Nagato also stopped abruptly when it encountered the domineering Haki, and it was difficult to move forward. Not only that, Nagato and Konan, who were not far from Dark, also clearly felt the invisible pressure on their bodies, which made it difficult for them to breathe. If their physical fitness was that of an ordinary person, they would probably be crushed into a pool of blood and flesh under such pressure. Both Nagato and Konan looked embarrassed at this moment. If this move was a ninjutsu released with chakra, it would be easy to solve. Nagato could use the seal of the Hungry Ghost Way to absorb this ninjutsu, but Dark was a freak who didn't use chakra to fight at all. They simply couldn't figure out how a person could become so powerful without chakra. Is it possible that the era of ninjas is coming to an end? Mechanical armor. Nagato didn't give up and began to use the power of the Shura Way. 2 extra mechanical arms grew on his right arm, and the 2 arms grabbed Dark from both sides. Crack! Almost when the 2 arms were just stretched out for less than half a meter, 2 air gates suddenly appeared in the air, just like a mouth that directly bit off and swallowed the 2 mechanical arms. Dark is now getting more and more comfortable with his abilities. He released his Conqueror Haki to suppress Nagato and Konan, used Psychic to restrict Nagato's movement, and maintained his Armament Haki and Observation Haki to assist in the battle. At critical moments, he could also use the power of Berry to attack or defend. Paper Treasure. Konan held the pressure and opened her hands. Endless paper weapons flew out from under the black robe and shot at Dark with all her strength. This move was similar to Tenten's Manipulator Heavenlock disaster, and was also a bit like Gilgamesh's King's Treasure after being weakened. But this move was meaningless to Dark. Let alone Konan's Paper Treasure, he was not afraid of Gilgamesh's King's Treasure. On the contrary, he might be happy for Gilgamesh to use this move on him. You never learn your lesson, hey. Dark glanced at Konan and unceremoniously activated the power of Berry around him. One space gate after another wrapped Dark tightly, and all the weapons shot at him disappeared into the space inside the gate. Outer Golem. Nagato was finally forced into a corner, and directly released his ultimate move to summon the Outer Golem. And Dark was waiting for this moment. A huge space gate suddenly appeared behind Nagato, and the Outer Golem that emerged from the earth also plunged into the space gate. When Nagato finished summoning and looked back, he was completely dumbfounded. He was so big as an Outer Golem. Gone. Okay, now you can die peacefully. When Nagato turned his gaze back to Dark, Dark had come to him without knowing when. Teleport. This is an ability that completely surpasses the instant body technique and even the flying thunder god technique. It does not require any press hack or restrictions. It can be released whenever you want. At this time, Dark had one hand on Nagato's shoulder, using psychic to control Nagato so that he could not move. And the other hand had already poked into Nagato's eye socket. SHH. The picture that should have been mosaicked appeared, and countless blood vessels were pulled out of Nagato's eye sockets. This pair of samsara eyes that should not have belonged to him also separated from Nagato's eyes. The next moment, Dark controlled confusion to crush Nagato's heart. Puff. Nagato spat out a mouthful of blood, and his life, which was already scarce, began to fade away rapidly. Until his consciousness faded, he could still hear Conan's wailing in his ears, but at this time he could do nothing. Outer path statue, tentacle shell, sacred tree sapling. Even in the first form or the incomplete second form, it has unparalleled power, comparable to the candidate for admiral or vice admiral in the pirate world. And the perfect second form directly has the combat power of the admiral of the navy. As for the final form, the tentacles in this form has become the sacred tree, the source of all chakra, and can release infinite moon reading. This is a good thing, take it back to Vegapunk for research. Dark grinned. The reason why he didn't kill Nagato as soon as possible was that he was waiting for Nagato to summon this thing. After all, he would not install the samsara eye on himself. If Nagato did not summon it, he would have to find the body of this thing himself if he wanted it. However, before Dark could figure out how to deal with the samsara eye, bursts of air-breaking sounds suddenly came from behind him. He quickly used teleport to appear in the sky. Get out of here! At this time, Conan had obviously entered a state of being on the verge of collapse. Yahiko was dead, Nagato was dead, and Akatsuki was on the verge of extinction. How could Conan not be crazy? Not desperate? Dark did not show mercy to Conan because she was a woman. He directly crushed Conan with a powerful confusion flow, crushing her into countless pieces, but soon those pieces of paper were pieced together into a human form. Paper dance. It can turn itself into paper pieces, immune to the damage caused by physical attacks. It is almost impossible for pure physical attacks to hurt her. In addition, it can also attack, clone and fly. This is almost the elemental effect of the natural berry in the sailing world. But in fact, the paper dance has similarities and differences with the natural berry in the pirate world. Similarities. Conan's paper is afraid of oil, just like crocodile's sand is afraid of water. Once they encounter these, they cannot be elementalized. There is another point. If there is not much chakra left, then Conan cannot use Shikigami dance. The same is true for the strong men in the pirate world. If there is not much physical strength left, they cannot make themselves elemental. As for the difference, that is, the elementalization of the natural ability user is more of a passive skill, which needs to be actively turned off to avoid elementalization. And Conan's Shikigami dance is an active skill, which needs to be actively turned on to enter the state of elementalization. Otherwise, it is not clear in the original work that Conan will be stabbed by Uchiha Obito's sneak attack and strangled by him with one hand. After Conan regained his form, he seemed to calm down. He glanced at Nagato's body and flew quickly in a certain direction. Dark glanced and understood it all at once. This is to leave the god's paper technique prepared for Uchiha Madara to him. But Dark is not a hollow at all. After all, his berry does not have as many disadvantages as Kamui. Besides, he had no intention of letting Xionin run to that place. Door. Dark raised his hand. The invisible space door opened again from the middle of Xionin's flight. This time, Xionin was mentally prepared, and she broke into countless pieces of paper and flew around, bypassing the air door. Confusion. But Doc was even more ruthless. using the huge confusion to control the countless pieces of paper that were like flowers scattered by the goddess and stuffed them into the space door. Snap! The space door closed, and Xionin was locked in the door space, becoming a lamb to be slaughtered. Dark did not hold back, and entered the door space and killed Xionin neatly. So far, Akatsuki organization is dead in name only. Except for Zetsu, who will be used as an experimental subject, and Uchiha Itachi, who was left behind, all the top 10 leaders were killed, and only a group of minions were left in Akatsuki. Okay, now you can watch the Pokemon battle contest with peace of mind. Dark stood there and stretched. After dealing with the Akatsuki organization, the ninja world should change, right? Dark didn't know how the ninja world would change, but the Pokemon Island battle tournament was the highlight. After the battle tournament was over, Dark would come to the ninja world again to see the changes. However, Dark didn't expect that. A month later, the direction of the world would be as Uchiha Obito expected, and Dark would regret destroying Akatsuki today. And he would do something that he had always been taboo about before traveling through time. In order to reverse the cruel scene later. Chapter 252, Alliance City opens, Exchange Team enters the city. February 7th, second year of the Alliance calendar. This day was the day when Alliance City was open to the public. The families of the players and the audience who bought tickets to watch the game on site could enter Alliance City on this day. The hotels in Alliance City had already recruited a large number of people in these days to prepare for emergencies. When the portal to Alliance City opened at 8 o'clock in the morning, the crowd poured in like water, and people from the two worlds rushed into Alliance City impatiently. A large number of floating cloud airships and people riding sea trains arrived in the sky and on the sea surface north of the Union City. The Union City suddenly became lively. People were curious about who the contestants were, and they all wanted to see how strong the person who could get 8 gym badges was. At the same time, the exchange team from Konoha had also arrived in the Union City, and Hinata Hayashi was one of them. However, the exchange team from Konoha did not seem to be in a good mood, and they looked a little heavy when they first arrived. But soon, this group of people were attracted by the scenery of the Union City. So many people. Is this the point? Look, there are angels, fishmen, mermen, and people with long arms and legs. Do you feel that the people in this world are all very tall and exaggerated? They don't look like normal people at all. Maybe in their eyes, they are quite normal. So many Pokemon that have never been seen before, and they all seem to have reached their final form. Everyone looks so happy. This world seems to be very peaceful. The 50 people sent by the Konoha exchange team looked at the scene in the Alliance City with mixed feelings in their hearts. To put it simply, they were envious. They envied the people in the Alliance City for being able to live in a world without war and turmoil, without having to feel the pain of war and the pressure of death. Anyone can see that the people in this world live very happily, and their daily lives with Pokemon are also leisurely and comfortable. Hinata Hayashi looked at such a beautiful world and such a harmonious scene, and a glimmer of light appeared in his grey and turbid eyes. Yes, this is where their Hyuga family should live. Only such a beautiful place is worthy of the protection of the Hyuga family. Hyuga Hayashi clenched his fists under his wide robe. He came here in person this time under great pressure. As the head of the Hyuga clan and the representative of the main family, Hyuga Hayashi is basically not allowed to leave Konoha most of the time. This has nothing to do with the decision of the Konoha High Evil, but the decision of the Hyuga family. However, this time, Hyuga Hayashi rejected all opinions and resolutely joined the exchange team alone and went to this Alliance City. And Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little shocked when he first learned that the head of the Hyuga clan was going to join the exchange team in person. You must know that in this period when the war is about to start, the heads of various ninja clans are basically busy, and they have no time to leave the family to go to other worlds to watch the game. Even their Sarutobi family only sent Sarutobi Asuma. Hyaga Hayashi didn't know whether his abnormal behavior would arouse the suspicion of Konoha F4 including Sarutobi Hiruzen, but there were not many such opportunities, and he must seize them tightly. All this just to find Dark or a high-ranking member of the Alliance who can speak to them, and then discuss the matter of their Hyaga family moving to this Pokemon Island. Communication within the team. Punchame, look, you will be like that in the future. Asuma Sarutobi caught a glimpse of a tall black and white figure from the corner of his eye. He felt a little familiar, turned his eyes and looked over, and immediately found that it was Punchame's evolution-type domineering panda. Now Asuma Sarutobi's mind can no longer be completely focused on his sweetheart, Kurane Ui. Punchame occupies at least a quarter of Asuma Sarutobi's heart, and Kurane Ui occupies a third, and the rest are other people. Although Kurane Ui is the person he wants to accompany him all the time, it is very important. But the fact that it is Punchame who accompanies him all the time is also very important. The two of them even have to pee together when they go to the toilet. Only men can understand such friendship. It was precisely because Punchame was such an existence that Asuma spent so much time studying the racial characteristics of Punchame that he was able to recognize that the domineering panda was Punchame's evolution at the first time. Wan. Punchame himself didn't even know that it was his own evolution type. He poked his little head out from the collar on Asuma's chest and looked over. The domineering panda's majestic and domineering posture immediately made Punchame his eyes lit up. He couldn't imagine that he would become so handsome in the future. Punchame jumped out of Asuma excitedly and made a Konoha whirlwind on the spot, which attracted the attention of the Angel Island lady passing by. Is that domineering panda too big? Asuma frowned and realized something was wrong. According to the Pokédex, the average height of domineering pandas should be 2.1 m, but that domineering panda should be at least 3 meters tall. Asuma, have you noticed that the Pokemon living here seem to be bigger than the average height mentioned in the Pokédex? At this time, the words of Ui Kurane next to him made Asuma completely confirm his suspicion. Yeah, I noticed it too. Asuma nodded, and began to observe the surroundings with the calmness he usually showed when performing tasks. Soon he noticed something was wrong. Look at that group of people, they are also taller than us. Maybe this is the style of another world. Asuma and Ui Kurane's conversation was soon heard by other members of the exchange team. All of a sudden they all found something wrong. After all, the members who can enter the exchange team are all ninjas at the level of Chunin, so they still have some observation skills, and soon they all noticed something was wrong. Maybe we can ask this question when we meet the Alliance members, but let's keep moving forward now. Asuma Sarutobi is the representative and captain of this exchange team. He has the most say in this team. According to what Sarutobi Hiruzen gave, they should go to the Alliance base to meet the Alliance members first, and then they can disperse and move freely. Hello. Hey, you look like ninjas, don't you? Wow, it's Froki, one of the 9 great families in the Alliance. You will definitely become a great trainer in the future. You're obviously new here, how about this? I have a travel guide to the Alliance City, the only one in the city. There is no more detailed travel guide than this, it only costs 5 gold. The members of the Konoha exchange team walked on the street to the Alliance base. Their uniform ninja clothes and forehead protectors made them extremely conspicuous. Many curious people greeted them. Where have the ninjas from Konoha seen such a warm and friendly scene? They were all a little overwhelmed for a moment. Especially the cool-looking Kakashi, who has attracted the attention of countless trainers because of his bubble guawa, one of the 9 families of the Alliance. This made Kakashi autistic. He himself could not speak, and now he has become extremely socially anxious, and he frequently waved his hands to pretend to be dumb. Meditate, use confusion, catch Naruto, the idiot. Mana. Just then, a voice came from the side of the street that made Hayashi pause. He turned his head and saw his eldest daughter, Hyaga Hinata. Hinata is very different now. She is no longer so timid. Every day, her family dresses her up as a beautiful little princess. She looks more confident and even a little carefree. Of course, she hangs out with the group of children in the monkey family all day long. How can she not be affected? Maybe it is more appropriate to call her Monkey D. Hinata now. Beside Hinata is a Pokemon with fighting and psychic attributes, Meditite. There are two young figures running wildly in front of Hinata and Martha. One of them is familiar to most members of the Konoha exchange team, because they are basically people who survived the Nine-Tails Rebellion 8 years ago. Uzumaki Naruto, Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, is a child known as the Demon Fox. In addition, in this exchange team, including Hitaki Kakashi, quite a few people know Uzumaki Naruto's other identities besides Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Especially those from the Nine-Tails ES Rebellion night and people who have survived to this day and know Naruto's parents. Damn, his last name is Uzumaki but he has blonde hair and is a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Anyone who knows Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki should not be able to recognize whose child Uzumaki Naruto is, right? The one next to Naruto seems to be his Pokemon partner. When the people of Konoha saw what Naruto's Pokemon was, they couldn't help but show subtle expressions on their faces. It was a Vulpix. And the evolution type of Vulpix is Nine-Tails. Ah, father! Hinata was chasing Naruto with Martha. Suddenly seeing the people from Konoha village, she quickly restrained her words and deeds, and seemed to have turned back to the original Lady Hinata Hyuga. Well, Hinata, you look good. Hayashi originally planned to say a lot of changes, but looking at Hinata's little appearance, it still is to change the statement. Yes, everyone takes good care of me. This sentence is what Hinata said from the bottom of her heart. If it were in the past, she would have said this sentence mostly to maintain the face of the Hyuga family and maintain basic etiquette. It seems to be true. In this case, I am relieved. Hinata, please ask your grandfather when he is free to have a meal together. The grandfather that Hayashi mentioned here is of course Garp. However, not many people in Konoha know that Garp is now Hinata's grandfather, unlike everyone who knows that Naruto has a powerful grandfather named Zifa. Because those things at that time only happened in the mansion of the Hyuga family. Although it caused quite a stir, outsiders basically didn't know what happened. Chapter 253 The exchange team met Hinata and Naruto. This is also the reason why Hayashi didn't directly say Garp's name and identity. Now this statement looks more like Hinata and her two elders usually have a meal together, nothing special. But in fact, what is the purpose of Hyuga Hayashi? Only he knows it. Okay, I'll ask Grandpa tonight. Hinata nodded obediently. The Meditite next to him looked confused. Because the Meditite didn't know who Hyuga Hayashi was, but the white eyes did look like his friend Hinata. Is this your Pokemon? Hayashi pointed at the Meditite next to Hinata. He didn't know much about Pokemon. To be precise, he didn't spend much time to learn about it. But he secretly organized a group of ordinary branch family members who were not ninjas in the Hyuga family to learn about Pokemon and serve the entire family. Yes. Hinata nodded, and then introduced, she is a Meditite, 1 month old, and just left the infancy. What a tribute! Hyuga Hayashi cares a lot about attributes. In other words, people who don't know enough about Pokemon can only make a preliminary judgment on the strength of Pokemon through the attribute level. Like Dragon, Ghost, Psychic, Fairy. These sound strange, they think it is awesome. For General, Fighting, Flying, Water, Fire, Electricity, which sound ordinary, they think it is weak. This situation often occurs in the ninja world where there is knowledge of escape arts. Escape arts and attributes look very similar, and Dragon, Ghost, etc. sound like Blood Limit, giving many people a sense of power. In the sailing world, there is another set of judgment criteria. Those Pokemon with large bodies and the ability to release abilities similar to the Demon Berry are awesome. Those Pokemon that are small and look cute are weak. It's fighting and psychic. Hinata answered honestly. She didn't think as much as Hayashi, and never thought that Meditite's attributes were important. But she was quite happy at first that Meditite had the attribute of fighting. Because fighting is the tradition of the monkey family, including the grandfather who is the leader of the fighting gym, and their Hyuga family is also similar to fighting, so Hinata is more inclined to the fighting type in her heart. Then there is fire. Although I don't know why, 4 of the 7 brothers of Galber Mountain are fire attribute Pokemon, and even Ace, who is a human, has mastered a strange ability to make the top of the steel stick burn with flames. According to Garp, it is the ember produced by the friction between the armament haki and the atmosphere. Garp was a little surprised that Ace could release armament haki at the age of only 12. However, fortunately, Ace has no concept of armament haki at all, and can only release it occasionally when he is lucky, so Garp immediately felt it was boring. It is precisely because of this that Hinata also has a high liking for the fire attribute and plans to find a partner with fire attribute in the future. Dual attribute Pokemon? Good, good. Hinata Hayashi's face fell when he first heard fighting. However, when he heard the word psychic, he immediately used his secret technique Sichuan opera face changing. He seemed to be a little proud while talking, and he had already felt the envious eyes of other people in the exchange team. Hey! Everyone from Konoha village! At this time, Naruto saw that Hinata and Meditite had stopped chasing, so he ran back. He was still a little surprised when he saw the Konoha exchange team, but there were not many people he knew in this group, so he soon didn't care much. Since Naruto dropped out of the ninja school, his sense of belonging to the ninja world and Konoha has become lower and lower. This is also thanks to Zephyr's meticulous care and the love of the neighbors in the Alliance City. But no matter what, Konoha still has a special meaning for Naruto. After all, he was born there, and his parents were once from there. But that's all. Now Naruto doesn't have so many bonds in Konoha, except for a few friends from the same period of the ninja school, namely Umino Irika and Sarutobi Hayashi. Zan has some weight in his heart. Even Sakura's weight in Naruto's heart is getting lower and lower, and the reason for this is not all Hinata, but more Sasuke and Luffy. The relationship between Naruto, Sasuke, and Luffy is getting better and better. The 3 of them often practice together. Today on the Moby Dick, tomorrow in Marineford, the day after tomorrow in Mount Gorber, this relationship is as good as growing up with the same pants. Recently, the 3 of them also met children named Zoro and Sanji. Although these 2 children often quarrel, they are very good guys, and Naruto likes them very much. For Sasuke, the ninja world and Konoha are even more unfamiliar existences, a place with only painful memories. Sooner or later, he will go back to the ninja world to kill Uchiha Itachi, but his final destination must be the Moby Dick. Naruto came to the Pokemon Island too early, if he had waited until he was 12 years old. When he met Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, his feelings for Konoha would definitely not become as light as today. In the end, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who had brought this upon himself. Hiding Naruto's true identity and making the people of Konoha village avoid him like the snake and scorpion, how could Naruto feel a sense of belonging to Konoha? The same situation happened to Sasuke. He watched the Uchiha family being destroyed by Shimura Danzo. How could Sasuke still have feelings for this village? But Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care about Sasuke. Based on this situation, Naruto didn't feel much in his heart after seeing the Konoha exchange team. Especially after seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Umino Irika were not among them, he was directly disappointed and lost interest. If Hinata hadn't stopped here, he might have left by now. Naruto remembered that Hinata was uncomfortable staying in the Hyuga family. He heard about this from Luffy. Maybe these people are here to take Hinata away. Luffy is not here today, he must protect his sister for his good friend Luffy, otherwise he will not be able to face Luffy and the brothers of Galber Mountain who take good care of him. Thinking of this, Naruto ran to Hinata calmly and blocked Hinata behind him. Although Vulpix did not know Naruto's specific thoughts, he also saw that Naruto was hostile to the group of people in front of him. Instantly, Vulpix was no longer naughty, and jumped directly to Naruto with a grin. In response, everyone in Konoha. Hinata really thought too much. Compared to taking Hinata back, they must be more looking forward to taking Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, back. But Naruto did not know his Nine-Tails Jinchuriki identity at all, let alone his status in Konoha, so he misunderstood. Okay, Hinata, you and Naruto, go play. We have some things to do, so we'll leave first. Yes, father. Hinata nodded. Then the four little ones watched the Konoha exchange team leave. On the way forward, the Konoha exchange team met many extraordinary people. First, they met the White Pirates. Now that the Alliance City is open, all the members of the White Pirates must have come to cheer for their father and brothers. However, the members of the White Pirates here only include the 1,600 people on the Moby Dick, not the 43 affiliated groups under the White Pirates. Moreover, there are number 43 affiliated groups under the name of the White Pirates now. Since the advent of the Pokemon era, the 43 affiliated pirate groups have been disbanded one after another. Some returned to their hometowns to become farmers, and some did bad things and surrendered themselves without causing trouble for others. In short, these 43 affiliated groups total 50,000 people. Now there may be less than 10,000 people still active on the sea, and this number is still decreasing. Newgate knew all about this, but did not say a word. In this era, there is nothing to do with so many people gathered together. Disbanding to do what you want may be a better way, so Newgate did not stop it from beginning to end, and even supported it implicitly. When the Konoha exchange team saw such a large number of strange groups like the White Group, they couldn't help but stop and watch. The White Group's ability to attract attention even surpassed their group of ninjas. Isn't that Sasuke? Yui Kurene's sharp eyes saw Sasuke with a stinky face next to Newgate's legs. It seems that someone in the White Group has made little Sasuke angry again. Really? Did Uchiha Sasuke join that group? This group looks very powerful. Of course it's powerful. Just look at the way people on the street look at them. The people of the Konoha exchange team were a little surprised to see Sasuke. They didn't expect Sasuke to join such a powerful force. But it has nothing to do with them. To put it bluntly, everyone doesn't pay much attention to Sasuke. Sasuke also saw the situation of the Konoha exchange team. But he just looked at it for a few more times and then retracted his gaze. He didn't mean to come over to say hello. By the way, Sasuke, are those people related to you? Although Sasuke didn't intend to say hello to the people of the Konoha exchange team, the members of the White Group noticed something wrong. Because they remembered that Sasuke's dress and logo seemed to be very similar to those of the suspected ninjas. Similarities. It doesn't matter. Sasuke shook his head. The others gave up, and everyone could see that Sasuke didn't seem to intend to continue talking about this matter. Newgate looked at the people of the Konoha exchange team for a few more times, guessed something, and immediately didn't like them. Living in the same village, they could also make their fellow villagers exterminate their clans. No matter what the reason, it was impossible for Newgate to look up to these people. That was obviously impossible. Chapter 254 Kakashi's Change. On the way, the Konoha exchange team met Boa Hancock and Snubbull one after another. The former gave them the shock of long legs, and the latter gave them doubts in the field of biology. Konoha's expression when he saw Hancock was like this. Konoha's expression when he saw Snubbull was like this. That is, Orochimaru is already a traitor and can't follow the Konoha exchange team. Otherwise, the missing skeleton case would happen in the Alliance City today. In short, for the Konoha people who came to the Alliance City for the first time, the Pokemon Island gave them too many shocks. Although the time on this journey was not short, he had more and more doubts in his heart, and even his curiosity about the Pokemon Island became stronger and stronger. They quickened their pace, thinking of reaching the Alliance base quickly, and then touring the city before dark. Especially Asuma Sarutobi. When he passed by the leisure street, he saw so many young couples dating, and from their gossip, he learned that the dating holy place was the Central Park at night, and felt itchy in his heart, and couldn't help but glanced at Sunset Red many times. After walking and stopping along the way, the Konoha exchange team finally arrived at the Alliance base before the sun set. Doc had already told the front desk of the Alliance office hall that the exchange team would come. In fact, there is nothing to say specifically. The Konoha exchange team is essentially no different from the audience from the sailing world. After registering the group of people from Konoha, they were given a temporary ID card. Each member of the Konoha exchange team has a special exchange fund issued by Konoha, which is 100,000 taels, equivalent to 1 million baileys or 100 gold. The prices in the Alliance City are still very simple, basically the same as those in Angel City and Fishman City. 100 gold is enough for an ordinary person and his Pokémon to live in the Alliance City for a long time. But if you plan to play in the Alliance City for a month until the battle competition is over, then this 100 gold is definitely not enough. But no one said that the exchange team members can't recharge it. If you want to play, then recharge. When the exchange team came out of the Alliance base, Asuma said a few words appropriately. Next, everyone will move freely. Remember to record the places you think are good. After returning, Konoha may carry out corresponding learning and transformation. Asuma waved his hand and let everyone disperse. The members of the exchange team are basically all representative figures of the Konoha ninja clan, or famous ninjas of the Munin clan. Even Asuma, the biological son, can't understand his father Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions to let such a group of people come to this place to play. Especially at this time when a war may break out at any time. However, this is not something he should consider. I guess his father has his own considerations. Moreover, he has a Pokédex in his hand, which can receive news from Sarutobi Hiruzen in the first time. If there is any unexpected situation in Konoha, they can rush back to Konoha for support in the first time. The 50-person Konoha exchange team quickly dispersed in 2s and 3s. Asuma and Yui Kurane. Kakashi and Kai. Inoshikacha. Inyazuka and Abarame. Everyone has their own friends. Of course, there are also some people who act alone. Kakashi looked at the group of ninjas who left alone, with a puzzled look in his eyes. It has been less than a year since Kakashi left the Anbu. He is still the cold-blooded Kakashi. He is only more humane when communicating with Might Guy and others. In fact, Kakashi was able to leave the Anbu because Might Guy and his ninjas of the same period made a request to the third generation. Because Might Guy and others witnessed Kakashi's cold-blooded eyes when they were on a mission with Kakashi, they hoped to let Kakashi take on the role of a senior ninja and change the darkness in his heart by taking him in. However, there is no effect so far. Kakashi is determined to not allow people who do not know how to cherish their companions to become ninjas. This is actually a simple and basic requirement. But now the pass rate is 0, and it will remain 0 for the next 5 or 6 consecutive years, so that Kakashi began to doubt whether his requirements were too harsh. This situation was supposed to continue until Konoha met Team 7 in 1964, but now Team May 7 not be formed. Kakashi still has the qualities of an Anbu ninja, so he will subconsciously pay attention to people with strange behavior. In his eyes, the behavior of the group of ninjas acting alone was very strange. They seemed to come with a purpose, heading directly in a certain direction, without any hesitation, and not being attracted by the interesting things around them. In particular, the behavior of this group of people was very similar to his previous behavior. Most of them were ninjas from the Anbu. Is it the mission of the Sandaime-sama? Kakashi quickly figured out what was going on. So he withdrew his attention and stopped paying attention to the group of people. He and Kai walked towards the entertainment street. Since he didn't receive a mission, he didn't plan to meddle in other people's business. "Kakashi, how are you getting along with Froki?" Kai asked curiously at this time. He vaguely remembered that when Kakashi and Froki first met, they stared at each other for 10 minutes. "Woof." Ryalu also asked beside Kai's legs. He still had a good relationship with Froki. Because now Kai and Kakashi won't take them with them when they go on missions, thinking that they haven't grown up to the level where they can play a strong role in AOR events level missions, and they are worried that they will be hurt. So when they go on missions, Froki and Ryalu are left behind children in the village. Therefore, the two little guys often run around the village in a team. "Are you okay?" Kakashi heard this question and turned his head to look at Froki standing on his shoulder. They looked at each other in silence. "Quack." Froki responded, with no special meaning. "Oh. It seems that your relationship has indeed improved a lot." Kai saw this scene and nodded immediately. According to the two sultry personalities of Kakashi and Froki, if their relationship had not improved, it would be difficult for them to communicate. "Woof." Ryalu nodded in agreement. As a good friend of Froki, he could certainly see Froki's feelings for his trainer. Yet, this time Kakashi nodded without denying. Listening to what Kai said, he glanced at Froki on his shoulder, but he couldn't read the 18th birthday gift Intimate Paradise in his hand at all. Speaking of which, he suddenly realized it now. This yellow book, which he had read 18 times in the past 3 years, he rarely read it with full concentration after Froki came. He didn't notice it before, but today when Kai said it, he realized that his relationship with Froki seemed to have really improved a lot. "I remember the day when Froki was just born, the two sat at the same table to eat, and there was no communication except for occasional eye contact. In the daily training later, Kakashi began to teach Froki all kinds of ninja knowledge, and from then on they had a little communication. If Kai and Ryalu are passionate partners who make progress and work together, then the relationship between Kakashi and Froki is more like a father and son or a master and apprentice with few topics. As for what Froki is learning now, it is just the simplest chakra refinement and 3-body technique. At the same time, Kakashi is also studying Froki's 3 skills, Pound, Growl, and Water Gun. Pound is just a general physical attack, Growl seems to have a strange effect on the enemy, and Water Gun is determined by Kakashi to be a clever water ninjutsu. Although Kakashi has not tested Froki's chakra suitability with chakra test paper, there is basically no doubt that he definitely has water. As Konoha's top technician who possesses 7 types of chakra and masters thousands of ninjutsu, it is still easy for Kakashi to teach Froki to become an excellent water ninjutsu. "It's great to see your changes, Kakashi." "Woof." Kai and Ryalu gave Kakashi a thumbs up. I remember that Kai and other ninjas of the same period asked Sarutobi Hiruzen to let Kakashi be the leader of the team, just to see Kakashi's changes. Although Kakashi has never led the newly graduated ninja team, the appearance of Froki unexpectedly did this. With Froki's participation in his life, Kakashi's life has obviously become different. "Really?" Kakashi closed the Intimate Paradise in his hand and looked at Froki next to his head. Speaking of which, he seemed to have never understood what Froki wanted to do. "Kakashi, I saw a lot of interesting places when I passed by the entertainment street just now. Ryalu and I are going to go and have a look first. You and Froki can play by yourselves." Although Kai is careless, he is definitely not without emotional intelligence. He can see that Kakashi is in a strange state now. In this case, the best way is to let Kakashi and Froki stay alone and get to know each other well. He will go to the battle club with his partner Ryalu. "Ryalu, let the trainers of the Alliance City C come and see our passionate youth." Woof woof woof. After 2 roars, Kai and Ryalu ran away. Looking at Kai and Ryalu's departing figures, he also looked at Froki. He also decided to get to know Froki well during this month of exchange team. It seems that he is a little too incompetent as a trainer. Looking around, Kakashi decided to buy a map of the Alliance City in the store next to him, and then decide where to go. Chapter 255 Kakashi accepts the mission. Vegapunk's commission. After a night of research, Kakashi decided to take Froka to visit the Alliance cultivation base the next day. In his understanding, Froki is one of the 9 Pokémon of the Pokémon League, and is a Pokémon officially certified by the League that is very suitable for new trainers to cultivate. After learning this, Kakashi wondered if he could take Froka to see other Pokémon of his kind. While getting to know a few friends, he also observed the living habits of Froki. This will also make it easier for Kakashi to take care of Froki in the future. After asking along the way, Kakashi and Froka finally came to the Alliance cultivation base after all the hardships. Sorry, the Alliance cultivation base generally refuses non-members of the Alliance to enter, please go back. What disappointed Kakashi and Froka was that they had no way to enter and observe the Greninja tribe. The Alliance cultivation base was so controlled that many high-level officials in Alliance City were involved. The outermost Greninja army alone blocked Kakashi and Froka from entering. Not to mention that there were patrol robots and naval detachments inside, and Porygon Type B was also monitoring the entire Alliance cultivation base. The patrol robots were a product that was added later. The reason why they were added later was that the patrol robots were failed or semi-finished products when Vegapunk was making pacifists. Vegapunk did not allow such failed products to flow out of the research institute to work for the Alliance, but they were used to watch the house. There is no problem if they go to the institute. The patrol robots are basically equipped with various technological weapons. They are not too powerful, but ordinary people will be shot into charcoal or a hornet's nest if they dare to trespass. Kakashi and Froka were a little disappointed that they could not enter the Alliance training base. But there was nothing they could do about it. Just as they were about to leave, they turned around and met a little old man with a very tall head. Although he felt a little weird in his heart, Kakashi was a little bit used to it in this Pokemon Island. Looking at the white coat on the other person and the few people following behind him, Kakashi judged that this person should be a scientific research professor of the Alliance, and he must have a high status. Are you a ninja from the ninja world? Vegapunk also noticed Kakashi at this time. He looked at the other person's outfit and made some judgments about Kakashi's origin. Yes. What are you doing in my institute? Vegapunk's eyes were full of doubts. In his research institute, only Monet's researchers would come occasionally, and basically no one would come. If he remembered correctly, the Union City seemed to have just been opened to the public yesterday. The next morning, this ninja ran outside his research institute? Vegapunk now seriously doubted Kakashi's purpose and intention of coming here. Please don't get me wrong, it's like this. Kakashi saw that Vegapunk and the group of assistants behind him were already planning to go beyond the Pokemon Ball, and hurriedly waved helping hand explained the reason for his arrival. But he clearly remembered that this was the Alliance cultivation base. How could it be this person's research institute? When he was confused, Kakashi couldn't help but take out the map and take a look. Only after looking at it did he realize that the Alliance cultivation base was actually built around the Alliance Research Institute, surrounding the institute. Is that so? Vegapunk glanced at Kakashi and nodded. In that case, do me a favor, I will allow you and your Froka to enter the Alliance cultivation base to observe the daily life of the Greninja family. No problem. Kakashi agreed without even thinking about it. Now he is in a period where he can move freely, and helping hand Vegapunk does not violate any regulations. In fact, this is equivalent to Kakashi accepting Vegapunk's commission, and the reward is also clear. Completing the task is not unfamiliar to Kakashi as a ninja. Then follow me. Vegapunk nodded. Then Kakashi and Froka followed Vegapunk into his research institute. Even Dark had only been to this research institute a few times. Because Dark couldn't understand it, even if he came he might as well not come. Kakashi has now discovered some of the secrets in the institute. As for whether he will tell Sarutobi Hiruzen about it, it depends on Kakashi's personal decision. Even if Kakashi told Sarutobi Hiruzen all this, it would be meaningless. Because Kakashi can take away all the scientific research materials in the Vegapunk Institute, Konoha can't replicate much. Vegapunk is known to have technology that is 500 years ahead of the world. It has reached this point with the ability of Brain Berry. It is difficult for the scientific research level and resources of the ninja world to realize Vegapunk's technology. Even some of Vegapunk's experimental materials can only be produced by the ability of Swallow Berry in the sailing world. The ninja world has no way to find this special alloy. For Konoha, perhaps Vinsmoke Judge and Caesar Kulang's biological research and genetic bloodline research results are more useful, or Quinn's biochemical weapons are more practical than Vegapunk. Vegapunk led Kakashi all the way inside, and finally stopped in front of a secret room. "Open it." Vegapunk called to the assistant beside him. "Yes." The assistant nodded, ran to the side and opened the alloy door of the secret room. Woo! The heavy door opened, and it made a tooth-grinding friction sound when it touched the ground. "This is..." When the scene in the secret room emerged, Kakashi's eyes widened immediately. His first reaction was to float down, with one hand behind his back to prepare to take out the kunao. But suddenly his right hand touched nothing, and he remembered that the weapons were banned in the Alliance City, and all the weapons on his body had been temporarily taken away by the staff of the Alliance City. What appeared in front of him was a strange huge creature corpse. The ominous breath rushed to his face, almost making Kakashi almost unable to breathe. "It's a very strange and scary creature, right?" Vegapunk saw Kakashi like this and confirmed one thing. This ninja didn't seem to know about this thing called Gate Golem. When Dark suddenly moved the Gate Golem to Vegapunk's Research Institute a few days ago, the timid old man was almost scared to death. After that, Dark told Vegapunk everything he knew about the Gate Golem, and then left. Vegapunk has been studying for so many days, but he has hardly found much. He just figured out the basic physical properties of the Gate Golem. Vegapunk is a scientist with a very serious curiosity. Looking at such a weird big guy in front of him all day, it is difficult for him not to restrain his desire to study, but there is no progress in the research, which makes him feel like being scratched by a cat. So when Vegapunk saw Kakashi, he came up with the idea of asking him to help him. Vegapunk didn't expect Kakashi to have a huge research on this thing. Something that can make a being like Dark pay attention to it is probably not something that ordinary ninjas can touch. Vegapunk just wanted to learn some knowledge about the ninja world and see if he could find something related to the Outer Path statue. "Yes." Kakashi nodded. This was the first time he had seen the Outer Path statue. However, the 10 protrusions behind the Outer Path statue gave him a strong sense of déjà vu. "This thing comes from your ninja world." "Hey!" Kakashi was stunned at first, and then cold sweat flowed down his forehead. He had never heard of such a thing in the ninja world. Not only him, he believed that most people in this world didn't know what it was. "Tell me about the historical legends of your world, such as the tailed beasts." Vegapunk glanced at Kakashi, and then asked. He remembered that Dark told him that this Outer Path statue had another name called 10 Tails, and there were 9 other tailed beasts in the ninja world that were very famous. If that was the case, then this ninja should know something about the other tailed beasts. "Okay." Kakashi did not refuse. The legend of the tailed beasts is public information, not a secret that cannot be passed on. What cannot be said is who is the 9 Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha, which is something that people in other ninja villages do not know yet. After hearing the legend of the 9-tailed beasts, Vegapunk asked many more questions based on some of the terms in the legend. Including but not limited to the 6 Paths Sage, the ninja sect, the 3 holy places, and many other legends were asked by Vegapunk. "Do you know the Samsara Eye?" "The Samsara Eye?" "Well, that is the eye of the 6 Paths Sage in the legend. Like the 6 Paths Sage, it only exists in legends. No one has ever witnessed the real Samsara Eye." "Really?" Vegapunk nodded silently and gave up the idea of taking the pair of purple eyeballs in the warehouse next door for Kakashi to take a look. What he guessed was indeed correct. The things that Dark brought back specially were basically unlikely to be accessible to ordinary people. Whether it is this outer path demon statue or the Samsara Eye, they are all extraordinary things. Thank you, you can lead your companions to the training base behind. I will let my assistant take you to Greninja tribe, please don't run around, you may be accidentally injured by some aggressive races. Vegapunk no longer needs Kakashi, so he plans to fulfill his promise. Is that all? Kakashi didn't expect this helping hand to be so easy. He keenly realized that all this was related to the huge creature he saw just now, but he didn't ask. Yes. Chapter 256 Greninja Skills. 3 o'clock in the afternoon is the time when the Greninja tribe in the Alliance breeding base is active. That's the wild Froakie. Kakashi took Froakie to hide on a tree branch in the forest. This forest environment was too friendly for him, a ninja from the Hidden Leaf village. Around a lake not far in front of them, there was a group of Froakie and Frogadier playing by the lake or in the lake, and 2 or 3 Greninja seemed to be teaching some moves. Quack! Froakie stayed beside Kakashi and also saw his fellow tribesman in front. This was the first time he saw his fellow tribesman, and his eyes revealed curiosity and nervousness that he had never had before. Under the gaze of Kakashi and Froakie, they soon discovered many things they didn't know before. Those bubbles are actually elastic and sticky? Kakashi looked at the Froakie playing in the lake, his eyes slightly widened, revealing a little surprise. Not only can the Froakie use the bubbles on their bodies to resist attacks and reduce damage, but the bubbles are sticky and can only fall off after sticking to the target with water. Although these bubbles are not offensive, they can play a miraculous effect in the battle between ninjas. For example, stick to the opponent as a mark, or throw it out to resist the shuriken attack of other ninjas, or even use it to assist the explosion of detonating tags. Kakashi took out his little notebook and kept writing and drawing on it, recording everything he saw in it. Froakie was also a little surprised and rubbed the bubbles on his chest. He never thought that these bubbles could have such a miraculous effect. Generally speaking, wild Pokémon have coaching from their elders for the development of their own bodies, and those like Froakie who have never come into contact with other species will be a little dull, but it may take some time for him to find its use. Frogadier, the form after Froakie evolution, has a terrifying utilization rate of terrain, and has an extremely fine control over his body, and is good at climbing. Kakashi then turned his attention to Frogadier. In his eyes, Frogadier's speed of jumping back and forth in the jungle is very terrifying. Although he has no chakra, his speed and stability are comparable to those of a senior ninja. Especially the speed when climbing up. According to Kakashi's initial estimate, he can climb 600 meters in 1 minute. Frogadier's control of strength is also very terrifying. He can easily hit his own people 30 meters away by throwing a stone or spitting out a stream of water from his mouth. Now Kakashi has every reason to doubt. The Greninja race will be selected as one of the 9 families of the Alliance. Not only because it is suitable for training new trainers, but also because this race has very high plasticity and potential. He dare not imagine that if the Greninja tribe in front of him can learn to refine chakra and ninjutsu, how powerful a ninja team will be created. How about it? Do you want to communicate with your own people? Kakashi wrote a few more sentences, and then looked at Froakie beside him. Quack. Froakie hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded. He really wanted to get to know his own people and see if he could learn some useful knowledge and make some friends. Okay, let's go visit them. Kakashi saw Froakie nod, and without hesitation, he decided to lead Froakie over. Coo! But just as he was about to take Froakie down the tree, a strange sound came from the tree trunk next to him. Kakashi and Froakie were startled and looked to the side. It was a standing Greninja. The temperament and aura of this Greninja were completely different from the 2 below. Kakashi almost instantly determined that this Greninja was probably the leader of this tribe. Kakashi's forehead was slightly sweaty. It has been a long time since I had this experience. Being stared at by others, but I didn't notice it. When he came to the Pokemon Island, he had very little strength left, and he couldn't even notice that there was a Greninja. Unconsciously, he stood beside them, and he didn't know how long he stood there. Quack! Greninja glanced at Kakashi and Froakie and waved his hand. This meant that they should follow him. Then, Greninja brought Kakashi and Froakie to the tribe. When the foreign Froakie and the human Kakashi appeared in the sight of other Froakie, it caused quite a stir for a while. Froakie is a Pokemon that is good at disguise and shrewd, but because it is the first form, its mental age is not so mature, so it will still give some reaction to new things. Unlike Frogadier and Greninja, they didn't react even when they saw Kakashi, they just looked at him twice more. We have obtained the permission of the professor and brought Froakie here to learn. Kakashi explained quickly to avoid misunderstanding. Now he has basically no fighting power, and Froakie is still young and does not have any strong combat capabilities. Although Kakashi does not think that this group of Pokemon will do anything too much to them, foreign invaders will inevitably be beaten up. Therefore, it is necessary to explain in advance. Quack! The Greninja leader nodded. He never suspected that Kakashi would be a suspicious person. Although their behavior is indeed quite suspicious. But the Greninja leader knows the strict defense of this base. Therefore, the appearance of a new face basically means that it has been approved, and it is basically impossible for an intruder to enter. If there is such an outsider, then let alone what kind of commotion the Navy and the Greninja army will make, just Porygon B will use the loudspeaker in the breeding base to notify all the Pokemon of the 9 tribes. He will bring Kakashi and others here. First, he heard the conversation between Kakashi and Froakie just now, and second, he also noticed the difference between this Froakie and the ordinary Froakie, and wanted to know more. Quack! Kakashi's Froakie stepped forward and said something. In Kakashi's ears, the meaning of this sentence was very clear: I want to become stronger. This made Kakashi a little embarrassed. His own Pokemon seemed to be too direct. Shouldn't such words be more euphemistic? And this is the difference in thinking between humans and Pokemon. There are not so many tricks and social conventions between Pokemon. They are all straightforward. In Greninja's ears, there is nothing wrong with Froakie's words. Quack! Kakashi didn't understand what Greninja said. But when he saw Greninja nodded, he knew that it meant agreement. Then, Greninja led Froakie to the lake, and Kakashi stepped aside and watched everything quietly, accompanying Froakie. When Pokemon teach each other skills, they have their own set of procedures. First, for Pokemon that have never been seen before, the one who teaches will first show the strength to the one being taught, so that the one being taught can be assured and convinced. Quack! Greninja did not release a water-type move such as Hydro Pump, there was no need. He just released a skill that all Greninjas can use, Water Shuriken. After Greninja spoke to attract Froakie's attention, he raised his hand and a huge Water Shuriken was instantly generated from his hand. Water Shuriken. Among all Pokemon, only Greninja and Axelgor can learn the moves, which can almost be regarded as their exclusive skills. This is a very flexible move, which can be used as a long-range attack throw or a close-range attack weapon. Different Greninjas are good at different uses. The power of this move is also different from that in the game. At least the power shown in the animation is far beyond the 15 set in the game. Swoosh! Greninja threw the Water Shuriken in his hand. It was obviously a very huge shuriken, but it didn't seem bulky at all when it swirled in the air. It was so fast that only the afterimage could be seen. In just 2 seconds, it cut a big tree across the lake in half. And this Water Shuriken did not disappear. Instead, it flew back in midair and was steadily caught by Greninja. Quack! Kakashi's Froakie's eyes lit up, and he somersaulted excitedly on the spot. Typants hot! Pokemon in the first form are often easily impressed by their own evolution type, but they don't feel much about the evolution forms of other Pokemon. It's at least the same level as Chidori, and it's a Namerc ninjutsu. Although Kakashi didn't have chakra, he still tried his best to make a judgment on the water shuriken. Chidori is an Alavel lightning ninjutsu developed by Kakashi himself when he was a teenager. It requires hand seals and has obvious disadvantages. Chidori is extremely fast, not only the caster may not be able to react, but also the movement trajectory is monotonous during the use period and it is easy to see the enemy. It can only play the greatest role with the Sharingan, and even needs to be used with the Byakugan to play the most perfect role. And Chidori makes a lot of noise. Basically, as soon as it is cast, others will notice this technique and be alert or take countermeasures. And water shuriken does not have these disadvantages. Kakashi looked at the water shuriken and thought of an idea he had once had in his mind. That is to integrate the lightning chakra into the Raise Nan. However, it was precisely because he failed that he developed Chidori himself. Now it seems that this water shuriken is a bit like the one after the water chakra is integrated. Water-style Rasen Shuriken. Chapter 257 Mud Shot in Cold Water. Compared with the wind-style Rasen Shuriken developed by Naruto later, water shuriken has both advantages and disadvantages. First of all, in terms of power. In terms of power, wind-style Rasen Shuriken is definitely more exaggerated. The difference between the two is not a simple S-level and A-level, but the difference between S-level and A-level. Although wind-style Rasen Shuriken was judged as an S-level ninjutsu in the original work. But that is because S-level is already the highest official level in Naruto, otherwise wind-style Rasen Shuriken would not be just an S-level ninjutsu. Whose level ninjutsu with 50% power can make Kakuzu lose 2 hearts in one go. However, it is precisely because of this excessive power that wind-style Rasen Shuriken has a huge disadvantage. This ninjutsu will also cause great damage to the caster himself. Even Naruto's Uzumaki physique can only exert 50% of its power. And such a semi-finished wind-style shuriken not only makes Naruto lose the ability to move his right hand after using it, but also can only attack at close range and cannot be thrown out. Only when Naruto enters Sage mode or Nine-Tails Jinchuriki mode can this move reach 100% power. However, this defect is gone on Water Shuriken. Water Shuriken is more like a version without disadvantages by sacrificing power. Wind-style Rasen Shuriken was later listed as an S-level forbidden technique by Tsunade, but Water Shuriken may be learned and used by other ninjas as a regular A-level or S-level ninjutsu. Kakashi at this moment is thinking like this. After Froki evolution learns this move, maybe it can be developed in the form of chakra. Kakashi took out his little notebook to record it. In the process of Greninja teaching Froki skills, not only Froki is learning, but Kakashi, as a trainer, is also working hard to learn. He has gradually become a suitable trainer without even realizing it. After Greninja demonstrated his strength, the real teaching process began. Teach the skills that Froki can learn at this stage. Quack. How old are you? Greninja asked Froki about his current age. This is related to what kind of moves Greninja will choose to teach Froki. As a Froki, he knows very well what kind of skills he will naturally understand in the process of growing up. For those, Greninja thinks there is no need to teach. What he wants to teach is the moves that Froki cannot learn through natural growth. Quack. 1 month. Froki stretched out a finger. Greninja was silent for a while. Hasn't he just left childhood not long ago? If he is just this age. Greninja crossed his arms and pondered for a while, and then he probably made a choice in his heart. Quack. Watch it. Greninja waved his hand and asked Froki to look over. The next moment, Greninja leaned over and dug the ground, then injected the mucus on his hand, a small amount of water-type energy and heavy ground energy into the dug-up soil, and then threw it towards the lake in the distance. Mud shot. Bang. The lake was blown up by the mud block and a splash of water 5 meters high. This scene made Kakashi dumbfounded. In his opinion, this was just a child throwing mud for fun, but why did it exert such a huge power? And this is something that only Pokemon can do. It is also a piece of mud, injecting water chakra and energy into it, that's two completely different effects. It's probably a clever unmarked ninjutsu. No, let's just call it a ninjutsu with a seal. Kakashi made another judgment on this move. According to the difficulty of this move, Kakashi thinks it's clever, or even level or a level. However, he is not a Pokemon after all, and he can't personally experience the difficulty of this move, so he still gave it a relatively high level of C. And from the power of Greninja's use of this move, it basically reached the power of an ordinary ninja's use of a level ninjutsu. However, the power of a ninjutsu has nothing to do with the level. Let Uchiha Madara use a clever fire ninjutsu, which is more powerful than the level fire ninjutsu of an ordinary jonin. The focus of mud shot is not its lethality. It's that after it hits the enemy, it will also reduce the enemy's movement speed, which is the key. Quack! Froka thought it was quite easy. He directly pulled a piece of soil from under him and threw it out. Throw out a clod of earth. Quack! Froka tilted his head, showing a puzzled look. He clearly followed Greninja's movements, why didn't it work? He pulled out the clod of earth again, thought about it, and injected water-type chakra into it. Throw out a piece of mud. Quack! Greninja shook his head and stretched out his palm. Blue energy bloomed in his palm, and then quickly turned into earth yellow. Greninja was telling Froka to use water-type energy and ground energy. However, he didn't expect Froka to be able to store ground energy in his body at such a young age, but just let Froka remember the principle of this move first. Because the difficulty of this move is to let a water-type Pokemon store ground energy, and then it is just a simple energy injection, which is not difficult. Quack! Froka didn't insist, nodded and remembered it in his heart. However, he was worried about forgetting, so he ran to Kakashi and asked Kakashi to write this part down in the notebook. I see, water chakra and earth chakra have been added. Kakashi nodded and wrote something on it. At this time, he had not yet figured out that the attribute energy in the Pokemon's body was different from chakra. But Froka had already realized this, so he reached out and grabbed the pen and crossed out the 3 words chakra. Froka didn't know many words, but he knew the basic water and earth. Because Kakashi pointed it out to him when he taught Froka various escapes. He crossed out the words after these 2 words. Hey? Not chakra. Kakashi also understood what his little friend meant. After pondering for a few seconds, he drew a next to the crossed-out chakra, intending to study what was going on after returning. The teaching began again. Quack! This time Greninja is going to teach Froka a skill that can be learned quickly. Pouring cold water. This is a pure water-type skill, which may have a little ice energy in it. In short, it is a relatively simple and practical skill for Froka. Greninja swung his hands forward, and a pool of water emitting cold air suddenly appeared in the air in front of his palms. It is a very strange scene in the sailing world, but it is more common in the ninja world. After all, the ninjutsu there is basically of this nature. It's a bit like the ice escape in the snow country. Kakashi once went to the snow country to complete a mission when he was still an Anbu. At that time, he fought with a group of snow country ninjas named Lanjiswabeng, but was defeated. At that time, the group of ninjas used a very strange ice escape ninjutsu. Because the real ice escape is the bloodline limit of the combination of water and wind chakra, but the ice escape of the snow country ninja is a pseudo-ice escape that uses the natural environment of the snow country and the wind escape. At this time, in Kakashi's eyes, Greninja's throwing cold water has a bit of the meaning of the snow country. It is said to be pouring cold water, but it feels more like throwing frozen water or throwing ice water. Kakashi first recorded this move and planned to test it after returning. He always felt that this move was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. He now understands that the ninjutsu performed by Pokemon may generally have some special effects. Just like Froke's growl. It is obviously an ordinary call, but the ninja who heard the sound will feel that his strength is minimized a little, which is very strange. And the cold water move does have the special effect of reducing the opponent's attack, as Kakashi thought. And this effect is only in the game. In reality, this ice water can also reduce the target's physical activity and make their movements a little slower. Quack! Froke watched Greninja perform's eyes lit up. He felt that this move was much simpler than the previous one, so he tried it quickly. Pa! Froke easily condensed a pool of water in his palm and splashed it out. And this time he wisely did not use water escape chakra to create water, but used the water-type energy in his body. However, this pool of water was just ordinary water, not cold at all, not to mention any other effects. Quack! Follow me! Greninja understood a little bit when he saw Froke like this. He felt that Froke was just too inexperienced, and he must not have fought or come into contact with other Pokemon. Under Greninja's leadership, Froke came to a small pond. This small pond was different from the lake just now. The surface of the pond exuded icy coldness, and there were some beautiful blue and white crystal clear stones at the bottom of the pond. Quack! Put your hand in and feel what cold water is. Greninja pointed at the small pond. Bubbles nodded and inserted his hands directly into it, then frowned and wanted to stretch out his hands. But at this time Greninja held down Bubbles' hands and stopped him from stretching them out. Quack! Hold on, hold on! Greninja encouraged Froke, who had to grit his teeth to endure the freezing feeling in his hands. When Bubbles stretched out his hands later, he felt that his hands had lost consciousness. But he also successfully used the trick of splashing cold water and remembered the feeling deeply. Chapter 258 Rocinante vs. Blue Beast. When night fell, Kakashi originally planned to take Froke back to the hotel. But unexpectedly, Froke did not want to go back. You mean, you want to stay here tonight? Kakashi looked at Froke and asked again. Quack, quack. Yes, I have to do morning exercises with my master tomorrow morning. Froke nodded. He is now a frog with a master, so he must train hard and go on missions with Kakashi early. Okay, then I'll ask Professor Vegapunk if I can stay here with you. Quack. Do you want to stay here too? Yes. Kakashi didn't think there was anything wrong. When going out on a mission, no one would leave their partners alone, they must go together. Kakashi quickly found Vegapunk and got a camping tent and a full set of camping equipment from Vegapunk. If you want to get to know Froke's life, my suggestion is that you'd better live here with him for a week. That way, your relationship will be greatly improved. Vegapunk gave Kakashi some advice. I understand. Kakashi hesitated. But thinking that there is still a week before the game, there is nowhere to go before then, it is better to accompany Froke here to practice well. Then, please let me stay here for the next week, Professor. Okay. Entertainment Street, Pokemon Club. The Blue Beast from Konoha, Might Guy, joins. Woof woof woof. The Blue Wolf from Konoha, Ryalu, joins. On the side with the username Might Guy. Guy and Ryalu jumped onto the side of the field with energy. This is their 10th battle today, and they have not won a single game so far. Because the Pokemon Club at this time has almost become a place for contestants to find their feelings, there are basically no new trainers. As Ryalu has just left his childhood, he is naturally no match for these contestants. Even so, Kai and Ryalu are still full of energy and continue to match. Today is basically running back and forth between the Pokemon Center and the Pokemon Club. Ah, it's him again. Sabo smiled helplessly while standing off the court. It was the first time he saw a player using his real name to participate in the battle. Even Newgate used the pseudonym Whitebeard. Sabo first noticed Kai because of Ryalu. Riolu is a Pokemon that was used as an example in the classroom together with Growlithe. Like Growlithe, Riolu will get close to those with good hearts and hate evil villains. It can be said that if the Pokemon is Riolu, then this trainer is basically impossible to be a villain. Similarly, Riolu's evolution Lucario in special power Aura Riolu can use a power called Ripples. This power cannot be used to attack, but it can convey inner feelings and communicate with companions. When Riolu evolves to Lucario, the power of Ripples will also evolve to the power of Aura, which has a very wide range of uses. Because he has learned these contents, so Sabo can basically be sure that Guy and Riolu will become powerful and well-known trainers in the future. But as of now, it seems that there is still a long way to go. He is a gentleman with a distinct personality. There are two people standing next to Sabo, one of whom is Snub Bull, who is training Typhlosion with Helping Hand Sabo. No matter how distinct it is still a little worse than you. On the other side of Sabo is his roommate and good friend, Breeder Sassy. The three of them chatted here and turned their eyes to the battlefield at the same time. The Pokemon opposite Riolu is a Cacturne. And his trainer is named Rosinante. Yes, he is one of the 8 fire bringers. Trafalgar de Law, a Pokemon supernova who inherited the name of Corazon Rosinante. This guy again. Law had defeated Blue Beast once in the morning. Law described that battle as very boring. Magnezone stood there and let Riolu hit him, but Riolu couldn't hit him, just like tickling. Moreover, he hated such people who were startled and noisy, and always felt that he would become a fool if he spent too much time with such people. He didn't know where this feeling came from, he could only say it was a feeling in the dark. Currently, Rosinante has shown 3 Pokemon in the Pokemon Club: Magnezone, Cacturne, and Absol. There are still 3 Pokemon that have not been exposed. It seems that Luo does not intend to expose them before the elimination round. Among the 3 Pokemon, the most powerful one is undoubtedly Magnezone. The almost unsolvable attribute advantage makes everyone feel sick. Plus, Magnezone's level is quite high, maybe more than LV.40, which makes all the trainers tremble. As for Cacturne and Absol, they are not as strong as Magnezone, but they are also Pokemon that surpass most trainers. Cacturne not only looks scary, but also plays extremely brutally, which scares many young trainers. Absol is good at kiting and roaming, and can harass the opponent and break the defense on the spot. It seems to be the Rosinante in the morning. Riolu, you must be careful. Woof. Riolu nodded and clenched his 2 little hands. It's Rosinante, bastard, which rare beast ran out of the wilderness is this? The veins on Luo's temples bulged. He heard what Kai said just now. It should be said that Kai did not suppress his voice at all, or he did not realize that his voice was very loud. Cacturne, teach the puppy on the opposite side a lesson later. Luo was feeling a little unhappy now. It was okay for others to make fun of him. But making fun of the name Rosinante was not okay. And this was a misunderstanding. Kai did not pronounce it wrong on purpose. He really could not remember it. Or, Kai never remembered the name of a deadly enemy. The only name Kai remembered was probably Kisame Hashigaki, and he remembered it when Kisame died. Riolu, let's burn our youth to the fullest in this battle. Awoo! Accompanied by the roars of Kai and Riolu, the next moment Riolu directly moved his 2 legs and rushed towards the big cactus on the opposite side. However, Kai and Riolu's performance did not silence the audience, but aroused enthusiastic cheers. This is the characteristic of this era. There is no such thing as being a middle school student here. Passion and enthusiasm can arouse the empathy of the audience and players. The cheers from the audience also made Kai and Riolu's youthful fire burn more fiercely. Riolu, use Metal Claw. Kai stretched out a hand to Cacturne in the air, as if he was fighting on the field. As for the skill Metal Claw, it has nothing to do with Steel Release. It is Kai himself who has obsessive-compulsive disorder and has to add a prefix of Steel Release. Ryalo is less than level 10 now, but he has mastered 4 skills. Quick Attack, Endure, Feint, Metal Claw. Although these 4 skills can be learned at a very low level, they are practical skills that can be used for a lifetime. Awoo! Ryalo ran towards Kakshurn while extending his 2 claws emitting grey-white light. Sucker Punch. On the other side, Law and Kakshurn were like a robot duo without emotions. The moment the move was used, Kakshurn's figure suddenly disappeared from the field. Hey! Ryalo suddenly lost his target and looked around in panic. Although Ryalo couldn't see, Kai saw Kakshurn's position, which was also one of the roles that a trainer could play in fighting together on the field. Kakshurn had already appeared behind Ryalo at this moment. Off the field. Sucker Punch, a skill that can judge the speed of both parties and determine the order of first attack, is very scary. The top student Sabo knew what move Kakshurn used at once. Sucker Punch is a move that will definitely attack first in the game, provided that the opponent also uses an attack move. In the game, it is already a rule-based and concept-based skill. But it is not so invincible in the real world. Sucker Punch will determine the speed of both parties. Kakshurn must be faster than Ryalo to trigger the effect of first attack. As long as Kakshurn is faster than Ryalo, even if it is just a little bit faster, he can let Ryalo's claws attack. Even if Ryalo is about to grab his face in the next second, Kakshurn can still attack the opponent before Ryalo. Behind. The voice of Kai came from the power of the ripples in his heart. Ryalo swung his claws behind him, but it was still a step too late. Kakshurn's attack had arrived. The latter kicked Ryalo 7 or 8 meters away with a leg sweep. Snap! Ryalo was swept to the ground by the ruthless whip kick, but soon climbed up with full energy, but looked a little embarrassed. Ouch! Ryalo clenched his fists and told Kai that he was fine. Very good. Very good. This is youth. Guy was so moved that he almost shed tears, and then he roared, "Keep fighting, Ryalo! Konoha's Blue Wolf! Bullet Seed, get rid of him!" Chapter 259 Sarutobi Hiruzen's Secret Mission. Of course, Kai and Ryalo lost the subsequent battle. The difference in combat power was too great, and even Burning Youth could not make up for such a huge gap. But for the optimistic Kai and Ryalo, a failure was nothing at all, and it would only make them work harder to become stronger. In the afternoon, under the big tree near the Central Park. Found the target. A Konoha ninja with grey and black eyes and seemingly emotionless stood here and murmured. His eyes were fixed on the yellow-haired child who was playing with several wild Pokémon on the lawn of the Central Park. He was one of the members from the Anbu. Besides, it was not the Anbu of the Hokage, but the Anbu of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who only served Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Anbu ninja stood there and stared quietly for a few minutes, and then walked out after confirming the situation. Uzumaki Naruto. His goal was very clear, and he walked straight to the side of Naruto who was playing. Ah! Naruto heard someone calling his name, and subconsciously raised his head. "Uncle, who are you?" Today, Naruto was a little lonely, because his friends basically went to practice. And Naruto didn't arrange a practice task for himself today, so he didn't stay with everyone. Konoha Jonin. The Anbu ninja raised his hand and tapped his forehead protector, and at the same time showed the certificate he had specially prepared. After seeing these, Naruto really relaxed his vigilance and trusted him. "What do you want, uncle?" Naruto didn't know what this Jonin wanted to do with him. He has been away from Konoha village for so long, he should not have caused any more trouble. Even if he was to be found for the trouble he had caused in the past, it should be Iruka-sensei who came, not a Jonin, right? "Do you know the identity of your parents?" The Anbu ninja ignored Naruto's question and spoke at his own pace. Just like an NPC. "My parents? Uncle, do you know where my parents are?" When Naruto heard this, he jumped up on the spot, looking very excited. And the Pokémon around Naruto were startled by Naruto's surprise, and followed his gaze and looked at the Anbu ninja curiously. But after just one look, some of the more sensitive little guys ran away directly. They didn't like the breath and feeling of the Anbu ninja, which made them feel uncomfortable. Your parents are dead. The Anbu ninja didn't care about Naruto's feelings and directly stated the fact, no, but I can tell you their true identities. Tell Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto the identities of his parents, and tell Uzumaki Naruto that Konoha is about to enter a period of war and may be overthrown at any time. This is a task secretly issued by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he should be the only one who knows about it in the entire Konoha exchange team. As for the purpose of Sarutobi Hiruzen issuing this task, it is not something that he, an Anbu ninja, can speculate too much. The brains of these Anbu ninjas are like a machine. It's not that they are not smart, but they will not take the initiative to think too much about the orders and tasks issued by their superiors. What? When Naruto heard that his parents were dead, his eyes dimmed a little. But that was all. Because he had long guessed that his parents had passed away, after all, he had never heard of any news about them. But he was indeed very curious about the identities of his parents. It's just that no one had ever told him about it. Everyone in Konoha village didn't tell him and didn't want to talk to him. Your father is the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the daughter of the Hokage, Kushina Uzumaki. The Anbu ninja said, and took out a group photo from his pocket. The group photo naturally showed Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki in their youth. The photo was also very well chosen, it was taken when the couple got married. In the photo, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen held flowers to bless the newlyweds, and everything looked harmonious and happy. Naruto took the photo from the Anbu ninja. Soon his two big eyes became moist. It was not the first time he saw Minato Namikaze's appearance, because there was a portrait of Minato Namikaze on the Hokage Rock in Konoha. But he only found out today. It turned out that he was the son of the fourth Hokage, and his father was such an amazing person. This was also the first time he saw his mother's appearance, and Kushina Uzumaki was in the photo. The smile on her face made Naruto realize how beautiful his mother was. As for Kushina's identity as Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto subconsciously ignored it. Because he didn't know what Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was, and he didn't even know that he was Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He only knew that others called him Demon Fox. Woo! Naruto's partner Vulpix saw him crying and became a little anxious for a while. He kept circling around Naruto's legs, wanting to see what was in the photo. What exactly made his trainer drop his pearls? Why? Now Konoha has entered the preparation period, and may soon be involved in a huge war, which may even destroy the entire Konoha. Just as Naruto raised his head to ask something, he was ruthlessly interrupted by the Anbu ninja. He knew very well that he couldn't let Naruto ask questions, and he had to keep the rhythm in his own hands. This mission and today's action are confidential. Now, talking to Uzumaki Naruto in a public place like Central Park actually carries a certain risk of being discovered by others. Especially recently, he found that Sarutobi Asuma brought Ui Kurane here every night to do small things. But there is no way. Because he really can't find a better time and place, Uzumaki Naruto is accompanied by someone most of the time, which is completely different from the situation in Konoha before. What? After hearing the news, Naruto panicked instantly. The question he wanted to ask just now, why didn't anyone tell me before, was also forgotten. If before knowing the identity of his parents, Naruto would at most worry about the situation in Konoha. But now, he can't accept the destruction of Konoha village. Because it is the hometown of his parents have fought for it, and now he has the identity of the son of the fourth Hokage. He wants to return to Konoha and fight side by side with it. Seeing that the mission was completed, the Anbu ninja left quietly. When Naruto came to his senses, only Vulpix was still by his side. Woo! Are you okay? Vulpix looked at Naruto with some concern. It's okay, I just feel a little confused now, I need to think about it. Naruto shook his head in dismay. His mind was in a mess now. He had to consider his parents' affairs and the Konoha War. Taking a deep breath, Naruto decided to go home first. Now he was no longer the same person as before. No matter what decision he made, he had to discuss it with his grandfather first and ask for his opinion. The ninja world at this time. Konohagakure village, Hokage's office. A battle broke out with the Sandgakure ninja team in the river country. A battle broke out with the Ragakure ninja team in the grass country, during which the Cloudgakure ninja team also joined the battle and attacked both sides. A conflict broke out with the Sound ninja in the field country. In the bear country, they encountered the Mistgakure ninja team and passed by each other without any dispute. The ninja prison in the sky country was attacked by an unknown ninja team. Recently, Konoha suddenly received a large number of not only that, there are also a lot of other unexpected discoveries. The whole ninja world seems to have suddenly become chaotic. Based on the investigation in the past few days, he found that these small countries between the 5 major countries have always been in wars of varying sizes, and the war commissions issued have basically never stopped. It's just that these war commissions have not yet reached the 5 major countries, and they were suddenly completed by unknown ninja organizations. Sarutobi Hiruzen never knew about this before, and only recently sent people to investigate. Did he know that there is an organization called Akatsuki in the Rain country that specializes in accepting war commissions from small countries? However, Akatsuki seems to have collapsed for some reason in the past few days. This has led to a large number of war commissions suddenly pouring into the 5 major ninja villages. The 5 major ninja villages each completed their war missions, and conflicts are inevitable. For example, if Taki Country and Frost Country fight, Taki Country hires Konoha team to guard the treasury, while Frost Country hires Kumagakure ninja to attack Taki Country treasury, then a fight will definitely break out. But you have to do these tasks. If you don't do them, other ninja villages will do them. You can only watch other ninja villages take the money and strengthen their villages. But it is precisely because of these tasks that the conflicts and contradictions between the 5 major countries are getting more and more intense. A few days ago, the mortal enemies Kumagakure and Iwagakure had a small encounter with dozens of people in the territory of Fire Country. The purpose of their coming to Fire Country is unknown. Anyway, Konoha had to snipe them in the end. The current situation in the ninja world is becoming more and more serious, and the war may start at any time. Hey, I hope Naruto is willing to come back. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke while sitting at his desk. Rather than hoping Naruto will come back, it is better to say that he hopes Nine Tails, a war weapon, will come back. When the war really breaks out, other villages have tailed beasts, and they will release tailed beasts at the slightest disagreement, but Konoha doesn't have one. What will happen? This is also the reason why he sent a secret mission to let the Anbu ninja tell Naruto the identity of his parents. If someone from Naruto's side asks in the future, why do you tell me this now? He has already thought of a reason. This is all to protect you. Chapter 260 Opening Ceremony. Fire Transmission. Time flies, and a week has passed. Today is February 15th, the 2nd year of the Alliance calendar. This is an extremely special day. This day is not only the 2nd Spring Festival for Pokemon Island, but also the opening day of the first Pokemon Battle competition. Therefore, the Alliance City on this day can be said to be mega busy. At least half of the people in Angel City and Murloc City have come to Alliance City. Especially Murloc City itself is an entire island with millions of people moving here. Now at least more than 2 million people have come to Alliance City all at once. 2 million people plus the hundreds of thousands of people in Angel City don't seem to be a lot. Even if you add the trainers and spectators from outside, it will be more than 3 million people. But don't ignore those Pokemon. Basically, every trainer has at least one Pokemon with him. Especially Pokemon Island is different from the Pokemon world. Most of the Pokemon there stay in Pokeballs, but the Pokemon here are basically brought by everyone. Even though the scale of Alliance City is large, it is still full of people and Pokemon. On the central streets, people are crowded and people look at people, and even Diddy Pokemon is blocked. And this is the time for the security department led by Sucrose to take action. The pacifists and a large number of semi-finished robots developed by Vegapunk were all put to use at sea, which saved a lot of security forces. Now more than half of the security forces of the Pokemon League are basically concentrated on Pokemon Island. In the sailing world, there is now the Navy in the open, the Grey Army in the dark, and the Pokemon League's bounty for illegal criminals, which basically maintains the theme of peace. Of course, the main point is that it is not easy to be a bad guy nowadays. Any civilian is a trainer, and there are Pokemon around to protect them. If you don't have strong enough strength, you don't have to think about doing anything bad. Especially the civilians in the sailing world have now enjoyed the taste of peace and freedom, and it is even more impossible for the aristocracy and pirate villains to make a comeback. Everyone is actively maintaining this hard-won peace, and reports to the Pokemon League as soon as they encounter any evil incidents. This situation can't last forever. Sooner or later, some trainers will go astray and become something like Team Rockets or Plasma Team. However, at least in this century and this generation, the probability of such a situation happening is still relatively small. 6 o'clock in the morning. When many people are still sleeping soundly in the crowded hotel and have not yet woken up. In the suburbs south of the Alliance City. The first Firebringer has arrived here, and the first player is Boa Hancock. There is no dark. The order of operation of the box is completely determined by drawing lots. At the same time, there are also many people standing around holding various machines ready to take pictures, most of whom are from various news agencies and newspapers. Hancock is still wearing the red Cheongsam today, and the Pokemon running with her is Surprier. At this time, fences have been set up on both sides of the fire runway last night, and there is a security member every 25 meters to maintain law and order, and a temporary base is set up every 1,000 meters as a logistics department. The Empress is still as beautiful as ever, my little heart. These legs are longer than my life. Why don't you say there are people with such long legs in the ninja world? I don't know what the Empress's goal is this time. It should be champion, right? Sir Prier looks so elegant, and it is also one of the 9 royal families in the Alliance. It would be great if I could have one in the future. There are quite a few people standing outside the guardrails on both sides of the starting point of the runway. At least a lot of people can be seen densely packed for dozens of meters behind. There are at least thousands of people gathered around here, and this does not include the number of Pokemon. Even people from the Konoha exchange team came here to join in the fun. The visitor is called Ebisu, a special Jonin from the Hidden Leaf Village. He was promoted to Chunin at the age of 17. He has nothing to do with the title of genius and is very confident in his coaching ability. His specialty is that he is good at helping children lay a solid foundation. He has a proficiency close to that of a Jonin in various basic ninjutsu and ninja skills. His shortcoming is that he lacks advanced ninjutsu. However, this person also has a big characteristic, that is, he is lustful, and Naruto praises him as a sultry pervert. This is also the reason why Ebisu ran over to watch the opening ceremony early in the morning. He must watch the process of Boa Hancock and Morty passing the fire. The running distance is long, and these two women have excellent figures and only wear high heels. This running process is too exciting for a pervert like Ebisu. The leader is here. A voice suddenly sounded in the crowd, and then the whole scene fell silent. Everyone turned to look at Dark, who was approaching Hancock. As the leader of the Pokemon League, he must be present in the process of handing the holy flame to the fire-breaking player and the final closing ceremony. If nothing unexpected happens, he may be the one to hand out the flame for at least 10 or even 15 years in the future. The leader is so handsome. That hat is the symbol of the leader of the league. There is a hat of the same style as the leader in the commercial street, and you can buy one for only 30 coppers. Stupid. The symbol of the leader is the necklace on the leader's chest. I heard that the necklace on the leader's chest is an incredible thing, and it will be passed down from generation to generation as the symbol of the leader in the future. Dark's appearance attracted far more cheers and discussions than before. As for the hat and necklace mentioned by the crowd, it is indeed true. Thinking of the straw hat in the sailing world, the hats of ash and red in the Pokemon world, and the shadow hat in the ninja world, Dark came up with this thing. It is not a special hat, just an ordinary peaked cap, and it will not be used as an ancestral hat of the Alliance. The later leaders can wear whatever hats they want, and it doesn't matter if they don't wear it. As for this necklace, it is not ordinary. This is the real symbol of the leader. This is the origin ball that Dark exchanged from the artifacts store. It is a unique special Pokeball from Legend, Arceus. In the game, it is used to capture the origin Dialga or origin Pocky that made a fuss in the Sinnoh Temple. It is a Pokeball that is not as good as the Master Ball in performance but far exceeds the Master Ball in significance. This origin ball may be made with the power of Arceus, so there is no possibility of it being copied or imitated artificially. Similarly, this is also a trump card left by Dark for future leaders. Doc couldn't guarantee that in 1,000 or 10,000 years, the Pokemon in the first temple would change their temperaments and become like the legendary Pokemon in the Pokemon world. He was worried that his companions would come out to mess up these worlds in the future, and he would be dead or unaware of it at that time. If the Pokemon League couldn't subdue them by force at that time, then this origin ball could be used. Except Arceus, all Pokemon can be forcibly captured. No, it's better to say that it's not so much a capture as it is imprison. Bang! Bang! As the distance got closer, Doc felt as if he heard a violent heartbeat. He raised his head in confusion and looked at Hancock, who was standing in front of him and taller than him. Hancock's face was cold and his expression was as calm as water. Doc didn't see anything wrong with Hancock's face, so he didn't suspect Hancock at the first time. How loud is this heartbeat? He didn't have his observation hacky or psychic turned on, but he could still hear the heartbeat in his ears, even in such a noisy environment. Dark felt his own heartbeat and confirmed that there was no problem. Looking around, Hone saw him, Hancock and Sir Prior. As a cold-blooded snake, Sir Prior shouldn't have such a huge heartbeat, right? So he couldn't help but raise his eyes again and looked at Hancock suspiciously. "Is there something on my face?" Hancock asked lightly, and it seemed that she felt that Dark was a little rude. However, only she knew how her psychological fluctuations were at this time. Originally, she thought that she wouldn't have a huge psychological fluctuation when she saw Dark, just a man. She had met so many men, but she had never seen any psychological fluctuations. But she was wrong. She was so nervous now, as if she had met her idol. It turns out that I have become a fan of this man without knowing it. From this moment on, Hancock realized how much she admired Dark, who completely eradicated the world government and the celestial dragons. It had nothing to do with love or anything like that, it was just pure admiration. "Ah, nothing, sorry." Dark shook his head, and then handed a torch in his hand to Hancock. The burning on the torch was the holy fire of the legendary Pokemon Ho-Oh. This wood that can carry the holy fire is not ordinary wood, but a branch of the Earl Dervish tree in the world of Cameron City. In short, it is the material removed from Mew's nest. And this branch with the appearance and name of a branch is not actually a real tree, but a rock formation like a tree, a crystal life form that relies on light to replenish energy. Only such materials can carry the power of the holy fire to burn continuously. This is the fire from Ho-Oh, the holy fire. Ho-Oh. Hancock tilted her head in confusion. She had never heard of this name before, not only her, she was sure that no one on the sea knew this name. Yes, a legendary Pokemon, a god of the same level as Dialga and the others. From today on, the name of Ho-Oh began to spread in Pokemon Island. Chapter 261 The Pokémons Who Accompanied the Runners. The Sailing World. In front of the big screen on the 14th island of the Sabayati archipelago, countless people from all over the world have gathered. In this world, not everyone has a screen at home. It is normal not to have one. This thing has not been popularized at all. Ho-Oh? A Pokémon I have never heard of. A legendary Pokémon. I don't know what it looks like. It sounds very strong. It should only be seen in Pokémon Island, right? The entire opening ceremony was broadcast live on the big screen, and what Dark said was naturally recorded by the Pokémon Global Terminal. People are very curious about Ho-Oh. Although they had never seen Ho-Oh's true appearance, and even had no idea what he looked like, the blazing rainbow flame on the torch that Hancock had taken over at this moment gave them a strange feeling. In their hearts, they had already begun to label Ho-Oh as sacred and noble. Doc didn't know what kind of mentality Ho-Oh would have when people found out that he looked a lot like Firo. Ho-Oh, where can I see it? Hancock looked at the flame that was so close. Although the flame was a symbol of heat, Hancock didn't feel any burning sensation from the flame in front of him. At most it was warm. The more she felt, the richer her imagination of Ho-Oh was than those who could only imagine by looking at the flame. In Hancock's heart, Ho-Oh now had the label of gentle and kind. But in addition to that, Hancock also had a yearning for Ho-Oh. She wanted to make a god like Ho-Oh her partner. The reason was to emulate her idol Dark. As a man with a god Pokémon, Hancock felt that as long as she could make Ho-Oh her partner, she would definitely be closer to Dark. Therefore, she wanted to know where Ho-Oh was. Ho-Oh, somewhere on Pokémon Island, there is a place called Bell Tower. That is where Ho-Oh lives. Dark grinned when he heard Ho-Oh ask this. In fact, there is no Bell Tower on Pokémon Island now. Bell Tower is a high tower in the east of Ecruteak City in the Pokémon world. It was indeed the habitat of Ho-Oh. The three sacred beasts Suicune, Entei, and Raikou were saved by Ho-Oh in this place. In Ecruteak there is also a bell tower in the west of the city, where Lugia lives. The two towers were once built to commemorate the friendship between humans and Pokémon. After the bell tower was burned and collapsed, Ho-Oh and Lugia flew away from Ecruteak City together. The former began to look for Celadon/Rainbow heroes with pure hearts, and the latter went to the bottom of the Whirlpool Island to marry and have children. These are all legends in the Pokémon world, and Dark will not record them. But there will definitely be legends related to Ho-Oh and Lugia passed down here in the future. Bell Tower and Bell Tower will be built in the future, and it is quite interesting to leave people with a thought now. Bell Tower. Hancock murmured and remembered the name. At the same time, countless people who were watching in front of the screen also recorded the name. Many travelers began to wonder when to look for this bell tower. Hancock, it's getting late. Please start passing on the fire. Dark thought that he had been here for quite some time, so it was time to start. Yet. Hancock came back to his senses and nodded. Under the eyes of everyone, Hancock and Sir Prior started running towards the north of Alliance City from the starting point. Everyone looked at the tall figure, especially the high heels under the long legs, and they all admired her secretly. Sometimes, one has to sigh at the strength of women. Running such a long distance in 10-centimeter high heels is also fierce enough. During Hancock's running, although the number of people watching on both sides of the road was decreasing, the number of people watching her on the screen was actually increasing. As the first fire starter of the first Pokémon Battle Tournament, and even the first fire starter in the history of the entire Pokémon Battle Tournament. Boa Hancock, this name will definitely be recorded in history and become a celebrity in many worlds in the future. On the way of passing on the fire starter will not feel lonely. Doc will make every fire bringer and everyone watching in front of the screen realize one thing. Pokémon will always accompany you. About half an hour passed, and Hancock had already run 10 kilometers, which is 2/3 of the race. Ordinary people can't run 10 kilometers at all. Those who can run it need 60 to 90 minutes, and those who are more powerful need 45 minutes. Hancock is wearing high heels, and the speed of 10 kilometers in half an hour is extremely amazing. The main reason is that Hancock's physique is strong enough. Even with the suppression effect of Pokemon Island, she is still stronger than most ordinary people. Whew! Hancock was already a little out of breath at this time, and her breathing was a little messy. Meow! Sir Priya ran beside her and looked at Hancock with some concern. She was also very tired, but her situation was much better than Hancock's. After all, Pokemon's strength would not be suppressed in Pokemon Island. It's okay. Hancock was also a stubborn woman. She was obviously very tired, but she still insisted on being strong. Hiss! Hiss! At this time, a large number of snake sounds suddenly came from both sides of the road. Hancock and Sir Priya looked at both sides of the runway in a daze. At some point, various snake Pokemon appeared on both sides and were running with them. Seaviper, Ikans, Arbok, Onyx, Dragonair. Many wild snake-shaped Pokemon appeared on both sides of the road to accompany Hancock. This was the surprise that Dark prepared for the Firebringers. During the long-distance run, each Firebringer would have wild Pokemon that matched them and ran with them. Of course, the runner who passed through the city center might not have such a good experience. The city center has a huge number of people and crowded roads, which is not enough for the Pokemon to run away. Only flying Pokemon can do this job. Hancock looked at this group of cute Pokemon and couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, she felt a lot more relaxed, as if these Pokemon shared a lot of weight for her. The runner who took over the second baton was Sabo. "Thank you for your hard work," Sabo said politely to Hancock, who was already panting, and then took the flame from him. When he held the torch in his hand, he realized that this was not a simple fire transmission. Such a fire transmission must have some special meaning, but everyone at this time may not be able to feel it clearly, but can only be vaguely aware of it. "Leave it to you." Hancock was too tired to say anything more. Although she and Sabo had fought several times in the Pokemon Club this month, she was not the type to talk to someone she didn't know well. The flame passed to Sabo, and his running partner was naturally Typhlosion. Roar! Typhlosion was obviously stronger than Sir Priya, was more enthusiastic and energetic, and was excited as soon as he started running. "Ha ha ha, slow down, there is still a long way to go." Sabo had some cold sweat on his forehead. He felt that it would take him a long time to finish this section of the road. After all, his physique was not as good as Hancock's. But Sabo was not a guy who would give up, and he had to run all the way. When Sabo ran halfway, a large number of fire Pokemon appeared from the plains on both sides to accompany him. After an hour and a quarter of an hour, it was finally the third runner. "Well, you've worked hard, boy." This opening was obviously Kuzan, who was tricked by his colleagues. He saw that Sabo didn't even have the strength to speak, and after taking the torch, he began to run slowly. From here, he had already entered the urban area of the Alliance City. It was already past 8 o'clock, and there were gradually onlookers on both sides of the runway, but the number was not large. Kuzan has a very good control over the rhythm of running, always maintaining a point that consumes the least physical energy, and controlling his breathing so that he hardly feels tired. It can only be said that as a Marine Admiral who has undergone systematic training, Zifa must have used running to train Kuzan a lot before. Kuzan's companion Pokemon is Glawly, and it is so relaxing to float in the air the whole time. It's unexpectedly a good experience. When Kuzan felt the temperature of the environment drop and various ice Pokemon appeared around him, his mood changed a little. It feels that participating in such an event is also a more meaningful thing. At least I will definitely not regret it in the future. Kuzan only took half an hour to run 15 kilometers, ranking second among the 8 players. The first place will be Newgate, who has a big step and good physical fitness, so he will complete 15 kilometers the fastest. The fourth runner is Joricole Mihawk. The companion Pokemon is Seduck. Actually, Mihawk was planning to let Seduck hold his head and run with him. But at this time, the little duck showed his stubbornness and insisted on moving his legs to follow Mihawk. Mihawk was the slowest runner, because he basically waited for Seduck, who was exhausted and fell to the ground several times along the way. The Pokemon that appeared along the way were also quite strange, all of them looked stupid. They would not run with Mihawk, but would only watch Mihawk and Seduck running forward on both sides of the road, and then make some cheering sounds. Chapter 262 New Year's Gift. The fifth runner is also the place where the journey will pass through half of the central street. The other half will be passed by the sixth runner. The fifth and sixth runners are Morty and Snubbull respectively. These two are basically the type that will cause a huge sensation when running, especially in the central street, where there is a large flow of people. The onlookers basically gather here and at the entrance of the Alliance base. Modi is the type that actively causes a sensation, running in a high-slit dress, and focusing on appearance rather than common sense. She has accepted advertisements from many businesses, so the more people see her, the more money she can make. She has many business logos on her thighs, chest, buttocks, neck, and other places. Those who pay more will print it on the exposed surface of the flesh, and those who pay less will print it on the dress. It can be said that in this battle competition alone, Morty is definitely the one who makes the most money among all trainers. The Bailey she earned is estimated to be nearly 100 million Bailey, that is, tens of millions of gold. This is something that the previous Morty would never dare to imagine. She used to be a socialite in the East China Sea, relying on some rich but not very smart rich guys to support herself. In the future, she will actively participate in any activities related to trainers, so as to gain greater fame and money. Then she and her Pokemon will live a life that everyone envies. She is such a realistic woman. Many people think that Morty is a shameless woman. Her many behaviors are so disgusting. She must have a problem with her character and must be bad to Pokemon. Regarding this point, in fact, Morty does not need to explain it specially. She has never thought of explaining it to this group of people. She doesn't care what others think of her. You know, her Pokemon is a Togetic. Anyone who knows this Pokemon will not say that Morty is a guy who is not good to Pokemon. The previous stage of Togetic is called Togepi. Togepi has a prerequisite for evolution: intimacy reaches 200 or friendship reaches 158. This is the definition in the game, which is actually a bit abstract in reality, but the conditions for evolution are basically the same, that is, Togepi must have a good relationship with the trainer to a certain level before it can evolve. If Morty wasn't good enough to Togetic, how did this Pokemon evolve? No one even asked Morty what her goal and purpose was for participating in this Pokemon battle tournament. Everyone tacitly agreed that this woman must be trying to get on the list of the league's top players and for more fame and fortune. In fact, this is not wrong. Who isn't? In addition to these, Morty also has another goal, which is to get at least the top 8 and then apply for a shiny stone from the Pokemon League. Togetic wants to evolve to Togekiss, and what it needs is a shiny stone. This rare evolutionary stone/ite is hard to buy even if you have money on the sea. There is no place in the entire sailing world that produces this stone. If you want to get this evolutionary stone/ite, there is only one way: Pokemon League. Togetic, we must make our lives better. When Morty took the torch from Mihawk, he looked at the colorful flames and turned his head to grin at Togetic beside him. Pock! Togetic flew around Morty like a little Pokemon. The advertising logos on her white body couldn't stop her joy and happiness. As long as she could be with Morty, she would be happy to do anything. Countless flying Pokemon hovered over Morty and Togetic, cheering for their relationship. Snubbull caused a commotion purely because of his appearance. But this also made Snubbull feel moved. Lab, are you watching in front of the screen now? When the warm flames illuminated Snubbull's gloomy bones, his fingers even trembled a little. Cowja! Jengar floated out from the shadows and looked at Snubbull. It's okay. I just... Snubbull took a deep breath, then slowly looked at the blue sky and murmured, it's great to be alive. He he he. Bainett floated out from the other side, grinning and giving a sinister smile. Also, it's great to meet you. Snubbull looked at his companions again and moved his cold body, speaking of which, I haven't told you the story of the Rumba Pirates and Lab. The noise of the world did not affect Snubbull's telling of the past stories to his companions. Jengar and Bainett didn't care about the voices of the people around them, just quietly listening to Snubbull's past. This section of the road was accompanied by a large number of ghost-type Pokémon. However, the distances between these ghost-type Pokémon are very wide, as if in those gaps, there are still some souls that have been worried about Snubbull for a long time and have not dispersed. But these gaps are gradually disappearing, as if the persistent souls have finally put an end to their worries and can go to the next life with peace of mind. This guy finally came out. Snubbull finally found his companion. I must see Lab again. Let's sing together in the next life. Yo ho ho ho. The seventh runner, Trafalgar Law. For Law, passing on the fire is a troublesome thing, just deal with it. At least, it always feels like this before the start. This flame. It's so warm. Law took the torch from Snubbull's hand, looked at the rainbow flame, and was a little absent-minded for a while. This feeling was just like the feeling when Rosinante held him in his arms 4 years ago. Zzz. Magnezone moved closer, looked at the flames and the dazed Luo in front of him, and did not make any more noise. He didn't know what his partner was thinking now, but he didn't want to disturb him. Starlight appeared in his sight. Magnezone slowly looked up at the sky. I don't know when it started snowing. Union City has unexpectedly had a lot of snow today. The world seemed to be suddenly silent. Doc, who was high in the sky, had a little bit of crystal powder in his hand, which fell down, mixed with the center of a cirrus and scattered throughout the entire Union City. It was a powder ground from the crescent feather, which could bring up happiness or important memories in people's minds. This was just Dak's New Year's gift to everyone today. He didn't know that this action of his had caused Luo to misunderstand and become obsessed with Ho-Oh, and made Luo pursue Ho-Oh for a long time, and even became a Celadon/Rainbow hero. Silent. How is it? Is there no sound at all? You are a brat, but you said I am going to die. Although you stabbed me that night, I didn't know one is in pain, the real pain is you, Luo. Say it again, who do you say is a monster? Did you hear that, Luo? Surgery Berry, your disease can be cured. I hope you can be a good doctor. Hey. The scenes from 4 years ago appeared in his mind like a movie. Luo only felt that his facial expressions seemed to be out of control. Finally, the picture was dark, and there was only one voice left in Luo's mind. That guy is free. The body suddenly seemed to become very heavy, and the hearing seemed to disappear with the tears flowing from the eyes. The world is so quiet, Mr. Korra, the world has been like this since you died. Luo kept running like a machine, the speed was getting faster and faster, and the pace and breathing were getting more and more chaotic. Speaking of which, since Rosinante died, Luo seemed to have a disease. A strange disease that can never cry out loud. Tsitsizi. Luo, don't cry, and wait for me. The sound of electricity suddenly broke into Luo's world. This sound was like a key, opening the shackles that Constrict had always put on Luo. The grey world suddenly had color, and the silent world suddenly had sound. He heard his own cry. Also, the unpleasant sound of electricity emitted by Magnezone's body. Stupid Magnezone, I'm not crying. The last stick. Edward Newgate. Is it snowing? Before the torch came to his hand, Newgate looked up at the sparkling Osiris in the sky. Speaking of which, time flies so fast. It's been so long in a blink of an eye. Newgate looked down at his body under the white cloak, with countless scars crisscrossing. Old friends from the last era died one after another. Last month, he heard the news that the golden lion Shiki was killed, and he was a little dazed for a while. It seemed. He seemed to have become a remnant of the old times. Hey, kid, running 15 kilometers won't make you so tired, right? Before Newgate could feel sad, Luo, with snot and tears on his face, had already handed him the torch. Newgate immediately showed a look of disdain on his face, frowned, and even dared not take the torch for a while, for fear of smearing a handful of snot. Shut up, bastard! Wait for me to beat you down in the competition. I will definitely become the champion. Luo was a little angry. In this peaceful era, he is not afraid of Whitebeard. Gulala, what a lively and courageous kid, I'm waiting for you to challenge me. If you lose, you have to be my son. Seeing such an interesting reaction, Newgate couldn't help laughing. Took the torch and started to pass the fire. There were a lot of people on both sides of the road. After all, it was the last leg, and everyone came to witness the last and most meaningful scene. Come to think of it, the look of that kid just now always felt familiar. While running, Newgate couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Where on earth had he seen such a scene? This doubt accompanied Newgate until the finish line. The first thing that caught his eye was not Duck standing on the high platform, but his group of silly sons under the high platform. A group of men in their 40s and 50s looked at their heroic father approaching like a group of little brats. They kept cheering and shouting, fearing that others would not know. This is their father. Ah, I remember. These idiots cried like bears when they were young. Gulala, Roger, my One Piece. Found it. Chapter 263 Schedule and Rewards. On the high platform. When I first met you, I knew that what you were going to do was definitely extraordinary. Now it seems that it is true. Newgate stood in front of Dark holding a torch. Is this a big deal? Dark smiled and thought for a while, this is just the beginning. When I just crossed over, I definitely wouldn't have thought that I could do this now. How did you get to this point? Newgate asked. How did you get to me? Dark asked back. I have a family. I also have a partner. I see. Newgate nodded, and he was no longer curious after hearing Dark's answer. In his opinion, this was indeed a perfect answer. How should I do this? Just throw the torch into the Holy Grail. Dark pointed to a long golden cup behind him. It was a prop created by the Pokémon League in the Pokémon world specifically for carrying the Moltres flame. This is not the point. The key point is the firewood in the Holy Grail. The firewood is made of the same material as the torches, which is Mew's nest. With this material as energy, supplemented by Hua's sacred fire, it will not be a problem for it to continue burning until the end of the Pokémon Battle Tournament in a month. Newgate nodded, walked forward, and threw the torch into it as Dark said. Then Newgate turned and walked down the platform and returned to his family. Compared to being the center of attention on the platform, he still prefers to be with his silly sons. Within 2 seconds, the Holy Grail was burning with a raging fire, and the huge rainbow flame attracted countless people's attention. Dark nodded, and the process of passing on the fire was over. He took 2 steps, and estimated that Pokémon Global Terminal should find the focus by itself, so he casually looked at the crowd watching under the platform. Everyone, the first Pokémon Battle Tournament is open. Please enjoy the charm of Pokémon battles. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon of that day. There were countless large screens above the gate of the Alliance base, and a large number of people and Pokémon gathered here. Each screen shows the group of the contestants. It doesn't matter if you don't come to check it in person. The League will send paper notices to each contestant's room through Morgan's Courier Company. The Pokémon Battle Tournament has 3 stages. The first stage is the qualifying round. More than 600 contestants are divided into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D, with an average of about 170 people in each group. They will fight in the central venue and 3 subvenues of the battle venue. The battle rules are 2v2 doubles matches. Yes, the first thing to do is to test whether the trainer can do multiple things in battle, command multiple Pokémon to match skills, and fight beautiful battles. However, the venue of the qualifying round is an ordinary flat ground, not a natural venue, so the difficulty is not great. The schedule is about a week, and each trainer must play 10 games. Winning gets 1 point, losing no points. Finally, the top 80 players will advance according to the number of points. If there are multiple players with the same points at the last place, the same system will be used for an extra match. The second process is the group stage. There are still 4 groups, A, B, C, D, with 80 players in each group. However, these 80 players are not necessarily the same opponents as the previous group. When they advance, the order of the trainers will be disrupted and they will be regrouped. The group stage is a 3v3 singles match, and it is still a points system. Each trainer must play 5 games, and the schedule lasts for 1 week. The difference from the qualifying round is: at the beginning of the group stage, the venue will become a natural venue. Trainers must give wise commands to Pokémon according to the environment on the field, which requires the trainer's command level to be improved again. Natural venue: rocky land, dense forest, lake, plain. There are no strange terrains such as volcanoes, deep seas, and ice fields. The 4 major terrains are basically common in nature and can accommodate Pokémon of various attributes. The first battle of the trainer will be randomly selected by the Alliance. In the second battle, the trainer who lost the first battle can choose the battle venue. If both sides win or lose, the game will continue to be random. The third match is the same as above. The top 16 players from the 4 groups in the group stage will be selected to advance. If there are multiple players with the same points at the end, the same competition system will be played. The third process, which is the final one, is the knockout round. The 64 players are divided into 2 sides to play a 6v6 singles match. The winner is determined in 1 game and the loser is eliminated. Until the final quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. The schedule is 2 weeks, with a total of 63 games, all of which are held in the central stadium. The 32 matches from the 64th to the 32nd will be completed within 4 days, 8 games a day, 4 games in the morning and 4 games in the afternoon. The 16 matches from the 32nd to the 16th will be completed within 2 days, also 8 games a day. The 8 matches from the 16th to the 8th will be completed within 2 days, 4 games a day. The 4 matches from the 8th to the 4th will be completed within 4 days, 1 game a day. The 2 semifinals will be completed within 2 days, 1 game a day. After a day's interval, the final will be held on 1 day. As a result, the entire Pokémon Battle Tournament lasts for 30 days, which is exactly 1 month until the new semester of Pokémon Academy starts on March 15. In fact, the players who can enter the top 64 will basically gain some fame and bonuses from the Pokémon League. The top 64 players alone can get at least 5 million Baileys, which is a reward of 500 gold. And these players will also have the opportunity to work in the Pokémon League. Of course, if you choose to continue to challenge the next game, no one will stop you. The top 32 players can get 500 gold, job opportunities, and permission to settle in Pokémon Island, but only in other cities outside the League City. The top 16 players will get 500 gold and a property in the new city Yggdrasil on the basis of the top 32 players. In addition to the above rewards, the top 8 players can also ask the League for an additional valuable item with a unit of 1. The valuable items here are not Crescent Feather, Revival Herb, etc. Those are rare items. Valuable items refer to those that are still within the normal range. The Pokémon League has, however, things that are hard to find or almost impossible to find on the sea usually only appear in the official auctions held by the Alliance. Basically, they are similar to Ice Stone, King's Rock, Everstone, Full Restore, etc. Of course, if it is a good knife, a demon berry, a message, etc., it is also okay, but the premise is that the alliance must have this thing. Next are some special rewards. Because this is the first Pokemon battle competition, the semi-finalists of the top 4 will have a very lucky thing. That is the elite position. That's right. In addition to the above rewards, the 4 players who advanced to the semifinals this time will also get the status and title of the 4 elites of the sailing world. Although it is a lower level elite, even so, it is still the 4 elites of a world, and the status is much higher than the 4 emperors in the past. In addition to the 4 emperors, there were also 3 admirals, the 7 warlords of the sea, the 5 commanders of the Grey Army, the world government, the Dark King and other messy forces and organizations. These forces are in a parallel relationship, so the status is not that different in the eyes of uninformed civilians. But in this era, the status of champion, 4 elites and 8 gym leaders is much higher, and including the Navy and the gym leader, they are all affiliated with the Pokemon League. This is a relationship between superiors and subordinates. Therefore, the 4 elites will become very high-ranking in the eyes of civilians. However, to become a 4 elite, you have to work for the League. It is not so busy, just go on missions when there are missions. If you refuse to work for the League, you will naturally not get the title of 4 elites. Just like in the Pokemon world, there are actually not too few people with the same strength as a Region 4 elite, but they are not famous because they are unwilling to join the Region League. Runner-up. On the basis of these, you can get a Pokemon egg. The runner-up can be specified for those seen on the Pokédex, and the qualifications must be purple or above. But the premise is that the trainer's other Pokemon partners have no objection to the selection, so the selection of this new member is decided by the whole team. The final champion, the reward of Pokemon Egg is replaced by any rare item that can be requested from the League. Of course, it is okay if you don't want rare items but want other items, as long as the League can give it. All the competition systems and rewards were made into a booklet and distributed to each player. After reading these contents, the players can be said to be happy and worried. The reason for happiness is that the rewards of this competition are richer than they imagined. Especially the permission to live permanently in Pokemon Island, which is simply too enviable. Many trainers who originally planned to enter the top 64 couldn't help but decide to work harder to advance to the top 32. In the eyes of many people in the sailing world, living on Pokemon Island and living on the sea are two completely different concepts. The sea is indeed much more peaceful now, but it is definitely not as reassuring as Pokemon Island. Besides, the people who live on Pokemon Island are basically the nobles in the eyes of the people in the sailing world, and they belong to the aristocratic families living at the feet of the Emperor. Going to Pokemon Island, it seems that all races have been sublimated, from ordinary people to the upper class. The reason for worry is the doubles competition system that has never been seen before. For a trainer like Luo who likes to fight in the wild, let alone doubles, he is not afraid of 3 and 6, because he already has experience. But for most trainers, this competition system is still a little unfamiliar, which makes them worried. Chapter 264 The battle has just begun. On February 16 of the League calendar, at 8 o'clock in the morning, the first battle competition started on time in 4 venues. Every venue was full, and there were even many people standing to watch. The entire battle competition venue was very lively. Here you can see Sky Icelanders, Fishmen, Mermaids, Long-Armed Tribe, Giant Tribe, and Threed Tribe. Since the Totland Sea where Charlotte's family lived was destroyed by the Navy, many humanoids thought they would have to linger on in this world in the future. Who knew that as soon as the Alliance came on stage, it directly ordered equality among all races, and regarded racial discrimination as a crime, with different punishments depending on the circumstances. Totland did not disappear, but the whole world became Totland. Among the 4 groups A, B, C, D, Group B started with a wonderful duel. Next, let's invite the trainers from both sides to enter the field. The league referee Scarlett stood on the field in a white dress, holding a microphone and showing her professional style. This Scarlett was none other than the eldest princess of Dressrosa, the wife of the great swordsman Cyrus, and the mother of Rebecca. Because the Don Quixote family was killed by the Pokémon Alliance early, the farce in Dressrosa was resolved less than a month after it began. However, because having received assistance from the Alliance, Riku III was also the first country to support the Pokémon Alliance. Even the decision to serve as a referee was not made by Scarlett herself, but Riku III half-forced the princess to come to the Alliance to study. Sacrificing their own daughters and sons is not an excessive act for the kings. Besides, Riku III believes that Scarlett's entry into the Alliance will be of great benefit to both Dressrosa and Rebecca. You know, the descendants of outstanding employees of the Alliance can receive the Alliance's Royal Nine Houses in the future, and can also live in places like the Alliance City. With so many benefits, how can you not go? Fortunately, Scarlett is not young anymore, and she is not a rebellious child, so she quickly accepted the decision. She believes that her father's statement is quite correct. Even if she doesn't consider the country, she should consider Rebecca. If she does well, Rebecca may be able to study at the Pokémon Academy in the future. On my left is Marco, the phoenix from the Whitebeard Adventurers. Accompanied by Scarlett's introduction, Marco walked lazily in the hole on her left. Wow, this is much more exciting than I thought. Coming to the battlefield, looking at the dense crowds of people around. Looking at the family members cheering for him in the audience. It's so cool to be the center of attention. It's impossible for Marco not to be excited. Even though he is now in his 30s, he is as excited as a young man. The current Marco has not experienced the war at the top, nor the revenge war against the Black Group, so he is not as mature as he was 2 years later in the original book. Instead, he has a bit of the arrogance 2 years ago. On my right is Haguvel D. Sorrow, a giant from Elbaf. As Scarlett's voice fell, heavy footsteps followed. In the audience and the monitoring room of the Alliance backstage, Kuzan, Robin and Olivia stood up at the same time, staring at the giant shadow gradually appearing on the battlefield with wide eyes. Hey! You didn't tell me you had this plan. Kuzan's forehead was already sweating. He never thought that when they met again after 10 years, it would be in this other world. Is it Vegapunk? Robin had learned from Dark that Sorrow had always received Vegapunk's helping hand. In the research institute in the suburbs of Alliance City. Enjoy this new era. Vegapunk smiled at the screen in front of him and murmured, then come with me to protect this era. The giant shadow on the battlefield finally revealed its true face. Haguvel D. Sorrow. It was the former Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, the giant who was frozen to death by Kuzan in O'Hara. Vice Admiral Sorrow is still alive. I heard that Vice Admiral Sorrow once betrayed the Navy. Idiot. If Vice Admiral Sorrow really did that, do you think he can still stand on this field now? It's great to see you again. Come on, Vice Admiral Sorrow. Defeat the pirates. It's not just those people who are excited to see Sorrow, but also countless Navy officers. Sorrow, hey, you've lost weight. It looks like you haven't had a good time in the past 10 years. Off the court, Garp folded his arms and grinned. It's good for him to see Sorrow again. The two vice admirals closest to him at the beginning were Sorrow and Kuzan, who were almost his deputies. He admired their persistence in justice. On the court. There are so many people. There are so many familiar faces. Sorrow looked around and sighed with some emotion. Although he was somewhat disappointed with the former Navy, the Navy that has changed its boss is indeed enough to be called the Army of Justice. However, Sorrow has no intention of continuing to be a Navy now. He wants to become one of the 4 elites of the Pokémon League, gain a certain voice and power, and then better protect this hard-won peace. Please send out your Pokémon. Scarlett briefly explained the rules and waved her hand. Quick battle, Breloom, Vigoroth. Marco did not hesitate and poked the 2 Pokémon balls on his waist. Please, Snorlax, Kangaskhan. 4 Pokémon appeared on the battlefield at the same time. The 2 Pokémon on Marco's side, like his trainer, looked like thin dogs compared to Soro and the 2 Pokémon on the other side. No, the weight class is too different. Will it be a one-sided battle? It seems that Marco is going to be in trouble. Those 2 big guys don't look very fast. The audience was talking about it, and everyone expressed their opinions. Even the ninjas of Konoha couldn't help but join in. They were more inclined to believe that Marco was more likely to win. Because in the ninja world, the more flexible and agile one is, the easier it is to gain the upper hand and kill the enemy in one blow. Size doesn't mean much. But after all, it was their conclusion that they had too little understanding of Pokémon. In the battle between ninjas, if their strengths were similar, the battle could end in an instant. But in the battle power of Pokémon, if their strengths were similar, there was basically no such thing as a one-hit fight. Especially in the bonds between some trainers and Pokémon, they could explode from time to time, making the outcome even more unpredictable. Let them know that in this arena, it's useless to have a big light body. Mach Punch, Fury Swipes. Marco didn't know what fear meant. Back then, he dared to kick Rayleigh, and today he dared to confront his opponent Hedon. Breloom and Vigoroth were also reckless like the white group, and they attacked quickly like an iron-head kid. Their advantage was speed, and they ran 30 or 40 meters away in almost 2 or 3 seconds. Front-in battle is good for us, there's no need to evade, heavy slam and headbutt. Soro's voice was like thunder. His command voice could be heard even without a loudspeaker, let alone a loudspeaker. Soro was not an impulsive person. He used various tactics when challenging Jim. Reading a lot of books in the past 10 years has made him calm and composed. A Hedon confrontation is not a reckless behavior, but an opportunity. In his opinion, Snorlax and Kangaskhan did not need to give up this opportunity to fight the enemy Hedon. It was beneficial for them if the opponent did not use high agility to conduct guerrilla warfare. On the contrary, it would be stupid to try to dodge. Snorlax and Kangaskhan's speed of movement made it difficult to dodge Breloom and Vigoroth's attacks, and they might only get hurt for nothing. Snorlax and Kangaskhan, 2 big guys, naturally could not be afraid of 2 small dogs. Too reckless. Yes, brave but not wise. I discovered when I was in the Pokémon Club before that people in this world seem to like to fight Hedon. Yes, many skills can be combined to form great tactics, but they don't use them at all. It's not that they don't use them. I've seen many trainers use them. It should be said that they are too lazy to use them. They seem to like the feeling of fighting Hedon with their opponents, whether they are trainers or the Pokémon they cultivate. In the eyes of the ninjas of Konoha, this Pokémon battle is too rough. There is no wisdom in it. To put it bluntly, they just think that this battle is not dirty enough. If it were me, I would let Breloom use paralysis powder or poison powder to slow down the rhythm and wear down the opponent's physical strength, and then Vigoroth focus energy accumulates strength and waits for an opportunity to launch a critical hit. Asuma stood on the field and thought from another perspective. He felt that if he replaced Marco, the chances of winning would definitely be greater. The battle on the field continued. The Hedon collision between the 4 Pokémon was extremely interesting to the audience of the sailing world, and countless viewers couldn't help but hold their breath and stand up. Bang! X2. The heavy collision sound came from the loudspeaker, causing cheers from the audience. But the actual scene was a bit horrible. With a similar level and strength, it was really difficult for Breloom and Vigoroth to beat Snorlax and Kangaskhan in a power duel. So, Breloom and Vigoroth were immediately knocked out and rolled on the ground for 3 or 4 times before getting up. Lagu. Awoo. But with a flip, Breloom and Vigoroth jumped up, still looking energetic. Very good, that's it. Marco nodded and gave his 2 companions a thumbs up. However, after what happened just now, he calmed down a little bit and knew that he couldn't continue like this. He had to learn some running skills. The battle has just begun. Chapter 265. The first battle is over. Oh. When Breloom and Vigoroth quickly stood up again, they immediately caused cheers on the field. Especially where the white group and others were, thousands of people gathered together and howled, instantly driving the audience of the entire stadium. Everyone likes to join in the fun, especially in such a lively event and lively festival. No one will be stingy to contribute their own voice. This also attracted the audience of other stadiums to be curious about what kind of wonderful performance this side has. Even the Konoha ninjas couldn't help but feel excited about such an occasion and atmosphere, and they didn't even care whether the Pokemon battle routines were dirty or not. Just do it. Breloom, Worry Seed. Vigoroth, Dig. Worry Seed, which prevents the Pokemon on the field from sleeping, is a skill that restrains Snorlax from using the skills Yawn and Rest, and thus also restrains Snorlax from using Sleep Talk. It is a skill that is highly targeted at Snorlax. And Vigorota's Dig is also very smart. Once the ground under the feet of heavy and short-legged Pokemon such as Snorlax and Kangaskhan is deformed, they will easily lose their balance. Marco was just in a daze just now, which does not mean that he really does not know how to use his brain. Admittedly, the existence of Pokemon in the sailing world and the ninja world has only been around for a short time, and it is not as long as the history of the Pokemon world. But there is one thing that the trainers in the Pokemon world cannot compare to. That is, the trainers in the Pokemon world are a group of ordinary people who have never fought in person, while many trainers in the sailing world and the ninja world have fought by themselves. Experienced. Using your own experience to command your Pokemon to fight can often produce unexpected results, and even use the battle direction that the Pokemon world trainers have never explored. If one day in the future, the Pokemon native world is connected, then it is hard to say which side's trainer is more powerful. Then the Pokemon world trainers will face trainers from multiple worlds and countless fighting styles. There are also Pokemon that eat demon berries, learn ninjutsu and domineering and other messy abilities. Perhaps, at that time, it will be a dimensionality reduction attack on the other side. We can't just sit there and wait for death. Snorlax, use Throw on Kangaskhan. Soro responded immediately. He asked Snorlax to use the skill of Throw on his companions. Throw was originally to throw one's own props as a weapon to cause damage, but now Soro has found another use for it. Now this is no longer a simple battle between trainers. It is a former vice admiral of the Navy against the former vice captain of the pirate group. It is a face-saving battle between the Navy and the White Pirates. Kirby. Snorlax hugged Kangaskhan beside him with both hands, turned 360 degrees and threw him into the sky. Kangaskhan, use the momentum to use Stomp. The ground-based skill Stomp is an incredible skill in itself, and now it falls from a high place. This power must be devastating. It will be troublesome if you get hit by this move. Breloom uses Guard, and Vigoroth quickly jumps out of the ground. Marco's eyelids twitched. The impact of Kangaskhan's fall was just like a meteorite falling, it was too terrifying. Breloom waved his hands, and the invisible translucent cover quickly wrapped himself. The skill of guarding can resist the opponent's attack. The first use is basically 100% successful, but each successful use will greatly reduce the success rate. And Vigoroth also jumped out of the ground at the first time. He was very fast and successfully jumped out before Kangaskhan landed on the ground. Boom! Kangaskhan landed, raising a huge smoke and dust, and the whole ground seemed to be shaking. When the smoke and dust dissipated, a big pit had appeared in the middle of the originally flat battle terrain, but fortunately the battlefield was very large, so this pit was also elegant. Too exaggerated. His command level is even better than I thought, I underestimated him. Is there such a way of fighting? It has not changed its own nature of being hidden, but it has become more flexible in fighting. The game between Marco and Soro frightened the Konoha ninjas. According to their thinking, they would definitely avoid direct confrontation as much as possible, so they never thought that Pokémon could cooperate to launch attacks like this. They were more thinking about how to use various skills to disgust the two big guys, consume the opponent's physical strength, and slowly end the battle with the advantage of speed. As long as they can win, it's fine. The process is not important. But in the eyes of many people in the sailing world, the battle must be fair and square, and the heat-in confrontation is the most refreshing duel. Vigoroth, use quick attack and then use crazy fury swipes on Snorlax. Breloom, agility, approach Snorlax from the side. At this time, Marco had decided to focus on Snorlax first. As a top warrior on the sea, although he had lost his strength, he still had good eyesight. He immediately saw that Snorlax's movements were slower than Kangaskhan's, which should be due to his lack of combat experience or the influence of his own fighting style. In short, it would be right to send such Pokémon away first and then slowly deal with Kangaskhan. Snorlax, use block. Soro saw Marco's intention and used the same trick. Let Snorlax give up evasion and attack, and use the block skill to restrict the close attack. Hit his Vigoroth, making it unable to escape. In the blink of an eye, Vigorota's attack has arrived. Countless white claws flashed in front of Snorlax, causing considerable damage to it. Kirby. After Snorlax resisted a blow, he stretched out his big hand and hugged Vigoroth tightly. So far, no matter how Vigoroth struggled, he could not break free from Snorlax's arms. Breloom, use kick. The heavier the target is, the higher the damage it will suffer. It is a skill that specifically restrains this kind of heavyweight Pokémon. Nongwu. Breloom's speed was extremely fast, and a sweeping kick directly kicked Snorlax to the ground. Kirby. Snorlax screamed in pain, and his face became obviously ugly. But even if he fell to the ground, he still hugged Vigoroth tightly and did not let go. At this time, Kangaskhan was approaching. Kangaskhan, use headbutt on Vigoroth. Snorlax, use crunch. Soro has been waiting for this opportunity. Now Vigoroth is restrained, Kangaskhan and Snorlax attack Vigoroth at the same time. Two close-range attacks, Vigorota's eyes rolled and he was almost sent off the field, but he could still vaguely hear Marco's voice in his ears. Vigoroth, use counter on Snorlax. Marco knew that Vigoroth could not hold on any longer, so he decided to let Vigoroth carry one away before leaving the field. Breloom, use force palm on Kangaskhan. Kangaskhan, use double hit on Vigoroth. Soro did not want Marco to succeed. Now Snorlax was still lying on the ground, unable to avoid Vigorota's attack at all. Nongwu. Unfortunately, Breloom was the fastest in the game. Kangaskhan was hit by Breloom's attack before he could use his skills, and then fell into paralysis, unable to use double hit. On the other side, Vigorota's farewell attack had arrived, and he chopped Snorlax's head with a knife. This move not only countered the crunch damage, but also the headbutt damage from Kangaskhan just now. However, after the move, Vigoroth was done, his eyes turned into circles and fell to the ground. Kirby. Snorlax howled in pain and couldn't hold it, and lost his ability to fight with Vigoroth. Each side lost a Pokémon, and the battle was not over yet. The current situation on the field is that Breloom is healthier, while Kangaskhan is still in paralysis. Trouble. Soro's face became a little ugly. Because Kangaskhan is not only slow, but also belongs to the style of stationary turrets, with high health, high attack, and strong defense. The disadvantage is that Kangaskhan's entire skill pool can be said to be only attack skills, without effect skills or defense skills. Such Kangaskhan is at a great disadvantage facing Breloom, who is agile, has treacherous skills, and has attributes that restrain him. This is why Soro asked Kangaskhan to stop Vigorota's attack just now. Because once Snorlax is off the court, Kangaskhan will fall into a passive situation. He thought that the attacks of Kangaskhan and Snorlax could make Vigoroth lose his combat ability directly, but who would have thought that he would have the power to counterattack and use counter to take Snorlax away? We've never lost in a Oneonon fight. Marco grinned confidently. Breloom, treat me with poison powder. Breloom is not only fast and strong in close combat, but also has many interference skills. It is a very disgusting Pokemon in a 1v1 battle. Marco didn't use it before, not because of Koichi, but purely because there was a Vigoroth on the field. The effects of paralysis powder and poison powder will also affect Vigoroth. Paralysis is too deadly to the sensitive Vigoroth, so Breloom has never been able to use its full strength. Especially, the characteristic of the white group's Breloom is Spore. Contact skills can give the target a 30% chance of entering one of the 3 states of paralysis, poisoning or sleeping. Just now, Breloom used Worry Seed, so it basically gives one of the 2 states of paralysis or poisoning. The situation is a great advantage for Breloom. Kangaskhan, use focus energy. Sorrow didn't have many options at this moment. He could only accumulate strength and prepare to carry Breloom away with one blow. With Kangaskhan's strength, there was still a possibility of sending Breloom away in 2 or 3 moves. It depended on whether Breloom would give him this opportunity. The poisonous powder in the sky was sprinkled, and Kangaskhan inevitably inhaled it. On the basis of paralysis, he fell into the state of poisoning. Don't struggle, the battle should be over. Marco raised his hand and pointed. Breloom, Brick Break, touch him. Nongwu. Breloom pursed his lips, kicked his feet, and quickly approached Kangaskhan, his 2 claws bursting with a cold light. Then touch him, Savage Spear Arm Hammer. Sorrow chose to give up the movement speed completely. It is impossible for Kangaskhan to learn the fighting type Arm Hammer skill. Kangaskhan can only have this move as a genetic skill. It is extremely powerful, but it will reduce his movement speed after using it. Sorrow also chose to burn his boats. As for the prefix Savage Spear, this is a move that only the giants can use. The giants of Elbaf know all kinds of guns, such as Helding's Hero's Spear, Dongli, and Brokey's Hegemony, and Charlotte Linling's Mighty Country. These are all gun of the giants. And Kangaskhan obviously got the true teachings of the giants by following Sorrow. The power of this move must be far greater than that of ordinary arm hammers. Roar! Kangaskhan's hand burst into a dazzling white light, and he smashed it towards Breloom in front of him with all his strength. With the previous focus energy bonus, as long as this attack can hit the vital point, it is possible to take Breloom away with one move. Roar! Very powerful, dodge! Marco knew the giant's guns. Because there was a little ounce in their white group who was a giant, mastering similar skills, and the power was extremely terrifying, and even Jaws could hardly block it. Therefore, he gave up Breloom's continued attack and made the opponent dodge instead. At this time, Breloom had come in front of Kangaskhan, showing the action of swinging his fist. Generally speaking, it was absolutely too late. But Breloom in the sailing world was different. Mumble. Breloom's eyes flashed with green light, and he dodges nimbly with a somersault in the air. Observation Haki. Sorrow clenched his fist and saw the reason why Breloom dodged. He didn't expect this Breloom to be so powerful, and even mastered the observation Haki. It really deserves to be a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. It's over. Marco grinned, raised his hand and clenched it, and the victory was in his grasp. Brick Break. Breloom landed and twisted his body, and slashed at Kangaskhan with a knife. It's over. Sorrow sighed. Even if Breloom's move would not make Kangaskhan lose his combat ability directly, Kangaskhan would not be able to win in the next battle in his state. Their first battle, lost. Chapter 266 The Battle Between Grandfather and Grandson. Exciting. I thought it was just a fight, but I didn't expect it to be so troublesome. That's right, I have to consider whether there is any deep meaning for each of their commands. People in the sailing world understand skills more thoroughly than we do, so we can't react quickly. This kind of battle is comparable to a fight between Jonin. No, Why are the physical fitness of these Pokemon so exaggerated? After a battle, the ninjas from Konoha felt that their cognition was refreshed again and again. The first was when they saw the giant Soro. If this big guy mastered ninjutsu, he would probably be a weapon comparable to the tailed beasts on the battlefield, especially considering the polishing of their bodies by the people in the other world. There are also two giant Pokemon, Snorlax and Kangaskhan. The body plate is at least twice the average height on the Pokédex, and with such a strong physique, it was a rare summoning beast in the former ninja world. However, these two exaggerated and powerful Pokemon actually lost to two Pokemon that didn't look that powerful. It can only be said that there are still too many things they need to learn about the battles between Pokemon. Similarly, Pokemon battles are far more interesting and exciting than they imagined. Quack. After a week of training, Froakie was a little excited after watching the game, jumping up and down on the spot. Are you interested in these? Kakashi could see that Froakie was in high spirits. Quack. I want to fight. Froakie nodded. Wait a minute, when the situation in the ninja world stabilizes, we will become trainers. Kakashi reached out and stroked Froakie's head, squinting his eyes and smiling. He didn't have anything he wanted to do before, maybe reading yellow books was one of them. But now, he has. He wanted Froakie to live happily and feel happy for having a trainer like him, so he planned to quit his job as a ninja and become a trainer after the next things in the ninja world were over. The battle competition is still going on. Many people thought that there would not be any outstanding trainers in a year, but in fact it was far beyond everyone's imagination. Almost every battle of the combination was very exciting. The levels of these Pokemon may not be high, but their cooperation, reaction, and the command of the trainer are all excellent. It should be said that the advantage of the 8 gym leaders' strict control has emerged. Anyone who has obtained 8 gym badges and walked to this arena no longer has any rookie trainer or advanced trainer. Everyone starts as a senior trainer. There are also interesting things in the Oneida-e battle. That is, in a doubles match in Group D, a player sent out Donphan. If it is just an ordinary ground-type Donphan, then there is nothing special. But this is a ground plus flying Donphan. Why do you say that? This Donphan ate the floating berry and gained the ability to float in the air. Combined with the gust skill of the flying Pokemon Pidgeot, the flying speed in the air is even comparable to some flying Pokemon. When Dark saw this scene, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. A certain ground-type legendary Pokemon seems to be able to get rid of its shame. The ninjas of Konoha were even more shocked after seeing this scene. They asked the onlookers nearby and found out that there was a miraculous item like Devil Berry in the sailing world. At the same time, you actually gave the Demon Berry to Pokemon. I can't understand it. I'm so envious. I really want to be a Pokemon. The trainer's behavior of giving the precious Demon Berry to his Pokemon was also criticized by some ninjas. In their ninja world, wars break out at any time. They face huge risks every time they go out on a mission. It's hard for ordinary people like them to improve their strength. It's best for them to eat precious items like Demon Berry, which can greatly increase their survival rate. This doesn't mean that ninjas don't cherish their Pokemon or summoned beasts. But when Pokemon or summoned beasts encounter any crisis in battle, ninjas can immediately unlock the summoning technique to let Pokemon or summoned beasts leave instantly, and basically they won't encounter any danger. But they themselves can't avoid danger in this way, they can only improve their strength as much as possible. This is the difference caused by thoughts and environment. The world they live in is in a peaceful Pokemon era. Pokemon are strong enough to participate in various activities. They have wealth, status, and fame, and they don't have to consider their own safety. Asuma obviously has a different view, so, investing in Pokemon is the wisest way. Eating Demon Berry yourself is also useful, but it will also limit your future path. During the years when he left Konoha to become the 12 Guardian Ninjas, he saw a lot of things in the ninja world that he couldn't recognize in Konoha. so his ideas are slightly different from most Konoha ninjas. Not only that, if these people want to live on Pokemon Island, then Demon Berry is completely useless to them. Kakashi stayed in the Vegapunk Institute for a week. In addition to accompanying Froka to grow up, he also communicated with the patrol navy who occasionally passed by, and learned a lot about Pokemon Island. The Devil Berry is useful for humans in the sailing world. It is useless to eat it in Pokemon Island, and you will even feel sick. The day passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the last game of the afternoon. The ninjas of Konoha wanted to use the substitute technique to watch the games in 4 stadiums. In the last game, when the games in the 3 districts of ABC were over, the game in District D was still going on. This attracted countless spectators who were about to leave to go to District D curiously, and District D was crowded with people all of a sudden. The trainers of both sides in this battle were also very interesting. The girl from 100 years later, Uzumaki D. Charlotte. And Sabo from the Goa Kingdom in the East Sea. It is true that Charlotte and Sabo are related. Charlotte has the blood of the Byakugan and Porgas. Let's not talk about the Byakugan for now, there is only one Porgas. That is to say, Charlotte is the descendant of Ace, and Sabo is Ace's brother, so this must be related to Charlotte in some way. However, these two people met on the first day of this battle. Charlotte's lineup is Charizard, Magmortar. Sabo's lineup is Typhlosion, Infernape. It is a fire-type internal fight. Charizard has multiple flying types, and Infernape has multiple fighting types. Flying type may be a traditional choice left over from Charlotte's father's side. After all, Naruto's Wind Escape is indeed somewhat close to flying type. As for fire type, there is no need to say more. It belongs to the tradition of Gorber Mountain, while fighting type is the tradition of the Monkey family and the Hyuga family. Come on, Sabo. Knock down the woman on the opposite side. In the audience, Ace, who has no idea of Charlotte's identity, is cheering for Sabo. Luffy, Blaziken, Hinata and other Gorber Mountain brothers and sisters are all cheering. This wave is called killing relatives for the greater good. At this moment, the battle on the field has reached the final white-hot stage, and each side has only one Pokemon left. And the status of the two Pokemon is almost the same. In terms of level, the two Pokemon on Sabo's side are more advantageous, but Charlotte, as a girl who came 100 years later, has watched countless games and has many ideas about Pokemon battles, and she has narrowed the level gap. As for why Sabo's level is higher, that's because Charlotte is just a new trainer who just started traveling this year, and the time she has cultivated Pokemon is not necessarily longer than Sabo. And Sabo only cultivated one Pokemon, Typhlosion, in the Pokemon Academy. And Charlotte cultivated 6. As for Infernape, he has been practicing in the mountains by himself. Magmortar, Mach Punch. Infernape, Mach Punch. Charlotte and Sabo gave orders at the same time, and 2 red figures immediately punched each other. X2. In fact, from the beginning of the battle, Infernape and Magmortar felt a sense of familiarity with each other, but they didn't know where this feeling came from. During the battle, they had no time to think, and could only concentrate on fighting. They didn't know each other's identities, and they might even have never met in their lives for some reason. But there is one thing that needs to be mentioned. Apart from the relationship between Sabo and Charlotte, Pokemon like Magmortar cannot learn fighting skills like Mach Punch. If he wants to learn such a skill, he can only do it through inheritance. And there is only one Pokemon that can pass this skill to Magmortar, and that is Infernape. Bang! The 2 fists did not touch, and there was only one punch. This means that only one person's fist hit. Gah! You still need to practice. Infernape grinned, showing his fangs, and said to Magmortar in front of him. Bang! The ground was filled with smoke and dust, and Magmortar's huge body fell heavily to the ground. Only Infernape was left standing on the field. The winner is Sabo from the Kingdom of Goa in the East Sea. The referee's voice sounded. Sabo's first battle ended here, and he won a point with difficulty. He lost the first game. Charlotte on the other side was a little unbelievable. She thought she could kill a lot in this first Pokemon battle competition, but she didn't expect it to be so difficult. Chapter 267 The Ninja World War broke out. On February 18th, the second year of the league calendar, the third day of the qualifying round. In the morning, Asuma Sarutobi was watching the game when suddenly the Pokédex in his hand sent an urgent message. There is only one way to quickly communicate between different worlds. That is through the Pokédex connected by the Pokémon Global Terminal. If you want to communicate with people in another world without Pokédex, you can only use cross-border express delivery from some express companies. The Ninja War has begun, the situation is complicated, immediately take the exchange team back to Konoha to hold a meeting of the Jonin. So soon? Asuma's face suddenly became ugly. The current situation in the ninja world, any ninja with some experience in going out can basically see that the war is imminent. But they didn't expect that the situation in the ninja world changed so quickly, and this war came so suddenly. He originally thought that at least he had to wait until their exchange team's operation was over. And after a month, the Pokemon in the village have basically grown up, and by then there will be a lot of combat power, and they will not need any ninja village in Konoha. Even if Kumagakure and Iwagakure join forces, Konoha will not be afraid. As for Sand Village, although they fought with Konoha during the Third War, here was a fierce battle, but now the two villages are in an ambiguous period. At least in the early stage of the war, Sand Village will not participate in the war. Not to mention that Kirigakure is now separated from Konoha by a sea, there is constant turmoil in the Water Kingdom. The fourth generation Mizukage, Yagura, suddenly began to make great changes, and overturned the previous multilateral policy together with the elders and the master. The specific reason is unknown, and Kirigakure did not reveal any useful information. Therefore, if the war was delayed by another month, they Konoha would be able to deal with Kumagakure and Iwagakure. But now the situation is different. Most of the Pokemon in the village are basically not mature, at most they are at the level of a genin. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Asuma didn't have time to think about it, and immediately summoned all members of the Konoha exchange team to return to the ninja world. Naruto and Hinata knew about this for some reason, and after discussing with their own people, they were determined to return to Konoha to protect their homeland. At first, the monkey family, Zephyr, and Sarutobi Asuma all refused. Asuma thought that Naruto and Hinata would be useless if they went back, so it would be better for them to stay here, at least there would be no danger. Asuma was not as scheming as his father Hiruzen. He was the true inheritor of the will of fire, and he was thinking about how to protect his descendants. The monkey family and Zephyr refused because they were worried about the children. In the sailing world, there is no saying that children must go to the battlefield, especially in the eyes of old navy men like Garp and Zephyr. Letting a child go to the battlefield is simply heresy, and such people deserve to die. But the two little guys were so stubborn that they had to go. The two old men knew that even if they forced the decision, the two little guys would definitely find a chance to sneak back. There was no way the two old men could do anything even if they were anxious, so they could only use their favors and connections to let Gold's group in the ninja world keep an eye on the two little guys. As people from the sailing world and Pokemon Island, they could not interfere in the affairs of the ninja world. Only Gold's inspection team members can intervene in matters related to Pokemon. But there is one thing that is allowed. It is no problem to let Pokemon go with them. They can go as two little Pokemon. Therefore, Garp sent 3 fighting Pokemon, Machamp, Hitmonchan, and Hitmonlee. Because the league battle competition is in progress and all the gyms are closed, it is no problem for Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee to go back with Hinata. Among them, Machamp has a level of LV.48, which is stronger than the average superior Jonin in the ninja world, and can almost be compared with the 3 ninjas of Konoha during World War II. And the other two Pokemon are also between the combat power of Jonin and Superior Jonin. This time, Hinata went back. It can be said that the princess came with 3 super guards. It also happened to be in line with the wishes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hinata Hayashi. They have never intervened in the strong men of the sailing world taking away the children of their village, or even taking away Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. One reason is that they cannot beat them, and the second reason is this. Hina is now equivalent to half of the Hyuga family's death-free card. If Konoha is really going to collapse, then Hayashi will bring out the monkey family behind Hinata. If the intelligence of other ninja villages is a little better, they will understand what the Pokemon League is. Then if the Hyuga family adds some exaggeration, and these 3 Pokemon show their strength, other ninja villages dare not give a little face? Originally, Ace and Luffy also planned to follow, but they became honest after being beaten by Garp. As a senior member of the Pokemon League, he is very clear about the current laws. Ace and Luffy are completely human beings of the sailing world, and they are forbidden to interfere in the family affairs of other worlds. They could go there before because it was a family affair between the Monkey and Hyuga families. They couldn't go there now because it involved the family affair of the entire ninja world. Once Ace and Luffy were discovered on the battlefield of the ninja world, Garp might have to go there personally to arrest them and send them to the Alliance prison. This made Ace and Luffy sigh. Sigh that Infernape and other Galber Mountain Pokemon followed Sabo to participate in the competition, and sigh that they didn't train Pokemon themselves. As for Zephyr, there was only one Arcanine and Vulpix, who had not yet left the infancy, who could go with Naruto. Zephyr had not trained a second Pokemon in the past year and a half, and had always been concentrating on training Arcanine. However, fortunately, although Vulpix had little combat power, Arcanine's combat power was very high, reaching the level of LV.55. This level was already within the stage of Shadow, but it was not that strong. It can't compare with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sharingan Danzo, Jiraiya, Killer Bee, and the 4th Raikage. But it's no problem to fight Kakuzu, young Danzo, Kisame, Cho, and later Mei Terumi. The above characters are all at the stage of 64 and 65 in the Book of the Master. According to the analysis of the great gods on Zhiyu, they are relatively rubbish among the cage level. Garp and Zephyr both asked instruct Macamp and Arcanine. Tell them to be careful and not to interfere in the Ninja World War as much as possible, and to stay in the village with the 2 little ones and stay away from the battlefield as much as possible. At the same time, they also told Dark about this matter to see if there could be a turnaround. The turnaround they were thinking of was naturally Dark leading the Pokemon Alliance to stand on the top of the sea like when they destroyed the world government. To interfere in the affairs of the ninja world and force the ninja world into the Pokemon era with overwhelming force. Then let the world gradually adapt, get used to, and realize the preciousness and beauty of peace. The most important thing is to let those who really want peace, especially those ordinary people living in misery, become trainers and have power, so that this peace can be protected. In fact, what Hashirama did at the beginning was similar to this. He did have the invincible strength to bring a short-term peace to the ninja world, but he still failed. 2 reasons. One is that he did not live long enough. The ninja world has not adapted to such a situation, and he died, and the war naturally broke out again. If Hashirama lived for 100 years and suppressed the ninja world for 100 years, after 100 years, these people would have been numb and would not easily start a war with that decisive will. But Dark is different. Even if Dark wanted to die, his Pokemon might do something against Dark's will to force him to live because they couldn't bear to let him go. The Pokemon League is the eternal ceiling, always hanging over everyone's head, so that most people would never consider such things as defying the heavens, and only a few innate rebellious holy bodies would think so. Second, only ninjas and a few samurai have strong power in this world. It's the same as the situation in the sailing world. Hashirama just doesn't have the brain to realize this problem. Equality of force. If everyone has power, or no one has power, then no one dares to act easily. The situation in the sailing world is the former, and the situation in the Pokemon Island is the latter. If you want to destroy this peace and this era, you must first ask the trainers of the entire ninja world covet who are peaceful and hate war whether they agree. Duck did this at the beginning, and the situation is indeed quite successful at present. But now Duck may have forgotten how he brought the sailing world into a peaceful era. Since the destruction of the world government and the celestial dragons, he has almost only taken care of a few things in Pokemon Island, and all other things have been handed over to the ministers of various departments, the Navy and the Greco-Roman Army. He has never been as concerned about the ninja world as he was about the sailing world. After all, there was only one sailing world at the beginning, and he had to intervene in the affairs here. He had no other choice. Now there are 3 worlds, the main world is still Pokemon Island, and Duck's mind must be all on his own world. To put it bluntly, even if the ninja world is destroyed, their Pokemon Island and sailing world are safe and sound. At worst, they can open other worlds. With such a retreat, they will naturally not be as serious and decisive as they were when they treated the sailing world. This situation may continue until the end of the Pokemon Battle Tournament. After seeing the miserable situation of the ninja world, Dark suddenly realized his own problems and mistakes, and then began to really intervene to solve the problems of the ninja world. It was also the occurrence of this incident. It made Dark realize that he was not the creator god or all-powerful and all-knowing being as everyone said, and he was not as powerful as everyone said. He was just one person. Now, Dark knew about this matter, but did not intend to intervene. Without those behind-the-scenes manipulators, as long as there were disputes over interests between the major countries in the ninja world, these wars were bound to break out, sooner or later. Dark himself was also thinking of taking this opportunity to see if the ninja world could achieve great unification on its own. What's more, it is now during the first battle tournament. In order to prevent some accidents or players from using some tricks to break the rules in the battle, Dark basically has been sitting in the monitoring room in person. He didn't want any accidents to happen in this first battle competition, so he didn't have the energy to pay attention to the things in the ninja world. When the Konoha exchange team left Pokemon Island, Dark, who was sitting in the monitoring room, frowned. I always feel a little uneasy. Dark took a deep breath and suddenly felt a little stuffy in his chest. As a ceiling-level psychic, it is not surprising to have such a hidden predictive ability. Chapter 268 The Determination of the Ninja Hero. The qualifying round on Pokemon Island is still in full swing. The situation in the ninja world has become chaotic and complicated. Konoha, Hokage Office Building, Jonin Meeting. As the leader of Konoha's Jonin Squad and the commander-in-chief of the next Iwagakure battlefield, Narashikaku is describing the situation in the ninja world. Currently, Iwagakure and Kumagakure have formed an alliance and sent thousands of ninjas to the Land of Fire. Iwagakure ninjas have appeared in the Land of Wind, and the Sand Village and Iwagakure seem to have secretly exchanged some information. According to my speculation, the reason why Iwagakure and Kumagakure can make peace must be they feel a deadly threat, and the threat to our Konoha is now only Pokemon. During this period, other ninjas from other villages cannot enter Kirigakure. It is very likely that Iwagakure has told this information to Sand Village. The excuse should be that Konoha intends to use the power of Pokemon to unify the entire ninja world. No, this is not an excuse. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo listened quietly on the side, and responded in their hearts at the same time. But this is impossible to say. Because their Konoha has always been a peaceful and friendly village, how could they have such dangerous thoughts? They may not really regard Pokemon as a threat. After all, except for a small number of people in our Konoha and the exchange team, no one knows whether Pokemon will really be that powerful when it grows up. They are just looking for an excuse to join forces with the 3 villages to eliminate Konoha and divide up the territory and resources. Narashikaku gradually analyzed the intelligence sent back from various ninja teams. In fact, many Konoha ninjas have lost their lives in battles with other ninja village ninjas during their missions. Some Pokemon even died on the battlefield. Of course, most ninjas did not take their young Pokemon with them on missions. After all, Pokemon at this stage are basically useless, and these Pokemon are either inherited by the ninja's family or companions, or taken back to Pokemon Island by the Pokemon League's guards. At least in the next month, we need to face two battlefields in the north. One is the thousands of rock-hidden ninjas led by Huang Tu and the Five Tails Jinchuriki, who have now arrived in the Land of Grass. The other is the thousands of cloud-hidden ninjas led by the Two Tails Jinchuriki, the Woodman, and the Storm-Release Ninja Darui, who have now arrived in the Land of Hot Springs. Although both ninja villages sent out their Jinchuriki at the first opportunity, it can be seen that they still have some reservations. The two ninja villages are still on guard against each other. After all, it is not uncommon for them to be attacked by surprise during wartime. Nara Shikaku spread out the map of the ninja world and explained it to the senior ninjas present. Although it seems that the scale is far less than that of the Third World War, this is just the beginning. What's more, there were countless strong men and masters in the major ninja villages during the Third World War. This period is basically a period when the major ninja villages are relatively weak in history. Especially Konoha. The three ninjas during the Second World War, Hitaki Sakumo. One died, one defected, one was disabled, and one went out. Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, might die, and the entire Uchiha family during the Third World War. All destroyed. And the 12 Konoha ninjas behind, not to mention that they haven't grown up yet, Naruto and Sasuke are so fucking gone, even if the others, what can they do when they grow up? Even if Noki and the 4th generation AI grow up, it will be difficult to deal with them, not to mention the Jinchuriki in other ninja villages. There is only one Lee, who can inherit Guy's lineage if things go smoothly, and may grow into a person who can kick a cage with one foot in the future. The others are too simple. In the bloodline world of the ninja world, without the bloodline and eyes of Satsuki, you can't get into the realm of Kage at all. This genius Hyaganiji may be able to reach the strength of Kage, but he is a branch family. The Hyaga main family will not let him release the bird in the cage. In this case, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Kurama, and Guy will go to the Land of Hot Springs to stop the Kumagakure ninja from moving forward. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused when he said this, and then looked at his old friend sitting next to him. Danzo, you take the ninjas of the Shimura family with you. Danzo and even Shimura family ninjas who are good at wind ninjutsu can restrain the lightning ninjas of Kumagakure. From the past to the present, Danzo and his Shimura family have been active on the battlefield with Kumagakure, so there is basically no problem with this decision. Yes. XN. Asuma, take the ninjas of Sarutobi family, as well as Kakashi, Inyazuka, and Abarame to the Land of Grass to snipe the Uegakure ninjas. Yes. XN. Among them, ninjas like the Hyaga family will not all be assigned to a certain battlefield. The auxiliary role of their Byakugan determines that the Hyaga ninjas will appear on every battlefield. In the allocation of ninjas on the two battlefields, it is obvious that the battlefield fighting against Kumagakure is more valued by Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, the combination of the three tribes of Pig, Deer, and Joe will exert great combat power, and even Kai was sent here. This is nothing surprising. In the current Uegakure village, only Onoki and the Five Tails Jinchuriki can be regarded as the top combat power. Other ninjas are not without strength, but they are basically limited and not so outstanding. Which is a lack of successors. And the Cloud Village has basically always been the second largest village after Konoha among the 5 major ninja villages. Especially the 3rd and 4th generations of Reikage of Cloud Village, each of them is as strong as a monster. There are also 8 Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, and the two-tailed Jinchuriki, Yokoto, who are qualified Jinchuriki who can use the power of the tailed beasts, and Killer Bee is a perfect Jinchuriki. It is impossible not to pay attention to the combat power of Cloud Village. It is for this reason that Sarutobi Hiruzen will throw his family to the battlefield with Uegakure. The loss is always smaller than going to another battlefield. Elder Mito and Elder Tateen are in charge of the village, always pay attention to the movements of Sand Village in the west. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly arranged everything. Should we say that Konoha was once the strongest ninja? The village has no problem at all. After 2 or 3 battles, it still has so many combat forces that can be used. As for the arrangements on the 2 battlefields of Kumagakuer and Iwagakuer, let alone the combat forces of the enemy villages at present, even if there is another wave, it can be resisted. But that's it. If Onoki, the 4th generation Reikage AI and the 8-tailed Jinchuriki all go to the battlefield, Konoha will inevitably show a decline. Even if Mito Kato and Enyutane Chloe all go to the battlefield, I'm afraid they can only barely compete on the 2 battlefields, and then Konoha's rear will be empty. If Tsunagakuer really takes action at this time, Konoha will face an unprecedented disaster. Send someone to find Tsunade and Jiraiya and ask them to return to the village. Also, send an envoy to the Tsunagakuer village to find out what they are planning and delay them as much as possible. Sarutobi Hiruzen has frowned at this moment. Obviously, he has also realized that Konoha's high-end combat force is insufficient. If the other Kage knew, they would definitely want to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen with one sword. This is one village fighting 2 villages, and they are still not strong enough? Sarutobi Hiruzen was just comparing the current Konoha with the previous Konoha. If Hitaki Sakumo was still there, if the Uchiha family was still there, especially Fugaku and Shisui were still there. He doesn't even need to take the 2 villages of Hollows with him now. Even if he adds a village of Sand Village, he can still fight, and maybe he can delay until the Pokemon grow up in a month or 2. Then their Konoha will have the ability to unify the entire ninja world. But now these people are gone. It's all Danzo's fault. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his old friend with some resentment, as if he had forgotten how he opened his eyes and closed them. The meeting of the Jonin ended. Hiruzen left his son Asuma alone. How is it getting along with Punchame? Sarutobi Hiruzen came up and asked with a smile. Very good. Asuma answered honestly. Wan. Pasham poked his head out of Asuma's arms and greeted him energetically. He had no idea how bad the old man in front of him was. Asuma will give you another 6 months. Can you make Punchame grow to the level of a superior Jonin? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were full of deep meaning at this moment, and his tone suddenly became serious. No problem. Asuma looked at his old man like this and noticed something was wrong. In the past, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not set such a confident goal for Asuma to improve his strength like today. However, Asuma lowered his head and looked at Punchame, and noticing the little guy's confidence, he nodded. Okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, and he felt a little relieved. If Tsunade and Jiraiya are willing to come back and serve as the 5th Hokage, it would be the best. If they are not willing, you can do it. Me. 4. Asuma's eyes widened. He could not think of the reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen did this. In the past, Sarutobi Hiruzen had never mentioned the idea of letting him become Hokage, but now he suddenly proposed it. But after thinking about it, Asuma realized that it was related to the upcoming 4th Shinobi World War. Whether it's Noki or the 4th Hokage, I will rush to the frontline battlefield immediately. I'm ready to die. Sarutobi Hiruzen took off the Hokage's ancestral hat on his head and put it on the table. This time, there is no surrender or reconciliation. I don't have much time. I want to do something for Konoha while I'm still alive, just like the Shadame and Tobirama. This battle, if I don't succeed, I will die. Old man. Asuma dropped the cigarette in his mouth, almost igniting Punchame's ahogue. He had only seen Sarutobi Hiruzen like this in the few memories he had when he was a child, the Konoha ninja he admired. The 4th Ninja World War has only 2 endings. Either Konoha will perish in the ninja world, or Konoha will unify the entire ninja world. Chapter 269 Familiar Contestants. Dark would never have thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen would make such a decision. Before crossing over, he had read too many theories about the conspiracy of Naruto, which had long given him a stereotype of the old third generation as afraid of death and greedy for power. If the Sarutobi Hiruzen made such a decision 20 or 30 years earlier, he would not be surprised at all. But it was beyond Dark's expectation that the 66-year-old Sarutobi Hiruzen could still have such courage and ambition. However, Dark didn't know all this at all, and even if he knew, he might not intervene. From the moment the meeting ended, Konoha also entered the stage of all-out war. By the way, is Uzumaki Naruto back? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly remembered a key point at this time. Nine Tails. If Nine Tails returned to Konoha, then it can be said that Konoha would basically win on the battlefield between Uegakure and Kumagakure. After all, Nine Tails is the strongest tailed beast. Even if Kumagakure dispatches the 8 tails and 2 tails, they may not be able to defeat 9 tails. When the time comes, use the power of 9 tails to deal with Kumagakure, and then rush the remaining forces to the battlefield of Uegakure. The chances of winning will be much greater. She's back, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family head is back too. Asuma didn't think so much. He didn't know that Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly sent an Anbu ninja to contact Naruto. Oh? Hyuga Hinata is back too. Hinata's return was beyond Sarutobi Hiruzen's expectation. After all, he didn't make any arrangements for Hinata, so it was a pleasant surprise. They shouldn't have come back alone, right? Yes, because their elders were worried, so they let the Pokémon follow them back. How strong are they? Not sure, but they should be quite strong. The Arcanine next to Naruto may be stronger than me, and the Machamp next to Hinata should be about the same as me. Sarutobi Asuma frowned and thought about it, but soon changed his mind and smiled, but with such a strong Pokémon guarding them, they won't have any problems. So strong. Good. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed, and he nodded gently, get ready and go to the land of grass, quickly. After Asuma took a deep breath and left the Hokage's office, Shimura Danzo walked in soon. Monkey, Hanzo can be used. I have a way to make them fight with Tsunagakure. Danzo came in to talk about something big. Well, let's do it. Hiruzen nodded. In the past, if Danzo called him like this in the Hokage's office, he would definitely be furious. But today is different. The two old guys may not survive the Fourth Shinobi World War. At that time, it may be him against Onoki and Danzo against the fourth generation AI. If it is a life-and-death situation, no one can guarantee that they will survive. So he doesn't plan to continue to care about these trivial matters with his old friend. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen believes that with this dirty guy Danzo, the chance of winning this war will be at least 10%. Because Danzo will definitely find ways to instigate the relationship between several countries during the war, and may even let them fight each other. Danzo is the best at doing this. Don't give up halfway this time. We may not live until the next opportunity comes. Danzo didn't know what Hiruzen was thinking. But he didn't plan to die on the battlefield. He hadn't become Hokage yet. With just one arm of blood-red eyes, what could the fourth generation AI do to kill him? Similarly, he didn't think Sarutobi Hiruzen would die in the hands of Onoki. Onoki's dust release was quite tricky, but Danzo also highly recognized Hiruzen's strength. I know. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say much, just waved his hand. At this moment, Hiruzen had actually begun to think about the next Hokage. He had always known what Shimura Danzo was thinking, but he also knew that Danzo was not suitable to be the Hokage, and Konoha would definitely be destroyed by Danzo. He always believed in the decision made by Mr. Tobirama. Whether it was choosing him to be the Hokage or the policy of excluding Uchiha. Therefore, even if Kakashi is included in the list of candidates for the fifth Hokage, Danzo has never been included. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Asuma, Kakashi. Actually, Sarutobi Hiruzen only has these 4 candidates. Of course, he hopes that Jiraiya can become the 5th Hokage the most. He may not be his best disciple, but he must be his favorite disciple. But with Jiraiya's personality, it is better to kill him than to let him become the 5th Hokage. As for Tsunade, unless Konoha is facing a desperate situation, it is basically impossible for her to take the position. Even if she takes the position, her hemophobia will be a big problem. The last Asuma and Kakashi. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen must be more inclined to his son Asuma. What's more, he has already asked about Asuma's situation. You must know that summoning beasts are also considered the strength of ninjas, so as long as Punchame grows to the level of superior Jonin, then Asuma's strength as the 5th Hokage is considered to be sufficient. In this way, I can put my worries to rest. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. If he really died on the battlefield, but Konoha won in the end, then he wouldn't have to worry too much with Asuma as the Hokage. Although Asuma's strength made him a little worried, he was not worried about Asuma's will of fire at all. However, he had to explain this matter to Mitaman and Chloe Uditan in advance, in case he died suddenly on the battlefield without leaving a successor, and he was afraid that Danzo would take the position of Hokage under his pretext. This alone was not enough, he had to tell Tsunade and Jiraiya again, and then he could rest assured. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The ninja world had already started the Ninja World War unknowingly, and even the live broadcast of the Pokémon battle competition was not watched by many people. In a week, the qualifying round was over. The same as in the ninja world, the fighting here was fierce, but not as cruel and bloody as in the ninja world. This qualifying match brought many of Dark's acquaintances to fighting from the Dark. Except for the previous giant Vice Admiral Soro. And Drake. This man, who was originally going to be the captain of the Navy Headquarters Confidential Force Sword, because of the emergence of the Pokémon League, the Navy had no intention of establishing this force from the beginning to the end. Instead, a Pokémon Special Naval Combat Force was established. Through the cheers of the trainers around, Dark knew that Drake was still a well-known dragon trainer. Drake came here for a simple purpose, that is, he wanted to join the Pokémon League after showing his strength. In short, he wanted to skip levels in this way. He didn't want to climb up from the bottom. After showing his strength in this battle competition, he should be able to get a better position at once, so he came. Hannibal. Former Deputy Warden of Impel. Now he gave up the plan to stay in prison and decided to pursue the higher status of the 4 elites to satisfy his ambitions. Ambition is not necessarily a bad person. Although Hannibal is ambitious and lustful, he is a man of honor and responsibility. Even his hatred for pirates is not because of any deep hatred, but simply because he is worried about the safety of weak civilians. Dark actually noticed this person half a year ago. He is a person he admires and wants to promote him to serve as the inspection department or security department of the Alliance. But he was rejected and nothing happened afterwards. Who would have thought that Hannibal chose to become a trainer because he was not satisfied with that status and wanted to strive for a higher status? And Hannibal is a Dark specialized trainer. Leo. Located in the Tontata Kingdom, a small human tribe in Greenbit, an isolated island north of Dressrosa. Now that the Tianlong people have been destroyed, no one dares to engage in human trafficking, and these small Pokémon have also run out. Leo is not a specialized trainer of Pokémon of a certain attribute, he is more comprehensive. Leo came here to represent the Tontata Kingdom and the Alliance to get an agreement that would allow the Tontata Kingdom's people to live on the Pokémon Island. The Tontata family likes Pokémon very much and feels that Pokémon are naturally close to them, so they also want to come to this world that is said to be full of Pokémon. Pedro. Former leader of the Nox Pirates, now leader of the Furry Principality Knights. Although this is a pirate group, in fact, Pedro went to sea with his partners just to find the historical text for Cat Viper. Finding the historical text is a taboo of the world government. At that time, with the power of the world government, if you are a pirate, you must be a pirate, so Nox is an archaeological group under the name of a pirate group. Now Pedro came here to participate in this Pokemon battle competition for the same purpose. Last year, many organizations such as the World Government, Big Mom Pirates, and the Beasts Pirates were destroyed by the Pokemon League, and the corresponding historical texts were also taken away by the League. After all, Robin and Olivia are both studying this thing, so it must be recycled. Pedro decided to become a trainer to participate in the competition after finding out that the historical texts were taken away by the League. As long as he gets a place, he may be able to get the historical texts to take back. Charlie, a mermaid who once appeared in the Safari Zone and caught a seal, Arlong's biological sister. Now she has become a water-type trainer and came here. As for the purpose, there is no special purpose, just to join in the fun. She likes the feeling of being watched by so many people. So far, there are giants, mermaids, dwarfs, furs, and even skeletons among the contestants, not to mention the audience. Even Dark dare not miss any game. The excitement of this first battle competition is far beyond his imagination. Chapter 270. Doc wants to abdicate. February 23, the second year of the Alliance calendar, the first day of the group stage. It stands to reason that Doc would not be absent from such a wonderful lineup of contestants, but his colleagues forced him to work in the office. I always feel that things are getting more and more. Doc looked at the pile of documents on the table and couldn't help sighing. How could a boss force his employees to work? Doc has already started thinking about retiring and selecting the next leader of the Alliance. But after thinking it over, it seems that there is no suitable candidate now, and the Pokemon Island is still under construction. At least before the overall situation of the entire Pokemon Island stabilizes, there is no way for him to get out of this position. Documents from the Financial Department. This month's expenditure on the environment maintenance of the Alliance Forest in the outer city of the Alliance City. Approval of funds for the construction and publicity of the tourism industry in Yutra Hill. No, shouldn't we ask Tizero for this kind of thing? Snap! Doc slapped the pile of documents. He had already arranged for Tizero to handle this kind of thing. The district has taken full responsibility. He really doesn't know which good-for-nothing or newcomer in the finance department sent the document to him. What does he know about financial management? It seems that his subordinates really think he can do everything. If he was so awesome, would he have been so anxious to recruit talents everywhere in the sea? This is actually nothing strange. The only people who really know what Dark is like are probably the partners in the breeding house. Even Sengoku, Garp, Long, and other people don't know that Dark doesn't even have basic financial management skills. Documents from the engineering department. Yutra Hill has been built, and population recruitment can begin. Application for the construction of the high-speed railway between Alliance City and Yutra Hill. Yutra Hill has been built, and it's time to think about the population problem there. Doc frowned and began to think. As far as he knows, at least half of the residents of Angel City want to live on the ground. This may be an opportunity. There are also the sailing world and the ninja world. Dark knows that many people are eyeing these spots. Let Robin do the statistics later. Files from the Environmental Department. Dragon Palace City in Fishman City applies for the title of a 5-star scenic spot. Angel City applies to build a green forest. This Neptune is really idle. Even Dragon Palace City is worthy of 5 stars. Rejected, give him 3 stars. Dark picked up the file and took a look, and immediately got the answer. The people in Angel City are crazy. Let's transplant a piece from the uninhabited island in the doldrums. Files from the Education Department. List of the second batch of students. Pokemon Academy Grade Reform and Subject Division Plan. Plan for the construction of educational institutions in Fishman City and Angel City. Is the new semester about to start again? It's so fast. Dark murmured a few words, and then picked up the list of students. I saw a lot of familiar names on it, basically some new generations. Luffy, Hinata, Naruto and even Sasuke are all in it, and there are many familiar names. Nefertari D. Vivi, the 10-year-old princess of Alabasta. Grant, the 9-year-old boy with the devil's hand who was saved during Kuzan's trip, because he accidentally ate the demon berry and couldn't control his power. Kaya, the 9-year-old daughter of Zuluabia village in the East Sea. Nakago, the 12-year-old girl from Kakosia village in the East Sea. Unknown age, a student of Zifa who is in the same class as the Alliance Ranger Anne, and a lush berry ability user, Bins. 10-year-old, the third prince of Ryugu Castle, the overturned star. In addition, there are some other minor supporting roles with few roles. In the next class, the other children in the ninja world should be enrolled. Dark raised his head and thought about it. It is estimated that the situation in the ninja world should be similar after a year. Files from the Scientific Research Department. Application for the transfer of experimental subjects in the Seraphim project. Results of the third phase of the test of the Pokémon Fossil Resurrection Machine. Restricted level technology guns for the maintenance of the security of the electric/optical/gas-powered Pokémon Island. Well, very good, Vegapunk and Monet have been doing the right things and the progress is very fast. Dark nodded with satisfaction. The Scientific Research Department is the one that he is most assured of. There has never been any moth. Files from the Security Department. Application for weapon update. Application for staff expansion. Application for logistics props. All rejected. Dark slapped the table with a rage, applying every day, if it were Sarutobi Hiruzen, I would have thought this damn girl was going to rebel. He also didn't understand what Sucrose was thinking. She was thinking about how to expand her security department and strengthen the security department's force all day long. Among the three major force departments, the security department is the one that least needs to expand its force. Because the activities of the members of the security department are all in Pokémon Island. Not to mention that there are almost no criminals here, and those who are not strong have little force. Now the weapons of the security department are completely sufficient. Let alone this Pokémon Island. With their technological weapons, those small countries that unified the ninja world are completely sufficient. As long as they don't encounter cage-level figures, there will be no major problems. Files from the Inspection Department. Overlapping content of the Inspection Team and the Grey Army. Application for the review and approval of newcomers in the Inspection Team. Application for the construction of the Fleet Group of the Inspection Team. Dark knew at a glance that these documents could not have been made by Bellamy and Gold. These two are very good at leading the army to fight, but it is impossible for them to think about how to maintain and develop these two departments. For this reason, Dark specially found a few smart people to serve as their deputies. These should be the reports made by their deputies, and Bellamy and Gold can't consider these contents. Especially Gold, that guy is lazy to death. If it weren't for Gold's deputy, Wanda the Fur Tribe, who was very responsible, the inspection team of the ninja world would basically be useless. Documents from the medical department. Application to create an agricultural department to grow various medicinal materials for the medical department. Phase 3 clinical trial results of Pokémon trauma-specific drugs. Application to expand the medical department's staff, increase the number of surgeons, and recommend worldwide recruitment. Reiju, this girl, has really made a big deal for me. Create an agricultural department. Dark had never thought of this idea before, after all, he didn't think the Alliance needed this department before. But it must be said that the Alliance does have this part of the work, but it is all handled by the people on the Bear side. For example, the residents of the Alliance City rent farmland in the suburbs of the Alliance City for planting, which is what should be done in this regard. Not only the agricultural department, but also the legal department must follow up. The laws of this Pokémon Island are not detailed at all. They are all listed as much as possible based on his impressions of his previous life. They are not comprehensive. Dark must keep the laws updated to make Pokemon Island better. We need to think about the candidates in this regard. If it doesn't work, people from the ninja world can also be considered. The people in the Nara family are very flexible and suitable for this department. Dark pondered for a while. He decided to wait until the situation in the ninja world entered the Pokemon era with the theme of peace, and then he would start to introduce talents from the ninja world into the Pokemon League. There is also a referee department. However, this department is a small department, which is managed by Perona. There is nothing important at ordinary times, so there are no documents to report. It took Doc almost a whole day to deal with all the documents on the table. Hey, finally finished. As night fell, Doc lay on the table and looked out the window, sighing, "What kind of suffering is this? Hurry up and find someone capable to replace me." At this time, Doc suddenly thought of what Charlotte had said before. The second and third generations had the shortest tenures. They were kicked out by everyone within 2 years of taking office, and it was not until the fourth generation came up that it was good. Charlotte was a girl who came 100 years later. That is to say, excluding the time of the second and third generations, he and the fourth generation probably had a total tenure of about 95 years. No, I won't have to work hard for decades. Dark slapped himself in the face. "Fourth generation, please show up soon." Knock knock. There was a knock on the door, and before Dark could say anything, someone came in. There were only 2 people who dared to do this, that is, Fengkele and Robin, the 2 external and internal secretaries. In fact, compared with the time Dark spent in this office, these 2 people spent more time sitting in the office for him. "Robin, what's wrong?" "I'm off work." Dark looked up. It was Robin with a subtle smile on his face, and Dark's eyes suddenly showed a vigilant look. He was really afraid that Robin would bring him another bunch of documents to show him. "Don't be afraid, there is no work that needs your personal review." Robin couldn't help but laugh secretly when he saw Dark's vigilant look, and then said, "There is a happy event." "Hey? Happy event?" Dark was a little confused when he heard it. Why didn't he know there was a happy event? After thinking carefully, I couldn't think of any relevant content. Teezero and Stella are getting married. Gee. Dark glared at Glare. He really forgot about this matter. He remembered that he had thought about holding a grand wedding for these 2 people, but he forgot about it. Stella is pregnant. Reiju judged that she is already 3 weeks pregnant. "I see, this is indeed a happy event." Dark nodded, then looked at Robin, asked them if they plan to hold the wedding in the sailing world or in the Pokemon Island. "I've already asked." "What do you mean?" Robin first showed a somewhat dark and weird smile, and then spoke. "Hold the wedding in the ruins of Pangu City, the ruins of Marijoa." Chapter 271 4 Emperors vs Generals. Although there are many things to do in each department, there are also matters such as the gorgeous competition that need to be prepared. However, in front of the wedding of Teezero and Stella, everything has to be postponed. Teezero is not an ordinary alliance leader, but a partner of their breeding house. Such a festival must be taken seriously. After knowing this, Doc contacted Tom as soon as possible and asked them to take people to Pangu City to transform it into a place suitable for holding a wedding. At the same time, Doc was also preparing how to make this wedding more exciting. It would be best to have some blessings from Pokemon. Maybe can we have a new legendary Pokemon? After all, this matter can only be held after the Pokemon battle competition. Because now the focus of people in Pokemon Island and the sailing world is on the Pokemon battle competition, then the wedding of Teezero and Stella may not be so popular. Okay, I finally have time to watch the game. The second day of the group stage. At this moment, standing in the central arena, there are 2 very famous people on the sea. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Aokiji Kyuzan. The 2 were fighting a 3v3 singles match. The 3 Pokemon sent by Whitebeard are Blissey, Magcargo, and Crustle. Blissey was evolved in one go. At the first Alliance auction, Newgate bought an Everstone for Happiny because Happiny liked the shape of the Everstone. But later, in order to treat Newgate, Happiny threw the Everstone aside and thought about how to evolve. But Happiny felt uncomfortable and cried without holding the beautiful stone. There was no choice but to ask Blenheim, the stone expert, for one. Who knew that an oval stone was taken out from Blenheim's warehouse, and then evolved into Chansey. Chansey and Newgate had a very deep relationship. As soon as the level reached, she evolved into Blissey. When a small pink egg went in and a big pink egg that was so big that it could squeeze the door came out, the whole white group was stunned. Although Happiny evolution to Blissey is not a bad thing. But Newgate was a little angry because he did not personally witness the process of Happiny's evolution, and beat Blenheim. Blenheim was crying and almost ran away from home. These three Pokémon of Newgate have one characteristic. Huge. Blissey has an average height of 1.5 meters, and this one is 3.7 meters. The egg in its arms alone is 30 centimeters long, and the protein contained in it is 600 times that of beef. Magcargo has an average height of 0.8 meters, and this one is 2 meters. The whole Pokémon is like a steam monster, with steam all over its body. Crustle has an average height of 1.4 meters, and this one is 3.6 meters. The nest on its back is the masterpiece of the Stone Master Blenheim last resort for decades. The real rock palace crab has a stone on its back of at least 2 meters. This is the style of Pokémon that grew up in the sailing world. People who grow up in this world, especially those who are strong, basically cannot do without crazy physical training and massive food. Especially in a place like the White Group, with breeders like Sage who are among the best in the three worlds making food, the nutrition must be higher than that of ordinary Pokémon. In comparison, although Cuisin's three Pokémon are also quite huge, they are still a little shorter than Newgate. His three Pokémon are Cloyster, Lapras, and Glolly. Three ice Pokémon. Among them, Cloyster and Lapras also have water-type attributes. It is precisely because Cuisin has these two water attribute Pokémon that Newgate has suffered a great loss. Although Magcargo restrains the ice type, it is restrained by water type 4 times. Crustle has no restraint relationship with the ice type, but is restrained by water type twice. For this reason, the battle situation has now come to a 1v3 situation. Magcargo was dismissed by Lapras, Cloyster was sent off by Crustle. Do you think I don't know how others will think about restraining me, an ice trainer? Cuisin stood on the podium and scratched his hair. He knew very well that when others knew that he was an ice specialized trainer, they would definitely use some Pokémon with attributes that restrain ice to deal with him. So, he carefully selected some dual attribute Pokémon to train from the beginning. Except for Glolly, none of his other Pokémon had a single ice attribute. Glolly was his first Pokémon, an Earl Dervish companion hatched from a randomly purchased Pokémon egg. All the other Pokémon were found and captured by Cuisin himself in the Safari Zone. Ha, what a joke, little ice kid, do you think I need to target you specifically? Newgate didn't lie. He didn't consider the attribute thing from beginning to end. He and Ash are the same type of trainers. No matter what attribute your Pokémon is, I will send out the Pokémon I want to send out. It's a pity that Newgate doesn't have the halo of Master of Reverse Attributes. That's right. Ku praised and raised his chin. He believed what Newgate said. Others may say this to save face, but the former world's strongest man would not lie to others. Blissey, I leave it to you. Lucky. A huge pink egg appeared on the battlefield from the Pokémon ball, attracting everyone's attention. Blissey is a very famous Pokémon. Because you can basically see the figure of Chansey, a Pokémon that has degenerated into the first stage, in the Pokémon Center, but there is only one person in the entire Pokémon League who owns Blissey. Vinsmoke Raja. Ordinary people simply cannot get a Pokémon as rare as Happiny. Secondly, Happiny evolution to Chansey requires a valuable item such as Oval Stone, and chancy evolution to Blissey requires deep bonds. This led to Blissey immediately attracting everyone's attention as soon as she appeared. Hey! Dark looked at the Blissey on the field and couldn't help laughing. With Psychic, he could of course sense that the hidden injuries in Whitebeard's body had been cured by Blissey's heal pulse or life dew. The rest were chronic diseases. Unless rare items or Viridian's power were used, it was basically impossible to cure them. At the same time, Blissey had a very special status in the whole world. Because Blissey was the first batch of eggs to come to this world, and also the first egg to leave Dark's hands. She is considered the eldest sister of all egg-born Pokémon in the sailing world. Blissey's level is also very high. She lives like a princess in the white group and doesn't practice much, but her level has reached LV.48. The levels of Cuzin's 3 Ice-type Pokémon are LV.40, LV.42, and LV.45. The levels can be said to be very balanced, and they have all mastered the two-color domineering. Even the Pokémon of those gym leaders may not be stronger than Cuzin's 3 Pokémon, especially the flying type and water type gyms. These leaders themselves are not very strong, so the strength of the Pokémon they train must be a little worse. Just like Gonfer himself does not understand the two-color domineering, there is no way to teach the flying-type Pokémon two-color domineering personally, and can only find others to help train. However, at this time, Cloyster and Lapras are not in a very good state. Although the two Pokémon won the previous 2 battles, they were Pokémon from the white group after all, and they were not so easy to deal with. They were more or less injured. Only one Glally was still in perfect condition. Don't stop me from competing for the position of the 4 elites. There seemed to be a flame burning in the depths of Cuzin's eyes. No one can covet this job better than him. Covet this vacation. When he thought of the happy life of becoming a 4 elite, Cuzin felt that his little universe was about to explode. He had lost 1 game in the qualifying round since the start of the competition. Joracole Mihawk. Until now, he couldn't understand how those Pokémon burst out with such excessive power, especially the confusion of Seduc. Cloyster, Shell Blade. Cuzin launched a first-hand attack as soon as he came up, intending to end the battle quickly. And Cloyster didn't hesitate, closing the shell and cutting towards Blissey like a spinning top. Although he had never played with the Pokémon of Blissey before, from the Chansey of the Pokémon Center, this Pokémon may have an unparalleled recovery ability on the battlefield. Do you know what is called God Avoids Me? It is because of this. The Pokémon sent by Newgate is the kind of anti-touched player who basically abandon the mobile ability. It must be more favorable for Blissey. Cuzin always believes that Pokémon battles require brains. It is not enough to rely on Pokémon to be strong. You must have a plan and be able to fully utilize Pokémon's skills, attributes, characteristics, etc. to be a qualified trainer. In addition to causing damage to the opponent, the Shell Blade has another effect: it may reduce the opponent's defense. Then Cuzin used Aurora Beam and Ice Beam in succession. The former reduces Blissey's attack power, and the latter puts Blissey into a frozen state. Until Cloyster was about to collapse, Cuzin took it back and replaced it with Lapras, still fighting in the same way, continuously reducing Blissey's various states. And how can Newgate, who doesn't read books or study all day, know the various effects of Cuzin's skills? At this moment, the group of people watching in the white group, especially Thatch, the only one learning on the whole ship, are almost dying of anxiety. Dad can't see it, but they can see that Cuzin is digging a big hole. Chapter 272 Long-awaited failure. When the duel came to 20 minutes later, Cloyster and Lapras were already injured and replaced by Cuzin, and he also played the last Pokémon Glally. Glally is a very interesting Pokémon. From the perspective of the racial value in the game, the values of his 6 abilities are all equal. In reality, Glally's talents in physical strength, defense, speed, attack, etc. are the same. It belongs to a hexagonal warrior, but it can also be called without characteristics. If such a characteristic is placed on a walking Pokemon, it is indeed mediocre, but Glally can fly, so it's different. On the other side, if you only look at Blissey's HP at this time, it is basically full. In the last round, Blissey has used Life Dew, Heal Pulse, and Egg to restore health. But if Blissey goes to the Pokemon Center to check, or if someone with Psychic detects it, they will find that Blissey's aura is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. In the game, it is like this: Attack 6, Defense 6, Speed 6, Freeze. Blissey's racial value is as special as Glally's. His total racial value is 540, of which 255 and 135 are in physical strength and special defense respectively, and attack and defense are only 10. This configuration is not good or bad. At least Blissey is still very powerful when dealing with Pokemon that mainly use special attacks. However, it is very stupid to deal with Pokemon with physical attacks or high health, especially if Blissey does not learn it specially. The offensive skills he mastered through natural upgrades are basically physical skills. At that time, he will not be able to withstand the damage and cannot deal damage. Nowadays, Glally is generally a dual cultivation Pokemon. But Glally cultivated by trainers in the sailing world mostly focuses on physical attacks. Blissey's already poor attack and defense are even worse. Her speed is not as fast as Glally, and the latter can fly. If there is any consolation, it is that Blissey has also mastered the two-color Domineering. At least the armed color Domineering can slightly improve her defense. Although there is no suppression relationship in attributes, this state is too different. Dark glanced at the sky. As soon as Kuzan released Glally, he let him use skills such as Snow Scene, which simply means snowing. Let the environment enter the snowing state, which can improve the defense of icy attribute Pokemon. If nothing unexpected happens, the Glally's characteristic is Frozen Body. Frozen Body can allow Glally to slowly recover its physical strength in the snowy environment. Dark couldn't help but secretly smack his lips, and even raised his hands to applaud. Among all the trainers at present, Kuzan is definitely the most advanced trainer in Pokemon battles, and he is the one who really uses his brain to be a trainer. There are not many trainers like this in the group of trainers in the sailing world. There are only a few people who can play dirty tricks, such as Law, Sabo, Hannibal, and Pedro, but none of them can match Kuzan's level. Glally, use Double Team. Kuzan stood on the command platform, calmly looking at the battlefield in front of him and commanding. In the first 2 rounds of battle, Kuzan had already seen that Newgate might not have let his Pokemon take the initiative to learn some other skills, and rely on natural mastery. Then Blissey's skill pool is very simple. Basically only physical attack means, only 1 or 2 special skills with low damage. It is not easy to hit, and now the attack has been weakened by the full level, and the opponent's defense has been improved. If it is a more knowledgeable trainer, he might lose his mind and surrender directly. But Newgate is the one who doesn't know how to do it. The way he cultivates Pokemon is no different from cultivating those sons on his ship. He treats them as his own sons. Overprotection and overpampering make these Pokemon just develop well, and fight purely by panel values, and don't care about anything else. And Blissey is actually very powerful when fighting humans and Sea Kings. Relying on huge blood volume, recovery ability, and two-color Domineering, he would have a bounty of hundreds of millions of Baileys in the past. Now, except for those captains of the squads and captains of the affiliated groups, basically few people in the white group can get away from Blissey. But this is a Pokemon battle. Copycat. Newgate frowned, and now he also realized that something was wrong. Did he do something secretly? At first he didn't observe carefully, he just worked hard. Now he felt that when Blissey used the same trick, his strength and speed were getting stronger and stronger. Slow. He looked up at a cirrus falling from the sky. Because he didn't know much about the details of Pokemon's skills, he didn't know how Blissey became like this, nor did he know how to solve this situation. The Pokemon on both sides launched their skills one after another. Countless clones of Glali and Blissey appeared on the field, and both sides couldn't tell who was the real one. Use your observation haki to sense it. X2. Kuzan and Newgate ordered at the same time. Both Pokemon on both sides have mastered the two-color haki. However, the phantoms differentiated by the skill of double team are somewhat similar to the substitute technique in the Naruto world. That is to say, if the observation haki is only used to detect life energy, it cannot see through the move of double team. But there is one thing that double team cannot compare with the substitute technique. That is, the substitute technique is almost the same as the caster's body, just like a real person. But double team is fake, clone technique is a level ninjutsu, substitute is level ninjutsu, so double team is between E and C, depending on the proficiency of the Pokemon. Even if the proficiency is high, it can't be as extraordinary as substitute. There will always be flaws in various subtle places such as heart rate, blinking, pupil highlights, etc. This kind of flaw is where the observation haki can detect. Ice Fang. Kuzan is different from other trainers. When Pokemon uses observation haki, most trainers help to watch the field, but Kuzan only looks at Glali. Because he knows very well that in this Pokemon Island, it is useless for them to watch the field without observation haki, so he should just leave it to his Pokemon. Partners should trust each other. What Kuzan has to do is to detect Glali's changes and intentions at the first time. Just now, the amount of cold air released from Glali suddenly increased a little. Kuzan, who was very sensitive to this kind of cold breath, noticed it at once, and also understood that Glali had discovered the other party's true body. Don't underestimate us, kid, Blissey, Double Edge. What a coincidence. Although Newgate didn't look at Blissey, he knew what the little pink egg he had cultivated since childhood wanted to do. You know, Happiny used to play tricks on his beard all day long. In order to deal with this little thing, Newgate used to use his observation haki all day long. Now he can understand Blissey's thoughts even without observation haki. The degree of tacit understanding between them even surpassed Kuzan and Glali. Kuzan didn't expect that the other party could detect it at the same time. Although it was a bit unexpected, it didn't matter, but Glali might be injured. Double Edge is a powerful general-type ultimate move. Even though Blissey's racial value is not high and has been weakened, it can still exert a considerable power. But Kuzan does not intend to let Glali give in. And he will let Glali pester Blissey and prevent her from recovering. Anyway, it is snowing now. As long as Glali is conscious, she can slowly recover her physical strength without releasing special skills. Blissey's characteristic is natural recovery. When replacing a Pokemon, it can clear the abnormal status of this Pokemon. But it is obviously useless now. Because Newgate's other two Pokemon have been eliminated, Blissey cannot be replaced. Pokemon battles are actually somewhat similar to information and intelligence battles between ninjas. If Newgate had learned more about these Pokemon, he would not have made so many mistakes on the field today. Perhaps he is not suitable to be a trainer. Being a breeding house owner or kindergarten principal is more suitable for him. Bang! Blissey hit Glali, but the latter just frowned. Crack! Glizzly took the damage and opened her sharp and cold mouth to bite Blissey. Blissey, who was already in the frozen state, was even worse off, and a layer of ice formed on the surface of her body after being bitten. Lucky! Blissey couldn't help but make a sound of pain. If it were her in Happiny, she would definitely sit on the ground and cry, leaving everyone at a loss. But now Blissey is very strong and won't cry easily. Hold on, sheer cold. This is the key to Kuzan's request for Glali to bite Blissey despite the damage. Although sheer cold is a special skill with a very low hit rate. But this kind of zero-distance release can't be missed again. Kuzan doesn't expect to use sheer cold to kill Blissey or cold to deal damage. The reason for using this move is that once this move hits, it can make the opponent faint. In the real world, Pokemon that are already in the frozen state will faint for a longer time after being hit. Frost spread from the place where Glolly was hit to the surroundings, and Blissey soon fainted and fell to the ground. Because there are no circles, this does not count as losing the ability to fight. As long as Blissey wakes up, she can continue to fight. Headbutt. Now you can let Kuzan and Glolly attack. Stop it. Newgate spoke at this time. He looked down at Blissey lying on the ground and saw a painful expression on his face. He softened his heart and said, "I failed." He couldn't say the word surrender, so he could only say it in another way. It has been a long time since he felt such a strong sense of frustration and loss. It's not because he lost this battle. Instead, he realized the reason for losing the battle. It was his failure as a trainer, not the failure of Pokémon. Chapter 273 What kind of monster is this? On February 27, the second year of the league calendar, the third day before the end of the group stage. The situation in the Ninja world has begun to enter a tense stage. The cause of the Fourth Ninja World War is similar to that of the Third Ninja World War, at least the meaning is the same. Konoha is out of balance. The sudden increase in the number of summoning beasts cubs in Konoha made the Cloud and Rock village who received the news a little panic, and even speculated whether Konoha had made a deal with a summoning place. Because they were worried that Konoha would grow up and its combat power would far exceed theirs, they decided to attack Konoha first. Of course, whether the real reason was jealous of Konoha and the Feng Shui treasure land of the Fire Country is a matter of opinion. In terms of scale, this ninja war basically cannot catch up with the Third War. During the Third War, the four villages of Kumo, Mist, Rock, and Sand formed an alliance to attack Konoha. However, Sand Village and Mist Village were half paralyzed when they entered the battlefield. The former had the disappearance of the third Kazekage and the latter had a bloody internal strife. The real fighters were Rock Village and Kumo Village, but Sand Village and Mist Village also played some roles on the battlefield. This time, Mist Village closed its doors and banned news exchanges. Sand Village had no plans to take action for the time being, and Danzo had already gone to instigate Sand Village and Rain Village to go to war. Even if Mist Village was not in a special period, they would not necessarily send troops to participate in this war. The biggest losers of the Third War were Mist Village and Rock Village. The former's 7 people were destroyed, which was a small matter, but the nuclear bomb Three Tails was gone, which was a big deal. Although the Three Tails has now returned to the body of the 4th Mizukage Yagura Karatagi, and Yagura Karatagi is one of the only 2 perfect Jinchuriki in the entire ninja world during this period, only he knows the specific situation in the middle. The latter lost tens of thousands of ninjas, which was a huge blow to themselves. They killed 800 enemies but lost 1,000 of their own. This time, it was only Kumagakure and Iwagakure that wanted to attack Konoha. But even so, there was no need for Sandagakure and Kirigakure to take action. After all, Konoha was no longer as powerful as it was during the Third War. It was hard enough to just attack their 2 villages. The key was that the Nine Tails Rebellion made the 4th Hokage and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki incompetent, and Kumagakure took advantage of that time to sucker punch Konoha. It took another 3 years, and Konoha was completely in a state of collapse. At least half of the major events in the 3 years before and after the Third War were related to Uchiha Obito. Iwagakure Village. Ibe didn't go to the battlefield on Kumagakure, did she? Unaki looked at the intelligence ninja beside him with a serious face. He couldn't ignore this. During the Third War, Onoki and the 3rd Hokage agreed to attack Konoha together. As a result, they turned around and made peace with Konoha, and then Onoki sent tens of thousands of ninjas to encircle and suppress Kumagakure. The 3rd generation Raikage stayed behind to cover the rear, and died together with the tens of thousands of Iwagakure. Since then, Iwagakure and Kumagakure have formed an indelible hatred that continues to this day. As long as either the 4th generation AI or the 8-tailed Jinchuriki Killer Bee does not go to the front line battlefield with Konoha, Onoki will never leave Iwagakure village. He is really afraid of a sneak attack from the opposite side. Now Iwagakure is not as strong as Kumagakure, which has the 4th generation Kage plus 2 Jinchuriki, and many ninjas in the village are left during the Third World War. And Iwagakure, except for the 3rd generation Tsuchikage and the 5-tailed Jinchuriki who went to the front line, does not have many people who can show off, especially the tens of thousands of ninjas who were lost and the 4-tailed Jinchuriki Laozii who left the village. Tens of thousands of ninjas don't seem to be many in the sailing world. If you pick out any famous battle there, the number of people is basically no less than 50,000 or 100,000. But the ninja world is different. During the 4th Ninja World War, the 5 major ninja villages had no more than 80,000 people, and an average of about 16,000 people per village. This shows how much the loss of Iwagakure was in the Third War. Yes. Keep watching. Onaki is determined to prevent this wave of Kumagakure in this war. At most, they didn't fight in the 4th war with Iwagakure. They just hid in their Iwagakure village. Iwagakure is surrounded by solid mountains on all sides, and it is extremely difficult for outsiders to break into it. Of course, this is the case that Kumagakure does not suddenly throw a tailed beast in. If a tailed beast is dropped from the air, not to mention Iwagakure, no village in the entire ninja world can withstand it. By the way, prepare another document, and the truce document with Konoha. Onaki's eyes flickered for a moment. If the 4th generation AI really dares to let Kumagakure attack them, then he will repeat the deeds of the Third War. The front line and Konoha stopped fighting, and even joined forces to attack Kumagakure, directly injuring Kumagakure. Kumagakure village. Onaki hasn't been on the battlefield yet, right? The 4th generation Reikage AI asked the intelligence ninja on the side. He doesn't have any ideas about Iwagakure. Well, he does have ideas, a little bit. According to the style of the Reikage and Kumagakure, it is strange that the Reikage did not go to the battlefield immediately after the war started. There are 2 reasons why the 4th generation AI is not on the battlefield now. One is that he does not trust Onoki at all. In the Third War, Iwagakure turned against him and killed his father. Naturally, he would never trust him again. Second, he is waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. Although the theme of this war is still to attack Konoha, after fighting for so long, everyone knows that Konoha is a hard bone. There is basically no need to think that this war can be ended in 2 or 3 years. In the past 2 or 3 years, they can't put all their minds on a hard bone, right? If they can sneak attack Iwagakure, avenge the hatred during the Third War, or even eliminate Iwagakure from the ninja world, then this result is also very good, second only to eliminating Konoha. For Kumagakure, the best outcome of this war is of course that Konoha and other ninja villages are both defeated, and then they will take action to destroy them one after another and unify the ninja world. But the shadows of other ninja villages are not fools. Especially Konoha's Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Iwagakure's Onoki, they are all old guys from the last era, and their means of playing dirty are better than the 4th generation AI, so how could they give him this opportunity? Let Darui prepare the documents for cooperation with Konoha. The 4th generation AI actually still has a trick up his sleeve. If the situation with Konoha on the front battlefield is still ambiguous within half a year, then he will directly join forces with Sarutobi Hiruzen to eliminate Iwagakure from the ninja world. On the front battlefields of the 2 places, the troops sent by Konoha were very timely, and directly intercepted Iwagakure and Kumagakure in the borders of the Land of Grass and the Land of Hot Springs. When big countries fight, small countries suffer. Large-scale wars are not within the borders of both sides, and small-scale wars can be fought at will. This is common sense and the unspoken rule of big countries. Rather than saying that Kumagakure and Iwagakure were intercepted by Konoha, it is better to say that they deliberately slowed down and waited for the arrival of Konoha's ninjas. The 3 parties have stationed their armies in suitable places, and the Land of Grass and the Land of Soup naturally dare not fart. It has been 10 days since the full-scale war started. It is inevitable that some small-scale wars will occur when each side is gathering intelligence, but so far, no major war has broken out. Iwagakure and Kumagakure are concerned about each other, so they are a little hesitant. Konoha is eager to delay for a little longer, so it is naturally impossible to take the initiative. But this war will eventually start, but it is still missing an accident, a fuse. On the battlefield of Konoha vs Kumagakure, a yellow-haired man suddenly popped out of a forest. Beside him, there is a guilty orange-eared dog and a curious saffron-colored fox. Woof! Let's go back. Arcanine has already regretted that he should not have been bribed by a few bowls of ramen and secretly brought Naruto all the way to the battlefield. No. Konoha is in a critical moment now, and it's time for me, Uzumaki Naruto, to show up. I'm the son of the fourth Hokage. Naruto shook his head stubbornly. He still has a little confidence in his current strength. Although he has not been training with Zephyr for a long time, he can even fight against the wild wolves and bears in Mount Gorber, relying purely on physical strength. Arcanine shook his head. In his opinion, Naruto is weaker than a bug in the calm belt. How can he play any role in such a battlefield? But fortunately, Arcanine is not panicking. Because he is a Pokemon who has mastered the two-color domineering. Whenever he senses any threatening guys around him, he will immediately grab the two little guys and run away. It seems that there is nothing going on. Naruto looked around and felt very quiet, which did not look like a war at all. Ouch! Just when Naruto was about to step out to take a look, he was suddenly pressed into the bushes by Arcanine's claws. Then he pushed Vulpix in, letting the two little things huddle together. Then he turned his head and looked in a certain direction, and went straight to meet them. His observation haki noticed that there were 7 or 8 people jumping over there. He didn't know what they were, but they were not ordinary people, but they were not a threat to him, so he came to take a look. If a fight really broke out, it would be some distance away from Naruto, so as not to accidentally hurt the two little things, and the range of the observation haki can also reach that side. The Kumagakure team, which was secretly looking for Konoha's logistics base, was walking in the forest, and suddenly a huge red dog jumped out in front of them. It looked like it was 3 meters tall, and it was emitting a hot breath all over its body. What is it? Is this a new summoned beast from Konoha? I remember the intelligence said that the strength of these summoned beasts is not strong. Just kill him and take him back for research. Awoo! Arcanine is not a stupid dog. Not to mention that he can understand human words, even if he can't understand, he can sense the murderous intent of the people in front of him. In this case, there is no need to be polite. Flame Vortex. The rolling flames like a tide spewed out of Arcanine's mouth, instantly turning the forest in front of him into a sea of fire, with a power comparable to Uchiha Madara's Blevel ninjutsu Hahwonyeki. When the Kumagakure ninjas saw the fire ninjutsu that covered their entire field of vision, they were all stunned for a moment. What kind of monster is this? Chapter 274 The Fuse of War. Yuryui, Kaiui. Nuryui, who ran far away, looked around. He couldn't see the figures of his two companions at all. As for the other 4 genin in the team, he didn't hold out hope that they could survive. The range of this fire escape ninjutsu has exceeded the range of the genin ninjutsu and substitute ninjutsu, and even if he used it, he would be covered and burned to death by the flames. If he hadn't used earth escape rock hidden technique to escape from the ground just now, he might have died in the sea of fire, and even so, his back was burned black. And the other 2 Chunin partners who are good at lightning escape ninjutsu don't have this kind of ninjutsu that makes it easy to escape. Didn't they say that the summoned beasts that suddenly appeared in Konoha were very weak? Nuryuyi didn't get a response from his 2 classmates. He knew that they were probably dead in the fire, so he decisively used the earth clone technique to run in all directions. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen used fire style, that move just now would be just like this, and it was a noziel ninjutsu. Crack! Bang! Just as Nuryuyi was thinking about what happened just now, there was a huge bang from behind, and he even felt the ground shaking. He turned his head halfway and looked back. A big tree seemed to be knocked down by something. But he didn't see any creature. Suddenly, he felt a hot breath coming from the front. Even before he had time to turn around, he immediately formed seals with both hands to prepare to use the earth flow wall. Earth-style earth. Before Nuryuyi finished forming the seal, the other party was engulfed by flames. At this point, he was still thinking, speaking of which, there should be a few summoning beasts in the ninja world that can cast hand seals. I just happened to meet one. Flamethrower. Woof. Arcanine felt the disappearance of the breath of life, and closed the big mouth that spewed out blazing fire. Looking at the black ash on the ground, Arcanine immediately ran back to where Naruto was just now. A few seconds later. Arcanine, where did you run to? Woof. Woof. There's a fire over there. Woof. It's okay. Arcanine lowered his head and kissed Naruto and Vulpix's heads, then immediately took the two little guys in his mouth and ran away. The noise caused by his skill just now was too loud, and two large groups of people were heading towards this burning forest. If nothing unexpected happens, these two groups of people are not from the same group, and they may start a war if they meet. He couldn't let Naruto see it, otherwise the little thing would definitely want to go up to help. The Kumigakure arrived at the scene first. What's going on? Xi, who came with hundreds of Kumigakure ninjas to investigate the situation, frowned when he saw the scene. Xi, an all-around superior ninja who is good at using illusions, medical ninjutsu and has the ability to perceive, is regarded as the left hand of the 4th generation Raikage. His status in the Kumigakure village even surpasses Kakashi and is equal to the future 5th generation Raikage Darui. In terms of his strength, he is a strong man who can be ranked in Konoha. In terms of the panel and the reputation in the ninja world, Xi's strength is similar to Sarutobi Asuma and Kakashi. He waved his hand to let the ninjas around him pay attention to the surroundings and search for useful information. Soon, two ninjas came to his side, each holding a forehead protector. This is the village's forehead protector. The only people on duty around here are Nuryuyi and his gang. They seem to have had an accident. Chunin looked at the forehead protectors in his hand and confirmed that they were all from Kumigakure. Fire escape technique, is it a ninja from Konoha? When hearing about fire escape, any village in the world would definitely think of Konoha. Konoha has too many things related to fire, especially the once Uchiha Madara's fire escape technique is well known in the world. Later, the fire escape techniques of the Uchiha family and even the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen were all top-notch techniques in the ninja world. On the contrary, there were very few ninjas in other villages who used fire escape techniques. Therefore, it was absolutely no problem to suspect the Konoha ninjas at the first time, not to mention that they were on the battlefield with Konoha. Not necessarily. Xi always felt that things were a little subtle. If it was the Konoha ninjas who did it, would they leave these forehead protectors here? So uncultured as ninjas? Moreover, using such a large-scale fire escape technique, were they afraid that they would not be able to catch up? According to Xi's observation, Konoha was obviously trying to drag the rhythm of the battlefield, and should not take the initiative to provoke them to come. Lord Xi, the Konoha army is approaching at 11 o'clock, and our members patrolling around have been discovered. Number of people, leading ninja. Xi was not anxious when he heard this sudden situation, and remained calm. It's about the same as ours. The leading ninja is Konoha's might guy. Middle and senior ninjas stay in ambush, wait for my signal, and the junior ninjas run to the rear. Remember to bury the detonating tags on the way. When Xi heard that the number of people on both sides was about the same, and the leading ninja was a Konoha senior ninja with no brains, he made up his mind instantly. There's no need to run. According to the order from the 4th generation AI, if there is a chance, Fight, if there is no chance, hold back. Now, there is a chance to boost our morale. As for whether those ninjas were killed by Konoha ninjas, it doesn't matter in the current situation. On the other side. Kai, be careful, there may be a trap of Kumagakure ahead. Narashikaku certainly couldn't let Might Guy lead the pursuit alone, he is not a fool. He sent Yamanaka family's best man, San Yamanaka, to help Kai, and also to serve as the brain of this team. Well, I understand. Kai nodded. He was quite aware of his shortcomings, so he never minded listening to other people's opinions and tried not to act impulsively. Divide into 3 teams and pursue from 3 directions. Stay alert at all times. There may be ambushes in the Sea of Fire. Yunika-san waved to the many ninjas behind him. The next moment, the ninjas automatically split into 3 teams and moved forward from different directions. The forest in front had been set on fire, and the dazzling flames and black smoke obscured their vision. They were in the light, and the clouds were hidden in the dark. If they were not careful, they might suffer a great loss. If they were in another place, he would definitely retreat with a group of Konoha people. But this place is not possible. Because not far behind is Konoha's battlefield logistics department. San now seriously suspected that the cloud-hidden village had come to spy on their logistics location, and they might have even found out. This time, they sent the cloud-hidden village team to launch a surprise attack. It was just that they encountered an accident on the way. He guessed that they met the patrolling Konoha ninja team and were sniped. But now he did not see any Konoha ninjas in the Sea of Fire, so he seriously suspected that the ninja team had met with an accident. He could not let the sacrifice of this team be in vain. He had to find out what happened in this forest at all costs. If something happened that they didn't know about, it would be bad if they suffered a lot of losses on the battlefield because of the lack of this information. In the Sea of Fire in the forest. It was not easy for the cloud-hidden village middle and senior ninjas to bear the influence of the flames, but they still tried their best to bide. Have you been discovered? It seems that there are other ninjas besides Might Guy. Could they be from Nara? Xi hid in a boulder and looked at the outside world through the faint light. He saw a large number of figures outside divided into 3 teams, 2 of which bypassed the forest fire and continued to pursue. This was obviously not a decision that Might Guy could make on the spur of the moment, so Xi knew that there must be a cautious guy in that ninja team as the commander. The current situation is that the escaping genin will basically be destroyed, but the detonating tags left behind should be able to replace some people. And they must successfully destroy the team that entered the Sea of Fire, otherwise it would be a big loss. The one who led the team into the Sea of Fire was Yamanaka Santon. Might Guy and another jonin took the other 2 teams to chase the fleeing Kumagakure. The main reason was that Yamanaka Santon was really worried about letting Might Guy lead the team into such a strange place. And perception. Yunika Santon found a hidden place with his eyes closed. This is not an ordinary perception, but a clan secretary unique to their Yamanaka family, which is very similar to the observation haki. At least 14 people are in ambush. About a minute later, Yamanaka Santon had already found the figures of 14 Kumagakure ninjas. There must be more that he has not sensed, and most of those that he can sense are of average strength. He did not hesitate and immediately used perception transmission to convey what he saw to other ninjas in the team. This is the pig in the pig, deer, and butterfly, acting as the eyes. After the communication, Yamanaka Santon gave a look, and the ninjas of Konoha immediately released ninjutsu in the target direction. Fire style, Phoenix fire style. Wind style, Fierce wind palm. Fire style, Dragon fire style. Wind style, Great breakthrough Kamaitaki technique. Wind style Great Kamaitachi. Countless attacks were launched in all directions, most of which were wind style ninjutsu that could restrain lightning style ninjutsu. The ninjas attacked immediately revealed themselves from the dark to avoid the attacks and launched a counterattack. The undiscovered Kumagakure ninjas were still waiting for the best opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The battle between the two sides was about to break out, and the battlefield between Konoha and Kumagakure finally ushered in the first battle. On a hill not far away, Arcanine was overlooking the movement in the forest below. Although he could not see much in his field of vision, he knew that a battle had broken out there. Arcanine, if I kill the fourth Raikage, will everyone agree with me? Woof. No, forget it. Arcanine knew that if Naruto could really kill that kind of guy, then maybe the people of Konoha would really regard him as a little hero. But he also knew that Naruto couldn't do such a thing, even if he brought him along. Unless... Arcanine glanced at Naruto's belly and quickly retracted his gaze. It wasn't that his observation haki was so powerful that he could sense things. Even Zephyr couldn't break through those imprison and sense the 9 tails in Naruto's body. It was Arcanine's characteristic of heart of justice that made him realize that something in Naruto's body was emitting blazing malice. Chapter 275 Arcanine vs. 2 Yukato. The battlefield here was so powerful that soon both bases had discovered the situation here. Akimichi Dodo, Akimichi Saito, Nara Brine, Nara Suzaku and Danzo on the battlefield of Kumagakure made a decision at the first time, and at the same time looked at one of his most trusted subordinates, Yamazaki Fu. You lead 1,000 ninjas to quickly go to the target location to support Yamanaka Santon and Might Guy. Yes. XN. No one present had any objection. Of course, no one dared to have any. After all, the people of the 3 families of Ino, Shikaku, and Jo know exactly what kind of person Shimura Danzo is and what kind of status he has in Konoha. It would be great if Nara Shikaku was the commander on the battlefield of Kumagakure, because he is the one who is most familiar with the combat effectiveness and fighting style of the 3 families. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen is really worried that the Prince Asuma Sarutobi will go to the battlefield to improve his record and hone himself without a powerful intelligent brain. Moreover, Danzo and the Shimura family's wind escape ability is too suitable for dealing with Kumagakure. On the other side of the battlefield. As the commander of the battlefield, Darui sent the 2 Yabokyujin, the Jinchuriki, out without saying a word. The scale of the war continued to expand, and the scope of the battlefield continued to expand. Arcanine didn't know which side was which, so he could only flee to the outside of the battlefield with the 2 little guys. But not every time he could run out smoothly. Especially when those ninjas who are not much weaker than him, or even can compete with him, find his trace, it will be even more troublesome. Gah! Hide in here, never come out. At this moment, Arcanine hid Naruto and Vulpix in a tunnel he dug using the dig skill. This tunnel is 7 or 8 meters underground, and the space is wide enough that it will basically not be discovered. Arcanine, are you okay? Woo! At this time, Naruto and Vulpix looked at Arcanine with a worried look. They could hear that Arcanine's voice was extremely serious now, not as relaxed as before. Woo! I'll be back later. Arcanine didn't have time to comfort the 2 little guys, and used the dig skill again to drill towards the distant surface. About 2 minutes later. Pa! Arcanine broke out of the ground, and thousands of Kumagakure ninjas surrounded him instantly. Don't waste time here, go and support Xi and the others immediately, I'll go after I finish this guy. The 2 Yukato waved their hands and looked at the huge Arcanine at the same time. It's just a summoned beast, it won't take long. The other Kumagakure ninjas didn't hesitate to hear this and immediately continued to move towards the target. Besides the summoned beast that they accidentally discovered, the battlefield on the front line was more important. Soon, only Yukato and Arcanine were left on the field. You made that sea of fire, didn't you? Yukato took out a kunao and threw it in his hand, not in a hurry to attack. He was different from other ninjas, she was a Jinchuriki, and she was a Jinchuriki who had a good relationship with the tailed beast in her body. Although in his perception, the lion in front of him seemed to be nothing special, but the Yatabi in his body was another story. Yomuran, be careful points, the dog in front of you is not weak, don't underestimate it. Isn't this a lion? Yukito fell into silence after hearing what Yukito said. This guy in front of him is a lion no matter how you look at it. However, considering that Yukito is a tailed beast after all, not an animal or a human, it is not surprising that he has another visual system. Although, she still insisted that the summoned beast in front of her is a lion. Hey! Arcanine looked at Yukito, grinned and showed her fangs, and stretched her body with all her strength to make herself look stronger and taller. This is a gesture of threat and intimidation. Arcanine did not want to fight Yukito. He could sense that there was something similar to Naruto in Yukito's body, but the threat was far less than that of Naruto's body. For him, it could only be said to be a little, but not fatal. It's not that Arcanine was inflated. It was the two wooden men and the thing in their bodies that were a threat to Arcanine, but it was very limited. The two wooden men might be able to beat him, but they could only kill him in their dreams. Forget it, I don't have time to waste time with you here, little lion. The wooden man stroked his neck and decided not to waste any more time. No matter what Arcanine was, he would know after beating him. Fire Rat Jade! A rat's hate blue flame spewed out from the wooden man's mouth and attacked Arcanine. Arcanine shook his head. It seemed that this fight had to be fought. He jumped to the side several times and easily jumped more than 10 meters away. However, the blue flame was still tracking him and split into more blue rat's hate flames. Ember! Arcanine opened his mouth and sprayed a few sparks, which offset all the blue flames. Unclassified fire-style ninjutsu? There are such summoned beasts in the ninja world. There are summoned beasts that can use ninjutsu, but they are very rare in the ninja world. Arcanine's move just now surprised Yukito. Think about the slugs, snakes, and toads in the three holy places. They basically rely on their bodies to output, and the ninja dogs and cats don't even have much combat ability. This shows how rare the appearance of Arcanine is to Yukito. Could it be that the summoned beasts that suddenly appeared in Konoha can release unclassified ninjutsu? Yukito thought of this possibility, and the shock in his heart was instantly beyond words. Let alone releasing unclassified ninjutsu, just being able to release ninjutsu is already a top-notch in the summoned beast world, and Konoha has a large number of such summoned beasts. Perhaps, what the two scales Onoki said, Konoha wants to rely on that group of summoned beasts to unify the entire ninja world, is right. Extreme speed. Arcanine didn't know what was going on in Yukito's mind. Since the battle had already begun, he certainly couldn't just passively fight back. The mane on his body shook, and his whole body was covered with aqua blue energy, and then Arcanine rushed out. It was so fast that even ordinary people couldn't catch its figure with their naked eyes. If it was an ordinary Pokémon, it might not be able to achieve this level with extreme speed, but Arcanine was a Pokémon from the sailing world, and his physical quality was terrifying, so it was easy for him to achieve this level. Yukito, here we come. Yalu's voice sounded instantly, alerting Yukito, who was thinking about it. How could it be so fast? Yukito was indeed extraordinary, and he was the third strongest person in the Hidden Cloud Village. But even so, Arcanine was like a blue comet in his eyes. He had only seen one person who could achieve this level, and that was the 4th generation AI's Raiden Chakra mode. In the blink of an eye, Arcanine had already hit Yukito with the armament Haki Iron Mountain Lean, and the latter didn't even have time to use ninjutsu to evade. Puff! The huge impact force directly knocked Yukito away and vomited blood. This lion's power is so strong. Yukito was proud of his strong physique, but facing Arcanine's extreme speed and armament Haki combination, he was directly hit and vomited blood. If it were an ordinary Kumagaku or Jonin, I'm afraid he would be seriously injured. Heat wave. Reality is not a game. There is no such thing as you have to wait for me to make a move after you make a move. Arcanine stuck to Yukito's face and spurted out a mouthful of hot steam. The pink heat flow was visible to the naked eye and poured into Yukito's face like water. Boom! Yukato had also reacted at this time and took action before the heat flow hit his face. The whole person exudes blue cat demon pattern chakra on the surface like a cat with its fur standing on end. Not only does his eyes turn white, but 2 chakra tails also appear behind him. Half-tailed beast mode. In this state, Yukato has a very high resistance to fire escape ninjutsu. After taking Arcanine's heat wave, he turned over and grabbed the ground. Scorch escape? Yukato, with his eyes rolled back, exhaled a hot breath and tilted his head. Arcanine's move just now was too similar to the scorch release of the Sand Village. Cat Claw. Half-tailed beast Yekura's speed was comparable to Arcanine's, raising 2 huge chakra claws and waving at Arcanine. Flame Wheel. Arcanine jumped lightly, turned his body and turned into a huge flaming wheel and crashed into Yekura. Bang! The moment the two touched, they were immediately bounced away. In general, no one suffered much damage. Fire skills are almost immune to Yekura now, and Yekura's physical attack is not good for Arcanine who has mastered the armament Haki. The damage is limited. Both sides looked at each other and knew what was going on. They are all creatures that are good at fire escape, and fire skills will be the least lethal ability in this battle. Yekeng considered it based on the common sense of the ninja world. She didn't know water escape ninjutsu, so she could only use basic physical skills to attack. Arcanine considered it based on the attribute restraint relationship of Pokemon, and immediately thought of the ground-type moves that she hated more. Coincidentally, Arcanine has 3 ground-type skills. Both sides made a judgment and started fighting again. However, both sides intentionally or unintentionally led the battlefield to the large battlefield in front. Yukato was more worried about the situation over there. After he was completely transformed into a tailed beast, he could exert the greatest combat power. This summoned beast could let Xi come over to temporarily delay it. And Arcanine he wanted to lead the battlefield away from where Naruto and the others were, so that this person could fight with the people on the battlefield, and then he would use the dig skill to escape from the battlefield. Agility. After using agility, Arcanine was 3 times faster than Yukato, who kept waving his claws like an anxious kitten but could never catch Arcanine. Even the Yukato's body was getting anxious. Yukato, how far is it from the front battlefield? I can't stand it. I'm going to tear this dog apart. It's almost there, wait a little longer. Because both sides had the same goal, they moved the battlefield very quickly. Soon they entered the range of the large battlefield. Chapter 276 A summoned beast that can counter the tailed beast? What is that? A lion. Is that the point? That lion was fighting Yukato on equal terms. Everyone, get out of the way. When Arcanine and the 2 Yugi who turned into half-tailed beasts appeared on the battlefield, both the Konoha ninjas and the Kumagakure ninjas retreated to the rear like flowing water, and a huge empty battlefield was suddenly vacated in the middle. The Konoha ninjas were frightened by the 2 Yugi who turned into half-tailed beasts, and the Kumagakure ninjas were frightened by the summoned lions that could fight with the Yugi. Arcanine looked at the ninjas on both sides who suddenly retreated, and his face was confused. According to the script, he should rush into the battlefield and dig away in the chaos. But in this situation, it seems that he can't escape under the eyes of so many ninjas. Is that Arcanine? Is there an Arcanine in our village? Stupid, didn't Uzumaki Naruto's grandfather have an Arcanine? That means that this Arcanine is on our side. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you see Pokemon in other villages? The Konoha ninjas were excited when they saw Arcanine looking majestic on the battlefield. Everyone, get ready and attack Kumagakure when the time is right. Narabrine was already making hand seals in secret, keeping a close eye on Arcanine. Although he didn't know why Arcanine appeared on the battlefield, this was a great opportunity. No one among them could deal with the fully transformed two-tailed beast. If only one two-tail appeared, he would have ordered a retreat. But now there is a Pokemon that seems to be able to fight against the tailed beasts, so everything can turn around. The guys from Kumagakure actually released all the tailed beasts. Narasazaku frowned. He watched the chakra of the two Yokotos expand and grow, which was obviously the rhythm of releasing the tailed beasts. According to the unspoken rules between the 5 major ninja villages, the tailed beast Jinchuriki can fight on the battlefield, but if you want to call out the perfect tailed beast, it will be a violation of the unspoken rules on the battlefield. Because this may cause the other village to release the tailed beast, causing large-scale damage. The most important thing is, once the tailed beast is invited out, it may not be invited back. Yokoto, let me out. Yes. How could the two Yokotos not know the rules on the battlefield? But they also know the situation of Konoha. According to the analysis of the 4th generation AI, even if Konoha releases 9 tails, they have no ability to take 9 tails back, so unless Konoha is facing the danger of overturning, they will never release 9 tails, the most dangerous tailed beast. Even if 9 tails is released, can't their 8-tailed plus 2-tailed beast beat a 9 tails? Because they are fearless, Yokoto didn't think so much. Only in terms of the combat power of the tailed beasts, they are the first in Kumagakure. Soon, the huge figure of the 2-tailed Matatabi appeared on the battlefield. A big cat with blue flames all over its body and a height of 51 meters appeared on the battlefield. It may not be a big deal in the sailing world, but it is too deterrent in this ninja world. Awoo! Obviously the 2-tailed is a cat, but her growl seems to be a tiger or a leopard. Awoo! Arcanine here is not weak at all, after all, he is from the sailing world. Not to mention the 51 meter big cat, he has killed hundreds of meters of sea kings with a breath of fire. He raised his head and howled. Although he looked like a lion, he was actually a dog, but he made a wolf-like voice. Little dog, you are in big trouble. Yataru looked out from the perspective of Yokoto just now, and felt that he was played by Arcanine. So she is very hostile to Arcanine now. As soon as she came out, she aimed directly at Arcanine, and even ignored Yokoto's instructions in her mind to attack the Konoha ninja. To put it bluntly, she is not the 8-tailed Jyoki, and her relationship with the Jinchuriki is not that good, so she does not need to obey Yokoto's orders. If she is in a good mood, she will help her, and if she is in a bad mood, she will do what she wants. This is also the reason why Yokoto can completely transform into a tailed beast by his own strength, but he is not a perfect Jinchuriki. Woo! Try it! Arcanine bared his teeth, looking extremely fierce. He was no longer the idiot who made trouble in the breeding house. He had killed at least 3-digit pirates in the whole sea. He had 2 different attitudes in front of the enemy and in front of other people. What a dog's guts! Yatake was angry. He opened his mouth and a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared from his mouth instantly and spit towards Arcanine. If it was released by the wooden man, Arcanine could directly catch it with his face, but if it was released by Yatake, he would not dare to be so arrogant. Yatake, half-tailed beast, Yatake, 2-tailed, these 3 are divided into levels according to their actual combat power. Then it is LV.40, LV.50, LV.60. Arcanine's level is LV.55, which includes the physical fitness that Arcanine has worked hard to practice. It is precisely because of his strong physical fitness that he can reach this level at this age and accumulate more fire energy in his body. But this does not include the 2-color domineering that Arcanine has mastered. The 2-color domineering belongs to skills and abilities. Mastering these 2 can improve Arcanine's actual combat effectiveness, but there is no helping hand for his level improvement. Therefore, under the same level, Arcanine's actual combat effectiveness should be far superior to Arcanine in the Pokémon world. On this battlefield, even if it is not stronger than the 2-tailed tripod with stronger physique and energy, it is not much different. Roar! Flamethrower! Arcanine opened his mouth and shot out a pillar of fire. The pillar of fire was just as strong as the huge fireball spit out by the 2-tailed, and finally offset each other and disappeared on the battlefield. Too strong. Ah. We are the strongest in Konoha. No wonder the Sandaime-sama stressed that we must hold them back. As long as the Pokemon in our village can grow up, it will be no problem to sweep the entire ninja world. What tailed beasts are just little Karami? What Arcanine? Show some respect to him from now on and call him Red Flame Lion. Seeing this scene, the ninjas in Konoha were immediately excited. Although Arcanine did not gain the upper hand in this contest, who was the opponent? One of the 9-tailed beasts, which only exist in the entire ninja world, is the highest military weapon of the 5 major ninja villages. And what is Arcanine? A Pokemon. They have thousands of Pokemon with such potential in Konoha. Isn't this exciting? Don't just stand there. Now is the time to attack. The Nara family was able to remain calm at this time. At Nara Brian's command, the Konoha ninjas came to their senses immediately, picked up their ninja tools and rushed towards the Kumagakure ninjas on the opposite side. The Kumagakure ninjas were still in shock. It must be said that their morale was hit. The attack of the two-tail was actually blocked by an unknown summoned beast? Come on, that's not the boss of the 3 holy places, don't do this, okay? Don't just stand there, here comes. Xi looked at the Konoha ninjas rushing over and roared, bringing the Kumagakure ninjas back to their senses. Now they couldn't afford to think too much, the battle started again. A large number of ninjas appeared around Arcanine and the two tails again. Whenever a Kumagakure ninja wanted to sneak attack Arcanine, he would be intercepted by the Konoha ninjas who were watching around. At this moment, Arcanine had become the strategic center of the Konoha ninjas on the battlefield. Don't be too arrogant. Yalu opened his mouth again. But this time it was not an ordinary fireball, but a tailed beast ball made of yin-yang chakra. A huge blue-black chakra ball. When this tailed beast ball appeared, the environment on the battlefield was suddenly full of oppression. Everyone couldn't help but pay some attention to this side. Fire blast! Arcanine did not hesitate to release the most powerful special skill he had mastered. A fireball spewed out of his mouth, and in an instant it turned into a large flame character in the shape of a big and sprayed towards the tailed beast ball. Boom! Fire blast exploded suddenly when it hit the tailed beast ball. The strong wind pressure and residual power even accidentally injured countless ninjas around the explosion point. However, the tailed beast ball did not disappear. Although it looked several times smaller, it still existed. This blue-black chakra ball still had a diameter of 5 or 6 meters, and it was obviously still powerful. In terms of energy confrontation, Arcanine was ultimately defeated by the two tails. Flame charge. When Arcanine saw the tailed beast ball coming, he quickly dodged to the side. The vigorous flames constricted Arcanine's entire body, and his speed was instantly greatly improved, as if he had entered the fire-style chakra mode. The tailed beast ball exploded when it hit the ground, causing widespread damage, killing many Konoha ninjas and even Kumagakure ninjas on the spot. The two tails doesn't care which village you are from. As long as you are a human, she doesn't care about your life at all. Arcanine he had no intention of escaping the battlefield. Because he could still feel that the two tails' attention was still on him. If he ran away at this time, it might expose Naruto. He quickly moved under the two tails, and with the two tails' large body and slightly clumsy movements, he went directly behind the two tails. Crunch! He opened his mouth, and the dark energy constricted on his fangs, bit the two tails. Meow! The two-tail finally made a cat-like sound, jumping high. Boom! When it landed again, the whole battlefield trembled. At this time, Arcanine had already come to the back of her neck, and the two-tail could not shake it off no matter how hard it swung. Stomp! Arcanine raised her front paws high, and the earth-yellow ground energy constricted on the flesh, and stepped hard on the two-tail under her, even using the armament haki. Bang! A dull sound of flesh hitting came from the two-tail's body, and her legs softened and she almost fell down. Chapter 277 Furious Naruto, Ninetales ecstatic. The ground energy shook the body of the beast, and she couldn't figure out what was wrong with her. However, as a tailed beast, there is one thing that most ordinary Pokémon can't compare to, that is, recovery. Even if he knocked Mitata down 100 million times, as long as he didn't kill her, she would be able to get up and continue fighting in no time. Arcanine doesn't have such recovery ability. Unless he eats an animal-type demon berry. If Arcanine eats an animal-type demon berry of the mythical beast species, then he can transform into a tailed beast more powerful than Mitata. But it's not so easy to find a demon berry of the mythical beast species, even the ancient species are rare. How could a dignified tailed beast like Mitata be defeated by a small dog? She supported her body and jumped high into the air. Almost in an instant, Mitata had jumped to a height of more than 200 meters, and then fell freely towards the battlefield below. Arcanine grabbed Mitata's back tightly with his claws, and the strong wind made his hair flutter wantonly. Now it's hard for him to even keep his balance. You're still far away from fighting me. Yalo felt the claws of Arcanine on his back weakened, so he shook his body fiercely. Arcanine was thrown away by Yalo in an instant, and at the same time, the latter swung his claws fiercely and grabbed Arcanine's face. Roar! Arcanine only felt a pain on his face, and then his whole body flew towards the ground like a meteor. Boom! Arcanine's body fell heavily to the ground, creating a big pit in an instant, and even two ninjas who were fighting were directly crushed to death. Arcanine stood up staggeringly, opened his eyes, and felt that half of his vision became blurry and he couldn't see clearly. There was no way, he could only close his blurred right eye and only use his left eye to see. In fact, the claw of the trip just now was just like that for him. What caused more damage to him was the fall from a height of more than 200 meters to the ground below. This directly caused Arcanine to suffer a lot of damage. But, this was also an opportunity for Arcanine. Dig! Arcanine looked at the trip in the sky, which was still dozens of meters away from the ground. Without saying a word, he ran away directly and ran in the distance. Where are you running? The trip ignored the chattering sound of the wooden man in his mind, and the whole tailed beast focused all its attention on Arcanine underground. This is Arcanine's carelessness. If it were an ordinary ninja, Arcanine might have just run away. But the tailed beasts are different. Not to mention that Arcanine is moving 7 or 8 meters underground, they can sense even if he moves 15 or 16 meters underground. Even if they can't sense it, the tailed beasts can blow the target out of the ground. But Yalo doesn't have this idea now. Because cats have a hobby playing with prey. So she plans to chase Arcanine, play for a while, and then deal with this puppy. Let's deal with you first. Yalo felt the direction where Arcanine was going away, and decided not to chase so closely, so she turned around and looked at the battlefield here. If she doesn't harvest some lives of Konoha ninjas, the people of Kumagakure may come back and pull the Ushio over to beep her again. Just do it casually. Arcanine didn't return to Naruto's side immediately. He ran in several more directions before returning. When Arcanine dug Naruto and Vulpix out of the underground tunnel, the two little guys were curled up together and sleeping. He didn't understand how these two little guys could be so brave and sleep in such a dangerous battlefield and the shaking ground. Oh, I was wondering why you were running around there. It turns out there are two little babies hiding here. The voice of Yalo appeared with her huge shadow, directly covering Arcanine, Naruto, and Vulpix. Woof! Arcanine was furious instantly. His observation haki didn't notice Yalo's tracking at all. If his observation haki was stronger, perhaps this situation would not have happened. Arcanine, are you back? Ah! The two little guys were awakened by the sound and woke up by rubbing their eyes. However, when they opened their eyes, what they saw was a mega blue cat. The two little guys were frightened instantly, hugging each other and trembling. If there was no Arcanine in front of them, they would have fainted. Ouch! Run! Arcanine turned his head to look at Naruto and Vulpix. He would stay to stop Yatatabi. Now it has reached the most dangerous situation. Now in this dangerous battlefield, Naruto may encounter danger wherever he runs, but the danger he will encounter if he stays here is even greater. The attack range of both him and Yatatabi is terrifyingly large, and it is possible to accidentally hurt Naruto and Vulpix. In this case, it is better to let Naruto run towards the Konoha battlefield base, at least it will be a little safer. Arcanine, your eyes. But to Arcanine's surprise, Naruto and Vulpix didn't listen to what he said at all. Naruto took 2 steps forward, raised a hand and tremblingly reached towards Arcanine's right eye. Tears began to roll in his 2 blue eyes. It hurts. From Naruto's perspective, there was a thick and hideous scratch on Arcanine's right eye. Naruto is now 9 years old. No one has taught him what family affection is since he was a child. The only place where he can feel warmth may be from Umino Irika and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Until Zephyr and Arcanine appeared. No one in Konoha didn't know that Uzumaki Naruto had his own family. He was not a demon fox. He was just an ordinary child who would mess around with other children in the Central Park and would be scolded by his grandfather when he made mistakes when he returned home. And every time he made a mistake, Arcanine would make a bigger mistake so that Zephyr had no energy to take care of Naruto. Arcanine was the most pampered family member in this family. Ouch! Arcanine has grown up, but he is still as careless as he was when he was Growlithe. He didn't even realize that his right eye had been scratched blind. That's you, a bastard, right? Naruto's sight moved to Yulu, and the rage in his heart devoured his reason. The next moment, the dark red chakra-like liquid continued to flow out from his body, instantly wrapping the whole Naruto in it. In almost 2 or 3 seconds, Naruto had already entered the state of half-tailed beast turning into 4 tails. Kurama. Yulu's tone changed the moment she saw this chakra. She didn't notice that it was 9 Tails Jinchuriki at all. Or rather, 9 Tails had been covering himself up since Yulu approached, and didn't intend to let Yulu find him at all. Ha 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 ha. Yulu, I really have to thank you. Later, I can let Minasuli die first and let you go free. Kurama's voice reached Yulu's ears, and the latter instantly exploded. The 9-tailed beasts are in terms of strength, competing for the 2nd place, and perhaps no one will accept each other, but the first one, I am afraid 9 Tails deserves it. Moreover, Kurama looked down on all other tailed beasts equally, especially those with fewer tails. Therefore, Kurama's attitude towards Matatabi has never been good. Maybe it is much better than the Onet-ailed Shikaku. As for what Kurama said, Matatabi cursed in his heart. If the Jinchuriki is killed, these tailed beasts will also die. What about letting her free? It sounds good, but in fact it means killing her and letting her live for a long time before she can be resurrected. Woo! Naruto. Arcanine was shocked when he saw Naruto like this. He had no idea what happened to Naruto, why he suddenly became like this. But he realized at once that this might be the thing hidden in Naruto's body. Arcanine never thought that thing was so powerful, even stronger than him and the big cat in front of him. Woo! Vulpix bite next to him pulled Naruto's trouser legs hard, trying to wake Naruto up. In just a short while, Naruto's 5th tail had grown behind his butt. Damn it! Yulu turned around and planned to run away. She didn't plan to die here. Not only her, even the 2 Yukatos were panicking at the moment, asking Yulu to hurry up and escape, and they had to pass this information back. Roar, roar, roar! How could Naruto, who was already furious, let Yulu get away like this? Naruto shook off the little Venonat that was in the way on his hind legs, dug his 2 front paws on the ground, and then shot himself out like a cannonball, directly hitting Yulu's butt. This was not over yet. Naruto subconsciously used the bite skill that Arcanine was best at, and bit Yulu's tail at the base. At the same time, the 6th tail appeared. Ah! Yulu let out a hissing and painful howl, and swung her tail more violently. Arcanine was afraid that Yalu's violent struggle would hurt Naruto, so he could only use the body slam skill to directly press Yalu down and try his best to control her movements. Gah! Naruto is now like a monster. He uses the 6 tails behind him and his hands to hold one of the 2 tails of Matata, and then tears it back desperately. Soon, Naruto's 7th tail appears, and his state becomes more crazy. That's it. Kill them. Kill them all. Kurama's voice keeps roaring in Naruto's heart, deepening the speed and progress of Naruto's darkening. When all 9 tails of Naruto emerge, it will be time for 9 tails to be free. Swish! A huge tearing sound rang out, and Naruto, who turned into the 7-tailed one, tore off one of Matata's tails. Instantly, the sharp cat cry resounded throughout the battlefield. Chapter 278 Naruto is admitted to the hospital. Whether the defects on the bodies of the tailed beasts can be repaired is still a mystery to the ninja world. First, it is rare for tailed beasts to be disabled by people, and there are few cases that can be used as examples. Second, each tailed beast has its own characteristics, and the recovery of one does not mean that the recovery of another. As for the current situation of the 8-tailed Ushiki, it is also unclear. The Ushiki had 8 tails cut off in the battle with the 3rd generation AI, but now they have grown back. No one knows whether it is a characteristic of the tailed beasts, or the regeneration characteristic of the tails of the Ushiki belonging to the octopus. If it is the former, then there is one thing that does not make sense. The Ushiki had a horn cut off in the battle with the 4th generation AI, and it has not recovered until now. From this situation, the tail can regenerate, and it seems to be a characteristic of the octopus tentacles. From the essential composition of the tailed beasts. The tailed beasts are made of huge chakra. Logically, as long as there is chakra in this world, the tailed beasts will temporarily lose their bodies, and can be restored later. Unless, this part of the chakra in his body is permanently devoured. For example, Dark uses the gate berry to move the tail of the tailed beast to another space and disappear from this world, then the tailed beast will lose this part of chakra forever. Or, use the ability of the dark berry to devour the chakra. Therefore, the horn on the head of the 8-tailed Jayaki has not recovered, either it has disappeared from this world, or the cow tail itself is unwilling to recover. And the tail lost by the 2-tailed Matatabi will probably be restored in a short time. Of course, the premise is that Matatabi, or the 2 Jinchuriki of Matatabi, Yokoto, can survive this battle and not be killed by Naruto or 9-tails Kurama. Ouch! Naruto. Arcanine felt that the breath on Naruto was becoming more and more dangerous and evil, and he didn't care about Matatabi under his feet, and rushed directly behind Naruto, who already had 8 tails behind his butt. In theory, Naruto at this time has already lost his mind. He will attack all the targets that approach him indiscriminately. The reason for this is because of this chakra coat with 9 tails hatred. But that was before the negative emotions of being Naruto were vented. For now, Naruto only has Yata in his eyes, so he subconsciously will not hurt Arcanine, who has no ill will towards him and feels close to him. It was also in this situation that Arcanine easily picked up Naruto. Then Arcanine ran away while holding Naruto in his mouth. Little Vulpix understood the situation clearly and took the initiative to return to the Pokemon Ball at the first time without causing any trouble. Now there is only one option left for Arcanine. Take Naruto into the breeding house. That's right, it is to enter the breeding house instead of the Pokemon Island. Currently, the conventional means of communication between the 3 worlds is only through the teleportation array of the breeding house branch, and teleportation can be carried out after showing your identity card. But as I said, that was a conventional method. In the early days, when Pokemon Island had not yet developed, the breeding house had distributed a kind of prop to a small number of guests. In addition, now the ministers of major departments of the Alliance and senior figures basically have one pocket token. Anyone who has this token can enter the breeding house by opening any door in any world. In the breeding house, except for the core personnel and Pokemon of the breeding house, everyone's strength will be suppressed. This is the way Arcanine thought of to save Naruto. And it happened that Zifa, as the chief instructor of the Navy, had such a token, and was also given to Arcanine as a life-saving weapon. As long as he entered the breeding house, Naruto's changes would be immediately forcibly terminated and restored to their original state, and the thing in Naruto's body would be suppressed. When Arcanine was on Pokemon Island, he never felt any breath coming out of Naruto's body. From this point, Arcanine understood that the thing in Naruto's body must have been suppressed in Pokemon Island, and it might have been suppressed to the point that it didn't even have its own consciousness. Roar! Arcanine stopped and opened his mouth not long after running out. Naruto, in the Eight Tails state, wanted to rush back to kill Yataru, but was stepped on by Arcanine. He spit out a flaming gate in front of him, then picked up Naruto and rushed in. Snap! The moment Naruto's whole body crossed into the range of the breeding house, he instantly recovered his human form, but at this moment he had fainted. He was young and weak, and he had endured the destruction of Nine Tails Chakra, and now he could not bear it. People's Hospital of Union City. After a round of examinations, Naruto's physical condition was indeed not very good. At least he didn't have to think about leaving the bed for the next month. As for his mental state, he would be fine after a good sleep. Even if Naruto didn't have a Shura Chakra, he was not someone who would be easily affected by negative emotions. What's more, Luffy, the optimist, often came to visit and influence Naruto, so Naruto's mental state would not be a problem. However, this time, Zephyr had rarely directly confined Naruto and Arcanine. They would not be allowed to leave the Alliance City until the war in the ninja world was completely over. Zephyr even secretly used his connections in the Navy to let those former disciples who had joined the guard team pay attention to Naruto, so that the little Venonat would not run around again. No one could understand his feelings when he saw Naruto being pushed into the operating room and Arcanine's face covered in blood. Arcanine lost one eye. This is a small matter. Don't say that this is the Pokemon Island with all kinds of props. Even in the ninja world, losing an eye is just a minor injury. In the sailing world, it may be a bit troublesome, and it may not be cured. It can only be transplanted or made into an artificial eye, but it is different in the ninja world. What technology in the ninja world absolutely surpasses the nautical world? The first thing that comes to mind is illusion and medical skills. Even these medical skills in the ninja world are more suitable for the daily life of civilians than those in the Pokemon Island. Because these rare props of the Alliance cannot be taken out to treat people all day long, their cost is very high, but the medical skills in the ninja world are different. It can be said that among those who want to work in the Pokemon League in the ninja world in the future, doctors are the easiest to pass the review. It is hard to say about other departments in the future. This medical department may be the world of talents in the ninja world. Of course, the doctors in the ninja world can have such superb medical skills, basically relying on various ninjutsu and even pupil skills. At that time, Dark will conduct an assessment, and doctors who pass the assessment can temporarily obtain the qualification to control a small amount of chakra in the operating room. Do you really not need me to go to Dark to get some medicine? Zephyr looked down at Arcanine with a bad face. Although he felt distressed, he was still a little angry that Arcanine actually followed Naruto to play around and went to a place like a battlefield. Originally, he had planned to shamelessly go to Dark to get some rare medicine, but Arcanine refused. It was not because he was reluctant to part with it. Woof! Woof! No need, handsome! Arcanine called out twice, showing his tongue like a husky. He thought he looked pretty cool with one eye, so he didn't plan to treat it. Idiot! Zeph shook his head helplessly and had to give up. During the days when Naruto was hospitalized, several of his friends came to see him one after another. At this time, Naruto's friends basically came to the Alliance City to watch the Pokemon battle competition, so it was not a problem to come to the Alliance City People's Hospital. The first to come was Sasuke of the White Group, Naruto's good friend. What's wrong with you? Sasuke looked at Naruto with some disdain, as if he disliked Naruto's weakness. But in fact, he rushed here as soon as he heard the news, and even didn't watch the game of Thatch. I forgot, hee. Naruto didn't know that the real identity of the blue cat was the tailed beast, and he scratched his head a little embarrassedly. He remembered that he saw Arcanine's eyes were injured and he was very raging. He couldn't remember what happened afterwards, and he was lying on this hospital bed when he woke up. In fact, Naruto is very self-blaming in his heart now. Because of his running around, not only did his grandfather get angry and worried, but also Arcanine's eyes were injured and blinded. Although Zifa had told Naruto that Arcanine's eyes could be restored, but he didn't want to restore them, Naruto still felt extremely guilty in his heart and felt sorry for his grandfather and Arcanine. Now Naruto couldn't help but lower his head in shame when he saw the two of them. It was precisely because of this that after being confined by Zifa this time, Naruto had no other thoughts at all, and didn't want to sneak to the ninja world again. It is true that the Konoha village that his parents guard is very important. But now, he already has something more important than that. Between his current family and Konoha village, Naruto still wants to choose his current home. Besides, nothing has happened in Konoha now, so Naruto is not so anxious, but just a little worried. After Sasuke, Luffy, Ace, and other members of the monkey family came again. Looks like you have recovered well. Ace looked at little Naruto. To him and Sabo, Naruto is like a partner of his younger brother Luffy. Equals 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 equals. Hedgehog Cat, Filu, Dian Niang and other online novel resources are updated daily, with 50+ updates per day and 1500+ updates per month. Say goodbye to book shortages. Copy the group number below to join the group chat. The previous group is gone. Please add a new group. Kyungson's new free full-file novel external group, 950180909. Kyungson's new novel transfer group, 8149037798. Kyungson's new free full-file novel group 2, 960126270. The resources come from the internet and are only used for learning and communication. The copyright of the novel resources belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal learning and trial reading. If you like this resource, please buy the genuine version. Thank you for your cooperation. If this resource accidentally infringes your rights, please notify us to delete it in time. To put it in a more understandable way, it is Zoro, Sanji, and others that Ace met during the Alabasta period in the original work. Yeah, I still feel some pain, but I'm basically fine now. Naruto nodded. What about Hinata? Naruto, have you seen Hinata? Luffy leaned on the bed and asked about his sister. As for Hinata, it seems that her father locked her up at home as soon as she returned to the village. Naruto pinched his chin and recalled for a while before speaking. What? I'm going to punch him. Luffy went berserk when he heard this. Idiot, this is a good thing. But soon he was pressed on the head by Ace and his brothers. Chapter 279 Kumagakure and Iwagakure attacking with all their strength. Why? Luffy pursed his lips, and couldn't figure out the reason in his little head. Idiot! Do you want Hinata to go to the battlefield? Ace patted Luffy's head with some regret. Of course I don't want it. Luffy responded loudly. How could he want his sister to go to such a dangerous place, especially when he saw Naruto lying on the hospital bed? So, it's a good thing that Hinata is confined by her biological father there, so that Hinata will not have the opportunity to go to the battlefield, so she won't encounter danger. Ace spread his hands. He really doubted whether a fool like Luffy could really learn anything in the Pokemon Academy. Not only that, after the last lesson, I don't think the head of the Hyuga family dared to let Hinata face danger. Sabo, who was standing next to him, crossed his arms and saw more. Last time, Hyaga Hayashi had clearly realized how powerful Hinata's new family was. If the Hyaga family didn't want to collapse, it would be better not to let Hinata get into trouble with them. Garp and Zephyr were different. If Zephyr didn't drive him crazy or into a desperate situation, he could still maintain his sanity and abide by the laws of the Alliance. But it was another case for Garp. He could basically guard his heart when facing anything, except his family. If his precious grandchildren really got into trouble, Garp might immediately get angry and ignore the law in order to interfere in the affairs of the ninja world. Of course, this was when his superiors were the world government and the celestial dragons, a group of maggots. He ignored it, and anyway, the justice of that group of people was not the justice he had to bear. Now that it has changed to the Pokémon League, maybe Garp can try to restrain himself. Oh. Actually, Luffy's head can't figure out so many things. His head needs to go through some things before it can become mature. Ninja World. The first battle between Konoha and Kumagakure has ended. Or it was forced to end. When the two-tailed beast ran back with a broken tail, the whole battlefield was in chaos. Especially on the Kumagakure side, they didn't know what happened at all. What kind of monster could make the two-tailed beast lose a tail and even flee in embarrassment? When the two-tailed beast didn't want to while fleeing to the rear for their lives. Although Xi didn't know what happened, he immediately ordered the entire army to drop smoke bombs on the spot and follow the two-tailed beast away. The ninjas on the Konoha side looked at each other, and Narabrine couldn't decide whether to chase or not. If they chased, it would seem to be a good opportunity to strike hard at the Kumagakure ninjas, and the formation of the Kumagakure ninjas was obviously in chaos. But he couldn't judge what creature could make the two-tailed beast become like this. In his opinion, it couldn't be Arcanine. After all, Arcanine did not show such a strong strength when fighting the two-tail at the beginning. The battlefield changes rapidly and time waits for no one. Narabrine must make the calmest and wisest decision as quickly as possible. Considering the requirements of the third Hokage and the battlefield commander Danzo to delay the battlefield rhythm as much as possible, Narabrine still let the Konoha ninjas retreat. But what he didn't expect was just letting the two-tail, or the two Yukato run back, directly made the battlefield enter a white-hot stage. That night, the two Yukato and other Kumagakure ninjas conveyed everything they saw about Arcanine to the Kumagakure high-level officials in the village. What? Those summoned beasts actually have such strength? The fourth generation AI's eyes widened, obviously in disbelief. Even among the three holy places of the ninja world, there are not many summoned beasts that can fight against the tailed beasts. Moreover, even if there are, those summoned beasts can only barely compete with the tailed beasts by relying on their huge size and strong physical qualities. At first, the fourth generation AI heard the information from Iwagakure. When he said that Konoha was planning to unify the ninja world with those summoned beasts, he almost laughed out loud. At that time, he also said to Killer Bee and Darui beside him, "If you want to fight Konoha, just say it directly. You are still using these pretentious things. This is shameless Onoki. I didn't expect it to be true. We must not let Konoha delay like this any longer." That's right, only one Pokemon has such strength. What will happen if the others grow up? If it is delayed for another month, Konoha may really have the strength to unify the entire ninja world. The top leaders of Kumagakure reached a consensus at this moment. If they were divided into two factions before, namely attack Konoha and defend against Iwagakure, now they have become attack Konoha. Samui, send an envoy immediately to tell Iwagakure this information, and notify the entire army to prepare to go to the front line immediately. The fourth generation AI was not a person who liked to procrastinate, so of course he made a decision. Lord Raikage, Iwagakure must defend. At this moment, Dode stood come out. He is a lava-release ninja trusted by the third Raikage, and was saved by the third Raikage in the Third War. He still can't forget that the third Raikage was killed by the two Great Scales Onoki. It's not that he doesn't know the overall situation, but Onoki is indeed not trustworthy. If the front line wins, but the house is stolen by Iwagakure, what's the point? I will let Darui come back, you and him lead some ninjas to guard the village. If Iwagakure attacks, try to delay until we come back, and I and Killer B will lead the army to the battlefield. As the biological son of the third Raikage, the fourth AI certainly doesn't trust Onoki, so he still made a decision. Let the storm release and lava release ninjas guard the village, and he, Killer B, and the two wooden men will be the main force to defeat Konoha Hiden on the front battlefield. Yes. Any more information? Yes, about Konoha's Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Nine Tails. Tell me. AI's heart was pounding. If Nine Tails appeared on the battlefield of Kumagakure, then there would be big trouble. If their chances of winning were 70% to 80%, then after Nine Tails appeared, it might only be 10% to 20%. Because they have two-tailed beasts on the Kumagakure side. AI secretly speculated on the reason why the Nine Tails Jinchuriki came to this battlefield. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki is a yellow-haired child, and the summoning beast is his. He has always been guarding him, and even had to protect the child when he faced the two-tailed beast Hiden. Yellow hair. AI's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. If it was just the characteristic of yellow hair, then he would not have thought of it. But with such a powerful summoning beast guarding him all the time, he could not afford to think about more things. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, has yellow hair. His wife, Kushina Uzumaki, the former Nine Tails Jinchuriki, was once pregnant, but it is unknown whether she gave birth to a child. Both died on the night of the Nine Tails Rebellion in Konoha. However, Nine Tails also suddenly disappeared on that night. Yellow shiny child. The fourth Hokage AI realized the true identity of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki at this moment. You Sarutobi Hiruzen, you have been hiding for so long. If it weren't for this accidental exposure, I'm afraid no one would know that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki would be in a child. Fourth Hokage, what should we do now? Fight. I don't believe that a child who is still wet behind the ears can perfectly control the tailed beast, especially Nine Tails, who has a deep hatred for Konoha. After learning the true identity of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, AI was not afraid at all. He didn't believe that a child could get along with a guy like the tailed beast. Even Killer B couldn't reach a reconciliation with the eight-tailed Jayaki at such a young age, let alone another little brat. The most important thing is, if the Nine Tails are really released completely, it is hard to say whether the Nine Tails will attack them first, Kumagakure or Konoha. From AI's point of view, the Nine Tails are more likely to attack Konoha. The next day, Iwagakure village. Onoki received information from Kumagakure and also received information from his subordinates. The fourth generation AI and the eight-tailed Jinchuriki Killer B went to the front line, and the two-tailed Jinchuriki did not come back. Now, Onoki could not help but believe the information from Kumagakure. If this information is false, then the AB combination of Kumagakure would never abandon the village and go to the battlefield. The group of summoned beasts on the Konoha side actually have such powerful potential. Onoki was also a little incredible. Although it was true that the news released by Iwagakure was correct at the beginning, it was just an excuse they made up. And he unexpectedly got it right? His real purpose was to make Kumagakure and Konoha confront each other and consume the fighting power of the two villages. It was not that Onoki could not accept the lack of successors in his village. What he could not accept was that other villages did not face such a situation and still had many geniuses. In that case, we can't continue to be so ambiguous with Konoha. Onoki's face became serious. Now they and Konoha are on the battlefield of the Land of Grass, and the two armies are playing Tai Chi in a friendly manner. Maybe if they meet in the wild, the two teams of ninjas will smile at each other. But now the situation is going to change. Someone come. Yes. Notify them, gather the whole army, and tell Han to prepare for a frontal assault on Konoha. We can't delay any longer. I will go to the battlefield myself. Onaki took off his hat and stood up. Also, tell this information to Tsunagakuer, and also tell them that I and the AB team of Kumagakuer will go to the front battlefield. By then, Konoha's rear will be extremely empty. Yes. That's it. The Fourth Ninja World War has really begun. The ninja world has once again set off a bloody storm. Chapter 280 Knockout Round of 16. March 1st, second year of the league calendar. The group stage is over and the knockout stage has begun. There are about 2 weeks left before the official end of the first battle competition. The 64 players who entered the knockout round can be said to be crouching tigers and hidden dragons. In Dak's opinion, some characters who have the ability to enter the knockout round unexpectedly failed, such as Leo of the Tontata Kingdom and Pedro of the Fur Tribe. There are also some players, such as Morty, Luo, and Sachi. The process of entering the knockout round is also very difficult, and they may not be able to win the champion position. Today is the first day of the 64-32 competition. The central arena is crowded with people and Pokémon, and there is not much room left even for standing. After all, the audiences from the 4 regions have come to the central region, and the knockout rounds are definitely more exciting than the qualifying rounds and group matches, so there will definitely be more people watching. The first game. On my left is Snubbull, the Ghost King from the West Sea. XN. Every player who can reach the knockout round has basically gained a lot of fame and fans. Snubbull is the best among them. His unique appearance and superb musical skills have made countless people like this humorous skeleton. In addition, Snubbull is a trainer specializing in ghosts, so everyone gave him the nickname Ghost King. On my right is X-Drake, the dragon head from the North Sea. XN. Another round of cheering. Drake is not as famous as Snubbull, but he also has a special place in this battle competition. That is, he is the only dragon-type trainer among all the contestants, and the 6 Pokémon in the whole team are all dragon-type Pokémon. But that's all. Drake's strength is only the strength of some Pokémon. As we all know, dragon-type Pokémon are late bloomers, and their natural upper limit is higher than that of Pokémon of other attributes, but their combat power is formed very slowly, especially those dragon-type Pokémon with 3 stages, which basically have to start at level 50 to be good enough. For Drake, a dragon-type trainer, the possibility of winning in the next few battle competitions is actually higher. Then, before the battle begins, a random battlefield selection will be made. The Natural Environment Battlefield is a competition system that has been available in the group stage, so everyone is not unfamiliar with it. Only a turntable appeared on the big screen above, and the turntable was divided into 4 areas. They are Rocky Land, Dense Forest, Lake, and Plain. For both sides, these 4 venues have a 5050 advantage over them. An environment like Rocky Land and Plains, which is flat and has a wide field of vision and can run rampant, is most suitable for Drake's dragon-type Pokémon. An environment like dense forests and lakes, which is complex and easy to hide, is suitable for Snubbull's ghost-type Pokémon that can fly and even pass through walls. The pointer keeps turning, rotating in the 4 areas, and finally stops slowly. Dense forest. Yo-ho-ho-ho, it seems that we are luckier today. Looking at the choice of natural environment, Snubbull laughed eerily. Tisk. Drake on the other side couldn't help but frown and smack his lips. Although he didn't pursue a higher ranking, mainly to let the league leaders see his potential, but he didn't want to lose in the first elimination game. Originally, his chances of winning were not great, and now the venue is not advantageous. It can be said that he lost half at the beginning. Please send out your first Pokémon, both players. With the order from Perona in Alina State, the battle began. The knockout round is a 6v6 singles match. Before the start of this match, all players have to register the 6 Pokémon that will appear in the next match. The 2 trainers standing on the battlefield, including all the audience, will not know in advance what kind of Pokemon the two trainers will send out. It's just that there are very few trainers in the sailing world who have 6 Pokemon now, let alone more. What kind of Pokemon a trainer has basically been exposed in the previous matches, which is equivalent to playing a brand name. Such suspense may begin to appear in future battle competitions. Alliance Monitoring Hall. Drake lost. Dark stood in the backstage and could directly see the Pokemon that the two players would send out. Snubbull's lineup is Gengar, Bayonet, Dusclops, Lampent, Diallocophon, Sableye. Drake's lineup is Flygon, Druddigon, Slimy, Noibat, Motor Lizard, Tortoise. Snubbull's lineup, Dusclops and Lampent evolution have harsh conditions, so they are still in the second stage. Sableye has only one stage. But in general, all Pokemon are basically above LV.40 in terms of the level of Snubbull. They are at the top of the entire trainer group. Even if the Navy and the Grey Army are brought in, few can compete with Snubbull's lineup. Snubbull's current level as a trainer can basically be said to have surpassed individual gym leaders. Dark used the ability of qualification detection to look at Snubbull's Pokemon. Only Gengar and Bayonet were purple, and the others were all blue. But under such circumstances, their growth rate is so fast. It can be seen from this. Snubbull gets along very well with his Pokemon. He must be a trainer who is sincere to Pokemon to get such an effort from Pokemon. Drake on the other side. Crimson Dragon, Motor Lizard and Blastoise are all Pokemon of the first stage, so they can become combat power. I guess Drake must have studied the knowledge of Pokemon carefully before deciding to choose these Pokemon to train, after all, choosing other Dragon-type Pokemon. First, it is not to say whether you can meet them, and even if you meet them, it is impossible to train them to the final stage before the competition. Noibat is a first-stage Pokemon and Nianmire is a second-stage Pokemon. Their combat power before the final stage is very embarrassing. Flygon is Drake's Earl Dervish partner and trump card, a final stage Pokemon with a level of LV.45. Previous battles. Noibat and Nianmire can still play for a while when fighting some weak trainers, but they have basically not played since the group stage. It's not that these two Pokemon are not strong enough, but they are really not good enough in this arena. Now facing Snubbull, the top trainer among all trainers, and in the case of incompatible venues, these two Pokemon may not play much role. As for the other Pokemon, to put it bluntly, the average level of Snubbull's Pokemon is LV.43, and the average level of Drake's Pokemon is LV.39. In terms of attributes, Ghost and Dragon do not restrain each other. The following battle was exactly what Dark expected. Snubbull sent out Dusclops, Lampent and Sableye successively. Depending on the terrain and level, he easily took down Drake's 4 Pokemon, Slimy Mirror, Noibat, Motor Lizard and Blastoise. Then Snubbull's Deoco and Druddigon were killed at the same time. Snubbull still had 2 trump cards left, Gengar and Bayonet. Drake only had 1 Flygon left. Gengar and Bayonet were LV.47 and LV.45 respectively, and their attributes were not inferior to Flygon, so the outcome was decided. Although Flygon held on for a long time, he still couldn't defeat Gengar, and Bayonet didn't play from beginning to end. Drake also understood that this battle competition was over for him. Flygon lost his ability to fight, and this elimination match is over. The winner is Snubbull, the Soul King from the West Sea. Perona suddenly appeared out of thin air at the end and announced the result of this battle. The field was once again greeted with cheers. "Hey, what is your goal?" Drake seemed to have something to say to Snubbull before leaving the field. "Goal? I don't know. If possible, we certainly want to win the championship." Snubbull scratched his head. He came here just because he wanted to leave precious and wonderful memories with his companions, without any deep hatred. In fact, even if they were carried away in this elimination match, it would not be a big deal for him and Gengar, a group of optimists. It was just that if they won the championship, this memory would be more perfect. They came all the way here with this mentality. You must at least enter the semifinals and become one of the 4 elites. Drake was actually a little unwilling to accept the defeat in this battle. He believed that his Pokémon had enough potential, but they did not have enough time to prepare, otherwise they would definitely win the championship. But this time, if they lost, there was nothing much to say. In this case, he hoped that he would lose to the future 4 elites, so that at least he could lose with some face. Well, we will work hard. Snubbull didn't understand why he was suddenly given such high hopes, but he didn't want to disappoint others, so he clenched his fist. Then another 6 days passed, and the 32-16 competition was over. The top 16 players in the knockout round have been decided. These players are all people who can obtain a property in Yggdrasil. They will be able to obtain resident ID cards issued by the Alliance. The 16 players will compete in pairs on both sides. Competition. Left half. The 8 players from top to bottom are Boya Hancock vs Passerby A. Sorrow vs Thatch. Joricole Mihawk vs Sabo. Snubbull vs Morty. Right half. Newgate vs Hannibal. Passerby B vs Vista. Cusin vs Marco. Whirlpool D Charlotte vs Trafalgar D Law. The 16 players are now clear. The final 4 players will become the 4 elites of the sailing world. At the same time, not only the Alliance City, but also the 2 worlds have started gambling. Guess who is the champion? Who is the 4 elites? The largest underground gambling pool in the sailing world has even reached 7.2 billion Baileys, and it is still rising. Chapter 281 Pre-match Trash Talk. When the list of top 16 players and the groupings were announced, there were also many dramatic scenes. Hey, Sabo, don't lose before you meet me. After seeing that he and his roommate Sabo were grouped together, Sabo waved his hand happily at Sabo. In fact, Sabo knew his own strengths and weaknesses. Even if he didn't lose to Sorrow, he would most likely lose to Hancock or Passerby A in the next game. He said this just to encourage Sabo. But it doesn't matter. Sabo is very satisfied to be able to reach the top 16 and get a house in Yggdrasil. When he is old and doesn't want or have the energy to continue floating on the sea, he can open a breeding house in Yggdrasil to take care of his old age and tell the Pokemon cubs in the breeding house stories of their youth. Ahaha, I will do my best. Sabo's words were not particularly optimistic. Because the only Pokemon he has truly nurtured is Typhlosion. As for Pokemon like Infernape and Emboar, they either grew up by themselves in Mount Gorber or were brought up by Garp. For him, the tacit understanding in Pokemon battles is not high, and there may even be disagreements on the next actions. Take Infernape as the most typical example. Infernape has a very strong personality. Although he is relatively strong, he doesn't listen to Sabo's command very much. He always fights according to his own ideas, which greatly affects Sabo's plans and arrangements. And the other Pokemon who are willing to listen to his command are not very keen on training and are not very strong. So among the current top 16 players, his strength is actually ranked at the bottom. Especially the opponent he will face next, Dumb Eyes Mihawk. I heard that he is a very confusing opponent. There are only 2 results in this trainer's battle, one is to be defeated with overwhelming force, and the other is to defeat the opponent with overwhelming force. The reason is still unknown. If Sabo is lucky, he may win easily, but if he is unlucky enough to trigger a switch, he may be carried off the field. Mr. Sabo, keep up the good work. Snubbull saw Sabo's lack of confidence and encouraged him, I'll wait for you in the next game. If Sabo and Snubbull both win, then they will meet in the next game. Thinking about Snubbull's strength and all the ghost-type Pokemon, Sabo felt even more depressed. Because fighting skills have no effect on ghost-type Pokemon. This is equivalent to a waste of Sabo's Pokemon. Of the 6 Pokemon in Sabo's team, except Typhlosion, which is pure fire, the other 5 all have fighting attributes, and even 2 of them are pure fighting Pokemon. I feel that I will stop at the quarterfinals at most. The top 8 is also good. Sabo encouraged himself. He came to participate in the battle competition to gain experience, not to have any high goals. The top 8 is indeed good. A sad female voice came from the side. Sabo turned his head and saw that it was the fairy specialized trainer Morty. Her goal was to be in the top 8, and she wanted a shiny stone to make Togetic evolution into Togekiss. But unfortunately, in this match of 16-8, his opponent was one of the most potential competitors of the 4 elites, Ghost King Snub Bull. She would not give up so easily. She must work hard with Togetic and the others. Maybe a miracle would happen. After all, it was a miracle for her to go from a famous lady in the East China Sea to where she is now. Hey! Just wait for me. I will win back. Charlotte made a harsh remark to Sabo at this time, which meant that they would meet in the finals. In the first game of the play-in tournament, Charlotte was sent away by Sabo. She still remembers it vividly. She came here to make a name for herself, but she was humiliated by Sabo right after she came here. She was so angry. Sabo hadn't responded yet, but Luo, who was standing next to him, felt offended by Charlotte. Because he was Charlotte's next opponent. I won't lose to a kid who's still wet behind the ears. Luo said in a low voice. He glanced at Charlotte angrily, not knowing what gentlemanly manners were. Women only affect the speed of drawing the sword. You are a kid, you look about the same age as me. Charlotte's face turned red with anger. Luo ignored Charlotte and left, almost making Charlotte suffer a cerebral hemorrhage. This scene is very similar to the situation in the original Naruto book where Naruto said harsh words to Sasuke, but was ignored by Sasuke. Kyuzan, it seems that we will meet in the finals. The giant Zoro pressed the hat on his head and looked down at Kyuzan beside his legs. They were divided into 2 halves, and only by defeating all the enemies in this half could they meet each other in the finals. Zoro had this confidence. Well, come on, anyway, I just need to enter the semifinals. Kyuzan had no desire for the champion, he just needed to become one of the 4 elites. Humph! I'll take revenge for you freezing me in the finals on O'Hara. Zoro clenched his fists in a feigned anger. Kyuzan scratched his curly hair, feeling troubled. Don't worry, you won't have that chance. Suddenly, a hand patted Kyuzan's shoulder. It was Marco who threatened the Admiral. The current Marco is very arrogant. Not to mention Kyuzan, he dares to shout at anyone in the Navy standing here. Marco's strength is definitely a strong competitor for the 4 elites, especially his Breloom, who has never lost in a 1v1 so far. It's okay to be a little arrogant. And he is also Kyuzan's next opponent. Roar! Kyuzan was taunted by Marco, and there was a little glimmer of interest in his eyes. Since entering the era of peace, he hasn't felt this way for a long time. Next to him. Oh Yaji, it looks like we'll have a civil war soon. Vista spoke to his father Newgate next to him. In theory, the 2 of them would fight each other after winning their respective battles. Gulala, I'll teach you a lesson first, and then I'll teach Marco a lesson. The arrogance of the white group is the same, and Newgate doesn't take these stupid sons seriously at all. Ha ha ha, we won't show mercy either. Vista did not give in. It's so hard to defeat Yaji Hiden once, I won't waste this opportunity. Sasuke, what's up? At this time, Newgate picked up the little Sasuke beside Vista's legs. Newgate is Sasuke's father, and Vista is Sasuke's brother and kendo master. This really embarrassed Sasuke, and he was sweating all over all of a sudden, so he had to pretend to be cool and said nothing. Don't even think about meeting each other. I will send your whole family away. A guy who didn't look like a human appeared on the side and shouted at Newgate and Vista fiercely. Although everyone in this Pokemon Island was powerless, there were still not many people who dared to speak harshly to the members of the white group, even in the Navy. Especially now that the White Group is a legitimate bodyguard group, an organization that provides escort services for many caravans and companies on the Grand Line, it is legal. But there are always some people who are not afraid of the reputation of the White Group and especially hate this group of former pirates. Hannibal is such a person. Hannibal's protection of ordinary citizens and justice in his heart are absolutely no less than those of Cusin and Garp, and even better. There are many such people in the Navy, and the same is true for T. Pengwu, the Navy Colonel. The reason why they are not so famous on the sea is just because they are not strong enough. If this group of people were to become generals and marshals, the first targets they would fight might be the world government and the celestial dragons. Hannibal now has no good feelings towards these former pirates, including the white pirates, Hancock, Mihawk and other children. And he is also Newgate's next opponent, a trainer specializing in dark. In the past era of great pirates, it is true that the existence of these people does make a small number of civilians feel a little relieved, but that is only a small number. In fact, most people can't sleep all night because of the existence of these guys, even though they may not have done anything. I will step on the heads of you pirates and become the champion of this battle tournament. You don't have to think about meeting on the field, I said. Hannibal did not hide his attitude towards the white pirates, and left directly after saying the harsh words. Is this person mentally ill? Suzuki was a little angry. As a member of the white pirates, he certainly didn't want his father and brothers to be treated like this. Gulala, it doesn't matter. There are so many people who hate us on the sea. Do we have to teach every one of them a lesson? Newgate didn't care much. There was no narrow-minded person in their white group. The truth will be revealed on the field. The competition for the top 16 was completed in 2 days. 4 games were played in one day, 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, and the pace was very fast. The first game was Boa Hancock versus Passerby A. In terms of the result, Hancock won, of course, but she was almost carried off the field. After a battle, Hancock was sweating all over. When she left the field, her purple cheongsam was soaked with sweat. The cheongsam stuck to her body and showed her curves perfectly, winning many wolf howls on the field. There is no weakling who can get to this point. Not giving this player a name does not mean that he is not strong, but that he still needs to practice. The second game was Sorrow versus Thatch. This game was a bit of a grudge game. Marco, who was a member of the white group with Thatch, had defeated Sorrow in the first game of the group stage. The winner of this battle was Sorrow, which was considered a successful revenge. Sage's main job is still a breeder, and he has spent less time training with Pokemon to become stronger. It is already very difficult for him to enter the top 16 of the knockout round. The third game. Mihawk vs Sabo. Chapter 282 Power of Aura LV10. The venue is Rockland. In addition to some huge rocks as cover, the ground is not so flat. It is a place with a very wide field of vision and can be fought freely. It is very suitable for Drake's straightforward dragon Pokemon to rush around. Mihawk's lineup: Seduck, Slowpoke, Loaded, Natu, Numel, Slowpoke. Among the 6 Pokemon, 3 have the word slow in their names, and the other 3 also have the attribute of slow. No wonder the once famous Hawkeye Mihawk is now ridiculed as Slow-ee Mihawk. Although Mihawk himself is not opposed to such a nickname. When Mihawk appeared on the field, he was not attracted by cheers, but by loud whispers. No matter how many times I see him, I think this trainer is so strange. Yes, what's wrong with his Pokemon? It gives people a feeling of being strong and weak at times. Could it be that there is some imprisonment on those Pokemon that requires special behavior to unlock it? The strength and weakness of Mihawk is very controversial among the audience. Say he is weak? But he did show a very crushing side, and was able to send a famous trainer out of the field at light speed. Say he is strong? But he also showed an extremely weak side, with 6 Pokemon being chased and poked by a Beedrill one after another. So, no one knows what Mihawk's true strength is. However, there is one thing that all the contestants have in common, that is, they don't want to meet this guy. For the people in the sailing world, especially the players who can reach the knockout stage, they would rather lose to a stronger opponent hidden on the field than be defeated by a guy like Mihawk who takes his chances. On the other side, Sabo's lineup: Tiflosian, Infernape, Imbor, Blaziken, Throw, and Striker. In this battle, Dark took a look at the lineups of both sides in the backstage and came to the field to watch it with his own eyes. This time he wanted to find out what happened to Mihawk's 6 Pokémon. However, in order to find out this situation, he might need to bleed a little. It's the first time I've encountered a situation that Psychic can't perceive. Dark clicked on the magic mall. In fact, he often opens this mall to replenish some needs of the Alliance or breeding house. Now their Pokémon Alliance is not short of money at present. These are all the gains after clearing out a large number of pirates, especially after clearing out the Beast Pirates, Big Mom Pirates, Golden Lion Pirates, Don Quixote family, etc. The gains are simply exaggerated. Even Teezero, the Saffron Emperor, was stunned for a long time when he saw those treasures. He even suspected that at least a third of the world's wealth was collected by this group of people. Although these wealth cannot be directly converted into magic coins, they can be used to maintain the daily expenses of the Alliance and the construction of new cities. Now the magic coin funds on the system side are enough for Doc to exchange several special abilities such as Aura Power, Viridian Power, Super Power at one time, and they are still full level. After all, such a full level ability only needs 100W magic coins, the same price as legendary Pokémon. As for not exchanging all the legendary Pokémon, it is with the mentality of less trouble is worse than more trouble. Kyogre and Groudon, Cresselia and Darkrai, Tornadus and Thundurus, Xerneas and Yveltal. Even the 3 sacred birds. It's not that these Pokémon can't be exchanged, but sooner or later they will fight because of their own characteristics or territorial consciousness. Even if Dark comes out to stop them, they may give Dark a face, but they will definitely not accept it in their hearts, and they may even pick on Pokémon when Dark is not around. Island. Such hatred will accumulate and develop into the kind of relationship between many legendary Pokémon in the Pokémon world. In the current Pokémon Island, except for him, no one can stop these legendary Pokémon from fighting. Even if Giratina and others take action, it will also cause harm enough to destroy the world. At that time, Pokémon Island may be in danger of overturning. These legendary Pokémon will appear in the future, but at least it will not be the weak Pokémon Island now. Some legendary Pokémon can be exchanged for no problem, but individual combinations or individual Pokémon should be forgotten. As for Dark opening the Magic Mall this time, it was because in the previous group match, Dark used Psychic to explore the bodies of Mihawk's Pokémon in the audience. The energy level in these Pokémon is not low, and it can even be said to be very high, with an average of LV.45. That Psyduck even has LV.50. How did such a level rise to that level? Dark was also confused. The deeper the bond between the trainer and the Pokémon, the faster the Pokémon grows, and even makes the Pokémon explode in battle. The relationship between Mihawk and his group of Pokémon seems to be very deep. But it's not like Psyduck, who can just shoot rockets. According to Dark's understanding, Mihawk must be doting on these Pokémon and basically won't force them to train. At most, when Mihawk is practicing swordsmanship, the little guys are playing and exercising on their own. Therefore, under such circumstances, it is unlikely that these children will grow up so fast. Especially the most critical point is that the 6 little guys that Dark detected using the ability of qualification detection at the beginning and now are all of the same white qualification. This white qualification cannot limit the upper limit of Pokémon, but it may limit the speed of Pokémon's progress or indicate that Pokémon has genetic defects when it is still an egg, and is a problem child. As for Mihawk's 6 Pokémon, their energy levels have clearly reached the level where they can evolve. But they still haven't evolved, and their daily combat power may be about the same as that of Pokémon that have just left their infancy. This is enough to make them problem children. How can such problem children have such an exaggerated growth rate? This really makes Dark very curious. Therefore, when he found that Psychic could not find the problems of these children, Dark decided to exchange for a new special ability for detection. And his goal is also the most versatile aura power. Healing, sound transmission, fighting, perception, imprisonment, mind reading. This is a very versatile life energy, which is different from the soul power and mind power of Psychic. Psychic is a power from the inside out. How strong the Psychic is in his heart and how strong his soul is, then how strong the Psychic is. Aura power is a power from the outside to the inside. It requires qualified people to practice and polish their bodies hard, and to master the life energy. The lower limit of aura power is very low, so low that it may only make a person's 5 senses a little more sensitive than ordinary people. But the upper limit is also very high, so high that it can even activate the flower of time and reproduce the image of a certain point in time. You can even transfer your aura power to another person, but the price is your life. Aura power. 1 million magic coins disappeared from the system balance. In contrast, an item aura power LV.10 was added to the ability column. Dark tried to use his aura power and condensed an aura bullet in his hand. The aura bullet did appear, an energy ball like a Ray's Nan. But unlike what he remembered, his aura bullet was not blue in the animation, but dark red, exactly the same as Psychic and Overlord Haki. It should be the same as Psychic and Haki. As a person's inner heart is different, the spiritual energy state it presents is also different. This also creates the confusion of different psychics, but different psychics have different lights. Presumably, the power of aura is also based on the same principle. In Dark's hand is a dark red aura bullet, which looks like amber and is very beautiful. But in an instant, Dark crushed the aura bullet again. Because it is now in the audience, just now it has attracted the attention of countless people. In Pokemon Island, all humans cannot use any power beyond the scope of ordinary humans, except for the leader of the Alliance. Many people standing behind Dark, even if they didn't see Dark's appearance, saw it through what he had just done. That scene made it clear that this person was the leader of the Alliance. Feeling that many people wanted to get close to him and touch him, Dark used teleport to disappear on the spot. Feeling people approaching was the effect of Psychic. Feeling the intentions of those people was the effect of aura power. Of course, Psychic could also do this, but Dark didn't like to use this ability. Knowing a person's inner thoughts sometimes makes you confused. For example, after trying the effect of aura power just now, Dark found that a woman wanted to steal peaches. After trying the basic usage, Dark focused his attention on the Pokemon sent by Mihawk on the field. Mihawk had already put 2 Pokemon on the field, namely Numel and Slowpoke. As soon as the 2 little guys came on the field, they were beaten by the opposite Typhlosion and fled. Even if they released skills according to Mihawk's instructions, those attacks were not painful and soon sent Typhlosion off the field. And now it's the 3rd Pokemon to appear. Slowpoke. Dark probed the power of aura into Slowpoke's body and soon found something wrong. Similar to Psychic's perception, the energy level in Slowpoke's body was as high as an incredible LV.48. But the power of aura can sense something deeper. The energy in Slowpoke's body seemed to be imprisoned by a layer of something like a barrier. When Slowpoke used skills, he could only call on a little energy flowing out from the gap of that barrier. Chapter 283 The Method to Break the Barrier. Typhlosion, use Throw. Sabo didn't know why Mihawk's Pokemon was in such a weird state. But he would not show mercy. Even when facing Slowpoke, who had almost no fighting power and escape ability, Sabo let Typhlosion use the dark skill that restrained Slowpoke. The tall Typhlosion didn't hold back. He grabbed Slowpoke, who was lying on the ground in a daze, with his 2 claws and threw him directly to the rock beside him. Slowpoke was thrown onto the rock with great force, breaking a large piece of rock. It was at this moment. It's unlocked. Dark's eyes suddenly widened. The energy hidden deep inside Slowpoke suddenly overflowed in large quantities, and the barrier was briefly opened. Looking at Slowpoke's current state, a strong blue light burst out from his originally stupid eyes. That was the color of Slowpoke confusion. Psychic. At this time, Mihawk began to command calmly. He himself didn't understand why his Pokémon were so strange, as if there was a switch on their bodies. But since he had already entered this state, there was no need to lose. Damn! Slowpoke groaned unconsciously, and the powerful confusion instantly poured into Typhlosion's brain. Instantly, Typhlosion's consciousness seemed to have suffered a severe blow, and the whole Pokémon became listless. Dark, who saw this scene, was not surprised at all. After all, Slowpoke was a real LV.48 Pokémon at the moment, while Typhlosion's level was only LV.43, which was a 5-level difference. Oops! Sabo panicked when he saw the opposite Slowpoke enter that state. Because there was a situation where a trainer was defeated by Mihawk's Pokémon, Sabo knew that they might face such consequences now. Rain Dance. Mihawk did not rush to let Slowpoke attack. Instead, he took advantage of the fact that Slowpoke could hear his command clearly and Typhlosion had not yet recovered, and let Slowpoke change the venue environment. He knew Sabo. Or in other words, the trainers who had come to this point had more or less understood each other. The rainy weather will have a serious impact on the Pokémon of Sabo's team. Under this weather, the power of water-type skills increases, while the power of fire-type skills decreases. As a result, Sabo's advantage has dropped a lot. The 2 fire-type Pokémon in Mihawk's team have lost their combat capabilities, and 3 of the remaining 4 Pokémon are water-type. Soon, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and a drizzle began to fall in the venue. This made Typhlosion's condition even worse, and he even became a little irritable. Sunny day. Weather-type skills are a must for Pokémon like Sabo who fights with their brains. Especially because he knows the situation in his team very well. Surf. Mihawk obviously didn't intend to let Sabo change the weather back, so he directly asked Slowpoke to change the weather back. He launched an attack. Stop! Slowpoke raised his tail and slapped the ground. The next moment, a wave of water up to 8 or 9 meters appeared out of thin air under him and rushed in all directions. Hide behind the rock! Sabo ordered hurriedly. This move must not be taken. Originally, Typhlosion was restrained by water type, and in the current weather, if it took this move, it might be carried away directly. Typhlosion was very fast and immediately ran behind a large rock nearby. Boom! Crack! Unfortunately, Slowpoke's surf skill is a powerful water-type skill, and its status in water-type skills is comparable to that of psychic in psychic skills. The 8 or 9 meter wave of water smashed the rock in an instant and rushed to Typhlosion behind it. Although the huge rock had blocked a lot of damage for Typhlosion, Typhlosion still suffered heavy damage. Roar! Typhlosion stood on the wet rock, gasping for breath. Water pulse! Damn! Slowpoke seemed to be unable to feel tired and bombarded Typhlosion. Soon Typhlosion was sent off by Slowpoke. Then Sabo's second Pokémon Infernape was sent out. Infernape's level was as high as LV.48, exactly the same as Slowpoke, and this was almost all achieved by his own day and night training. Infernape, please. Sabo was also very confident in Infernape's strength, even though Infernape did not listen to his command. But he still believed that Infernape would definitely send Slowpoke off. And Infernape did it. At the last moment, Infernape, who was bombed by Slowpoke and was unconscious, used Flare Blitz, a fire-type ultimate move, and directly knocked Slowpoke out of combat consciousness. But Infernape was also injured by his own skill and fell down directly. With this, Slowpoke took away the 2 strongest generals on Sabo's side by himself. The level of the 4 Pokémon behind was almost all LV.40 or below. The highest was the 2 gym-jording Pokémon Throw and Striker, which were taken from Garp, at LV.40. Imbor and Blaziken, the second and third senior brothers and sisters, were hanging out with Dodon's gang of bandits in Gorber Mountain all day long. They didn't practice to improve their strength at all. At this level, they were forced to practice by Infernape. As for my hawk on the other side, there were only Psyduck, Loaded, and Nato left. In terms of attributes, no matter who Sabo sends out, they will basically face an attribute disadvantage. Psychic restrains fighting. Psyduck and Nato are good at psychic skills, and Sabo's remaining 4 Pokémon are all fighting. Loaded is a water and grass Pokémon, and the water type skills it masters also control Imbor and Blaziken. Psyduck, leave it to you. My hawk did not hesitate and directly sent out his first partner, Psyduck. A small monster with an energy level of LV.50. Quack. Psyduck tilted his head when he was called out. He didn't even realize what he was doing and where he was. Strike Ghost, please. Sabo had no choice. Although Psyduck is good at psychic skills, he is only a single water Pokémon. It is better to let 2 fighting Pokémon fight than to let 2 fire Pokémon fight. Turtle. The Strike Ghost is the blue one, good at all kinds of striking skills, and there are only males in this species. Brick Break. Sabo knew that when facing my hawk, there was no need to think about backing up. Because those slow Pokémon basically would not attack actively. They were extremely stupid and slow before entering that special state, and they just went in one ear and out the other for my hawk's command. Even my hawk himself gave up the command. The Strike Ghost tightened the ribbon around his waist, and then rushed towards Psyduck, raising his arms high in the middle of the way. Snap! A hand knife chopped Psyduck's head, directly smashing a 3-meter deep pit for the duck and the ground under its feet. That's it. Dark, who had been concentrating on this battle, finally found it. When Psyduck's head was hit hard, the barrier in his body would be temporarily untied, allowing the biological energy in his body to be released. Recalling the previous round, when Slowpoke was thrown out by Typhlosion, his head hit the rock, so the energy in his body exploded. This situation actually has an example in the original world of Pokémon. Misty's Psyduck. The head of that Psyduck actually contains very powerful spiritual energy, but because it is too powerful, Psyduck's head is always in severe pain. His body can't bear it, so he subconsciously makes Psyduck constantly dazed and dull, so as to form a mental barrier to lock those energies in the brain. Only when Psyduck's brain is attacked and feels pain, those energies will explode. But Psyduck is also very painful at this time. The abundant energy that has been accumulated for a long time suddenly explodes in an instant, which will cause a strong impact on its brain. A similar example is actually Ash's Pikachu. Pikachu was once hit by lightning in a mountain full of magnetic fields, causing the lightning energy in Pikachu's body to overload and become extremely powerful. When challenging the Violet Gym, he even killed 3 electric Pokémon of Gym Leader Watson with Thunderbolt and Thunderbolt. After this battle, Watson even began to doubt his life, thinking whether he was no longer suitable to be a gym leader. But later he learned that it was an accident. At the same time, during this period, Pikachu even had a high fever and went crazy and bit Ash. It can be seen how painful it is to make Pikachu uncomfortable and bite Ash. And my hawk's Pokémon may have entered such a state. This. Dark frowned, and he had already made a decision in his heart. He wanted to tell my hawk about the conditions of his Pokémon, and it was up to my hawk to choose what to do next. Dark did not continue to watch the battle afterwards. My hawk used only one Psyduck to sweep away the remaining 4 Pokémon of Sabo and won. When my hawk was leaving the passage, he saw Dark using teleport to block the road. My hawk's face became a little serious. Now Dark is a dragon that is hard to find. He will only appear when something serious happens. Therefore, my hawk had a bad feeling about Dark's appearance. Just now I used special energy to detect your Pokemon. Dark didn't beat around the bush and told his analysis directly. My hawk is an old customer. Dark knows my hawk's character very well. There is no need to say those useless things, nor to prove whether what he said is correct. Anyway, he will believe it. Oh. My hawk looked down at the 6 Pokemon balls on his waist and responded. But these are all my guesses. I can only say that this is the most likely reason. Maybe there are other reasons. You can take them to Raja for a thorough examination. I will go. My hawk nodded and walked out of the passage. When he passed by Dark, he suddenly said, "By the way, I give up the game." After leaving this sentence, my hawk left directly. There was no reluctance or nostalgia for this arena. Chapter 284 7 players in the quarterfinals. When Snubbull finished beating Morty in the 4th game and suddenly heard that my hawk gave up the game and directly advanced to the semifinals and won the position of the 4 elites, he was a little confused for a while. Is it inexplicable that he became a 4 elites? At the same time, when the audience and other players heard that my hawk gave up the game, it caused a huge sensation. The first Pokemon Battle Tournament, what a meaningful event, a competition that may go down in history, but that dumb-eyed my hawk just gave up like that. Unbelievable, he doesn't even know what he missed. Damn it, I bet on him to become a 4th elite at an underground casino for 10,000 gold. Why didn't he give up earlier if he wanted to? He had to carry me away before giving up, right? This 4th elite is too worthless, I can do it too. Lucky guy. Come to think of it, could it be because of his Pokemon? Could he have been banned for using some banned drugs? In short, there were all kinds of things, and the entire Alliance City and even the sailing world were in an uproar. Morgans also sent reporters to interview my hawk as soon as possible, vowing to take advantage of this heat to get this headline news. However, my hawk at this time didn't care about your messy things. He has taken his little ones to the Alliance City Pokemon Center. Now my hawk has become completely different from before. In the past, he would look for people to challenge all over the sea for fun, or slaughter some weak pirates and watch them run away for fun. But now, he simply doesn't have the time. Practicing swordsmanship has changed from a daily task to a hobby. If he has time, he will practice it. If he doesn't have time, forget it. Even the Black Blade Knight is not a weapon that he must carry when traveling. It's not that swordsmanship has changed in my hawk's heart, but he does have more important things. Partners. To be more precise, family. The 6 little idiots will cause more problems every day. Seduck and Slowpoke who like to be in a daze are okay. The idiot is just a troublemaker. Especially his mischief is passive mischief, not active mischief. For example, Charizard is very insensitive to the reaction of his body. When he just hatched from the egg, he couldn't even distinguish between the urge to urinate and the urge to defecate, and urinated and defecated anywhere. At that time, my hawk went to the friendly store to purchase a large number of Pokemon diapers, which made the clerks there confused. Now my hawk can definitely compete for the title of the world's most perfect father. In such a daily life where he doesn't even know what he is busy with every day, my hawk's previous ambitions and desires have all subsided, and he is looking for fun in such a dull life bit by bit. Walking on the way to the Pokemon Center, my hawk suddenly heard a message from the Pokédex in his arms. You know, there are not many friends in his Pokédex, and the few he knows are also met through the little sluts. The little idiots occasionally play with the Pokemon near their home, and sometimes they go to other people's homes. In order to learn about the situation in time, my hawk and other parents also exchanged contact information. Ding ding! My hawk opened his Pokédex and checked the message. Peeping King, by the way, there is one more thing. Septal asked me to tell you a few days ago that you can go to XXX in the suburbs of the Alliance City to find him when you have time. Dumb Eyes, 1. From this name, my hawk seems to like this nickname given to him. For this matter, I will definitely go later. Now my hawk also goes to the Pokemon Center. Soon it was the second day, and the results of the 4 games of the top 16 to the top 8 were soon announced, and such results surprised many people. The first game, Newgate vs Hannibal, the venue is a plain, suitable for heat and confrontation. Newgate and Hannibal are also players who don't play messy tricks. In addition to Blissey, Magcargo, and Crustle, Newgate's Pokemon also include Heracross, Exploud, and Ursaring. They are all stand and fight Pokemon. Hannibal's team is full of villains, Zorua, Crocodile, Absol, Cacturne, Houndoom, and Crawdaunt. They are basically Pokemon with high agility, only Cacturne and Crawdaunt are slower. However, a Pokemon's skill pool and level are more important in a heat-and confrontation. How can Newgate's previous training method of 3 days of fishing and 2 days of drying the net and letting the child go compare with Hannibal, who came for the goal of 4 elites from the beginning? Although Newgate realized his shortcomings and failures after the previous battle with Cusin, how much can he, an old man in his 60s, learn in just a few days? In this battle, Newgate was completely defeated by Hannibal's dark team. Hannibal seemed to want to prove his strength. After defeating one of Newgate's Pokemon, he also replaced one of his own Pokemon, and the whole team was 1v1. Except for the insect and fighting type Heracross versus the grass and dark type Cacturne, which won because of the huge attribute advantage, all other Pokemon were defeated by single guns. Hannibal still deliberately sent out the severely restrained Heracross, intending to win against the attribute and humiliate Newgate, but unfortunately he is not Ash. When Ash fights, the more adverse the attribute, the stronger he is, and it is difficult to fight when it is favorable. For details, please refer to the Kalos region semifinals. And the more adverse the attribute, the weaker Hannibal is. There is no stage for you scums in this era, hurry up and get off the stage. Hannibal still didn't spare anyone after winning. It's not that he targeted Newgate, he just targeted all the former pirates equally. Maybe he was blinded by Hancock's beauty, otherwise he would directly scold any male pirate. Newgate didn't pay any attention to Hannibal's plan. He was not surprised by this failure. Because after the previous battle with Cusin, he clearly realized that he was not a qualified trainer. Not to mention the skill pool, he didn't even understand the most basic personality and racial advantages of Pokemon. He was able to reach this position in the top 16 because of his children. Their own efforts, he, as a father, is holding them back. If he had trained these children seriously from the beginning, then with the time when the white pirates obtained Pokemon, they must have reached a very strong level now, and the probability of winning the champion is 50%. Only the Navy's group of people who also obtained Pokemon early can compete with them. But there are not so many ifs. Oyuyaji. Suzuki stood in the audience and saw Newgate coming over. He didn't know what to say for a while. Gulala, why do you look so depressed? If you lose, you lose. You can win again next year. Newgate stretched out a finger and tapped Sasuke's head, not caring much. Ha ha ha, it's rare to see Oyuyaji lose. Now I'm not alone. Sachi, who also failed yesterday, gloated a little, and then was hit by Newgate's iron fist of love. The other members of the White Pirates didn't care much either. They participated in this Pokemon battle competition purely for fun, not for any obsession or ambition, and failure was insignificant. But the people on the White group didn't care, but the sailing world was in turmoil. Because Newgate was once known as the strongest in the world, 70% of the people in the underground world bet on Newgate to enter the semifinals and win the position of the 4 elites. Now, the rate of jumping off the building has skyrocketed overnight. A lot of people simply can't accept Newgate's failure, especially the countries in the New World that have always been blessed by the White group, where people are all fans of Newgate. But the result is already doomed, Newgate is a failure. The second game, Passerby B vs Vista. Vista barely won the battle and had a chance to avenge his father. Unlike Newgate, He has always trained seriously with his Pokémon, and the overall combat effectiveness of the entire team is more than one level higher than the children who are raised on the ship. The third game, Kuzan vs Marco. Kuzan won easily, because the situation on Marco's side was similar to that of Newgate. Marco's attitude towards the cultivation of Pokémon was only slightly better than Newgate's, and the symbolic verbal encouragement made the children's efforts fall by the wayside. To be honest, the strength of Newgate and Marco is actually not as good as that of Passerby A and Passerby B. Among the current top 16 players, the strength of these two white group bosses and the second one is at the bottom, one level weaker than Sage, Morty, and Sabo. The fourth battle, which is also the last one from the top 16 to the top 8, was very intense. Charlotte vs Law, the venue is a lake. Charlotte and Law both beat their opponents to only one Pokémon left, and in the end it was Charlotte who carried Law away with a cunning and advanced tactic. This battle also lasted the longest, for more than an hour in total. After the battle, not only Charlotte and Law, but even the audience was sweating profusely. They clenched their fists tightly and stood up to give the two strong men the warmest cheers. But Law, who was defeated, could not hear all this. He left the field unwillingly. He lost the opportunity to revive Rocinante or his sister Lamy this time. Next time, he will come again until he has revived all the people he wants to save. So far, the top 8 players have been decided. From top to bottom, they are Boya Hancock, Hagoval D. Sorrow, Joricole Mihawk, crossed out, Snub Bull, Hannibal, Vista, Kuzan, Whirlpool D. Charlotte. Chapter 285 Mihawk's Sword Pokémon. Excluding Mihawk's mysterious combat power, the strength of the top 16 players is actually very clear. First echelon, Hancock, Snub Bull, Hannibal, Vista, Kuzan, Charlotte, Law. Second echelon, Passerby A, Passerby B, Morty, Sorrow. Third echelon, Thatch, Sabo. Sewer, Newgate, Marco. After learning the result, Dark could not help but nod with some satisfaction, because the result was actually similar to what he expected. Moreover, there are actually some requirements for the position of the 4 elites. As the 4 public figures of the Alliance of a World, not to mention how good the image must be, but at least the most basic thing is to maintain the order of the world and the safety of the people. Not to mention whether Newgate, Marco, Mihawk, Thatch and others are willing to become the 4 elites below the Alliance after entering the semifinals. Just say that these duties as the 4 elites may not be done well. In fact, the best candidates for the 4 elites in Dark's mind are Sorrow, Hannibal, Kuzan, Morty, or Law or Snub Bull. The first 3 are all Navy. Although one rebelled against the Navy in the past and one rebelled against the Navy in the future, the Navy in the original work knows what kind of tricks they have. They do not agree with the justice maintained by the Navy, so they naturally rebel. However, the justice of these 3 people is in line with the theme of the Pokémon League. The 3 of them becoming the 4 elites can basically fulfill the 4 elites' well-light's duties and tasks, and truly consider the civilians and the people. As for the Morty, Luo, or Snub Bull behind, they are the tallest among the short ones. They may not have such great justice in their hearts, but at least they are willing to obey the orders of the Alliance and complete their work content and tasks. This is at least a qualified 4 elite. As for the others, most of those who like freedom, such as Sabo and Vista, are unwilling to be bound by the 4 elites. After Charlotte's game, Doc has to send her back. Not to mention that Hancock may not be willing to become a 4 elite, she may not obey orders even if she becomes one. But we have to wait and see. After all, the game is not over yet. With Sorrow's strength, it is probably difficult to beat Hancock, and Hannibal's chance of winning against Vista is only 5050. Pokémon Center, Department of Difficult and Miscellaneous Diseases. Seduc and the others have some problems with their gene sequences, probably because of the problem when they were inherited. After a tedious and comprehensive examination, Reiju even asked her biological father Judge for some research technology on bloodline factors before she discovered the problems with Mihawk and other Pokémon. Are there any effects? In addition to what the store manager said, they may also face the situation of not being able to evolve. Reiju looked at the examination data in her hand, and then nodded with certainty. Do they feel pain under normal circumstances? Mihawk didn't care whether they evolved or not. It doesn't matter if they don't evolve. He thinks Seduc and the others are cute now, and it will be difficult to bring them around after they evolve. No. That's fine. Mihawk nodded and turned to leave, but before leaving, he turned back and asked, can it be cured? Well, the current medical methods are not good enough. It's too late, but the store manager may have a tool that can treat this condition. Reiju is clearer. What ordinary people can do, Dark may not be able to do. But what ordinary people can't do, Tobias can do half of it. Oh. Mihawk responded and left. In fact, as long as Seduc and the others don't feel pain, it doesn't matter whether the disease is cured or not. But it's better to be healthy than to be sick, so Mihawk still thinks that if there is a way, he should try to solve the diseases of these Pokémon. After leaving the Pokémon Center, Mihawk headed towards the place where Dark sent him a message before. It's been a while since he last saw Septal. He is also very curious about what kind of life Septal is living now. Because the journey was long, Mihawk walked for a while and called a Diddy Pokémon service nearby. After about an hour of long journey, he finally arrived at his destination. Thank you for your hard work. When Mihawk got off the back of Tauros, his butt was numb. But he still thanked Tauros for running all the way. Then he looked around and saw a small forest. The forest was very small and was not a place suitable for a large number of Pokémon to survive. It must have been specially built for Septal. Chamo. Just as Mihawk stepped into the forest, a lazy voice came from above. He immediately recognized that it was Septal's voice, so he looked up. On a big tree, a fat Septal was lying on the trunk. Mihawk's eyes opened slightly, as if he felt a little incredible. Whose Septal is pineapple-shaped? Septal raised his eyebrows, and cold sweat seemed to flow down his forehead. The awkward atmosphere filled the air. Of course he knew that he was a little fat. There was no way. This life with food and accommodation provided, as well as daily care and massage was too comfortable. Time was like a butcher's knife. The warlike Septal, who once wandered around the world, was also degraded after experiencing the life of an emperor. The two great swordsmen who were once passionate and excited to fight, now one has become a dad and the other has become fat. Why did you call me over? Fortunately, Mihawk is not a person who cares about these details. Cha! Septal waved his hand, signaling Mihawk to follow him. Then, he turned over and moved through the woods with agile movements. Although he was fat, it did not affect Septal's strength much. At most, his swordsmanship was a little rusty. For creatures like Pokémon, unless they are a few days or even hours before death, or are temporarily boosted through super evolution, Dynamax, etc., the life energy in their bodies will generally not decrease, but only increase. Mihawk said nothing more, and quickly moved his legs to keep up. He didn't have any Pokémon with him now, and Seduc and the others were all placed in the Pokémon Center to rest and recover. SCE Septal brought Mihawk to a small lake in the woods and stopped. What are you doing here? Cha! In response to Mihawk's question, Septal pointed to a place somewhere next to the lake. Mihawk looked closely and found that there was a Pokémon there. And it was a Pokémon that was practicing swordsmanship? A far-fetched that was a little different. Memories suddenly came to his mind. Thinking back to the past, Dark told him that maybe he could hatch a Pokémon that was good at swordsmanship and cultivate a swordsman Pokémon that was stronger than himself. Now thinking about it, it was all bullshit, the evil capitalist. But after all, Mihawk was still somewhat grateful to Dark. Not only was he grateful to Dark for bringing Saduk and the others to him, but he was also grateful to Dark for telling him about Saduk and the others' physical condition. What's wrong? Chamo, cha. Take him away and teach him swordsmanship. Septal's words were simple and clear. Actually, this far-fetched had sneaked out of the safari zone and came here to learn swordsmanship from this god. But Septal was living a comfortable life now, so how could he ask for trouble, let alone accepting a disciple? Never expected that this far-fetched would just refuse to leave. So Septal thought of Mihawk, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. Mihawk neither agreed nor refused. Actually, this meant that he was a little moved. After all, it was his original idea to have a Pokémon that liked to practice swordsmanship and could grow up with him. Now Mihawk has also discovered it. That Farfetch'd has darker fur and sharper eyes than the average Farfetch'd, and the key is that the green onion in his hand is thick and long. This is Farfetch'd in the Garel region form. It is said that it is a Pokémon that is very good at swordsmanship and has a natural talent for swordsmanship. Ga. Big brother. At this time, Farfetch'd also found Septal and ran over to greet him like a little fanboy. Chamo. You follow him. What Septal said sounded a bit strange from a human perspective, but the meaning was very clear to the Pokémon's ears. You become this person's Pokémon. Ga. I don't want to, I want to learn swordsmanship from Big Brother. Farfetch'd shook his head decisively and refused. He didn't want to follow this stupid guy, he was afraid that he would become one of those stupid guys. Chamo. This guy is a swordsman, and his swordsmanship is not bad. Follow him to practice. When you can defeat him, I will accept you as my apprentice. Yes, this is Septal's strategy, to divert firepower. Ga. Okay. This time Farfetch'd nodded. In his opinion, defeating Mihawk was not a difficult thing. As long as he worked a little harder, he could become his apprentice. Although Mihawk didn't understand what Farfetch'd was saying, he understood what Septal said. Pa. Septal patted Mihawk's shoulder, then gave him a thumbs up and winked at him, meaning I'll leave it to you. Ga. I will defeat you. Farfetch'd pointed at Mihawk with the onion in his hand. Interesting. Mihawk didn't understand what Farfetch'd meant, but he could see the taunt in Farfetch'd's eyes. This rekindled Mihawk's desire to practice swordsmanship. When he thought about the fact that he would have a Pokémon to practice with him in the future, he felt that his daily life would be more interesting. Mihawk took Farfetch'd away. From then on, he resumed his daily sword practice and embarked on the path of swordsmanship with Septal in front and Farfetch'd behind. Chapter 286, The 8-4 Competition, Pokémon Using Ninjutsu. The 8-4 competition is also the competition to determine the 4 elites. Compared with the rewards for the top 4 and the top 8, the extra one is the opportunity to be invited by the Alliance to be one of the 4 elites. You can refuse, but after refusing, there is no difference between the rewards for the top 4 and the top 8. At most, the top 4 contestants will be more famous. The 8-4 competition schedule is a total of 4 days, 1 game per day. The first day's match was between Hancock and Sorrow, and the venue was a forest, which was a big disadvantage for Sorrow. The most powerful thing about Hancock's snake Pokémon is that they all have 2-color domineering. When Bind or Iron, when a skill like Tail is combined with Armament Haki, the effect will become extremely powerful. Especially after Onyx, whose defense was originally exaggerated, used Armament Haki to harden his whole body, the physical attacks of the Pokémon on Sorrow's side were almost restrained, and the damage was greatly reduced. As expected, Sorrow's strength was very good, but it was difficult to compete with Hancock, who was obviously 1 level higher in strength. After persisting for a while, he still lost. This made Sorrow feel a little pity. After all, he wanted to become a 4 elite, because he had a higher reputation and status, and it was more convenient to enforce his own justice. However, there was no way to fail. he would still choose to work in the Pokemon League. With his ranking in the top 8, he should be able to enter a job position with a high status. If possible, he hopes to enter the education department and continue to be a companion with Olivia to study blank history together. The next day's game was originally supposed to be Snubbull vs Mihawk. However, because Mihawk gave up, Snubbull was directly promoted to the semifinals, and the competition was suspended on that day, which was considered a day of rest for the players and the audience. This day was also March 8 in the league calendar, and it was 1 week before the first Pokemon battle competition was completely over. A week later, the league city will be closed until the next event. On the third day, Hannibal vs Vista, the venue was a plain, and the two sides launched a real man battle. The two people were at the same level as trainers, and the average level of Pokemon was slightly higher in the former, and the attributes were restrained. This battle was as high in quality as the battle between Charlotte and Law a few days ago. The battle was indistinguishable, and no one knew who would win until the last moment. And Vista's lineup also belonged to the double-blade swordsman lineup that would make Mihawk silent. Golisopod, Sneasel, Poniard, Empoleon, Scyther, Kricketune. Because evolution requires special items or the level requirement is too high, Sneasel, Poniard, and Scyther are still in the first stage. This is also the disadvantage of Vista compared to Hannibal. The opponent's Pokemon are all final evolution types. Moreover, Vista trains Pokemon in his own way, not in the way of trainers. In short, these 6 Pokemon basically rely on swordsmanship in battle, and skills become auxiliary. Empoleon's water and steel attributes are generally very powerful, almost catching up with Law's Magnezone. 11 of the 18 attributes are restrained against Empoleon, and only 3 attributes are restrained against Empoleon, and they are only restrained twice. Before, Vista basically used Empoleon as a trump card, and the situation of reversing the situation has occurred many times. But this time Empoleon was useless. The attribute combination of Hannibal's 6 Pokemon is just not what Empoleon can target, and even Crocodile's ground plus evil attributes can restrain Empoleon. In a 1v1 situation, Crocodile took away the higher level Empoleon with an earthquake. Hannibal continued the tradition of fighting Newgate and kept fighting 1v1 with Vista. Absol vs Kricketune, the latter won. Cacturne vs Golisopod, the latter won. Houndoom vs Poniard, the former won. Crawdaunt vs Sneasel, the latter won. Zorua vs Scyther, the former won. After 6 1v1 duels, the two tied, each winning 3 games. Hannibal still had Houndoom, Crocodile, and Zorua, while Vista still had Kricketune, Golisopod, and Sneasel. After that, Hannibal deliberately fought 3 more 1v1 matches, and with Houndoom losing his ability to fight, he defeated Kricketune and Sneasel. Finally, Golisopod survived to the end and took away Crocodile, and was then defeated by Zoruake. Hannibal won. So far, the 3 members of the white group who entered the top 16 were all wiped out, 2 fell in the top 16, and 1 fell in the top 8. On the 4th day, Cusin vs Charlotte. The two were very similar in strength, and the venue was a lake, but the battle scene was extremely simple, rough, and even weird. At least it was very strange for people in the sailing world, but it might be normal in the ninja world. In addition to Glally, Cloyster, and Lapras who had already played, Cusin's lineup also included Piloswine, Alola Sandslash, and Abomasnow. Charlotte's lineup was Charizard, Magmortar, Ice Eevee, and Thousand-Faced Eevee, Dedenne, and the ancient Pokemon, Odin. Charlotte's Pokemon can be said to be all rare Pokemon. Charizard is not only the Kanto Royal 3 Pokemon in the Pokemon world, but also one of the 9 Pokemon in the Pokemon League. Needless to say, its popularity are very high. The only Pokemon of the current Admiral Sakazuki is an extreme Charizard, and only such Pokemon is willing to follow Sakazuki. Century Face, the Water-type Royal 3 of the Galar region in the Pokemon world, has never been seen here. Dedenne, because of its cute appearance, is famous, but it is rare to find this small Pokemon in the sea. ICV, Magmortar, because evolution requires special props, so it is the first time that it has appeared in the public eye. In the past, people have only seen it on Pokédex. Odin, this is a Pokemon that is completely unobtainable. Although it has been seen on the Pokédex, it is a Pokemon that lived in ancient times. People have only seen the fossils of the Oddjaw in the Union Museum, but have never seen a living Pokemon. The Monet Institute has developed a fossil resurrection machine and successfully resurrected Pokemon such as Kabuto and Aerodactyl, but has not yet tried to revive the fossils of the Oddjaw, and this research and development and technology have not yet been announced to the public. It is precisely because of this that everyone is curious about Charlotte's true identity, and even speculates whether Charlotte is the illegitimate daughter of the leader. Otherwise, what kind of identity and background can get so many rare Pokemon or even out-of-print Pokemon? From the day the battle competition started, many people in the sailing world began to secretly investigate Charlotte's identity. However, Charlotte has always stayed in the Union City and only interacted with a few people, so most people don't know Charlotte's true identity, even many high-level members of the Union don't know. From the level point of view, the average level of the two Pokemon is similar. From the perspective of attributes, there are some exaggerations, and even a fourfold restraint rule, but in general, they are mutually restrained, and it is not said that one side completely restrains the other. This is due to Kuzan's caution. He did not choose a bunch of single ice attribute Pokemon to train, otherwise Charizard and Magmortar would be enough to take away at least 3 or 4 of his Pokemon. In terms of the way of training Pokemon, Charlotte is different from almost all the contestants. She did not teach her Pokemon to learn two-color domineering, but instead gave priority to learning ninjutsu to expand the skill pool of Pokemon. It is probably because there are more people from the ninja world among her elders, and it may also be because Charlotte herself has a general grasp of two-color domineering. This training method is actually more in line with the training method in the native world of Pokemon. On the contrary, the training method in the sailing world is a new idea. After Kuzan got the Pokemon, the first thing he did was to improve the Pokemon's physique and upgrade its level. The second thing was to teach the Pokemon two-color domineering, and finally learn new skills. For this Admiral, the teaching method he used was exactly the same as the way his teachers ever trained him. People in the sailing world are basically the same. The first thing is to improve the Pokemon's physique. Every trainer has this idea, and then they start to integrate their own training style, such as Vista's double blade style. This is a match of equal strength but different styles. The Jaw Dragon looked scary, but was hit on the head by Alola Sandslash's Ice and Ground combo. Alola Sandslash has the attributes of Ice and Steel, which is 4 times more restrained than the Jaw Dragon with Rock and Dragon. At the end of this round, everyone thought that Charlotte would lose without a doubt. After all, she lost a general at the beginning. However, the plot soon reversed. Alola Sandslash was chased by the Fire-type Magmortar with Fire-type skills and Fire-style ninjutsu in the next round, and was carried away by the last move unclassified Alavel Fire-style, Whirlpool Great Flame Ring. It was also due to the fourfold restraint, but Sandslash lasted a little longer because of the two-color Haki, which consumed some of Magmortar's stamina. The audience was confused now. What are you two doing here? They are evenly matched and fight to the death, but you are evenly matched and kill in one move? Then Kuzan sent Lapras to knock Magmortar unconscious with Water Stream Break and Armament Haki, and the latter immediately replaced Dedenne and used Thunderbolt, followed by unclassified Alavel Lightning Style, Chidori Flash to send Lapras away. So far, both sides have lost 2 Pokemon. And the whole process took less than a quarter of an hour. I found it interesting to combine ninjutsu and Pokemon skills. I will write about it in the next chapter. Chapter 287 Ninja Trainer. Looks like we have to be more serious. Charlotte stared at Kuzan on the opposite side, took out a Konoha Forward Protector from her pocket, and then murmured, "Konoha's Genin trainer, here I come. Denden. Didanay held her belly to cheer herself up. Pilo swine. Kuzan did not hesitate and directly sent out Pilo swine, which has ground attributes and is immune to electric skills. Generally speaking, this is the case in battles. The second player will usually send out Pokémon with attributes that restrain the opponent's Pokémon. Charlotte can of course take Didanay back and replace other Pokémon, which is a very short matter. It is a violation if the speed of replacing Pokémon exceeds 3 seconds. But at this time, the next Pokémon to appear will face the danger of taking a free attack. Because the Pokémon that has just been replaced will be stiff for a moment when it appears on the field, and the Pokémon on the opposite side may be in the process of releasing an attack. This stiffness is not a weakness in low-level battles, but it will be very fatal in high-level battles. When one of your Pokémon is defeated, the time to replace the Pokémon will be extended to 5 seconds, avoiding such risks. So generally speaking, if the other Pokémon in the team are of relatively fragile types, it is better not to replace the Pokémon during the battle, so as not to be seriously injured or even killed immediately. This is also one of the reasons why Pokémon are not replaced in so many dangerous situations in the Pokémon animation. Charlotte is facing such a situation now. Among the 3 Pokémon left, except Charizard, which is a little tougher, the physical qualities of the others are relatively fragile. If they are attacked right away, the situation will be very dangerous. Most trainers in the sailing world do not have such worries. Take the remaining 4 Pokémon of Kuzan for example. They are tough in themselves, and they have been honing their physical fitness for a long time, making them even tougher. A slight attack will not affect the subsequent actions. Didanay, use Dazzling Gleam. Charlotte no longer hesitated and directly commanded Didanay to attack. Although the electric skills were useless, Didanay was still a fairy Pokémon, and the fairy skills had no disadvantages against Pilo Swine. The next moment, Didanay jumped up, and a dazzling light burst out from his body, and the light contained a large amount of fairy energy. Even the audience in the audience couldn't help but close their eyes. If it weren't for the void barrier that blocked the damage of the fairy energy, many people on the scene might have died. Mao. Pilo Swine stood there in a daze, not feeling any changes in his body. No, Pilo Swine has small eyes, and his hair blocks his vision. He can't see anything, and can only identify the target's position through smell and hearing. This is why Kuzan said nothing in the face of Dazzling Gleam. Because he had tried it before, all the skills that attack the eyes have no effect on Pilo Swine. What? This is the first time Charlotte has encountered such a situation. If so, let alone her Sharingan illusion, I'm afraid that even Elder Shisui's Kota Amatsukami will be useless against Pilo Swine, right? Ice Beam. Kuzan no longer held back and attacked with all his strength. Didanay's most proficient electric skills were useless, which was considered to be his strongest point. He was defeated by Pilo Swine soon, and Didanay only caused a little damage with fairy skills, which was harmless to Pilo Swine. Senman Shiraku, please. Charlotte quickly summoned the Water-type Royal 3 of the Galar region and immediately ordered, Alavel Water Style, Water Dragon Cannon. While giving the order, Charlotte excitedly formed a seal. This is a ninjutsu with a seal. Because Senman Shiraku has slender fingers and can easily form seals, it can use more ninjutsu than many other Pokémon. And Water Dragon Cannon is a combination of the Water-type skill Hydro Pump and the Blevel Water-style Water Dragon Bullet, a high-pressure Hydro Pump in the form of a Water Dragon. Icy Wind. With Pilo Swine's speed, there is no need to think about dodging Senman Shiraku's skills, so Kuzan decided to go head-to-head from the beginning. However, ordinary ice skills can never compete with this Alavel ninjutsu. Charlotte's Pokémon may not be as physically fit as Kuzan's, but when it comes to skill lethality, it is far superior. Pilo Swine was hit by this move and received double damage, and instantly became weak. And then face it didn't take much effort for the sluggish Pilo Swine to be eliminated. The situation returned to 3v3. From the current status of the Pokémon of both sides, Kyuzen's side is better. Because the thousand-faced shroud consumed a lot of physical strength when attacking Piloswine. Kyuzen's next Pokémon is Abomasnow, which roared to the sky as soon as it came out. It can be said that Abomasnow was destined to deal with the thousand-faced shroud from the beginning. Because Abomasnow's attribute configuration of grass and ice is too rubbish, it is restrained by 7 attributes and is restrained by 4 times the fire type. Facing Charlotte's team, Abomasnow can only find the attribute advantage when facing the thousand-faced shroud to maximize his combat power. Razor Leaf. Substitute technique. It must be said that the thousand-faced shroud, which can use those hand seal ninjutsu, is definitely the most difficult one among Charlotte's Pokémon. Grass Knot. This move is equivalent to a fighting type kick. The heavier the target, the greater the damage. With the thin body of the Thousand Faces chameleon, Kyuzen obviously did not use this move to cause damage to it, but to restrict its agile movements. Grass Knot suddenly emerged from the ground, just like vines released from the ground. The Thousand Faces chameleon, who had not learned the observation haki, could hardly detect where those vines would extend from. And at this time, you can't jump up. Once you jump into the air, your movements will be completely restricted. You will definitely be hit by Abomasnow. You may be able to avoid it by running on the ground. But unfortunately, the Thousand Faces chameleon was still tripped by the grass knot. When he subconsciously rolled to the side, it was too late. Abomasnow had already jumped down from midair, and with his strong body and armament haki, he crashed into it, the physical big move of the grass-type wooden mallet. After this attack, even if Chimonzai tried his best in the subsequent battles, he could not save the situation of failure. As expected of the lower 4 elites who have served for more than 20 years, he is so strong at this time. Charlotte couldn't help but raise her hand and bite her thumb, muttering in her mouth. As a girl from the future, how could she not know who the final 4 elites of the first generation battle competition would be? Of course she knew. So when the news that Mihawk gave up and Snubbull directly entered the semifinals reached her ears, she was not moved at all. Currently, the top 4 players have been decided, and they are also the 4 elite candidates. Snake Elite Hancock, Ghost Elite Snubbull, Evil Elite Hannibal. All of these are consistent with her memory of the first 4 elites. The last one is Kyuzen, the Ice Elite standing opposite him. He is also the one who has served the longest among the 4 first-generation elites in the sailing world. When he retired, he had already reached the level of the lower champion and the upper 4 elites. I heard that there have been 3 changes of the Admiral of the Navy, but this Ice Elite has not been defeated yet. Similarly, this Ice Elite is also the biggest enemy of all trainers who want to compete for the position of champion in the sailing world. Calling Fire Dragon, it's up to you. Get rid of him quickly. Charlotte picked up her most precious Pokémon ball, kissed it gently, and released her first partner. Roar. The first thing Charizard did when he came out was to spit fire to the sky to show his strength. Sunny day. The first thing Charlotte asked Charizard to do was not to launch an attack, but to change the environment. Increasing the power of his fire attribute and reducing the damage of water attribute skills are beneficial both at this moment and in the next battle. It's not good. Kyuzen looked up at the blazing sky, and sweat seemed to flow down his forehead. He certainly knew how powerful weather skills were, but some Pokémon just didn't have the talent for this and couldn't learn such skills. There was nothing he could do. His Ice-type Pokémon couldn't learn the weather skill Snow Scene. Alavel Unclassified Fire Style, Explosive Song. There were no advanced fire styles in the ninja world, but the power of a skill depended on the strength of the caster, and had little to do with the level of the skill, so it didn't matter. However, after Pokémon appeared in the ninja world, countless fire-type trainers emerged and developed many more advanced fire styles together with Pokémon. No, to be more precise, ninjutsu. The combination of ninjutsu and skills is ninjutsu. Explosive Song is a ninjutsu that combines Fire Blast and Level Fire style, Dragon Song. This is a ninjutsu developed by Uchiha Madara himself. Feel it. Charlotte raised her head confidently. As expected, Abamasno was killed instantly by this move. Kyuzan did not hesitate to send Cloyster. Although Glally was Kyuzan's first Pokemon, Cloyster was a talented Pokemon with the same strength as Glally. He was Kyuzan's right-hand man and very powerful. Dragon Slayer. Charlotte's face turned pale when she saw Cloyster. It is said that at least thousands of dragon trainers were defeated by Kyuzan's Pokemon. In the past, it was even said that as long as Cloyster was still there, no dragon trainer could become the lower champion of the sailing world. Chapter 288. It turns out that the short-lived genius girl is me. Cloyster of Ice and Water attributes has a slight advantage in attributes. Charizard's fire and flying skills do not double or reduce the damage caused to Cloyster. And Cloyster's water-type moves will cause double damage to Charizard. However, with the training level of Kyuzan and Charlotte for these two Earl Dervish partners, it is impossible for them to master only these two types of skills. There must be some skills that can cause outstanding effects. Dragon Breath. Charlotte took the lead in attacking. Charizard's biggest advantage in battle is speed and special attack damage. If it cannot be used well, and Charizard is allowed to play a counterattack, then he may not even have a few chances to attack. Especially facing a physical defense player like Cloyster, a special attack Pokemon like Charizard can still hit a wave of output. But this time Charizard used an ordinary skill, not a ninjutsu or a ninjutsu. Because Charizard only has Fire Chakra, it can only combine Fire Chakra with skills, but the combined ninjutsu are all Fire Chakra, and the power is not enhanced. It may even be that the Fire Chakra is not as powerful as the Dragon-type skills themselves. Ice Beam. Kyuzan calmly gave the order. In the face of Dragon-type skills, Ice-type is one of the best choices besides Fairy-type. As for the skill of Dodge, the effect on Cloyster is too low because Cloyster is too slow and clumsy. Generally speaking, either use a stronger skill to resist or shrink into the shell to resist. When Cloyster and Charizard are at the same level, Ice Beam is almost impossible to be penetrated by Dragon Breath, so this move was successfully blocked by Cloyster. Brick Break. Fighting-type skills can cause double damage to Cloyster. But fighting-type skills are basically physical damage, and the few special skills are also very difficult for Charizard to master. Iron Defense. It's called Iron Defense, but it's actually Iron Defense skill plus 6 style Iron Block plus Armament Haki. Cloyster, whose physical defense was already extremely exaggerated, was now completely at risk against Charizard's fighting skills. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. Charizard succeeded in one move and flew back into the sky, while Cloyster opened his shell, revealing a cunning smile inside. This move did less damage to Cloyster than using a special fire skill. Alavel Fire Style, Whirlpool Extinguishment. The combined ninjutsu of Great Fire Style and Flame Whirlpool has a slight increase in damage, but the key point is that its range is large enough, and it is generally a skill used in group battles. Hydro Pump. Facing fire skills, it is natural to use water-type skills to deal with them. The power of water-type skills like Hydro Pump has an attribute advantage, so even ninjutsu amplified by Sunny Day can be resisted. Air Blade. Charlotte was already a little numb, and always felt that no matter what skills she released, they would be resolved by the opponent. After thinking about it for a while, Ice EV immediately gave up the idea. With only Ice attribute, Ice EV has no chance of winning against Cloyster at a lower level. Only Charizard has a chance of winning. If Charizard loses in this battle, the game is over. Light Screen. Facing flying skills, Cloyster really has no good way to defend. But fortunately, Air Blade is a special attack, and Kyuzan knows Cloyster's resistance to special attacks is relatively weak, so he specially taught him the skill of Light Strength to weaken special attack damage. In the next few rounds, the damage of special attacks released by Charizard will be weakened. However, Cloyster still has to take the damage of this air blade. Tisk. This disdainful voice came from Cloyster. He seemed a little unhappy after taking this move, but still didn't take Charizard seriously. Roar. This also annoyed Charizard. He was a hot-tempered person, but he was taunted like this. Toxic spikes, spikes. Kuzan didn't rush to attack, but instead began to target the next Ice EV. Countless poisonous spikes and ground spikes were scattered by Cloyster on the field. As long as the Ice EV appears later, it will be hurt, and even in the next action, it must try to avoid stepping on these spikes. Heat Wave. Charlotte naturally couldn't stand by and watch Kuzan's layout, so she immediately let Charizard release his skills. Waterfall. This time Kuzan didn't plan to continue passive defense, but took the initiative to attack. A tall wave emerged from under Stimulus Shell, carrying Cloyster towards Charizard in the sky. The hot reddish wind had almost no effect on the tall waves, and it seemed that it only made the temperature of the sea water higher. At this time, Charizard didn't have time to fly away, and was directly poured down by the waterfall from the sky, suffering huge damage. A feeling of powerlessness surged into Charlotte's heart. She was really powerless facing the shell opposite. The existence of the two skills of Armament Haki and Light Screen greatly weakened the advantage of the only breakthrough point, Special Attack. Among the four skills of Fighting, Rock, Grass, and Electricity that restrain Cloyster, either Charizard didn't learn the special skills, or the damage of physical skills to Cloyster would be greatly weakened. It is indeed difficult for Cloyster to attack Charizard flying in the sky, but once it attacks, it can cause huge damage with its attribute advantage. On the other hand, Charizard has no good way to face the hard Cloyster, and even the skill of scraping the opponent will be mostly offset and blocked. This is simply a replica of the battle between the ninja world and the strong men in the sailing world. In the following battle, Charlotte tried hard to find a breakthrough from several other aspects, but there was no good effect. The final outcome is naturally Charizard's defeat. Cloyster just consumed more physical strength, but the blood volume is still abundant. After that, Ice EV was injured and fell into a poisoned state when he came on the field. Kuzan also took back Cloyster without fear, and let Glolly play at the cost of withstanding Ice Beam. Facing Ice EV, Glolly, who is slightly more agile in the air, would be a better choice. Finally, Ice EV was taken down by Glolly, and Kuzan defeated Charlotte and won the top 4. At this point, the top 4 were born, and the 4 elites were also born. Boa Hancock, Snub Bull, Hannibal, Kuzan. It is hard to say who will become the champion among the top 4 players. But from the perspective of past identities, it was a civil war between pirates and pirates first, then a civil war between navy and navy, and finally a battle between pirates and navy. Speaking of it, at this time, Charlotte took back her Pokémon, and vaguely recalled a wild history book she had read when she was a child. At the first battle tournament 100 years ago, a short-lived genius girl appeared among the top 8 players. She swept the field with a team of rare Pokémon and rushed to the Ice Elite Kuzan, but was finally blocked by the Dragon Slayer. Since then, this girl has never appeared on the field again, and perhaps she has married someone. So that short-lived genius girl is me. Haha. Charlotte laughed as she thought about it. It turns out that the ending has been predetermined. Her appearance did not change history, but conformed to history. She should have appeared in this arena. While thinking this, Charlotte left the arena and planned to go back to her residence to pack up. The game is over, and it's time for her to go back to her own era. In the hotel. Humph. After I go back, I will challenge the Pokémon Battle Tournament in the sailing world again. This time, at least entering the knockout round is not too much. Charlotte encouraged herself while packing up. With your strength, you can only barely enter the knockout round? Or a lower level competition? A voice suddenly appeared, giving Charlotte a startle. "Shodame-sama. Please don't suddenly appear and scare people." Charlotte turned her head and puffed up her cheeks in anger, then said, "Everyone who came later is very strong." The contestants in the elimination rounds basically all mastered the skills of Super Evolution, Z-moves, or Dynamax. Various forbidden techniques, pupil techniques, sword techniques, berry abilities, and magic emerged one after another. Even in the lower divisions, a rookie trainer like me who has only been traveling for a year may only be able to stop at the group stage. Is that so? Dark opened his mouth. He didn't expect that the Pokémon of 100 years later would be so fancy. Forbidden techniques, swordsmanship, and berry abilities are fine, but they even have pupil techniques and magic? Dark is very curious now. How did a Pokémon have pupil techniques? Could it be that someone else's eyes were transplanted, or could it be that someone did something to Gardevoir? Dark stopped thinking about it. If there is a trend of intermarriage between humans and Pokémon in the future, Dark may not stop it, but he won't support it either. Let it go. Shodame-sama, will you send me back? Of course, in 2 days, after the game is over, I will let Dialga open the time hole for you. Dark nodded. In this era, the only one who can send Charlotte back 100 years is Dialga, and there may be another person with the ability of Berry who is unknown whether he was born or not. Of course, it is impossible for him and Dialga to go. Perhaps in the future, when he is interested, he may go to the future world to take a look and test whether those alliance leaders are qualified, but not now. One is because he still has to go to the ninja world to see what the result is. The other is because he is afraid that going there rashly will cause a sensation. After all, he seems to be very famous in the future. Great, I can play for 2 more days, and I can see the legendary God of Time. Chapter 289 2 players competing for the champion. Speaking of which, you don't seem surprised at all about these top 4 players? Dake sat at the table beside him, looking at the girl from the future. Dake, who used the full-level aura power, could sense more things. There was a familiar fluctuation on Charlotte's body. Dake had felt such fluctuations on another person. Uchiha Sasuke. Dake frowned. Could it be that Sasuke was one of Charlotte's elders? Of course, I even know who the champion is, but I won't tell you, hee. Charlotte smiled mischievously, curled her lips, and deliberately kept it a secret. The champion this time may not be the strongest one. Actually, after Charlotte said that, Dark basically had an idea in his mind. The strength of the 4 players is actually similar, but the strongest one is Hannibal. Yes, the strongest player is Hannibal, not Kuzan. Kuzan is a Navy admiral, but Hannibal is also the deputy warden of Imperdon. His strength is not comparable to that of an admiral, but he is at the level of a vice-admiral of the headquarters. Kuzan's Pokémon can use two-color domineering, and Hannibal's Pokémon can also do so, and the average level of both Pokémon is similar. In terms of attributes, Hannibal's Pokémon has a considerable advantage. There are almost no Pokémon that are restrained by Kuzan. On the contrary, there are 2 or 3 Pokémon with dual attributes that can only restrain Kuzan's Pokémon. Not only facing Kuzan, but also facing Snubbull, Hannibal, who is a villain, has an absolute advantage. It can be said that Snubbull has almost no chance of winning against Hannibal. As for Hancock, it is already very limited for her to reach the semifinals. Facing it would be very difficult for her to beat any of the other 3 players. Although Hancock's Pokémon also possesses two-color domineering, her weakness lies in the low level of Pokémon. It may be that she started cultivating them for a short time or that she did not invest enough emotions. In short, the average level of her team is the lowest among the remaining 4. According to Charlotte, Hannibal does not seem to become the champion. So where did he fail? Shodame-sama, does my reward for the top 8 still count? Just when Dark was still confused, Charlotte had already grabbed Dark's clothes with one hand. Of course, a property in Yggdrasil and a valuable item. What do you want? Hehe, I want a piece of Charizard's super evolutionary stone/ite. Charlotte scratched her head a little embarrassedly. I know you can definitely make that thing. She felt that she and Charizard could mega evolution, but they were hindered by the lack of Mega Stone. She had the Key Stone, but she didn't have the most important Charizard Mega Stone. It's possible, but don't try rashly, or it will put a great burden on your spirit. Dark said, but didn't refuse X or Y. Mega Stones may be rare items in the Pokemon world, but they are not rare here, at least not on the same level as Sacred Ash and Holy Flame. X. Mega Charizard is the coolest. Okay. X-Spray and Y-Spray are actually two very interesting individuals. If we trace their origins, Y-Spray should be the form that Charizard is more in line with the evolution trend, while X-Spray is a throwback. In the early and ancient times, Charizard was a fire and dragon Pokemon, which is also the origin of his name. But as time passed, in order to survive, the genes and energy of the flying type in Charizard's body surpassed the dragon type, so later Charizards were all fire and flying types. Y-Spray is equivalent to moving forward into the future, strengthening Charizard's already strong special attack advantage and amplifying special attack resistance. X-Spray is a return to the past, retrieving Charizard's strong melee ability in ancient times, and strengthening physical attack and physical defense. The above is purely edited. When will you give it to me? Charlotte looked at Dark with sparkling eyes, as if she was going to try it later. When the prizes are awarded after the game. Dark shook his head and dispelled the girl's dangerous thoughts. Oh, okay. Charlotte responded with some frustration. By the way, Charlotte, are the moves you let the Pokemon use in the battle a combination of skills and ninjutsu? Dark then remembered the strange moves Charlotte had used in the game before. After all, it was the first time he saw them, and he thought those moves were quite powerful and more lethal. Well, yes, that's called ninjutsu. Generally speaking, in the ninja world, ninja trainers release ninjutsu and ninja Pokemon release skills to cooperate in the moves, but if they practice hard, a few Pokemon can also release ninjutsu alone. I see. Dark nodded and understood it all at once. This ninjutsu is very similar to the secret technique of the Inyazuka family. It is a move released by the ninjas and ninja dogs of the Inyazuka family. Our Uchiha clan is the largest collection of fire-style ninjutsu in the ninja world. Even Madara-sama occasionally sends back the ninjutsu he developed with his Pokemon. A loading circle appeared next to Dark's head. The pig brain is overloaded. Didn't Ataka destroy the Uchiha family? The clan land should have been recycled by Konoha. Isn't Madara dead? How can there be Pokemon? And even if Madara is still alive now, can he still be alive 100 years later? Dark couldn't understand what was going on at all. Charlotte wanted to say something afterwards, but Dark stopped him and returned to the office alone. After hearing what Charlotte said just now, Dark felt that something was wrong. Could it be that something unusual happened in the ninja world? Dark couldn't understand what he did a few days later. The 4-12 match started soon and was divided into 2 days. The first match was between Hancock and Snub Bull, and the venue was a forest. Such a venue would definitely be more advantageous for Snub Bull, because although some snake Pokemon on Hancock's side often fight in such an environment, some Pokemon are not. For example, Onix. The trend of this battle is still very obvious. Snub Bull has a very high probability of winning, because the average level of his ghost Pokemon is 4 levels higher than that of Hancock. But the battle process is very difficult. Because Snub Bull has a big disadvantage, that is, none of his Pokemon has mastered the armament Haki. This will cause his Pokemon to be unable to enhance both attack and defense in battle. It's not that Snub Bull doesn't know how to do it, so he didn't teach. In fact, now many people in the world have opened stores and martial arts schools to teach Pokemon to learn two-color Haki. Two-color Haki is no longer a secret or a skill for the strong. These people who opened stores are basically retired Navy and grudge soldiers who have returned to their daily lives. They opened schools to make money. Snubbuck also took his Pokemon to a famous retired Navy Rear Admiral to learn to color Haki. Observation Haki was easily mastered, but armament Haki could never be mastered. Finally, according to the analysis of Snubbull and the Rear Admiral, it was probably because of the nature of Ghost-type Pokemon that they found it difficult to learn armament Haki. The nature of Ghost-type Pokemon is mostly a kind of empty energy body such as Gas, Grudge, and Curse. Such energy bodies make it difficult for them to attach armament Haki to their bodies. This is just like it is difficult for natural ability users to use armament Haki while their bodies are elementalized. However, the final battle was still won by Snubbull. Snubbull won, but it was a little bit of a struggle. Hancock was a little discouraged by her failure, but she didn't care much. Anyway, her position was high enough, and her strength was indeed difficult to touch the champion position. At the same time, after this battle, many viewers refreshed their understanding of Snubbull. Before, Mihawk directly gave up the game, which made many people think that Snubbull's position in the top 4 was mixed up. Many trainers envied and hated him, and even the audience thought he was lucky. But now it's different. Defeating another top 4 player with his own strength, there's nothing to say, he's just strong. The battle on the other side also came to an end soon. Hannibal vs Kyuzen. Dark Specialized Trainer vs Ice Specialized Trainer, the venue is a lake. In terms of comprehensive strength, the two are actually similar, but a battle also needs to take into account factors such as venue and attributes. Hannibal has more advantages in attributes, but Kyuzen has the advantage in the field. At the beginning, Hannibal really relied on the attribute advantage to suppress Kyuzen. Houndoom easily sent away the Ice Steel Sandslash that was restrained by 4 times, and then took away Piloswine, completing a Onentwo situation. But Piloswine was also tough and stubborn this time, and forced Houndoom to die together with him despite the flames all over his body. In the end, Piloswine's expression was full of the momentum of burning his boats and taking Houndoom away even if it meant leaving himself with internal injuries in the future. Kyuzen almost stopped the game and surrendered. Piloswine's last move was also a serious blow to Kyuzen, who originally had a weak desire to win. Sent Glally to the field and beat Hannibal's overstandard Zorua to serious injuries and weakness. Then Cloyster and Lapras took advantage of the lake and carried away Zorua and Absol in turn. Later, Kakshurn came on the field and replaced Cloyster and Lapras, 2 of Kyuzen's generals, with his attribute advantage. It was a glorious moment of 1 for 2, just like Houndoom. At this time, Hannibal still had Crawdaunt and Crocodile in good condition, while Kyuzen only had Abomasnow, whose attribute configuration was extremely rubbish and whose level was the lowest in the team. Just when everyone thought the ending was doomed, Abomasnow showed his power. It is true that Abomasnow's attribute configuration is rubbish, but the dual attributes of Ice and Grass can double restrain Crawdaunt with Water attribute and quadruple restrain Crocodile with Ground attribute. It was such a coincidence that the 4 attributes that Abomasnow could only restrain happened to be the attributes of the 2 Pokémon left on Hannibal's side, and one of them was restrained by 4 times. First, he killed Crawdaunt despite being seriously injured, and then chased Crocodile and beat him up. Pokémon battles are so changeable. Abomasnow, the weakest and least visible player in Kyuzen's team, exploded in this crucial semi-final and took away 2 Pokémon of Hannibal. Even Hannibal didn't expect that the remaining transparent Pokémon of Kyuzen would be so powerful. He had never taken this Pokémon seriously before. If he had put Houndoom, which had a strong attribute advantage, on the back, the ending would not be like this. Houndoom could even kill Abomasnow without injury, and it was possible to complete the feat of 1 for 3. But there is no if. Hannibal, the player with the strongest panel and the only one who could fully suppress Snubbull, was sent off the field. Snubbull has the possibility of winning the champion again. At least for him, fighting Kyuzen is much easier than fighting Hannibal. The two players competing for the champion are Snubbull and Cusin. Chapter 290, The First Pokemon Battle Championship. Ghost-type trainer Snubbull vs Ice-type trainer Cusin. In terms of attributes, the two trainers have little connection. If you have to say, Snubbull may have a bigger advantage. Because Snubbull has half of its Pokemon of the Ghost type, and Sableye, one of the other three, has no attribute conflict with Cusin's Pokemon. Ghost is the most unique attribute besides the normal type. It is only related to 4 attributes: normal, ghost, psychic, and evil. And the 6 Pokemon in Cusin's team do not contain any of the 4 attributes. In this battle, Snubbull's Gengar and Lampent will be the key to determining the outcome of the game. Gengar's other attribute Poison is difficult to fight against Mammoth, easy to fight against Abomasnow, and ineffective against Alola Sandslash. Lampent's second attribute, Fire, has 4 times the power to restrain Abomasnow and Alola Sandslash are not to mention, and they are also twice as strong against Mammoth and Glawly. They are weaker against Cloyster and Lapras because they have the water attribute. If Snubbull makes the same mistake as Hannibal, and Lampent, the key player, is taken off the field early, then there is a great probability that Cusin will win this battle. After all, in terms of the strength of Pokemon, Cusin may be stronger because of the bonus of Armament Haki. The two start fighting on the rocky ground. On the wide and uneven ground, there are countless rocks of all sizes. This terrain is very unfriendly to both Ghost and Ice type, but the degree of unfriendliness is definitely higher on Cusin's side. Because there are 2 water-type Pokemon in Cusin's team, Cloyster and Lapras can be said to have almost lost their ability to move in such an environment. Both send out their first Pokemon at the same time. In a regular Pokemon battle, sending out the first Pokemon is actually a gamble. Because neither side knows what kind of Pokemon the other side will send out first, once they send out a Pokemon that is restrained by the other side, they will lose the gamble. A rash change of Pokemon may cause the replaced Pokemon to suffer unexpected disasters, and in the future when the trainer has more Pokemon in his hands, it is equivalent to exposing a Pokemon in his team in advance. Neither Snubbull nor Cusin likes to gamble. Unless they have no choice but to retreat, they will generally choose to play it safe. So the first Pokemon sent out by Snubbull is Sableye, which is a ghost and dark. And Cusin also sent out Lapras, whose attribute configuration is not restrained. Just from the result, Snubbull won the first gamble. If Snubbull had sent out Lampent at the beginning, and Cusin had sent out either Lapras or Cloyster, then Snubbull's chances of winning would be extremely low. On the contrary, if Cusin had let Lapras and Cloyster be sent off by other Pokemon in advance, then he would probably be unable to deal with Lampent later. Trainers can be roughly divided into 2 categories based on their fighting styles. One is the heat and confrontation type, which occupies the vast majority in the sailing world, and the other is the dirty tricks type, which accounts for a smaller proportion, but Snubbull and Cusin, who made it to the finals, must have used this style of play. Of course Cusin wanted to fight Snubbull heat-in. Because his Pokemon is stronger in terms of hard power, but Snubbull is also very clear about this, so it is obviously impossible to give Cusin this opportunity. Among the 18 Pokemon attributes, the ones that are best at playing dirty tricks are nothing more than Grass, Poison, and Ghost. Snubbull is not very good at this style of play, but he has studied it a little bit and has been dealing with Cusin with it. Especially when Lapras is difficult to move on this rocky ground, it allows him to play more freely. The Pokemon that won the first round of battle was Lapras, which dragged Sableye down with a level advantage of 5 levels higher. However, Lapras's condition has obviously reached the freezing point, with the abnormal state of chaos. And the most important thing is that Sableye used the skill Mean Look before leaving the field. The effect of this skill is that Lapras must not be replaced before losing combat consciousness, locking Cusin's way of taking Lapras back and keeping him to deal with Lampent later. Snubbull's second Pokemon directly sent out his General Gengar. A move Hex made Lapras in an abnormal state suffer more damage. Then he calmly used toxic spikes to make Kuzan's next Pokemon fall into poison status. On the other side, Kuzan wanted to try to resist when Snubbull used toxic spikes, but he attacked himself because of the confusion and sent himself off the field. Kuzan glanced at the toxic spikes on the ground and sent Alola Sandslash. Alola Sandslash with Steel attribute is immune to poison skills, so Snubbull's toxic spikes that was deployed in advance has lost its effect. Yo ho ho ho! Snubbull seemed to have expected it. To be more precise, he was inducing Kuzan to send Alola Sandslash with Ice and Steel attributes. Ghost is definitely the most mysterious attribute among the 18 attributes, whether in the sailing world or in this is the case in the Pokemon world, but it is more obvious here. Among all the trainers in the sailing world, there may not be 10 Pokemon specializing in Ghost-type Pokemon. One is that the rumor that Ghost-type Pokemon find it difficult to master Armament Haki is quite popular on the sea, and the other is that there have been cases where Ghost-type Pokemon accidentally absorbed the anger of their trainers. So many people stay away from Ghost-type Pokemon, and only ghosts like Snubbull are the most suitable to stay with these children. And Snubbull took into account that Kuzan might not know that there is a skill in Gengar's skill pool called Reflect Type. Snubbull raised the gloomy bones, and the victory seemed to be in his hand. At this moment, Gengar's attributes have changed from Ghost and Poison to Ice plus Steel, which is exactly the same as Alola Sandslash. This means that Gengar will have 4 times the resistance to all ice attacks in the future. Gengar's own skill pool still contains the original Ghost and Poison skills. At this moment, Gengar even surpasses Lampent in attribute advantage. He will retain this attribute for a period of time in the future, and the retention period depends on the Pokemon itself. Gengar of the Kanto region Ghost Elite Agatha in the Pokemon world can replace his attributes with Reflect type for a whole week. What skill is that? Kuzan frowned. As Snubbull guessed, he had never heard of this skill. Reflect type is a very rare skill in itself. Only 10 Pokemon can learn it among thousands of Pokemon, and 2 of them are legendary Pokemon. Even the Pokemon Academy does not teach this skill now, let alone Kuzan who has been learning it outside. He has no way of knowing this skill. After this move, Snubbull did not let Gengar continue to fight Alola Sandslash, but forcibly replaced Lampent. The price was that Lampent was hit by the Steel skill Gyro Ball that was originally intended to attack Gengar. Because Lampent has double resistance to Steel skills, it is not fatal for him to bear this attack. When Lampent came on the field, he used a fire skill, Fiery Abyss, to directly send away Alola Sandslash, which was restrained by 4 times. Then he released Turbid Mist under his feet. All Pokemon that appeared on the field will enter the poisoned state, including Snubbull's own Pokemon. But since Snubbull dared to use this move, he must have planned to send Gengar later. Gengar with Steel is not afraid of poison at all, which is considered a famous brand. Snubbull now told Kuzan that he would use Lampent now and Gengar next, and there would be no other choice. But Kuzan had no choice but to send Cloyster. Now he only has 1 Cloyster to face Lampent, and the others are all restrained. Then Cloyster did take Lampent away, but he fell into 3 abnormal states: Burn, Confusion, and Poison. This round, Lampent did not come to deal damage at all, but used various buff skills to impose more negative states on Cloyster. Snubbull played Gengar as expected, dodging around on the battlefield with high resistance, and occasionally using Hex, and carried Cloyster away after suffering minor injuries. Now Snubbull has 4 Pokemon left, while Kuzan has only 3 left. Then Piloswine came on the field and restrained Gengar with the double ground attribute, and died together with Gengar. So far, Snubbull and Kuzan's Pokemon no longer have any attribute connection, and neither restrains the other. But Banette and Glalie on Snubbull's side were of similar level, both of them were the main force of their respective trainers, and the latter's level was only 2 levels higher. Glalie tried her best to send Banette off the stage, and then she held on until the end and rolled her eyes, but she only barely defeated half of Dusclops's state. Abamas no, the lowest level left on Kuzan's side, did not explode again this time. He defeated Dusclops with great difficulty, and held on until Snubbull's last Pokémon, the Coffin, came on the field before he fell down, barely supporting Kuzan in a situation of slightly losing, saving the dignity and face of many admirals. And this day was March 14th, the second year of the league calendar, the penultimate day of the battle tournament. The winner of the first Pokémon battle tournament was finally decided. The winner of the Pokémon battle tournament has finally appeared. Let's be for the champion of the competition gave warm applause and cheers. He is Snubbull, the trainer from the West Sea, Soul King. Chapter 291 Award Ceremony. March 15th of the league calendar. The entire battle competition ushered in the end, the award ceremony. In fact, according to the normal Pokémon battle competition, only the final winner will stand on the final stage with his Pokémon to hold the trophy and welcome the cheers. But the Pokémon League is definitely not comparable. The battle competition in the Pokémon world is a regional event. The number of people watching this game and the number of trainers participating in the competition cannot be compared with the battle competition here, either now or in the future. So the final award ceremony should also be more grand. Next, let us invite the 4 finalists to the stage to receive the awards. Perona, as the head of the referee department and the chief referee and host of the Pokémon battle competition, must attend the final award ceremony. As her voice sounded, the 4 finalists and their Pokémon appeared together. Boa Hancock. Wearing a bright red high-slit cheongsam and burgundy high heels, the cold expression on her face was surprisingly consistent with the snake Pokémon around her. As expected, there is a Pokémon like the trainer, the snake Pokémons were exactly like Hancock, ignoring the noisy environment and cheers, with a hint of arrogance in their expressions. Hannibal. Hannibal was dressed very exaggeratedly today, and his colorful clothes reminded Dark of the non-mainstream people of that era. Hannibal and his Pokémons were also the most noisy when they appeared. They shouted all the way, with arrogant expressions on their faces. Those who didn't know thought Hannibal and his Pokémon were some kind of devils. Kuzan. Having achieved his goal, Kuzan now only wants to welcome the upcoming holiday, so he is the most low-key player. He and his Pokémon have already started to fantasize that during the wonderful weekend holiday, they will lie on the beach chairs and take a nap in the sun leisurely. It is simply too wonderful. Because they are immersed in such fantasies, Kuzan and those ice Pokémon walked very sluggishly along the way, obviously lost their souls. The final winner, Snubbull. Snubbull is the more normal player among the 4, waving to the audience and leaving the stage in an ordinary way. Of course, they are only normal in behavior. In terms of appearance, they are the most abnormal group, even Hannibal is slightly inferior. When the 4 players entered the venue, Perona's narration was still constantly introducing the 4 trainers and their Pokémon. When all 4 players stood on the podium, the introduction happened to end. Now there is a most important thing. Perona was flying in the air, holding the microphone and trying her best to attract everyone's attention. Excuse me, 4 players, are you willing to become the 4 elites of the Pokémon League in the sailing world? You can't automatically become the 4 elites by entering the top 4, you have to ask the opinions of the players. As for these 4 players, Dark can be sure that Kuzan and Hannibal are willing, and Snubbull is likely to be unwilling. If Hancock is unwilling to become one of the 4 elites, then he will have to choose one from the top 8 players. But the top 8 players do not have the right to nominate, only the right to be selected, and Dark will directly designate Sorrow, who will most likely not refuse. Yes. X4. But unexpectedly, all 4 people agreed. Very good. Then our Pokémon League's 4 elites in the sailing world are born today. Let us all congratulate. Perona was not surprised. Because she felt that no one could refuse a position like the 4 elites, and even she herself actually wanted to become one of the 4 elites. The fame and deterrence of the 4 elites on the sea are comparable to the 4 emperors of the previous era, but their actual power is comparable to that of the admirals in the Navy, which shows how valuable they are. In addition to obtaining the status and title of the 4 elites, the top 4 players of this tournament will also receive 1,000 gold, a Pokemon Island resident ID card, a property in Yggdrasil, and the right to apply for a unit of 1 valuable item. Perona then announced the rewards. As for the rewards for the top 8 and top 16 players, there is no need to specifically state them. The league will deliver the rewards to their doorsteps later. This reward is mainly for the audience, in order to attract more people to become trainers and make the Pokemon Battle Tournament more and more important in these worlds. The effect is also very good. Both the audience at the scene and the audience in the sailing world have all kinds of thoughts, and they have already started to plan to participate in the next Pokemon Battle Tournament. This first battle tournament gave them a lot of ideas, including but not limited to Domineering, Demon Berry, and even some abilities from other worlds. Here is another question for the 4 elites. The titles given to the 4 by the league are Snake Elite, Ghost Elite, Evil Elite, and Evil Elite. Ice Elite. Do you have any objections? Perona extended the microphone to the 4 players. The 4 shook their heads. 3 of them didn't care much about this title and held an indifferent attitude. Hannibal cared about these things on the surface, but he was very satisfied with the cool and awesome title of Evil Elite, so he didn't plan to change it. Then insert a rule made by the first generation leader. Starting from the next battle competition, the 16 players who enter the top 16 will get a chance to challenge the 4 elites. If the challenge is successful, replace this elite and become the new elite. If the challenge fails, please keep trying. And the winner of the competition can try to challenge the position of champion. The status of champion is equivalent to the heads of the major departments of the Pokemon League and the Admiral of the Navy, which is above the 4 elites and the 8 gym leaders. But to become a champion, you need to challenge 4 elites in a 6v6 regular match within a week and win all the games against the 4 elites. The conditions and path to becoming a lower elite have been paved. From this moment on, the victory road of the Pokemon League has been completely paved. What? You have to defeat 4 elites to become a champion? Are you kidding? Who can beat Admiral Kuzan? That's right, not to mention the Empress. The other 3 elites are all trainers who specialize in one type. If they target this one, they may be defeated by another one. This is forcing the champion to go the route of multiple attributes. No one should be able to become a champion as a specialized trainer, right? Yes, it's decided. I will challenge the Empress next time. She looks like the weakest of the 4 elites. Hancock's strength is indeed the weakest among the 4 players, so she has also been targeted by many people. As for whether Hancock can defend her elite title next year, it depends on how hard she works this year. Generally speaking, the 4 elites will have less time to practice because of their work for the Alliance. As compensation, the Alliance will provide the 4 elites with a variety of high-quality and valuable items free of charge. For example, things like evolution items will definitely be given priority to the 4 elites. Then the next is the special reward for the runner-up, Mr. Kuzan. You can choose a Pokemon you like on the Pokédex, and you will get an excellent Pokemon egg. Perona took out a small booklet and handed it to Kuzan. This is a specially made simplified Pokédex, which only has the name, attributes and photos of Pokemon, nothing else. Kuzan looked very conflicted on the surface, but in fact, his movements were fast, accurate and ruthless. This kid must have spent the whole night studying Pokédex last night. Garp in the audience knew what was going on at a glance. He knew this junior too well. Let's take this. After a symbolic hesitation of 5 seconds, Kuzan made a well-thought-out choice. Spheal. Ice, water. Oh, it seems that Mr. Kuzan has already chosen it. Let me see. Oh, this is an incredible Pokemon. Perona took a look at the Pokemon Kuzan pointed at, and immediately turned into a Riddler. She didn't say what Pokemon Kuzan chose, so only Hannibal and Snubbull, who leaned over to take a look, knew the Pokemon Cusin chose. Snubbull didn't think much about it, but Hannibal's eyes were rolling. Is this old guy going to become a water-type trainer? Hannibal couldn't help but think about it. Because his ambition is not just to be a lower-level elite, he wants to climb up. The next step is the lower champion, the upper-level elite, the upper champion, the second-generation leader. Wahahaha! Thinking of his bright future, Hannibal couldn't help but let out an evil and obscene laugh. Audience. No, why does that evil elite look a little sick? Hey, what did Ice Elite choose? I'm so curious, tell me. Riddler, get out of Alliance City. After Cusin finished choosing Pokemon, the other three people except Snubbull were asked to leave the stage. Only the final winner, Snubbull, and his ghost Pokemon were left on the field. Well, Mr. Snubbull, as the winner, you can ask the Alliance for a rare item, so what do you want? Perona extended the microphone to Snubbull. It was at this time that everyone in the audience, everyone was silent, even the people watching the live broadcast in front of the sailing world plane held their breath. This is the key rare item. It is said that there is even an item that can revive the dead. That's true, then. Snubbull scratched his afro, and couldn't think of anything for a while. Speaking of which, he never thought that he could take this last step to become the winner. At first, he came here just to leave good memories with Jengar and others. Cowardly. Wow! The companions next to him said something, and then gave Snubbull a thumbs up to encourage him. Yo-ho-ho, what a good suggestion. Then my wish is that the masters of the Alliance Engineering Department can help me build a special house near the sea north of Alliance City. Chapter 292, Bloody Ninja World. Countless viewers couldn't understand Snubbull's statement. Such a precious opportunity, you use it to exchange for a house, right? I'll give you 100 houses, you give me this opportunity. Damn it, if he wants to resurrect someone or gain great power, I won't be so unwilling. Many people think Snubbull has a problem with his brain. Immortality. Invulnerability to all diseases. Reversal. With so many things to choose from, why did he choose a worthless house? In fact, this house is not worthless, at least it is the only house on the sea near the Union City. It's just that in the eyes of many people, it has no value and meaning at all. Becoming a 4 elite is working for the Union, and naturally you will be assigned a house in the Union City. Why do you need another house? But normal people can't understand Snubbull, or the ambitions of people like Snubbull. Everyone's pursuit is different, not everyone will choose those precious things in a general sense when they get this opportunity. It's like, for Sorrow, he would want the blank history of 800 years to be announced to the world, so that everyone can know the truth buried by the world government. For Hannibal, he would want a higher status, power, and reputation. For Cusin, he might want a permanent paid vacation. For Mihawk, he might want the Pokemon to recover. For Snubbull, he only needs to leave precious memories slowly in the long river of time with his current companions. Apart from that, he has no huge ambitions or difficult wishes. He is already a ghost, his lifespan will not come to an end, and he will not get any serious illness. He can live with his ghost companions for a long, long time. Even the death of his companions is something that everyone has prepared for when they go out to sea as pirates, and there is no obsession. If there is something that has been lingering in my heart, it's nothing more than the unfulfilled promise. For Snubbull, apart from his current companions, nothing is more important than this promise. After all, this promise concerns another companion. And the house that Snubbull wants is actually for this companion. At the end, Snubbull and his companions took a group photo holding the gold trophy. The trophy looks like an ice cream cone, but the ice cream part is actually a pure gold Pokemon ball. The award ceremony ended here, and Doc didn't give a speech at all. This group photo will be displayed in the Alliance office hall, and it will hang there no matter how many years later. After specific inquiries, the members of their alliance also understood the special features of the house that Snubbull wanted. This house built near the sea of the Alliance City has a special THRESTRE structure. The upper 2 floors are on the sea surface, and the lowest floor is under the sea surface. There is nothing special about the upper 2 floors, just an ordinary house of 150 square meters. The key is the floor under the sea surface. It was a Sea King type house that was big enough for an adult island whale to live in. Obviously, Snubbull was planning to let Lapu live in Pokemon Island as his family member. Snubbull was really worried that Lapu would be hunted down by someone. Even if he wasn't killed by someone, he might be eaten by marine life on the other side of the Grand Line. At the same time, there were finally a few more statues in the Kaiwan Hall in the northwest corner of the Alliance City. Night fell. Okay, it's time for you to go back. Well, I'm ready. Charlotte nodded. Although she looked a little reluctant, she was a girl who could see things clearly and didn't cry. At this time, Charlotte had a necklace around her neck, which was a gift from Dark to the girl. A colorful little stone was locked at the end of the necklace, which was the Mega Evolutionary Stone/Ite of Charizard Dex. Also, don't forget, you are in Yuck. There is a property that belongs to you in Yggdrasil. I have asked the staff of the Alliance to keep it for you. Go and have a look after 100 years. Yes. I almost forgot. Hehe, a house in Yggdrasil is very expensive. 10,000 gold is less than a house in the suburbs. I didn't expect that I have one, and it is so close to the World Tree. Charlotte was very excited when she thought of this. Now the house in Yggdrasil is indeed not that precious, at least not as Charlotte said, but it will be a completely different situation after 100 years. With such a key coordinate of World Tree, Yggdrasil will definitely have extraordinary value in Pokemon Island after 100 years. Well, then, Dialga. Dark nodded, and after confirming that there was nothing else to say, he waved to his side. A huge figure suddenly emerged from the time slit with a big head, and this head alone was dozens of meters high. Shrink down. Doc looked at such a big head that suddenly appeared, feeling helpless. He glanced at the girl Charlotte beside him, and froze in place. Doc used the power of aura to investigate and found that the girl's inner fluctuations were so intense that they were about to stop suddenly. If she continued like this, she would faint on the spot. Fortunately, Dialga has always been a calm and good child, and he obeyed what Doc said. The next moment, the big head that was dozens of meters long kept shrinking and becoming shorter, and then became a small head that was less than 1 meter long. This. Charlotte pointed at the blue head in front of her, and she was so excited that she stuttered. Yes, this is the legendary god of time Dialga. You shouldn't have seen it, right? Not to mention 100 years later, even now, these gods in the first temple will basically not show up outside. Even Tyranitar, who lives in the central rock of Safari Zone, stays in the cave all day as a otaku. Yet. Charlotte nodded, and then said, in our time, there were many trainers and archaeologists who were pursuing the secrets and footprints of these legendary Pokemon, but basically no one had seen the real god. Dialga, then take this child back to the time point where he came from. With your ability, it should be easy to locate. Buzz. Dialga nodded, and then looked at Charlotte. Shodame-sama, bye, I will tell everyone that you are mega handsome. You are a very gentle brother. Then I thank you very much. Dark smiled, waved his hand, and watched Dialga and Charlotte jump into the time wormhole. Then, Dark's expression became serious. Hey, there are a lot of things to do next, let's finish the things in the ninja world before the wedding of Teezero and Stella. Dark stretched his back. But just as he stretched his back, Dialga reappeared beside him. So fast. Buzz. Yet. How is it, did you send me to the right place? Buzz. No, she participated in the 100th battle tournament, but even with Mega Evolution, she couldn't enter the knockout round. Dialga's words exposed the fact that he had also gone to the distant future to see it. Okay, didn't I tell you not to go to other time points to see it casually? Dark jumped up and punched Dialga in the knee. Buzz. I won't dare to do it again next time. Dialga didn't feel anything at all, but he still bowed his head to apologize. He was just a baby who had just been born not long ago. Forget it. Okay, since you are here too, then follow me to see the situation in the ninja world. Dark waved his hand and didn't bother about it anymore. However, he didn't expect that Charlotte, whose average level was as high as LV.45, couldn't even enter the knockout round, and it was just a regional competition in the sailing world. But what happened 100 years later had nothing to do with him. The last time Dark went to the ninja world, he brought Darkrai and Pocky. This time, he brought Darkrai and Dialga. However, Darkrai still shrank in Dark's shadow space. Unless Dark was in danger, he basically wouldn't show up. But with Dark's current strength, how could he encounter any danger? Ninja World. Dark and Dialga appeared in the clouds above Konoha village. This. When Dark arrived, he used psychic and observation haki to sense it, and then he was a little dazed. There was not a single ninja or Pokemon in the whole village, all of them were ordinary people and students who had not yet graduated from the ninja school. And the breath of those ordinary people was very bad, they were listless and weak, obviously symptoms of poor eating and sleeping. After a closer look, Dark finally confirmed believe it. There really is not a single ninja left in the entire Konoha. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Hyuga clan have been dispatched. Dake's eyes widened, and he dared not imagine what kind of situation Konoha was facing that even the Hyuga clan had been dispatched. With the Hyuga clan's attitude of cherishing their lives and fearing death, they were actually sent to the front battlefield? Dake did not hesitate anymore, but immediately headed towards the north of the Land of Fire. The ninja realm is small, and with the speed of Dake's teleport and Menman Berry, it took less than a minute to reach the border of the Land of Fire. That is, when he arrived at this place, Dake stopped and did not continue to move north. Because there was no need for this. The battlefield was right under his feet. When Dake looked around, there were corpses of humans, summoned beasts, and Pokemon everywhere, and the blood color almost covered the forest. When the war had reached a point where even the bodies of the soldiers could not be cremated or buried, there was no need for more adjectives to describe the cruelty and brutality of the battlefield. Chapter 293 Traveling Through Time, back to 38 years ago. Dark didn't want to spend time to understand what the current situation of the ninja world was like. He walked on the blood-stained ground, suddenly squatted down, and picked up a tail from the pool of blood. This was the tail of an ape-pome. Judging from the length of the tail and the size of the palm of the tail, this was probably a little ape-pome that had just left its infancy. However, such a cute Pokemon died on this battlefield. I made a big mistake. Dark looked up at the various limbs and arms on the battlefield, and his breathing became rapid and difficult. Although he might not have seen these children, they all came out of his hands. It was he who sent them here. It was he who killed these Pokemon. Dark. Go change. Darkrai couldn't sit still any longer. He was worried that if this continued, Dark would lose his mind and make even more wrong decisions. For example, he would personally intervene and massacre the entire ninja world. Darkrai, who had lived for more than 7,000 years, didn't think this was a rare thing. As long as he was a human, there would always be times when he lost his mind and was dominated by desire. Darkrai might not have seen it with his own eyes, but he had heard about it from other Pokemon. Hoa's departure, Logia's sinking into the Whirlpool Island, Zekrom, and Lacey Ram's betrayal. Which of these was not caused by those humans and even their own trainers losing their original intentions and being dominated by desire? Darkrai didn't want Dark to do something that would make him regret, so he showed up in time. Dialga, who was standing next to him, was just a 9-year-old baby. He didn't understand these things at all, and couldn't see that there was something wrong with Dark. If Dark really wanted to destroy the ninja world, Dialga would just do it obediently. He would not consider why he did so. Now Dialga has almost no concept of right and wrong in his heart, just like a human cub when he was a child. What should we do, Darkrai? I need your helping hand. Dark was a little confused. The damp smell of blood in his nose kept stimulating his brain, making it difficult for him to stay rational. Now it is not Dark who tells Darkrai what to do like in the past, but Dark needs Darkrai to tell him who is irrational now. They are partners, and they should help each other like this. Dark. Go back to the past and change history. Dark pointed to Dialga beside him. But Dark's first reaction after hearing this method was rejection. If he went back a little and changed history, then everything now might be changed, and everything would become unknown, which would make Dark feel that everything was out of control. But the reason why he didn't refuse immediately was that the incident was out of control. He had to make up for the mistakes he made. Okay. After hesitating for a while, Dark finally nodded. In any case, he would go back to the past and change everything. As for what the future would be like after changing history, Dark would gradually accept it all. Fortunately, the time for the exchange between Pokemon Island and the Ninja World is only 2 months, and the connection between the two is relatively small. Even if the past of the Ninja World has undergone tremendous changes, at least the impact on Pokemon Island must be very limited. It's just that Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke don't know whether they will form a new family with their current family. Dark. Calm down and think about how you conquered the sailing world before. Conquer. After hearing this word, Dark's reason gradually returned. Although Dark never thought that he had conquered the sailing world before, he always felt that he just led the sailing world into a new era and shaped a new theme. But whether from the perspective of others or in fact, isn't it the Pokemon League that stands at the commanding heights of the sailing world? Isn't there only one Pokemon League that dominates the sailing world? Which of the laws, themes, and daily lives of all the people in the sailing world today is not under the control of the Pokemon League? Can't this be called conquest? Dark only gave each island and country relatively free autonomy because of the geographical environment of the sailing world, but he still let the Pokemon League override all forces. This is conquest. Yes, I should conquer. Dark nodded and recalled everything he had done. Destroy the world government and pirates, the root cause of the unpeaceful times, and establish a new order. Conquer the navy and the Greco-Roman army, the largest armed forces on the sea, and establish supreme majesty. Let the influence of Pokemon spread to the world and become the power of everyone, let everyone army equal and rely on the Pokemon League, and create an irreplaceable position. From then on, the world entered a new era with the theme of peace and Pokemon. Responsible, Dark already has his own ideas and plans. Thinking back to everything he did to the Ninja World after opening the Ninja World channel, Dark felt that he had lost his mind and really didn't pay enough attention to the situation in the Ninja World, which led to a big mistake. Now, everything has to be postponed. Before I completely solve the situation in the Ninja World, the other 2 worlds are handed over to them. Dake raised one hand, bit his thumb, and then said to Dialga beside him. Dialga, open the timeline of this world, you choose a time point you think is appropriate, and then take us there. The situation in the Ninja World is very chaotic, from the ancient times to the present, so Doc can't think about which time point to go to solve the problem for a while. Why not let Dialga choose? Dake trusts the decision made by his partner Dialga. Dialga, who has the title of God of Time, will surely make the right decision for him. Then Doc only needs to consider how to change the world according to the situation at that time point after reaching the corresponding time point. Buzz. Dialga nodded, and the next moment a vortex composed of blue energy appeared in front of him. Let's go. The 21st year of Konoha. The First Ninja World War had just ended. The second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama and the second generation Raikage AI were killed by Kinkaku and Ginkaku. The second generation Tsuchikage and Mizukage also died on the battlefield. All countries suffered heavy losses and concluded a truce treaty. The world will usher in a period of nearly 20 years of peaceful development. It has been 19 years since Uchiha Madara left Konoha, and he is now 53 years old. Now Madara has transplanted Hashirama's flesh and blood to the original wound to obtain Hashirama's cells. He firmly believes in the mutually repelling two forces, combined with one, giving birth to all things on the Uchiha family steel, but wonders why there has been no reaction. At this time, Uchiha Madara has not yet opened the Samsara Eye. He will not open the Samsara Eye until his life is about to end. At the same time, it is only from then on that he will witness the last part of the content on the Nanga Shrine stele, but this part of the content has been tampered with by Black Zetsu. It was after reading this last part that Madara started the Infinite Tsukuyomi plan, thinking he had found real peace. This stone tablet was left by the Six-Path Sage to persuade the reincarnated Indra to return to the right path, but it was used by Black Zetsu to control the big boss Madara. So, the key to this time point is that Uchiha Madara is wrong. Dark is trying to recall the situation in Konoha 21 years ago and before. Whether it is this time point, before or after this, Uchiha Madara is a key figure. The place where Dark is located is the base of the Akatsuki organization in the future. But now it is just an ordinary water curtain cave. Dark frowned and counted the characters he had killed one by one on his fingers, analyzing them one by one. Yahiko cannot die. As long as he is alive, Akatsuki is an organization that truly strives for peace, a bit like the Grey Army. Now that Yahiko and his friends are not born yet, we have to start from other places. Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi don't have to die. They were both covet peace guys like Madara at first. As long as they are not tricked, they can become excellent helpers in promoting peace. The most important thing is Uchiha Madara. We can't let this guy be misled by Zetsu. As Dark counted, he found that the most important thing now was to kill Zetsu so that the subsequent conspiracy nasty plot could not emerge. Otsutsuki Kagaya is not a problem at all, just an imprisoned numerical monster. As long as Zetsu dies, then the Uchiha family can be liberated, and many geniuses of the Uchiha family don't have to die. Who says it's not true? From Uchiha Madara to Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Sasuke, which one of them didn't go astray because of Zetsu? Zetsu used the stone tablet to trick Madara. Madara used the three-tailed beast and Rin to trick Obito. Obito used the Nine Tails Rebellion to trick the Uchiha family, which was already in a bad situation, and caused a coup. Then Shisui died. Itachi used the Mangeki to look at the stone tablet again, and then was bewitched by Danzo to destroy his entire family. Finally, the only one left, Uchiha Sasuke, was made into a ghost. It's not just this side, Madara was not fooled. On the other side, Nagato would not be transplanted with the Samsara Eye, would not be targeted by Danzo, and then Yin Hanzo and Yahiko would die together. Dake. Do you have a plan? Yes. Dake nodded, and he already had an idea of what to do in his mind. This time, I will build the Akatsuki organization myself. The ninja world does not have forces like the Navy and the Greco-Roman army. In this case, he will build it himself. And the leader of the Akatsuki organization, he has already chosen a candidate, a pathetic figure. Uchiha Madara. And it has to be Uchiha Madara who has seen the real Nanga Shrine stone tablet. No one is more suitable for this position than Uchiha Madara. He is the most powerful figure in the ninja world today, and also the character who sees the situation in the ninja world most clearly. He knows very well what is true peace and what is a superficial situation. In the past, other countries feared the peace that only Hashirama and Ban could bring. Hashirama could not see this clearly, but Madara knew it very well, and he knew that after Hashirama became Hokage, the second generation Hokage would definitely be Senju Tobirama. At that time, Senju Tobirama would not have the ability to unify the ninja world, and he would send the Uchiha family to the front battlefield to consume them continuously, because Senju Tobirama never trusted the Uchiha family. That's why he wanted to lead the Uchiha family to leave and continue to fight until the entire ninja world was unified. But at that time, the Uchiha family finally ushered in peace and did not have to continue fighting. How could they be willing to continue to fight with Madara? In their eyes, Hashirama was a war maniac who wanted to continue to provoke wars, so no one followed Hashirama away. Chapter 294 I came for peace, and the key to peace lies in you. You are the leader of the ninja who can use fire escape, so you will be named Hokage. If you can use wood escape, then you will be called Konoha. Walking in the rainy country with continuous rain and cloudy weather all year round, smelling the smoke everywhere in the air, Madara raised his head. Feeling the feeling of rain hitting his cheeks, he couldn't help but recall 20 years ago. Unexpectedly, our dream has come true. Hehe, looking at this world, can you still say such words? Hashi hot mom. Madara stopped in front of a lake, and looked at the rock wall waterfall next to him. He noticed that someone was watching him there. Inside the waterfall. Oh! What a coincidence! Dark, who was thinking about where to start, suddenly felt a stronger breath. Although Uchiha Madara at this time did not have the immortal body and immortal eyes, he was indeed the strongest in the ninja world, and the vice-general of the Navy headquarters could not beat him. Click! Footsteps suddenly appeared in the water curtain cave, and Madara appeared in Dark's sight the next moment. A second before Madara appeared, Dialga hid in the time slit, and Darkrai hid in Darkrai's shadow. Uchiha Madara glanced at Darkrai, and he didn't feel any chakra from Darkrai. But unlike ordinary people, he could see that Darkrai's physical fitness was very strong, to an exaggerated degree. Just right, I don't have to look for you, Mr. Uchiha Madara. Darkrai saw that Madara didn't speak, and stared at him with the eternal Manjiki as soon as he came in, and was a little speechless, so he spoke first. Do you know me? There was a little surprise in Uchiha Madara's voice. Because he had disappeared from this world for 20 years, and in the eyes of the world, he should have been killed by Senju Hashirama. Who doesn't know you? Darkrai asked back, not understanding what Madara meant. Who doesn't know Konoha's Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara? Do you know I'm still alive? Madara said another sentence, clarifying his problem. Well, yes, I know a lot. I come from the future. Dark pondered for a few seconds and nodded, and said frankly that he came from the future. Ban had a puzzled look in his eyes. It was the first time he heard such a statement. I can travel through time and go to any time point, and one of the biggest reasons I came here is for you. Ban did not say a word, but his face was full of I don't believe it. I will tell you the answer. Whether it is true or false, you can judge it yourself. Dark did not expect Madara to believe him with just one sentence. After all, Madara is not Hashirama. Not interested. However, to Dark's surprise, Madara was not even interested in asking questions, but raised a hand, as if he was ready to kill Dark. You want to fight me? No one in this world can know that I'm still alive. Why not just forget it? Don't worry, I won't let you feel any pain. After saying the next sentence, Madara disappeared from the spot in an instant, and appeared in front of Dark the next moment, staring at Dark with a pair of big eyes. What did you do? Madara couldn't move at all at this moment, and his whole body seemed to be trapped in midair. But he was not panicked at all, because he could still use pupil techniques, but he was not in a hurry. I said I came from the future, and I dared to run around in this place without some strength. Is it an era of war? Oh, although the future is also. Dark waved his hand, and then his eyes emitted a dark red light. Hypnosis. Ban thought that Dark released some kind of illusion, so he didn't defend himself at all. Then he fell asleep the next second. Hypnosis is an energy skill of Pokemon, which has nothing to do with chakra, so the skills of resisting illusions in the ninja world are useless for this trick. But almost in an instant, Ban regained consciousness and woke up. As expected of you. Dark clapped his hands. The effect of hypnosis depends on a person's physique and will. The stronger these two aspects are, the weaker the effect of hypnosis will be. The reason why Madara woke up quickly with helping hand is probably because of the latter effect. Having lost his brother, been abandoned by his clan, and turned against his friends, Madara has a willpower that most people in the ninja world cannot match. Although Dark didn't use his full strength, it was already amazing that Madara could wake up in an instant. Interesting. At this moment, Madara no longer looked down on Dark. The two hands that Dark showed just now made Madara unable to defend himself. If Dark really wanted to kill him, it would not be too difficult. At least, if he appeared on Hashirama's body at the moment when he was asleep just now, Madara was confident that he could kill Hashirama at least 3 times. He believed that a strong man like Dark who could trick him should not be unable to do so. Can you believe me now? I have more time, I can talk to you more. Dark waved his hand when he saw that Madara was still going to fight. He really didn't like fighting very much. Madara felt bored when he saw that Dark had no intention of fighting. You said you know about the future, so do you know about the past? Compared to the future scenes that he didn't see with his own eyes, he still believed what he had experienced in the past. If Dark could say something that only he knew, or that very few people knew, then he would believe it. Almost, well, I may not know some trivial things. Dark scratched his head. He could ask Dialga to go back and tell him, but that was a bit troublesome. He was too willing to let Dialga travel through time randomly, and it always felt that something bad might happen. If possible, he certainly hoped that Madara could ask about some of the plot content he knew. Okay, Hashirama and I once had an agreement. Build a village to protect the children, and build a school for the children to train, complete tasks, set levels, so as to keep the children away from war. Before Madara finished speaking, Dark had already started to speak. You think this can also protect your last brother Izuna, so you agreed. Hashirama and Madara had so many agreements, and he didn't know every one of them, so he quickly mentioned an important agreement that he knew about. Coincidentally, this is what Madara wanted to ask, an agreement that only he and the dead Hashirama Senju knew about. Dake even said the reason why Madara agreed to this agreement in his heart. This made Madara very convinced that Dark came from the future. Anything else to ask? Although Dark asked back, he didn't actually intend to let Madara continue, but talked about what he knew, and took the initiative. Because the people of Konoha don't support you to be Hokage, and you saw the contents of the stone tablet left by the Six-Path Sage at the Nanga Shrine, so you plan to leave Konoha. You know very well that Tobirama Senju will become the second-generation Hokage, and he will definitely not tolerate the Uchiha family, so you plan to take the Uchiha family with you before you leave, but no one is willing to follow you. You are ashamed of this, because you promised Izuna that you would protect the people of the Uchiha family. When Dark said this, Madara, who had always been calm, finally couldn't help but clench his fists. It was not because he was angry because of being poked by Dark, he was no longer such a guy who was easily angry. It was just because Dark was right, even his heart knew it. There is one more thing. Are you going to ask about the fact that you bit off the flesh of Hashirama in that battle and transplanted it to your wound to try the contents of the stone tablet? Dark pursed his lips and looked at Madara's enlarged eyes. He knew that he had successfully convinced Madara. What is your purpose in coming to this era? Madara frowned. He felt that some things beyond his understanding began to appear in this world. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing at the age of more than 50, which really made Madara feel a little weird. I came for peace. Peace? Yes, it is peace, real peace. Then why are you looking for me? Madara remembered what Dark had just said, that this person was looking for him. Because the key to peace lies in you, Uchiha Madara. Dark took a step forward and looked at Uchiha, the eternal kaleidoscope in Madara's eyes. The reason for doing this is very simple, that is, to let Madara use the eyes he is proud of to judge whether what Dark said is true or false. Looking at Dark, who is so close, Uchiha Madara can actually take action. What he lacks the most is confidence in his own strength to activate the pupil technique instantly. But he didn't do it. Because since he believed that Dark came from the future, he had many doubts in his heart and many things to care about. How is my future self? Have you found a way to save the world? What about Konoha and the Uchiha family? If this person can come, can I go back to the past? Why did I do what the stone tablet said, but my body did not change? I am the key. Madara looked into Dark's eyes and believed what he said. He believed what Dark said, I came for true peace. Yes, you are the key, because this world is almost destroyed in the future, and you are one of the biggest culprits. Ban was stunned for a moment. He thought Dark would say that he was too strong, the strongest fighting force in the ninja world, and if he wanted to make the world peaceful, then his strongest fighting force was the key. As a result, Dark told him that he was going to destroy the world? Uchiha Madara was a little confused. He asked himself, his thoughts might be a little extreme sometimes, but he shouldn't be crazy enough to destroy the world, right? Moreover, his strength has been declining with his age. Now he may even have some difficulty in killing Senju Tobirama. How can he destroy the world? Are the 5 shadows in the future useless people who eat dry food? The kind that dances one by one? Chapter 295 Madara, be my companion. Don't believe it. Dark looked at Uchiha Madara's appearance and knew that Uchiha Madara didn't believe it. Indeed, before Uchiha Madara's eternal Manjiki evolution became the Samsara Eye, he probably wouldn't have thought he could still do that. What happened? Although Uchiha Madara didn't believe it in his heart, since Dark said so, it must have really happened. Don't worry, let's talk while walking. This is a long story. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Dark, a breeder, and also the first leader of the Pokemon League. After saying this, Dark took Madara to the Fire Country. League leader. Yes, Alliance leader, 38 years later, you will know what kind of force the Pokemon League is. Madara was silent for a while. Because he didn't know what breeders and Pokemon were. You are from 38 years later. Yes, I came from that time point. Because of my mistake, the 4th Ninja World War was triggered in advance. The 5 major ninja villages started the war with the will to destroy Konoha. Before I traveled through time, the battlefield had already reached the territory of the Land of Fire. Dake did not hesitate to speak out his mistakes. Because Konoha and Uchiha were destroyed, I decided to destroy the ninja world. Ban thought about it and could only come up with such a motive that was almost impossible. The main reason was that he really couldn't think of any other reasons for destroying the ninja world. Oh, no, this matter has nothing to do with you. At that time, you had been dead for 8 or 9 years, and the Uchiha family followed you soon after. Ban. After hearing what Dark said, Madara's breathing even stopped for a moment. He thought that the Uchiha family would be destroyed by Senju Tobirama, but now Senju Tobirama is dead, and the biggest enemy of the Uchiha family is gone. Why would it be destroyed? Who? Ban was very curious about who wiped out the Uchiha family. The ones who did it were 2 of your Uchiha family's younger generations. Dake frowned, not knowing what to say. There were many people involved in the destruction of the Uchiha family. A question mark appeared on Ban's head again. He thought of countless possibilities, but he never thought that it was his own people who wiped out his clan. His breathing became rapid again, and even with Ban's current mood, his fists were a little hard. Speaking of which, the destruction of the Uchiha family has a great relationship with you. It can be said that half of it is your credit. The fist loosened. Ban stopped and looked at the person next to him. He always felt that Dark was talking nonsense. He admitted that he had no feelings for the Uchiha family now, but because of the promise he made to his brother, he still cared a little about the Uchiha family, so he would never have the idea of destroying the Uchiha family. Don't look at me like that, what I said is the truth. Dake waved his hand and motioned for Madara to continue walking. What's going on? This matter has to start from the goddess of the rabbit thousands of years ago. Dake put his hands behind his back and turned into a tall man, the king of peeping, but at this time he was suddenly stunned. No, why are we going over there? Madara, number. A sign appeared on Madara's head. A number, he hates people who fart halfway. Don't move. Dake raised a hand and put it on Madara's shoulder. Teleport. The next moment, Dark and Madara appeared in the land of fire. Flying Thunder God. Madara looked at Dark beside him curiously. No, this is teleport. It's a bit troublesome to explain. It's a special unprinted ninjutsu. Seeing Dark say this, Madara didn't ask any more questions. Since he believed that Dark came from the future and listened to the mess Dark just said, he felt that he could accept anything he saw now. How do I get to Nanga Shrine? After a lot of trouble, Dark finally teleported with Madara to the stone tablet of Nanga Shrine. Okay, now I can start telling you about the story of how this thing was tampered with and how you will be fooled and destroy the world in the future. When he came here, Dark pointed to the stone tablet in front of him and began to tell about Zetsu. At the same time, his observation haki, psychic, and aura powers all spread outward. Once Zetsu appeared in his perception range, he would catch and destroy it as soon as possible. After arriving at this point in time, Dark found that everything was not difficult. The only difficult thing was to find Zetsu. Now he had no idea where Zetsu was, but he would always find him as long as he followed Uchiha Madara. Zetsu would never give up Uchiha Madara, the reincarnation of Indra. This was the key figure in his realization of the infinite moon reading. This was the only time in more than 1,000 years when he had the most hope. Zetsu would definitely stare at Madara. Madara stood quietly in place. He listened to Dark talking about the goddess of the rabbit, the six-path sage, the reincarnation of Ashura and Indra, and finally how Black Zetsu tampered with the stone tablet and tried to trick Indra's reincarnation into realizing the plan of infinite moon reading for more than 1,000 years. When Madara heard at the end that everything he did was a wedding dress for Zetsu and he was just a chess piece played by Zetsu, the veins on his forehead were already bulging. This was the most rageful time for Madara in the 20 years since he left Konoha. Now you know why you are one of the culprits who destroyed the ninja world, right? You also know why I said that you were the reason why the Uchiha family was destroyed. Listening to all this, Madara's mind was a little confused. He was so strong that he didn't want to admit that he would fail like this. Why should I believe that what you said is true? In fact, you already believe it, right? Dark didn't care about Madara's stubbornness, but asked back, in fact, on the last battlefield, you said something to one of the few juniors of your Uchiha family. Madara was silent. Now he was thinking about everything Dark said just now, and couldn't listen to what Dark was saying now. Losing yourself is the real end. I don't know if that sentence was said to him or to yourself. That kind of future will not happen. When Dark said this, Madara loosened his clenched fists and raised his head again. No matter whether it was originally such a future, at least in the future, Madara will not let such a future happen. He could accept the destruction of the world, but he absolutely could not accept his own complete failure, which made him feel like a joke. Ban, I came to find you not because you are strong enough, but because you have always been unwavering in your search for true peace, even if you are used, even if you are alone, you still have not changed this original intention. Dark turned around and faced Ban. Ban's strong strength can indeed make Dark feel a little easier, but even if Ban is just an ordinary person, it doesn't matter, because Dark can give Madara strength. Ban turned his eyes to Dark. Now, it is difficult for him to trust anyone, so, you want to use me to achieve your peace. No, I will only help you build an organization that is above the top of the ninja world, and then make some suggestions and leave. How to achieve peace and what kind of peace to achieve afterwards, everything is up to you, and I will go back to the future to find you at that time. Ban looked at Dark with some surprise. He didn't expect that this person would not even intend to intervene in these things, and even help him build a powerful force. Is this person really here for peace? Ban couldn't help but have such thoughts in his mind. I think we both have the same view on peace. Dark said the real reason why he let him do what he wanted, so I believe you, when I return to the future, you will let me see a peaceful ninja world, no matter what you do. Why do you trust me so much? Ban felt very strange. Even the members of the Uchiha family didn't trust him, but this guy who suddenly appeared trusted him? Because I know your past and your future, the peace of Senju Hashirama can only be imagined, you can see clearly what he can't see, you know very well that the other 4 countries are just afraid you two are the ones who maintain the harmony on the surface. Only true unification can bring about a longer-term peace. Ban was silent for a long time. He felt very strange. Because it was the first time he met someone whose ideas were so synchronized with his. The most important thing was that this person was a strong man, which made Ban more determined that his ideas were not wrong. It was Hashirama and others who were wrong. Are you willing to believe me a little now? What are you going to do? Ban sighed and chose to believe. There seemed to be no other choice except this road. In the past 20 years, Ban was not without gain. At least he knew it very well. One person cannot save the ninja world or bring peace. First of all, I want to tell you the story of me in another world. It contains many experiences that you can learn from. Dark was not in a hurry, but began to tell how he unified the sailing world. While Madara was shocked by the existence of other worlds, he gradually understood what Pokemon was, what trainers were, and what means Dark used to bring another chaotic world into a peaceful era. At the same time, Madara also changed some of his previous ideas. Unification does not mean to integrate all the countries and villages in the ninja world into one. It means that they must have the same boss and follow the same set of rules. Madara, join the magic cultivation house, not to join the alliance and become my subordinate, but to become my companion, and together we will bring true peace to the ninja world. After Dark briefly recounted his story with the sailing world, he extended his hand to Madara. Just like when Dark first came to the sailing world to look for his companions, he also embarked on his own path in the ninja world again. But this time, he had more confidence. Madara looked down at Dark's outstretched hand, feeling a little familiar, and after hesitating for a few seconds, he still extended his somewhat old hand. It's not many years anyway, so let's gamble one last time. Chapter 296 Madara restored to his youthful heyday. After Dark came out of Nanga Shrine, he took Madara all the way to the Rain Country. As I experienced before, we have to establish an organization that has absolute force and makes everyone afraid, so that we can establish a new order and let everyone abide by our order. So, why is it the Rain Country? Madara had no objection to what Dark said, because he thought so too. But what he didn't understand was that there were so many places to choose from in the ninja world. Why choose a small country surrounded by the 3 great powers of wind, fire, and earth as a base? If it was for hiding, then wouldn't the Kingdom of Soup be a better place? The area of the Kingdom of Soup is not too small, and the most important thing is that it is surrounded by the sea, far away from war, and can develop steadily. There are 2 reasons. Dark seemed to know Madara's thoughts, so he gave an explanation. He chose this place and it had little to do with Akatsuki's original location here, because Akatsuki chose this place with the Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. Where there is rain, Nagato can sense the situation. For Nagato and others, the Rain Country, which rains all year round, is the best place to hide. The first point is that heroes emerge in troubled times. The more peaceful and stable the place is, the more difficult it is to find talents to use. As the center of the three major countries, the Rain country is more dangerous, but it is also the place where the rebel ninjas from the three major countries gather most easily. Traitor ninjas are not necessarily bad guys or evil beings. There are many who may be regarded as sacrificial pawns by the village, and they defected to become rebel ninjas because they were unwilling to accept their own fate and were backstabbed by the village and their partners. In the final analysis, whether a ninja is a rebel ninja is determined by the village he was born in. It's like the original sailing world. Even if you haven't done anything bad, but you don't follow my rules, then you are a pirate. At the same time, the most critical point is that Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan were born in the land of rain, and they can be recruited into the organization as soon as possible. Even if Nagato in the future is likely to have no samsara eye, these three people are still geniuses, and they belong to the talents that have been shown in the original work. These three people will be a great help to Madara in the future. It makes sense. After hearing Dark's explanation, Ban nodded. This explanation is indeed correct. Both he and the Izuna brothers and the Senju brothers grew up in war. Second, you will get a great help here. Who? The new leader of the Hidden Rain village in the Land of Rain, Salamander Hanzo. After Dark returned to this time, he thought of many people who could be used. Among them, Hanzo is a very important one. At this time, Hanzo is still an aspiring young man who is dissatisfied with the war between the great powers and wants to protect the civilians of the Land of Rain. It is precisely this kind of Hanzo that will make the later Rain country ninjas such as Yahiko worship him. It's just that after getting old, Sarutobi Hiruzen embarked on a path, his will was weakened, his strength declined, and he was so confused that he had to be awakened by the former defeated general of the Land of Iron, Mifune, to awaken his old beliefs. That kid wearing an oxygen mask. Uchiha Madara's words silenced Darkin. However, considering Madara's seniority and strength, it is understandable that he looks down on Hanzo. Don't underestimate him. After the Second World War, he was called the ninja demigod and regarded as the top figure in the ninja world. Him. Madara's words were full of disdain. To be frank, even at his age now, beating Hanzo is like beating a child. You and Hashirama are the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra after all. Your strength must be stronger than that of the present generation. But until the next generation of Ashura and Indra reincarnates, there will be no one who can match your strength. It's hard for each of them to beat a tailed beast. I roughly know how I can destroy the ninja world. Uchiha Madara was speechless after hearing this. It turned out that his previous guess was true. The 5 Kage who came later were really trash. They even had trouble beating a tailed beast. Tailed beast? Aren't they just pure toys? Among this group of people, Hanzo is already the ceiling, so don't underestimate him. Dark sighed helplessly. He found that Madara was still a little overconfident. However, he did have the capital to be confident in this ninja world. If it was just excellent strength, you wouldn't be interested in him. Madara now had some understanding of Dark. If it was just strong strength, he probably wouldn't be in this man's eyes. Yes, Hanzo is also a peace-seeking person now, with the same belief as Hanzo in his youth. Now. Madara grasped the word very keenly. Yes, now, he has not been able to stick to this belief like you, but has betrayed his belief in his old age, and began to covet power, fear of death, and even eliminated some genius rain ninjas who might threaten him. This kind of stuff. Your Konoha's third Hokage and Hokage assistant are also this kind of stuff. Who? Madara was silent. He felt that Senju Tobirama had good taste. How could he choose these two people? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jimura Danzo. Those two? Not that bad. Madara still had some impression of these two disciples of Senju Tobirama. Let alone the attitude of those two people towards the Uchiha family, at least they were still very good in their talents as ninjas. How could they fall to this level? The destruction of your Uchiha family is related to these two people. Sarutobi Hiruzen opposed it, but his attitude was not strong. In the end, he just sat back and watched. Shimura Danzo was the main planner. He inherited the will of his teacher Senju Tobirama and wanted to study the secrets of the Sharingan. Later, he transplanted many of your Uchiha family's Sharingans to his body to activate Izanagi. Hearing what Dark said, Madara's face did not change much. I am not surprised that the disciples of Senju Tobirama reject the Uchiha family. These two people were still very good when they were young, but they became confused after they got old, and they both began to stare at the position of Hokage and refused to let go, especially Shimura Danzo, who has attacked countless people in the village. Dark sighed, and he still had a headache when talking about these two people. Sarutobi Hiruzen is fine. This old guy is a little confused, but he won't do anything to hurt his comrades, but Shimura Danzo is different. This guy must die. Otherwise, the Uchiha family, even without Uchiha Obito, will most likely be destroyed. And Shimura Danzo will probably start with Pokemon sooner or later and want to catch Pokemon for research. Are these young people worse than each other? Benares shook his head, obviously disappointed with these people. Sure enough, among so many people in Konoha, only Hashirama can catch his eye. You have to know that no one will have the strength to suppress the 5 major ninja villages like you. It is naturally difficult to stick to your own beliefs when there is no hope of peace and unification. Dark didn't look down on Hanzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. At least these two people are much better than Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, and Shimura Danzo later. So you plan to subdue that Hanzo? Yes, I will be responsible for bringing him in to be your subordinate, but you will need to keep an eye on this person for the next few decades. With you around, he should not give up his belief in pursuing peace and protecting small countries. Dark nodded, and at the same time showed his trust in Uchiha Madara. Don't worry, as long as I am still alive, he will not be able to make any waves. This made Uchiha Madara couldn't help but hook his mouth, and he felt very comfortable in his heart. That's hard to say. What do you mean? Madara's face, which had just become good-looking, collapsed all of a sudden. Just now you trusted me so much, and now you say this, right? Look at yourself, how old are you? Point 53. Madara was silent. This is a flaw. The people in the ninja world are not like the strong people in the sailing world, whose flowering period lasts until they are 60 or 70 years old or even 70 or 80 years old, and they are getting harder and harder. The people in the ninja world are just like those on Blue Star. When they are in their 50s or 60s, their physical functions begin to decline sharply. When you are in your 60s and almost 70s, how much strength do you still have? Can you still suppress the people under your command? Dark's words were like a kunao, piercing Madara's heart. What should I do? I won't live to see you appear in 30 or 40 years. Madara also realized the problem at this time, and then looked at Dark beside him. Do you have a candidate to replace me? You can find it slowly later. Dark perfunctorily said to Madara and opened the magic maul. What are you doing? Madara looked at Dark staring at the air in front of him, a little confused. He felt that the whole person was so weird now. Was it really the right thing to cooperate with him? Looking for you to recover to your prime. Wait. At this time, Dark suddenly frowned and thought of something. When was your strongest stage in the past? Don't you know history clearly? Can I know you better than you know yourself? Dark curled his lips. There is no condition for you to reach that stage in the future for the time being. Let me deal with Zetsu first. 20 years ago. Ban recalled for a while before muttering a number. At that time, Madara was 33 years old, in his prime, and all his physical skills had reached their peak. Moreover, it was not long after Izuna died, and it was 1 or 2 years after he was promoted to the Eternal Mangeki. Okay, Dialga, let Madara's body return to 20 years ago. Dark waved his hand in the air around him. Although other people could not feel it, Dark's full-level aura and full-level psychic could make him feel that Dialga's breath fluctuations were always around him. Buzz! Dialga stretched out a big head from the air. Bara's eyes widened in shock. He had not noticed that there was such a huge creature beside him, and... You made my body go back to 20 years ago, are you kidding? Bara looked at the calm Dark, and his tone began to get a little excited. Just watch it. Dark grinned. At the same time, Dialga began to use the power of the law of time, and applied it only to Madara's body. Then, Madara's body became younger and younger in just 5 seconds. He watched the wrinkles on his hands gradually disappear, and his hunched body straightened up again, and his body became stronger. Soon, Madara returned to his early 30s. Well. Not bad, very handsome. Chapter 297 Establishment of Akatsuki and 2 Deputy Leaders. Who are you? Bara walked to the lake, looked at his own reflection on the lake, and was shocked again. It is true that some of the forbidden techniques developed by Senju Tobirama have amazing effects, but the various shortcomings and side effects of those techniques are also very obvious. But the power that Dark just used on the mysterious creature is absolutely a magical operation, which belongs to the field that humans can basically not reach. The manager of the miraculous cultivation house, the first-generation leader, the man nicknamed the King of Peeping, is me. Dark raised his hand and shook his long hair. Suddenly he was not interested. Ban calmed down his shocked heart without interest, and then glanced at the big head that had not yet shrunk in the air. Is this Pokemon? Yes, the legendary Pokemon, the existence called Time God in the other 2 worlds, and also our partner, Dialga. Dark nodded and introduced it to Madara. Time God. Banara's concept of God still stayed on Hashirama's nickname Ninja God. But it must be said that Hashirama can't do this. Yes, he has the power to control the law of time. It is with him that I can come to this era. So, with his power, he can even make people immortal. Physically. Dark did not deny it, but he did not say it too confidently. Dialga can make Madara's body return to his youth, but he cannot make Madara's mind and soul return to his youth. If Madara still remains young after 10,000 years, it is hard to say what kind of ghost his spirit and mind have been worn out after 10,000 years. In such a situation, it is difficult to say whether a person is still alive or dead. With such power, why don't you just unify the entire ninja world with your overwhelming strength? Madara could not understand it. If he got such power, the first thing he would do would be to unify the world directly by force. Haven't you done this kind of thing? Dark shook his head. It's not enough to just suppress them with force. When is lost in this world, the riot will break out again. We have to do it step by step, let everyone adapt to peace and maintain peace, and transform generation by generation. That's right. Ban raised his chin, then clenched his fist. It's a long-lost feeling. Then he looked at Dark with a pair of eternal kaleidoscopes. What are you doing? I told you I don't like fighting. If you want to test your strength, go find someone else. Dark looked at Madara with caution. To be honest, if he used psychic with all his strength, he could kill Madara in seconds. Boring. Madara retracted his gaze and curled his lips in dissatisfaction. It's still fun to play with Hashirama. With your strength now, no one in the ninja world can beat you, right? I can destroy any country by myself. No matter whether Madara is old or young, he is always so proud and confident. Okay, then we can start building an organization. We want to make it a force that is above the entire ninja world and a force that countless civilians rely on. Dark nodded and smiled a little. Then he opened the magic mall again. What's the name? Akatsuki. What does it mean? The organization that you and Uchiha Obito fooled into implementing the Moon Eye plan in the future. Why use this name? When Dark mentioned this, Madara's face turned ugly. He wanted to find Zetsu and destroy him. Akatsuki was originally an organization established to bring peace to the ninja world, but it later took an extreme path. This name is actually quite good, Dawn, to let this dark ninja world see the sun again. Whatever you want. Madara raised his head proudly. Although he said he didn't care, it was obvious that Dark's explanation satisfied Madara very much because someone from the Uchiha family said so. Now there are only 2 of us in this organization, or more accurately, only you. Dark kept scanning the system mall, looking for the props that would be used next, and kept saying, "You are the only leader of Akatsuki, and you will be for many years to come, until you are tired and want to retire. You have to choose the 2nd generation leader of Akatsuki. What about you? I can't manage the ninja world forever. I have a lot of things to do. I'll have to leave the ninja world to you in the future. Are you so confident in leaving it to me? Ha ha ha, what's there to worry about? Aren't we companions? Companions should trust each other." Dark laughed, thinking that Madara's words were quite strange. If you doubt someone, don't employ him. If you employ someone, don't doubt him. From the first person in the magic cultivation house, Von Clay, to Olivia and Stella who joined later, he has always given unreserved trust, leaving all things to them to handle, and he never worries. Of course, this is very common in the sailing world. Even an unknown bad pirate will give great trust to others after becoming companions, and entrust his back to his companions. It's just that it seems a little strange in the ninja world. Especially in the eyes of a guy like Madara who has been abandoned by the entire Uchiha family, it's even more strange. Hey, it's not enough for me alone. Now we are going to recruit Hanzo to join us. Yes, but not now. Dark nodded, then closed the magic mall and continued, you need 2 deputy leaders you can absolutely trust, one who can give you advice and the other who can be a powerful helper in battle. I don't have anyone I trust that much. Ban was silent for a while before speaking. He no longer had anyone he could absolutely trust in this world. There was one in the past, and there will be one in the future. Dark grinned and stretched out his 2 hands. In Dark's left hand was an ordinary weed, and in his right hand was a fiery red egg. What do you mean? Ban frowned. He always felt that Dark was going to do something extraordinary. You didn't hand over Uchiha Izuna's body to Konoha, did you? I'll take you there. Ban looked at the grass in Dark's hand, and then moved his eyes to Dark's face. He thought of a possibility. This possibility even made him breathe heavily, and he grabbed Dark's wrist and started running without stopping. Wait, I can use teleport. 10 minutes later. The Valley of the End. I didn't expect you to hide your brother's body here. What are you going to do? Ban didn't care what Dark said at all. He just wanted to know whether what Dark was going to do was the same as what he thought. Don't worry, I'll take a look first. Dark waved his hand, signaling Madara to calm down. Dark was holding the revival herb, not sacred ash, which could make people reversal. If revival herb could be used, revival herb would definitely be used first. After all, sacred ash has 2 major disadvantages, one of which is that it only lives for 10 years after resurrection. Because the person resurrected by sacred ash can be said to be living by the power of sacred ash, the item sacred ash has been working and lasting. The time is 10 years. Therefore, the item characteristics of sacred ash also exist all the time. Once the time limit of sacred ash is reached, the person will disappear instantly. It is not that Dialga's time power can prolong life. Moreover, sacred ash has another item characteristic, that is, the person after resurrection has only the physical fitness of an ordinary person. The resurrection of revival herb is permanent and belongs to a one-time item. After the person is resurrected, the effect of revival herb is fully exerted, and what happens afterwards is not restricted by revival herb. And depending on the degree of decay of the corpse, revival herb can also restore a certain strength of the deceased, but the prerequisite is that the corpse is nearly complete. This aspect of strength is not a problem, it can be changed by using Dialga's power, because the effect of revival herb has disappeared and will not affect his strength. At this time, Uchiha Izuna's body was on the ground in front of Dark. Too similar. Dark looked at Uchiha Izuna's face and was a little shocked. This face is exactly like Uchiha Sasuke. At this time, the only thing missing from Uchiha Izuna's body is the two eyeballs. Other than that, it is relatively intact. I don't know how it was preserved. After resurrection, it should be quite powerful. Get ready to welcome your brother, Madara. Dark smiled at Madara, then stuffed revival herb into Izuna's mouth, crushed it with psychic and sent it into Izuna's stomach. Then, Izuna's stomach began to emit bursts of yellow light, and his entire body floated up. Madara couldn't help but take 2 steps forward, staring at Izuna's body with wide eyes as it gradually became full of life. Don't worry, this process should be slow, at least 1 or 2 hours. Look here, this is for you. Dark waved his hand and handed the fiery red Pokemon egg to Madara. What is this? Pokemon, your future partner. After considering for a while, Dark began to use the art of language. Pokemon is a race very similar to your Uchiha family. They are extremely loyal and righteous, but there is one thing that your Uchiha clan members cannot compare to. As long as you are sincere to him, he will never leave you. Even if you do evil, he will still stay by your side. Give it to me. Yes, you train him, you train your future partner to fight side by side. Dark stretched out a hand and patted Madara on the shoulder. In order to let the ninja world enter the Pokemon era, you, the savior, must become a trainer first, Madara. What's his name? What kind of Pokemon is it? Madara looked at the warm egg in his hand and asked curiously. Growlithe, and unlike the modern Growlithe, it belongs to the Growlithe that lived in a certain era a long time ago. It is good at fire and rock skills. You can understand it as a Pokemon that is good at fire escape and earth escape. Dark took out a Pokédex book, and turned to the page of Growlithe, Kyuishi. Dark chose this Pokemon for 2 reasons. 1. Because Growlithe is a righteous Pokemon. With him, Madara can better enforce justice. Moreover, it is a fire attribute Pokemon. When it grows up in the future, Madara's fire escape ninjutsu will be more powerful. 2. Dark thinks that Arcanine in the Kyuishi region looks a bit like Madara. Chapter 298 Why are these brothers so strange? Water Country, Water Curtain Cave. After Uchiha Izuna was resurrected, he first had a tearful hug with Madara, and then learned about the current situation in the ninja world and what Madara and Dark were going to do. Izuna was also very shocked by Dark's appearance and what he did. However, after hearing that Senju Tobirama had also developed a forbidden technique called immortal reincarnation, he was able to accept it a little. He was even a little complacent. After all, the immortal reincarnation was just a semi-finished product, and its shortcomings were too obvious, while they were real living dead and flesh and bones, and even if their strength declined, they were still many times stronger than the immortal reincarnation. I've said before that our Uchiha family cannot cooperate with the Senju family. With Senju Tobirama's view of the Uchiha family, our Uchiha family will be eliminated by him and his descendants sooner or later. When Izuna learned about the current situation of the Uchiha family in Konoha and the ending that they would be destroyed in the future, he just sneered with disdain. For these tribesmen who abandoned Nissan, his favorability has dropped to the lowest. Dark, can Dialga make Izuna return to the time when his eyes were still there? Ban raised his hand and stroked Izuna's hair for the first time in a long time, showing a gentle expression that Dark had never seen before. Now Madara's attitude towards Dark is completely different. Although Madara trusted Dark before, it was not a complete trust, especially after hearing what Dark said after the story about Zetsu. Madara became more wary of other people. But now it's completely different. Izuna is as important to Madara as his dream. Dark resurrected Izuna and directly conquered Madara's inner vigilance. Until this moment, Madara truly regarded Dark as a like-minded partner. It's possible, but there is a price. Dark stretched out a hand, but did not continue to speak. Instead, he pointed to the pair of eyes in Madara's eye sockets. If Izuna's body returned to the time when he had a pair of kaleidoscopes, then the eternal kaleidoscope in Madara's eyes would also degenerate into the state of kaleidoscopes. Because time goes back, the part of Madara's eyes that belonged to Izuna will also be traced back to Izuna's eyes, instead of growing a new pair of eyes. I see. Ban nodded, and roughly understood what Dark meant. It doesn't matter. I will join forces with Izuna, and the 5 great countries combined will be useless. That's right. Since the brothers Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama are dead, no one can be a match for our brothers. Izuna is now invisible. He doesn't know what Dark and Madara did just now, and can only hear what they said. In terms of strength, Izuna is as confident as Madara. It's just that his confidence is a little different from Madara's. Madara is absolutely confident in his own strength, while Izuna is absolutely confident in the strength of the two after joining forces with Madara. Dialga. Dark understood Madara's determination and asked Dialga to use his power on Izuna again. Buzz. Dialga didn't hesitate, and blue energy flowed out of his eyes and surrounded Izuna's body. The next moment, Izuna's body, which looked a little dry and wrinkled after resurrection, became plump, and even a pair of brand new Mangeki Sharingan appeared in his eyes. But at the same time, the eternal kaleidoscope in Madara's eyes gradually degenerated to its original appearance. This. Izuna originally stood there blankly, not knowing what Dark and Madara were doing, but suddenly he could see things clearly, which made him stunned for a moment. He saw Nissan in front of him at first sight, exactly the same as in his impression, without any change. But no change itself is wrong, right? Nissan. Your eyes. Izuna looked at Madara's kaleidoscope. He remembered that he gave the kaleidoscope to Madara before he died. Why didn't Madara's eyes evolve into another look? The worry about Nissan even surpassed the shock in Izuna's heart, so he didn't even consider what kind of power this was for a while. But even if Izuna came to his senses later, he didn't react much. Even the resurrection of the dead happened to him, and he still wanted him to have any reaction. It didn't seem so difficult to accept that a person returned to the past state. The power in his eyes has returned to your eyes. Dark explained, this is the price for you to return to your prime. This price is basically equivalent to no price. Nissan. Izuna was so moved that she didn't even care about her own restored body. She grabbed Madara's hand with tears in her eyes. Izuna. Madara smiled again as he looked at his brother. Just by reducing his strength, he could get his relatives back. This kind of business, at least in Madara's eyes, is no different from making a lot of money. It's just about strength. Even without those eyes, he would still be the strongest in the ninja world. Why are these two brothers so strange? Dark looked at the two brothers holding hands and looking at each other affectionately, and felt a little bit hot for a while. But Dark couldn't help but think of another pair of brothers in his heart. If everything goes well, maybe Sasuke can stay with his brother like this in the future. Dark was silent, and thought of other people one after another. If Hitaki Sakumo hadn't died, what would Kakashi's life be like? If Shikaku hadn't appeared in Sand Village from the beginning, what would Gaara's life be like? If Rope Tree and Kato Dan hadn't died, what would Tsunade and Orochimaru's life be like? If Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, Jiraiya, and others hadn't died, what would Naruto's life be like? Hey, that's enough, stop being so affectionate, there's plenty of time in the future, it's time to do serious things. Dark came back to his senses. Even if it was just for the possible images in his mind, he would work hard to change the ninja world. Well, no problem, although I'm not interested in peace in the ninja world, but you saved our two brothers, I will definitely help you. Izuna nodded to Dark, and at the same time looked at Madara. Besides, this is Nissan's dream. That's enough. Since your brother has a partner, you should have one too. I want the same Pokemon as Nissan. Dark hadn't started looking for Pokemon for Izuna, but Izuna decided on her own. It's settled, whatever you want. Then another Growlithe egg appeared and was handed to Izuna, but this one was not from the Zakui region, but a modern Growlithe egg. Dark felt that the modern Arcanine was more in line with Izuna's temperament. Then, the chief and deputy leaders of Akatsuki are in place, and it's time to find some core codders. Dark looked at the two brothers in front of him and nodded. The Uchiha brothers' affairs have been resolved, and the next step is Hanzo. Rain Country, Rain Village. Hanzo has been feared by everyone around him since he was a child because of the poison sac in his body, and thus has a great reputation in the Rain Village. But this reputation is not a good reputation, just better than the young Jinchuriki in the Ninja Village, but it also makes people avoid him. However, even though Hanzo was treated differently by others, he did not turn evil. Instead, he was in the Great Ninja Village countless times. In the battles between the five great powers, Hanzo saved the civilians of the Rain Country countless times. Because of this, Hanzo, in his youth, was already known as a hero in the Rain Country, and was loved by countless people and admired by countless children. With both strength and reputation, Hanzo naturally became the young leader of the Rain Village. However, because neither the strength of the Rain Village nor the strength of the Rain Country can be on par with the five great powers and the five great villages, the leader of the Rain Village cannot be called the Rain Shadow. Leaders Building. What's the situation? The five great powers signed a truce, but the fleeing ninjas from various countries will still fight when they encounter each other, and some will even indiscriminately attack the civilians of the Rain Country. Bang! Damn it! Hanzo Rage's punch smashed the desk, and veins popped up on his face. At this time, Hanzo was still the man who liked to talk about belief, so he couldn't accept that the war between the big countries would affect the people of Rain Country. But he also knew that this was almost impossible. Even the so-called neutral country of Iron Country could not avoid being affected by the big countries during the war. So, he coveted peace. However, Hanzo didn't know what to do, and now he is still looking for a way. But after a few years or more than 10 years, he will find that he is powerless and can't see any hope, so he gradually let go of his obsession and guard his own herd acre of land in a corner. Do you want to change all this? A voice suddenly sounded in Hanzo's heart, startling him, and he subconsciously looked at the ninja in front of him. However, the ninja stood still maintaining the rage of the bullying of the civilians in the Rain Country on his face, and obviously did not notice anything. You go back first. Yes. Bang. The office door was closed. Who? Hanzo spoke vigilantly at this time, and he did not notice any strange or weird breath around him. Come to the forest in the south, I will give you hope to change the current situation in the Rain Country. The speaker was naturally dark, but he was just using the power of psychic to transmit the sound. Playing tricks? The young Hanzo was not at all weak, and he looked like Naruto, and rushed out of the office and flew towards the southern forest. On the other side. You agree with this guy who rushes over without a brain? I think you are really hungry. Nissan, your nemesis Senju Hashirama is also such a person. The chapter is blocked due to violation of the rules. Please read it at night. The chapter is blocked due to violation of the rules. Please read it at night. There is a problem with 297. I have to go back and revise it. I asked the editor, and he said that non-tongue cannot be written. I thought that I didn't write it either, and then I found that there is a homophone English in the chapter name. Chapter 299 Hanzo joins Akatsuki. Stop hiding. What is the purpose of leading me here? When Hanzo came to the southern forest, he shouted to the surroundings at the first time. At the same time, he made seals with both hands, ready to fight at any time. Dark, since you asked sincerely. Madara, we will tell you mercifully. Izuna, to prevent the world from being destroyed. 3 people, we are the Akatsuki organization that shuttles through the galaxy. White hole, white tomorrow is waiting for us. Hanzo was stunned by the sudden appearance of 3 people. It was not the strange way the 3 people appeared, but the appearance of Madara and Izuna and their self-introduction names that made Hanzo stunned on the spot. Hanzo is a person of the same generation as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. He grew up in the legends of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara since childhood. The more he heard about Madara's name, the more shocked he was by Madara's appearance at this moment. I told you not to use such a stupid way. Nissan, aren't you eager to try? You are bullshitting. Madara slapped Izuna on the head. This long-lost daily life from 20 or 30 years ago made Madara feel as if he had returned to the past. Yes, Izuna and Tobirama are of the same kind. They like to tear down their elder brother when they have nothing to do, but Izuna has a little more brother control than Tobirama. Among the twins in the Uchiha family, the elder brother is basically both of them took care of their younger brother since they were young, so Madara is more mature and can let Izuna rely on him, while Hashirama Senju is the one who is taken care of, so his younger brother Tobirama is more mature and independent. Uchiha Madara. Didn't you die more than 10 years ago? It was only at this time that Hanzo came back to his senses and looked at the man standing in front of him in shock. Exactly the same. The only difference from the Uchiha Madara he saw when he was a child was that his eyes seemed to have changed a little. After the Battle of the Valley of the End about 17 or 18 years ago, the news of Uchiha Madara's death spread and he was killed by Hashirama Senju himself, and soon after that, Hashirama Senju followed him. No one knows how Hashirama Senju died. The legend in the ninja world is that he was seriously injured and died in that battle, or he died of a serious illness afterwards. But it can be said that it was because of the news of the death of these 2 people that the ninja world started the smoke of war again, and the 5 major ninja villages were unhappy with each other and the friction increased. 3 years ago, the first ninja world war finally broke out. 4 Kages died in this war. The second Raikage and Hokage died at the hands of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, and the second Tsuchikage and Mizukage died together. The Sand Country was the weakest at the time, so it had little presence in the war. The second Kazekage focused on developing the Sand Village and escaped. And you, Uchiha Izuna? Hanzo looked at the other man next to Madara. Uchiha Izuna, once the ninja standing at the forefront of the Uchiha family, was known as a powerful enemy with no flaws, but died at the hands of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Why did these 2 come back to life? Hanzo moved his sights to the green-haired man standing at the back without saying a word. Although he had never seen this man, he knew very well that those who could stand next to the 2 Uchiha brothers would definitely not be ordinary people. Could it be that the resurrection of these 2 people has something to do with him? Oh, someone actually knows me, but I've never heard of you. Izuna was a little surprised to see Hanzo recognize her. After all, she had been dead for more than 20 years. And the man in front of her looked no more than 30 years old. What is your purpose here? Hanzo stood where he was, trying to keep his mind as stable as possible, while being alert to the 3 people. If the 3 people had the intention to attack, he would immediately summon the summoning beast salamander to let the poisonous fog instantly fill the entire southern forest, so that the hidden rain village would definitely notice this place. Hanzo had never fought with Madara and Izuna, so he was relatively confident in his own strength. He believed that as long as he released the poisonous fog, even Uchiha Madara would be in big trouble. Just as we introduced ourselves just now. Dark saw that both Madara and Izuna looked down on Hanzo, and neither of them had the intention to communicate with Hanzo, so he had to walk to the front by himself, to prevent the world from being destroyed and to protect the world's peace. Who? The 2 of them. Hanzo widened his eyes in confusion, and then pointed at the 2 brothers behind Dark. Who in the ninja world doesn't know that Uchiha Madara planned to use force to directly wipe out the other 4 major countries? If it weren't for Senju Hashirama's efforts to stop him, there might not be a small place like the Rain Country now. Can the alliance bring peace? Only unification can bring about a longer-term peace, because then there will be no reason for disputes between the major countries. Dark explained for Madara, before every peace comes, there will be a bloody storm, without exception. Hanzo was silent. Because there is already a very vivid example in front of him. The First Ninja World War. Then why did you come to me? Could it be that you plan to start from the Hidden Rain Village? Hanzo clenched the sickle in his hand. He remembered the word Dark said just now, unification. In the eyes of Hanzo, or the vast majority of people in this world, the so-called unification is to integrate all countries and villages into an organization with only one name. Yes, because you also covet peace, so we decided to win you over. Win me over? Hanzo raised his eyelids. That's right, join the Akatsuki organization, become one of us, and fight together to bring the ninja world into a new era. What are you going to do? Hanzo didn't rush to agree. Although he knew very well that if he didn't agree, he would most likely be killed, but he still wouldn't give in easily. The first thing is to make Akatsuki the supreme force feared by the 5 great powers, and suppress the power of the 5 great powers. Dark raised a finger, only in this way will they listen to what we say, and it will be effective, and we can also gain the support and trust of the common people in the future. Hanzo put down his weapon and decided to stop. Then what? He heard the word common people from Dark's mouth, so he felt that Dark was unlikely to be an evil person. After all, those ambitious people would not care about the lives of ordinary people at the bottom. Rest is not for you, an outsider. Join us and you will know the follow-up plan. Dark didn't tell an outsider all his plans. How do I know if you just want to use my power to help you achieve other goals? Hanzo was still a little wary. Ha 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 ha. X2. The Uchiha brothers laughed wildly. What are you laughing at? Hanzo thought these two people were really rude. What's your strength? If this guy didn't like you, do you think you have the qualifications to stand and talk to me? I think you have a hard time fighting a tailed beast. Do you still need us two brothers to use you? Dark looked at the two people around him speechlessly. It should be said that the people of the Uchiha family are indeed too arrogant, and they hardly look down on anyone weaker than them. If it weren't for Dark showing his incredible power and doing them a favor, I'm afraid these two people wouldn't give Dark face. You. Hanzo was angry. Madara and Izuna. Well, if one day you find that Akatsuki's original intention has changed and it is no longer for peace, you can leave at any time, and even deal with Akatsuki's descendants yourself. Dark made a promise to Hanzo, and also said to Madara and Izuna, you too, if someone under your command attacks innocent people. If my organization goes astray, I will deal with it myself. Madara waved his hand, understanding what Dark meant. Me too. Izuna nodded. If I join Akatsuki, what will happen to the Hidden Rain Village? Hanzo still can't let go of the Hidden Rain Village and the Land of Rain. The motivation for hoping for world peace also comes from this. You can continue to be the leader of the Hidden Rain Village. In fact, this identity is very useful. Dake didn't think there was any conflict. On the surface, you are the leader of the Hidden Rain Village, but in fact you are a cadre of Akatsuki. You can help Akatsuki cover up and collect intelligence, so that Akatsuki can build an unknown base in the Rain Country and develop rapidly. Okay, I'll join. Great, then let me introduce you again, Madara, the leader of Akatsuki, Izuna, the deputy leader. Dake nodded, very happy that Hanzo joined, and took the initiative to extend his hand. What about you? Hanzo looked at it, then shook hands with Dark and asked. What he cares about most now is the man in front of him. From the conversation just now, it seems that this man has a high status in the hearts of the two Uchiha brothers. As for me, I'll just talk about it briefly. Dake talked about how he came from the future and how he met the Uchiha brothers. Can humans do that? Hanzo looked at Dark in disbelief, but the two pairs of blood-red eyes beside him told him that this was an indisputable fact. Of course humans can't do it, but Pokemon named God can. Dark spread his hands, indicating that he didn't have that ability. What about my future self? Hanzo was a little curious about his future. Well, your future self. Dark thought about it and decided to tell Hanzo about his future. He hoped that this would make Hanzo always alert himself in the future and never become that future self. What? Impossible. Hanzo refuted immediately when he heard that he had attacked the genius ninja of the Rain Country because he was greedy for the power of the leader. Everyone knows that Hanzo's greatest characteristic is to appreciate talents. Humph. A coward who dares not face reality. Nissan, didn't you also fail to accept your future at the beginning? Chapter 300. The next target, financial management personnel. Hanzang has been dealt with here, and there is more or less a stable source of talent in the early stage. Hanzo will use his current appeal to promote the ideal of peace in the ninja world in the Rain Country, so that more people who admire him will have the same yearning and expectation. All those who yearn for peace will be boldly absorbed and trained as ninjas in the Rain Country. Those ninjas with peaceful covets and potential in the Hidden Rain Village will be sent to the Akatsuki organization for training. The Hidden Rain Village is the outer gate of the Akatsuki organization, and Akatsuki is the real inner gate. It can be said that the future peace of the ninja world starts from the Rain Country. Who are you going to find next? Ban looked at Dark. He knew that Dark, who came from the future, must know some people he didn't know to recruit. These characters may not be very good now, but they should be quite powerful in the future, or have some talents. When I let the magic cultivation house stand on the top of the sea, I was worried about one thing from beginning to end: money. Dake did not rush to say the name, because the two brothers would not know him if he said it, but he just said the reason why he was going to find that person next. I don't think you are good at making money, but many actions in the future cannot be done without money, so I plan to recruit a guy who is good at financial management and likes to make money for you. How to make money? The way ninjas make money is nothing more than taking missions. Ban is indeed an old antique, and his ideas about ninjas are still stuck in the past. There are too many ways to make money. You ninjas use many ninjutsu in other aspects. You can make a lot of money. I don't understand why you insist on doing dangerous tasks. Dake waved his hand. In his opinion, the ninjutsu learned by ninjas can actually play a good role in many places, especially Earth Escape. If there are grass-type Pokemon and Earth Escape ninjas, then let alone places like the Land of Earth and the Land of Thunder, even the Land of Wind can create a fertile oasis. How strong is this guy? Regarding the way to make money, Izuna has some ideas, so he is not surprised by what Dark said. He is more concerned about the strength of this person, so that he will not be easily captured by others and expose Akatsuki's various plans. It's okay. He took over the task of assassinating Hashirama Senju. His strength is much stronger than that of ordinary Jonin. He can barely wrestle with the cage-level strongmen of the 5 major villages for more than 10 minutes. Dark stretched out a hand at this time and said, "Strength is not a problem. The key is that this guy can almost be said to be as old as this guy because he has practiced special secret techniques." The person Dark was talking about was naturally Kakuzu. Kakuzu's financial management ability and long lifespan made him a natural worker, and it was very suitable for him to be recruited into the Akatsuki organization to work. The most important point is that in this era, there are actually almost no wild talents that can be recruited by Dark. What's more, Dark has a basic requirement for talents joining the Akatsuki organization, that is, at least they cannot backstab their companions. Although Kakuzu killed several of his partners personally after joining Akatsuki, that was at least a story in the Nagato era decades later. In this process, Kakuzu had to be betrayed 8 or 10 times in the underground gold exchange before he would remember it for a long time. Sex starts to be money-oriented. At this time, Kakuzu may have just been betrayed by the village. It has only been a few years since he escaped from prison and took away the Earth Grudge. He should be staying in the ninja world, making money and living in a daze. Dake believes that as long as the Uchiha brothers are reformed and influenced, Kakuzu will not become the Kakuzu of more than 40 years later. After all, if you do not abide by the rules of Akatsuki and kill your companions, you will be physically influenced by the Uchiha brothers. And one thing is certain, with the character of these two brothers, they will not give any second chances. No one wants to die, right? Thinking about it this way, Kakuzu can be regarded as a talent that can be won over. Where to find him? I don't know. Dake shook his head. Hey! Ban frowned, don't you know a lot? Such trivial things will not be recorded in history in the future, just like I don't know where Ju is now. Dark spread his hands. If Kishimoto doesn't tell me, what can I do? Oh, and there's that guy named Zetsu. I can't get rid of him unless I get rid of him. At this moment, Madara suddenly remembered that the guy who played tricks on him in the future was still alive. Izuna also looked over, obviously wanting to kill the ghost who had lived for thousands of years as soon as possible. Don't worry, that guy won't give up on you. After all, you are the closest person to his target in more than 1,000 years. He will definitely come to see you from time to time. Especially after he finds that you have become younger, he will definitely not be able to resist investigating. Dark waved his hands and thought of something. After a few days, when you return to the ninja world in a high-profile manner and become famous, that guy will naturally come over. What about the new guy you mentioned? I can't even find him. Where can I win him over? After hearing what Dark said, Madara nodded, his anxiety was soothed, and he began to think about Kakuzu. It shouldn't be difficult to find him. Just send a high-value mission to the underground gold exchange in the Rain Country, spread the news, and then wait for him to come to find you. This can be said to be the only way to find Kakuzu. At least when Dark read the fan fiction of Naruto before, everyone did it this way. In this case, he also tried to see if he could lure Kakuzu over. Especially, the Takigakure village where Kakuzu originally lived is not far from the Rain Country. If Kakuzu really ran away from Takigakure not long ago at this time, he should still be wandering around here. What do we do during this time? Wait. No need, catch both ends. You show up in the ninja world, give the ninja world a little shock, and attract that guy Zetsu. Dark estimated that it would take at least 10 days to find Kakuzu by this method. This time could not be wasted, after all, he did not plan to stay in this world for too long. The longer he stayed, the more he showed up, the greater the impact on the future Pokemon Island, which was not what he wanted to see. Things that required showing off, such as building momentum for the ninja world and showing off their skills, must be left to the Uchiha brothers. After all, the ninja world would be unified by these two brothers in the next 38 years, and it would be useless for Dark to make a name for himself. Where to start? Madara asked. Why not start from Konoha? Izuna added that he wanted to see the current Uchiha what has become of the family. By the way, tell those people that the one you betrayed has returned. If it's Konoha, that's fine. It's just right. Someone has to die, and you can take revenge with your own hands. Dark thought about it. In fact, his initial target was not Konoha. Now that the First World War has just ended, it is frankly said that the 5 major villages are basically in a semi-scrapped state, which is the weakest period. Any tailed beast that appears will be a disaster for them. Under such circumstances, if the 5 major villages are attacked again, it will probably cause great panic. But when he thought of the stupid things that Shimura Danzo would do in the future, Dark still thought it was better to kill him now. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen has been appointed as the next Hokage by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, Danzo is probably starting to turn evil. However, after all, Sarutobi Hiruzen has not officially become the Sandaime Hokage yet, and he will have to go through the process of becoming the daimyo of the Land of Fire, so Danzo can still control himself at present, and he still feels that he has a chance to compete. Danzo at this time is still a high-spirited young man, and even if he is dissatisfied, he has never thought of using any dirty means. However, when Sarutobi Hiruzen becomes the Sandaime Hokage and Danzo becomes the Hokage's assistant and begins to control substantial power, he will completely turn evil and start to attack the bodies of the dead companions in the village, especially those of the Uchiha family. Who? Shimura Danzo. Never heard of it. Izuna shook his head. He died early. It can be said that Izuna died when Shimura Danzo was still 3 or 4 years old, so naturally he had never heard of this name. However, he did hear from Dark that this person was one of the biggest culprits in the destruction of the Uchiha family. The disciple of Senju Tobirama, inherited the will of Senju Tobirama. Madara explained, and Izuna understood instantly. He said, this person must have some disease to attack the Uchiha family. It turns out that he is a disciple of Senju Tobirama, that's not surprising. Because of one thing, Senju Tobirama always thought that the Uchiha family was a sick family, so he never trusted the Uchiha and always had great vigilance. That is, when the Senju family and the Uchiha family were still at war, Senju Tobirama saw with his own eyes the scene of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna opening their manjiki in anger because of the death of their brothers. This is a secondary setting. In the first part of the original work, Kishimoto said that Madara and Izuna attacked important people, which improved his pupil power. Because of this scene, Senju Tobirama felt that one day in the future, those people in the Uchiha family who worship power would definitely attack their companions in the village, so he never trusted the Uchiha and always regarded this family as a big worry and a time bomb. It is no wonder that Senju Tobirama would think so. Anyone who saw that scene would be wary of the Uchiha family. Especially Senju Tobirama had to serve as the brain of Senju Hashirama since he was a child, so he had to remain highly cautious and vigilant. But this guy can destroy the Uchiha family, so he should have some means, right? Don't you plan to subdue this kind of person? Madara looked at Dark curiously. He saw that Dark even wanted Hanzo and Kakuzu, who were not worth mentioning, and thought Dark was really hungry. Whether this person can be subdued depends on whether you two brothers are willing to give up your position.